Episode 1. The Unhinged Yandere Professor. Noon in the university town of Qingzhou, Xia Chen trudged along, burdened by his luggage, under the relentless heat of the sun. Simultaneously, he was engaged in a conversation with his mother via Bluetooth headset. "Mom, are you really sure about me living with a girl? Is that truly appropriate? What do you propose instead? Should you live alone, forsaking sleep at night, and skipping classes during the day? Are you prepared to squander your 4 years of university? Do you think I'm as incapable as you suggest?" Xia Chen scoffed in retort. Today marked his day of enrollment at the university, yet misfortune befell him due to renovations and an increase in student intake. Dormitory resources were severely strained. Regrettably, he had not been assigned a dormitory and was compelled to seek accommodation off campus. Initially, he had intended to rent a place by himself, but his mother, Luo Qingxue, was unconvinced and arranged for him to share lodgings with a female professor. "Don't worry. She was my student. She's a kind person. Just get along with her. Your father and I are still traveling, so I must hang up now. Wait. Hello? Beep, beep, beep." Listening to the monotonous beeping, Xia Chen sighed in resignation. "At least tell me her name, so I can greet her properly at tea times." He truly felt as though he was merely a pawn for his parents to exhaust their phone plan. Continuing onward, Xia Chen approached the entrance of a nearby residential complex and noticed a white Audi parked by the roadside. He cast a fleeting glance, finding it somewhat familiar, but dismissed it and continued on his way. Unbeknownst to him, a woman clad in a white dress emerged from the Audi and trailed behind him. Suddenly, Xia Chen's phone rang again, and he initially assumed it was his mother with more information. However, upon checking, he found it was a call from his godson, Yang Wei. "Xia Chen, you won't believe how terrifying this is." Yang Wei's voice was steeped in palpable panic. "What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? Far more frightening than that. What on earth happened? Speak up." Xia Chen was perplexed by Yang Wei's outburst. "Oh, you remember that English teacher who substituted for our class during the beginning of senior year?" Xia Chen pondered for a moment, a chill running down his spine. "Of course, I remember her. Her name was Luo Qingxue. When a person possesses an extraordinary character or striking appearance, they leave an indelible mark on others. Luo Qingxue embodied both. She possessed an impeccable visage coupled with an icy, intimidating aura. Throughout that semester of instruction, Xia Chen had never seen Luo Qingxue smile. Her expression was perpetually frigid, with the most terrifying aspect being her piercing gaze that seemed capable of inflicting harm. There was one instance where a male student, after receiving a glare from Luo Qingxue, was summoned to the office and returned in tears, subsequently suspended from school. A tall, grown man, leaving in good spirits only to return sobbing, left a profound impact on Xia Chen. From that moment on, numerous rumors circulated among students regarding Luo Qingxue, with the most prevalent suggesting that she had suffered trauma that rendered her psychologically unstable, even possessing a Yandere-like obsession. Xia Chen dared not meet Luo Qingxue's gaze, fearing he might become the next victim. Given Luo Qingxue's fierce temperament, it was likely she would take the lead, even in a confrontation. Yes. That notorious female tyrant who would slap even passing dogs, our English teacher at Qingzhou University, and actually teaches us. Goodness, isn't that a death sentence? Xia Chen felt as if the sky had fallen. Indeed, I suspect she must torment her man at home, which is why she comes to take it out on us students. Does Luo Qingxue even have a partner? I don't know, I'm just guessing. If she does, he must enjoy being tormented by her. Otherwise, who would dare be her boyfriend? That sounds like quite the experience. Goodness, Xia Chen, you wouldn't be that kind of person, would you? Don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly be the submissive one? Xia Chen cursed under his breath. "They'll talk to you later. I haven't reached my place." As Xia Chen entered the community, he followed the directions to room 206 of Building 1. He stood at the door, hesitating to knock, contemplating how to initiate a greeting. The two would be sharing a roof, and it was essential to establish a good rapport. However, Xia Chen had never even conversed much with other girls, leaving him utterly uncertain about how to start. Moreover, after Yang Wei had mentioned Luo Qingxue, he couldn't help but envision the girl inside as resembling her. Impossible. Sharing a space with her? I might not see the light of day again. Xia Chen muttered to himself. A cool voice suddenly pierced the air. "Are you Xia Chen?" Hello." Xia Chen quickly replied, turning around to greet her, only to be met with an exquisitely beautiful face, with a high nose, delicate lips, and deep, bright eyes. Her cold demeanor combined with her graceful figure exuded an air of elegant astonishment. However, Xia Chen's initial reaction was one of terror, but he stumbled back, pressing himself against the wall. Luo. Teacher Luo, what are you doing here? Luo Qingxue retrieved the key and unlocked room 206, coldly stating, I live here. In that instant, Xia Chen gasped in horror. The most dreadful scenario had unfolded. He was to share a dwelling with this fierce woman. If he were to be locked inside, would he be bound and tormented? No, this was too terrifying. I would rather sleep on the streets than stay here. Xia Chen shook his head vigorously, preparing to escape when Luo Qingxue's voice echoed from behind him. Where do you think you're going? Aren't you coming in? Xia Chen trembled, forcing a stiff smile as he turned back, searching for any excuse to flee. Yet when he met Luo Qingxue's icy stare, the urge to escape was swiftly quelled. Luo Qingxue leaned against the doorframe, her frosty expression fixed upon Xia Chen that he sensed an ominous premonition. If he refused, the consequences would be dire. That I just felt a bit dizzy, which caused me to go the wrong way, Xia Chen awkwardly explained as he dragged his suitcase into the house. With the sound of the door closing behind him, the weight on Xia Chen's heart was utterly extinguished. It was over. He was truly going to live with this formidable woman. His fate now hung precariously in the balance. Your room is inside. Luo Qingxue directed Xia Chen to his bedroom. All right, thank you. Teacher Luo. Xia Chen nodded in gratitude, then hurriedly slipped into his room, shutting the door with great urgency. I can't stay here. I need to call for help. He attempted to reach his mother, hoping for a chance to escape this predicament. However, he was met with disappointment as the line was busy, extinguishing his last glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, in the living room, Luo Qingxue was on the phone with Jiang Xinyu. Xiaoxue, have you seen Xia Chen yet? Yes, he's already in his bedroom. How did your first meeting go? Luo Qingxue recalled the conversation she overheard earlier in Xia Chen's panicked demeanor. Her gaze shifted to the closed bedroom door, a faint smile gracing her lips. Xia Chen is rather intriguing. Chapter 2. A Chilly Body. After unpacking his belongings, Xia Chen glanced at the closed door. I can't just hide away forever, can I? At that moment, his stomach growled. He hadn't eaten anything since morning. Suddenly, taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve that a true man should not languish indoors. If death is the worst that could happen, then what is there to fear? Bolstered by his own encouragement, Xia Chen cautiously opened the door. Surveying the empty living room, he noted the sound of water running from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, he could vaguely discern a beautiful silhouette. Taking a shower at midday, he found it slightly odd, but quickly rationalized. This woman is already peculiar, and formidable. A midday shower is hardly surprising. Just as he was about to step out for lunch, his phone rang, startling him. Seeing that it was his mother, Jiang Xinyu, he hurriedly answered, his voice filled with panic. Mom, I can't stay here. You have to help me find another place. Why not this? This is Luo Qingxue. Living with her will be my demise. Listening to Xia Chen's frantic words, Jiang Xinyu assumed he had overheated. What are you talking about? Xiaoxue was my student. She is a good person. Are you feeling dizzy from the heat? That's just her fod in front of you. You have no idea how terrifying she truly is. Our entire class is aware of her fearsome reputation. Leaning against the wall, Xia Chen spoke passionately, oblivious to the water in the bathroom that had ceased and the sound of the sliding glass door being opened on the other end. Of the phone, Jiang Xinyu listened to Xia Chen's description of Luo Qingxue, her initial confusion evolving into concern. Xia Chen, please do not heed the rumors circulating, and I truly feel you might be suffering from heat stroke, experiencing hallucinations. You should visit a hospital. I'm fine, Mom. You must trust my words. While much of Xia Chen's account was gleaned from hearsay, one incident was witnessed firsthand. Outside their high school, he had seen Luo Qingxue deliver a sharp slap to a man, causing him to stagger back several paces. The crisp sound of the slap echoed clearly even from a distance. This was no mere rumor, it was a reality he had observed. All right, I believe you, but you must go to the hospital afterward. No, I am not joking. Xia Chen suddenly felt as though he were being treated like a lunatic, attempting to explain his sanity while others remained unconvinced. Forget it. Just continue your travels. Realizing further explanation would be futile, he surrendered. After hanging up, he prepared to have lunch. However, upon turning around, His gaze locked with Luo Qingxue's eyes, their distance merely a few feet apart. Xia Chen instinctively gasped, dropping his phone in fright. Luo Qingxue nimbly extended her hand, catching his phone with ease. At that moment, one thought consumed Xia Chen's mind. I'm doomed. He feared that Luo Qingxue had overheard everything he had just said, and any ordinary person would be displeased, let alone a deranged, obsessive female antagonist. As he watched her holding his phone, a multitude of potential scenarios raced through his mind. Will she crush my phone in frustration? No, she will likely smash it over my head to vent her anger. Why does she appear so expressionless? Is she gathering her strength? Is it too late for me to run? While Xia Chen was lost in these frantic thoughts, Luo Qingxue presented his phone before him. Here you go would be quite troublesome to repair if broken. This caught Xia Chen off guard, leaving him staring at Luo Qingxue in astonishment. This was not quite how he had envisioned the encounter. What are you dawdling for? Do you not want her phone? Luo Qingxue suddenly raised her voice slightly, her expression cold as she spoke to Xia Chen. Her words felt almost threatening, prompting him to hurriedly take the phone. Thank you, Teacher Luo. About what just happened? Xia Chen attempted to apologize for the earlier incident, but nerves caused his words to stammer. Before he could finish, Luo Qingxue handed him a key. This is the apartment key. Keep it safe. Losing it would necessitate a lock change, which is quite cumbersome. Oh, okay. Xia Chen nodded earnestly, like an obedient child. Luo Qingxue then changed her shoes, opened the door, and upon noticing Xia Chen still standing in place, remarked, "Aren't you going to eat? Why are you still lingering?" Xia Chen truly hesitated to join Luo Qingxue for lunch. Having just spoken ill of her, to now refuse would be to risk appearing insincere. After much deliberation, he decided to follow her. As they exited the stairwell, Luo Qingxue received a message from Jiang Xingyue. Xiaoxue, I have a feeling that Xia Chen might be suffering from heat exhaustion today. Could you please take him to the hospital for a checkup later? I think he might just be feeling a bit overheated and startled, but there's no need for a hospital visit. I'll take care of him. All right, thank you, Xiaoxue. Once school starts, please keep an eye on Xia Chen. If he doesn't listen, feel free to discipline him. Luo Qingxue glanced at the message, a faint smile appearing as she replied with a simple Then, she stole a glance at the anxious Xia Chen, musing to herself, this little fellow seems to be quite obedient. No need for me to discipline him. Upon reaching the street outside the apartment, Luo Qingxue inquired, what would you like for lunch? Xia Chen, lost in thought, was startled by the question. Anything is fine. You could choose, Teacher Luo. How about some cold noodles? It's a bit hot today. Okay. Xia Chen followed Luo Qingxue into a cold noodle shop. As they ate, he remained uneasy, still preoccupied with the earlier phone conversation in the apartment. He was certain that Luo Qingxue had overheard all his remarks about her. Yet, her lack of reaction was puzzling. It was as if she didn't care at all, which seemed unlikely. Could she be planning something significant? Or perhaps she intended to confront him later in the quiet of the night? Moreover, she walked with such stealth that if he fell asleep, he might be in grave danger. What a tragic fate for a handsome young man to meet his end in bed. What are you thinking about? Why aren't you eating? Luo Qingxue's melodious voice disrupted Xia Chen's troubling thoughts, drawing him back to reality. I am not thinking about much, just feeling a bit hot and lacking appetite. But was he truly hot? Ever since entering the apartment, he felt a chill coursing through him, beads of cold sweat forming. For reasons unknown, Xia Chen had the unsettling sensation that he had been betrayed. Chapter 3. Where are all the Yanderas? Xia Chen was enjoying some cold noodles while sneaking glances at Luo Qingxue. The contents of her bowl were rather unadorned, merely garnished with scallions and vinegar, devoid of any additional ingredients, not even a hint of chili. Xia Chen found himself questioning whether such a dish was truly palatable. Was it not merely cold noodle skins doused in vinegar? Indeed, it seemed that peculiar tastes often veered from the norm. After a tense and anxious lunch, Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue retraced their steps homeward. Xia Chen was reluctant to return, harboring a lingering fear. If Luo Qingxue were to scold him, he could at least brace himself. However, her perpetually expressionless demeanor only heightened his trepidation. It was unpredictable when her pent-up emotions might erupt, and the consequences could be dire. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Xia Chen contemplated fabricating an excuse to retreat elsewhere. Just as he was mulling this over, Luo Qingxue inquired, I have matters to attend to at school this afternoon. Are you going as well? I can take you along. The mere mention of school brought a flicker of delight to Xia Chen's face, prompting him to fervently shake his head in refusal. No, 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 I won't go. Teacher Luo, you should go. Please be safe on your way. After cheerfully bidding her farewell, he hastily slipped away. Once back in his room, Xia Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that while he had evaded confrontation for the moment, it was merely a temporary reprieve. Luo Qingxue would undoubtedly return in the evening. He resolved to devise an apology, hoping that when her Yandera tendencies surfaced, she might be somewhat lenient toward him. Yet, the question of how to apologize loomed large in Xia Chen's mind. He had never engaged in such gestures before, and given that the recipient was a girl, one who might possess a hint of Yandera madness, he found himself at a loss. After much contemplation, he decided to consult someone with a penchant for the peculiar, his older sister, Xia Chen. If Luo Qingxue was the type to conceal her emotions, then Xia Chen was an unabashed Yandera in plain sight, especially when it came to her brother. As soon as he connected the call, her melodious voice resonated through the line. "Ah, my little Chen Chen," finally called his sister. Her soft, effeminate tone sent a shiver down Xia Chen's spine. "Sister, please act normal, I'm frightened." Yet, the more he expressed his fear, the more exhilarated she became, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Don't be scared, dear brother. I would only cherish you." Xia Chen decided it was futile to argue further. Previously, Xia Chen had been quite normal, merely a sister who doted on him. However, ever since she began indulging in some rather twisted Yandera novels and other questionable anime, she had transformed into this. It was evident that the things teachers advised against should indeed be avoided. "Sister, what do you think is the most sincere way to apologize to a girl?" Xia Chen asked earnestly. To his surprise, he was met with a sobbing response. "Little Chen Chen, how could you find a woman on your very first day of university? You've forsaken your sister. I'm so heartbroken, so pained, as if a sharp dagger has pierced my heart. How could you do this to me? Is there something wrong with me? What do they have that I lack?" Xia Chen raised an eyebrow in silent exasperation before stating flatly, "I'm recording this conversation. And you wouldn't want our parents to discover your current state, would you?" Instantly, Xia Chen was startled back to her original tone. "Ah. You must delete that. Answer my question normally first, and then I shall erase it. How infuriating. You actually dare to threaten me. What they say online is true. One should seize the opportunity to discipline their younger brother early on." Xia Chen grumbled in annoyance. "I am being coerced by you. If you were a bit more normal, I wouldn't be recording at all. What is wrong with me wanting to be closer to my brother? Sister, we are both adults now. No matter how close we are, we must maintain some distance, don't you think? Who says so? There are plenty of siblings who have an even closer relationship. Enough of this nonsense. Just answer my question." Unable to win the argument against his older sister, Xia Chen ceased his rebuttal. On the other end of the line, Xia Chen sighed. "A simple apology will suffice. If the girl truly has feelings for you, she will easily forgive you. If she doesn't fancy you, she might just gossip about you behind your back. Just refrain from bothering her further. But sister, she is not just any girl. She has a bit of a sadistic tendency, a Yandera type. There is no such thing as a Yandera in real life. They are merely fictional characters from novels. Don't let those stories cloud your judgment. Aren't you the one acting like a Yandera?" Xia Chen retorted unexpectedly, nearly provoking Xia Chen to lose her composure. "I was merely playing with you, pretending. When have I ever acted oddly in front of others?" "Well, it doesn't seem like you were pretending. You even threatened me to wear a dress for you. Is that something a normal person would do?" "That is only because." "Xiao Chen, you look good in a dress." Xia Chen, speechless, ended the call, knowing that further inquiries would yield no fruitful insights. Moreover, bringing up the dress incident seemed to agitate Xia Chen once again. Continuing the conversation might lead her to speak in a more unsettling manner, reminiscent of a Yandera. Perhaps it would be best for me to contemplate how to apologize to Luo Qingxue on my own. At Mingzhou University, Luo Qingxue was preoccupied with the commencement of the academic year. Seated across from her was Lin Xian, her newly appointed counselor, who had recently graduated from university and was merely 24 years old, 3 years her junior, with a mindset still akin to that of a child. She had a particular penchant for gossip. Upon seeing Luo Qingxue arrive, Lin Xian immediately set aside her work and inquired, "Qingxue, during today's registration, there was a particularly handsome boy in our class. He is bound to be the campus heartthrob." Luo Qingxue remained engrossed in her work. offering a curt acknowledgement that dampened Lin Xian's enthusiasm for gossip. Qingxue, if you're disinterested in boys your age, how come you're also uninterested in a younger brother? Are you truly planning to remain single for a lifetime? Hearing this, Luo Qingxue could not help but curl her lip. Why are you even more concerned about my dating life than my parents? You're already 27. Approaching 30 without ever having dated. Aren't you anxious? Lin Xian's concern was akin to that of a mother, and after her remark, she proceeded to show Luo Qingxue a picture of the handsome boy she had encountered while welcoming new students. Behold this young man. He is indeed quite handsome. I suspect you, with your aloof demeanor, would be fond of such a charming young lad. Initially, Luo Qingxue intended merely to cast a cursory glance, as Lin Xian often finds any male with a modicum of attractiveness to be appealing. However, upon viewing the photograph, Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. She did not anticipate it to be Xia Chen. Lin Xian, noticing Luo Qingxue's hesitation, exclaimed with excitement, I told you that you would like him. You truly have a penchant for these younger boys. Not at all, Luo Qingxue replied. He is merely 18, 9 years my junior. When I was preparing for my university entrance exams, he was still in kindergarten, crying for his mother. But you were clearly mesmerized just now. I saw it. That was simply because I have taught him before. Chapter 4. The mutual confusion of two individuals in the living room of their rented apartment. Xia Chen sat contemplating how to apologize to Luo Qingxue. He searched online, but the results were filled with utterly useless drivel. For instance, make the girl believe you empathize with her grievances. Would Luo Qingxue feel wronged? Clearly not. She would likely respond with a couple of sharp slaps. Disregarding the search, Xia Chen realized it was all nonsense, something only a fool like Yang Wei would believe. He closed the browser and propped his head on his hand, reminiscing about how he had apologized to Xia Yushi in the past. Xia Yushi had a fondness for milk tea, whenever Xia Chen sought to cheer her up. A cup of milk tea and a few hours of his attention would suffice to soothe her. However, he was unaware of Luo Qingxue's preferences. Blindly offering gifts could backfire and further displease her. What was he to do? Xia Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation when suddenly, inspiration struck him. By examining her social media posts, he might discern her likes and dislikes. He promptly opened their class group chat, where all his teachers were present, and soon located Luo Qingxue's WeChat profile. Upon clicking on her avatar, he was dismayed to find friends moments are visible only to friends. Perhaps he could attempt to add her as a friend. After all, they were roommates, and that should pose no issue. Xia Chen clicked to send a friend request, only to be met with a prompt that read, the other party has declined your friend request. Clearly, she had activated an automatic rejection for friend requests. Well then, this was a complete disaster. Xia Chen rubbed his temples, pondering if there were any alternative solutions, especially since he was to share a room with Luo Qingxue that night. If he failed to win her forgiveness, he would not dare to sleep, fearing an unexpected knife in the night. Perhaps he should just sleep on the street. A park bench seemed rather appealing. As he pondered these matters, whether due to mental fatigue or the exhaustion from traveling, Xia Chen dozed off with his head resting on the table. When Luo Qingxue returned in the evening and opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Xia Chen soundly asleep, sprawled over the table. Looking at him, she tilted her head in confusion. Why does this little fellow choose to sleep here instead of in bed? Does he possess some peculiar preference? She approached Xia Chen and took a seat beside him, scrutinizing her unexpected roommate. Since her arrival in Jingzhou from Luo Qingxue, she has resided in this elegantly furnished 2-bedroom apartment, never contemplating sharing it, for she is financially secure. Had it not been for her esteemed mentor, Jiang Xinyue, requesting her to look after Xia Chen, she would never have entertained the idea of cohabitation. Observing the peacefully slumbering Xia Chen, Luo Qingxue amused to herself. This young fellow possesses a certain charm. No wonder Lin Xian took the trouble to introduce him to her. Suddenly, Xia Chen's phone erupted with the sound of an alarm, stirring him from his daze. How did I fall asleep? He murmured in a haze, immediately rubbing his head in an attempt to awaken fully. He had set this alarm earlier that afternoon as a reminder for when Luo Qingxue returned from work. Luo Qingxue would be home soon. He needed to devise a way to apologize to her. As he rubbed his head, his hand accidentally brushed against a cool, pleasant object. A sensation so delicate and tender that he instinctively squeezed it. In the next instant, he realized something was amiss. This was not his phone. He turned abruptly, only to be met with a shocking revelation. He was gripping Luo Qingxue's arm, and had even pinched it. What was the difference between this and touching a tiger's backside? Xia Chen swiftly withdrew his hand, leaping from the chair, eyes wide with terror as he stared at Luo Qingxue. When did you return? He stammered. Not long ago. She replied calmly, in stark contrast to Xia Chen's frantic reaction. His mind was in a tumult, with one part urging him to flee and the other compelled to inquire further. Ultimately, his instinct for survival prevailed. He bowed deeply to Luo Qingxue, expressing his apology in what he believed to be the most sincere manner. Teacher Luo, I am truly sorry for my indiscretion earlier today. Luo Qingxue, taken aback by this sudden apology, momentarily faltered in her composed demeanor. You need not apologize. I am not angry. Huh. Xia Chen felt perplexed, lifting his gaze to meet Luo Qingxue's indifferent stare. At that moment, he promptly lowered his head once more, continuing his gesture of contrition. Luo Qingxue regarded Xia Chen's actions with confusion. Am I really that frightening? Why do you seem so apprehensive around me? Are you not aware of your own intimidating presence? Xia Chen silently mused, while outwardly he vehemently denied. No, not at all. Then why do you persist in bowing your head? I made a mistake and am now apologizing to you. Unable to suppress a smile, Luo Qingxue remarked, You truly are a child. Your apology resembles that of a young one, but your earnestness is commendable. You are quite the obedient child. Very well, I shall allow you to raise your head now. Okay. Xia Chen obediently lifted his head. Luo Qingxue leaned back in her chair, raising her right leg. Xia Chen, thinking she was about to kick him, instinctively took a step back. Upon observing Luo Qingxue merely resting her right leg upon her left, he realized it had all been a false alarm. However, this left Luo Qingxue in a state of perplexity. She could not fathom why Xia Chen appeared so fearful of her. When she inquired, Xia Chen remained reticent, which struck her as peculiar. Logically, they were not well acquainted. During the single semester when she substituted at the high school, they had scarcely exchanged words. Noticing the calm demeanor of Luo Qingxue, Xia Chen hesitated to speak, merely gazing at her, prompting him to softly ask, Luo Laosher, are you truly not angry? Not at all, she replied. Did you not hear what I said during my phone call at noon? I did. At this revelation, Xia Chen felt a wave of dismay wash over him, but Luo Qingxue's subsequent words rekindled his spirits. However, you were evidently a bit dazed from the heat. So I did not take it to heart. You need not concern yourself. In truth, Xia Chen's utterances were inconsequential to Luo Qingxue, having lived a considerable number of years. Anyone could expect to be gossiped about, especially someone as strikingly beautiful and aloof as she. Upon hearing Luo Qingxue's response, Xia Chen's anxiousness diminished significantly. Thank you, Luo Laosher, for your understanding. Luo Qingxue offered no reply, but stood and made her way to the study. I still have some work to finish, so I will be in the study for a while. You might take this opportunity to shower. You have a class meeting at school this evening. All right. Xia Chen remained rooted in place, watching as Luo Qingxue entered the study, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Why was Luo Qingxue so different from before? Could it be that she suffered from dissociative identity disorder? Chapter 5. The Silken Feet. Such a notion seemed far-fetched. Xia Chen shook his head, dismissing the idea. Dissociative identity disorder was a ludicrous concept relegated to the realm of fiction. This was reality, after all. Since Luo Qingxue claimed she was not angry, Xia Chen felt somewhat reassured. After all, she was a professor and would not be capricious with her words. It would be prudent to take a shower and compose himself, as the day's influx of information had been rather overwhelming. After a little over 10 minutes, Xia Chen emerged from the bathroom, having changed into fresh attire. As he pulled open the glass sliding door, he was startled to find Luo Qingxue standing at the entrance, causing him to lean back in surprise. Luo Qingxue watched Xia Chen's reaction, having grown accustomed to it. While she still did not understand why he held her in such trepidation, she refrained from probing further. Appreciating that his apprehension had its advantages, he was more inclined to heed her words, thereby facilitating her task assigned by Jiang Xinyue to oversee Xia Chen. Are you ready? I need to wash my face before taking you to school. I'm ready, but I can take a taxi myself. You need not trouble yourself, Luo Laosher. Xia Chen was hesitant to accept her offer. I am heading to the school cafeteria for dinner. Just wait for me at the entrance, and I shall be quick. With that, Luo Qingxue entered the bathroom, leaving the door ajar as she fetched a towel to wash her face and prepare her hair. Xia Chen felt compelled to comply, so he went to wait at the front door. How could she move without a sound? She always seemed to appear out of nowhere, whether behind him or in front. As Xia Chen was changing clothes in the bathroom, he heard no sound, which ignited his curiosity about how Luo Qingxue managed such silence. After a brief moment, he discovered the reason. Luo Qingxue was walking barefoot inside the room, thus making no noise at all. Standing at the door, he caught a glimpse of Luo Qingxue at the washstand. She was clad in a flowing white dress, the sheer fabric concealing her thighs while elegantly revealing her slender calves. Her delicate, porcelain-like feet were bare against the tiled floor, their pristine whiteness tinged with a hint of soft pink, resembling a work of art. When Luo Qingxue lifted her head, she caught sight of Xia Chen, who was momentarily entranced at the door. What could he possibly be staring at so intently? Is there something fascinating about my back? Curious, she surmised through the mirror's reflection that he might be admiring her feet. To confirm her suspicion, Luo Qingxue slightly raised her right foot, showcasing the pink underside, and shifted it inward. Xia Chen's gaze indeed followed suit. Ah, he truly is looking at my feet. A subtle smile graced Luo Qingxue's lips as she mused. He is clearly afraid of me, yet cannot help but sneak a glance. How amusing, a little lecher. Once she verified that Xia Chen was indeed fixated on her feet, Luo Qingxue took a hair tie and gathered her lustrous black hair into a ponytail before stepping out. Upon seeing her emerge from the bathroom, Xia Chen quickly averted his gaze, shifting aside slightly. At the entrance, Luo Qingxue placed her daytime sneakers to the side and retrieved a pair of low-heeled, white crystal shoes from the cabinet. Her exposed pink toes complemented the shoe's sparkling crystal embellishments, enhancing their allure. Xia Chen stole a couple of glances, and despite his carefulness, Luo Qingxue noticed his subtle actions but chose not to comment. How intriguing. This little fellow indeed enjoys observing my feet. As they made their way to school, an air of silence enveloped them until Luo Qingxue parked the car beside the central corridor of the campus. She then inquired, "Which canteen would you prefer for dinner?" Teacher Luo, you decide. I'm not very familiar with the campus, Xia Chen replied, unlike the time during lunch when he was merely nervous. Now he genuinely found himself at a loss. There were 6 canteens at Mingzhou University, and he had no idea what distinguished one from another. Seeing the choice returned to her, Luo Qingxue was not one to hesitate. She was straightforward. Let us go to the 3rd canteen. It tends to be less crowded. All right. On their way to the canteen, Xia Chen received a message from Yang Wei, inviting him to join his roommates at the 1st canteen. Xia Chen was tempted, as dining with acquaintances allowed for casual banter and camaraderie. However, he had to decline, for regardless of his apprehensions regarding Luo Qingxue, he had already committed to dining with her. How could he suddenly change his mind? You all go ahead. I'll be dining with my roommate. What the hell? Your roommate isn't a beauty, is she? Otherwise, why would you ditch your brothers? Idiot. I'm already eating, so buzz off. Xia Chen was bewildered by Yang Wei's uncanny ability to predict outcomes, unsure whether it stemmed from fortune-telling or mere intuition. Regrettably, his beautiful roommate possessed not only charm, but also an air of intimidation. Do not gaze at your phone while walking, Luo Qingxue suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen promptly stowed his phone away. Oh, Xia Chen's compliance caught Luo Qingxue by surprise. She thought her tone had been rather neutral, devoid of any reprimand. After walking for a while, they entered the 3rd cafeteria. The moment Xia Chen stepped inside, he recognized that the opulent dining hall featured in the school's promotional video was indeed this one. The decor and variety of food were akin to that of a 5-star hotel, yet the place was sparsely populated, primarily filled with freshmen like himself. Upon glancing at the prices, Xia Chen quickly understood the lack of patrons. A bowl of fried rice was priced at 15 yuan. Aside from the affluent, he couldn't fathom who would frequent such a place regularly. Fortunately, with a monthly allowance exceeding 3,000 yuan and no rent to pay, he could occasionally indulge in such extravagance. Xia Chen ordered a serving of fried rice, while Luo Qingxue opted for a bowl of cold noodles. They settled into a quiet corner and dined in silence, although they attracted several curious glances. Groups of girls would momentarily linger their gazes on Xia Chen. With his fair complexion, chiseled features, and slender physique, he conformed to the aesthetic preferences of many. However, upon noticing Luo Qingxue seated beside him, their confidence waned, and any desire to obtain his contact information dissipated. Similarly, numerous boys cast glances at Luo Qingxue, yet none dared to approach her. Xia Chen had initially paid little mind to the stares until a boy approached, seemingly intent on sitting beside Luo Qingxue to strike up a conversation. In an instant, Luo Qingxue shot the boy a frosty glance, causing him to reconsider and flee in haste. Xia Chen could not help but marvel at the audacity of those who would dare to flirt with Luo Qingxue. After dinner, the pair departed the cafeteria together. Once outside, Luo Qingxue instructed, "I will wait for you in the car. Come join me after your class." Xia Chen replied, "Luo, perhaps you should return and rest. I can manage on my own." He hesitated, torn between the fear of Luo Qingxue and the uncertainty of how long the class meeting would last, not wanting her to wait excessively. However, Luo Qingxue, already moving ahead, dismissed his suggestion. "I will wait for you as promised. Just do not delay too long after class." Without affording him a chance to object, she gradually walked away. What a formidable woman, Xia Chen mused, sighing inwardly before heading to the classroom for their finance class. After a brief wait, most of the students arrived, and the gender ratio in their class was relatively balanced, devoid of any extreme discrepancies. When Yang Wei and his 3 roommates entered, they took seats next to Xia Chen. As soon as Yang Wei arrived, he bombarded Xia Chen's roommate with various inquiries. But Xia Chen skillfully deflected all of them, leaving Yang Wei with no answers. Instead, Yang Wei's roommate, Lu Yangbing, suddenly exclaimed to everyone, "Have you seen our English teacher's photo? She is absolutely stunning." His exaggeration, however, was met with disdain from the other two, Chen Jiming and Li Ming. "Absolutely stunning? Come on, that's like saying a primary school kid is gorgeous. How good can she really look? Why don't you search for Luo Qingxue's name on the school website? Her official photo is breathtaking." Within moments, all 3 were gasping in astonishment. "Wow, it's true. Her official photo is beautiful. She must look even better in person." It is well known that official photos often have a way of presenting less than flattering images. In stark contrast to the excitement of the 3, Yang Wei and Xia Chen remained remarkably composed, even feeling a chill run down their spines. Noticing their lack of reaction, Chen Jiming curiously inquired, "Why are you two so unfazed?" "Well, we've already seen her today, so we're not that excited," Xia Chen explained with a grin, and Yang Wei nodded vigorously in agreement. The psychological shadow left on the two by Luo Qingxue's semester of substitute teaching instilled a fear of discussing her in front of others, lest they invite repercussions. Just then, their counselor, Lin Xian, entered the classroom, and a hush fell over the room. Lin Xian approached the podium and announced, "The school requires that I record everyone's self-introduction shortly. There's no need to be too nervous. The school will simply keep it on file without anyone actually watching." Recently graduated, Lin Xian harbored a particular disdain for unnecessary small talk, swiftly glossing over mundane topics and diving straight into the introductions. According to student numbers, the first to present was a girl, with Xia Chen slated to be 5th. Just as Lin Xian prepared to record, a message from Luo Qingxue popped up on her phone. "Has the class started the introductions? What's happening? Share your screen. I'm bored and want to watch." Lin Xian was puzzled. It was unusual for Luo Qingxue, who typically showed little interest in others' affairs, to suddenly desire to witness her students' self-introductions. Moreover, if she wanted to watch, couldn't she just come to the classroom? It felt like a spur-of-the-moment decision. Despite her confusion, Lin Xian proceeded to share her screen. Luo Qingxue, seated in her car, watched the students' introductions as if she were enjoying a live broadcast. The first girl, Tao Susu, was bright and talkative, sharing details about her hometown, hobbies, and birthday. Luo Qingxue paid little attention to her. Next came a boy who clearly mimicked Tao Susu's style during his introduction. This made Luo Qingxue wonder if Xia Chen would also present himself in such a manner. Would he disclose all his personal information? Furrowing her brow, she recalled her promise to look after Xia Chen and resolved not to let him divulge too much of his privacy. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qingxue sent a message to Lin Xian. "You should advise them to keep their introductions less detailed. It will take too long otherwise." "That makes sense. But why are you so invested in today's class meeting?" Confronted with Lin Xian's inquiries, Luo Qingxue merely responded succinctly, "I fear your arm may tire from raising it, and you might then find an excuse to delegate some tasks to me." Hee, sometimes it's not merely an excuse. I genuinely lack the capability. Enough jesting. Let us proceed with the video recording. The class meeting continued, and when the next 2 students arrived, Luo Qingxue paid them no heed, casually placing her phone aside. It was not until Lin Xian's voice resonated again from the device. "Next, Xia Chen." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue picked up her phone once more, positioning it before her eyes to observe Xia Chen at the podium. "I wonder if this little fellow will stutter nervously during his introduction?" With her head propped on one hand, Luo Qingxue watched with keen interest. At the podium, Xia Chen stood straight, took a moment to compose himself, and began. My name is Xia Chen, hailing from Mingzhu City. I hope to receive your guidance. After completing his introduction, Xia Chen politely nodded and exited the stage. All within a mere 10 seconds. Uffed. Luo Qingxue, unable to stifle a laugh while seated in the car, mused. Was he so nervous that he spoke too briefly? Or was this his intention all along? Judging by Xia Chen's naturally relaxed demeanor, Luo Qingxue inclined towards the latter, yet it left her perplexed. Am I truly that intimidating? By the end of the day, she found herself growing somewhat insecure due to Xia Chen's demeanor. Taking out a mirror, she scrutinized her reflection, unable to discern any signs of ferocity. After all, she had merely glared at a boy who attempted to flirt with her in the cafeteria. She had not even glared at Xia Chen. Meanwhile, in the classroom, after returning to his seat, Yang Wei addressed Xia Chen. Your self-introduction was far too brief. Don't you think? You could have said a bit more. Why bother? I noticed several girls from our class were watching you. If you had shared your hobbies or interests, you might have gained preferential treatment in terms of romantic prospects. Xia Chen chuckled lightly. I have no interest in romance. Why not? Do you believe the chances of college relationships leading to marriage are significant? Rather than squandering time and energy on such pursuits, it is wiser to focus on other endeavors. Hiss, that seems quite reasonable. Once the self-introduction concluded, Lin Xin proceeded to select class leaders and began distributing military training uniforms. Upon receiving his uniform, Xia Chen prepared to leave, but Yang Wei quickly called out to him. Xia Chen, why are you in such a hurry? Are you joining us for a late-night snack? We should go together. Tomorrow's military training leaves us no time. I have other matters to attend to. I shall not be joining you. Xia Chen replied, already maneuvering through the crowd, disappearing from sight. Yang Wei raised an eyebrow in confusion. What could he possibly be busy with? Did he not claim to be uninterested in romance? What could be more important than brotherhood? Chapter 7. The goddess of cars on a Kinishan clutching his military training uniform, Xia Chen sprinted out of the teaching building, racing towards the parking spot where Luo Qingxue awaited. Within a minute, he reached the passenger side, flung open the door, and slid into the seat, panting heavily. Why the rush? Is someone after you? Seeing Xia Chen's breathless state, Luo Qingxue speculated that someone might be threatening him and contemplated stepping out to confront the individual. No, not at all. Xia Chen gasped between breaths. It's just that you advised me not to dawdle after class, right? He was running in haste, fearing that Luo Qingxue might think he was wasting time. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes in silence, saying, I merely advised you not to waste too much time. But I did not instruct you to rush so frantically. Oh, right. My apologies, I understand now. I will certainly be more mindful next time. Xia Chen panted while apologizing to Luo Qingxue. This reaction only caused Luo Qingxue to furrow her brow, asking, why are you always so tense around me? I do not recall having scolded, struck, or been harsh with you. After taking a deep breath, Xia Chen explained, that's because you are my teacher, and you hold authority over me as your student. Luo Qingxue clearly found this answer unconvincing. It was odd for a student to fear a teacher to such an extent, especially at the university level. Noticing Xia Chen's continued trepidation, she realized that inquiring further would be futile, thus driving toward the apartment. Initially, she thought his fear was beneficial, as it made him obedient. However, now it was evident that his fear had escalated to an uncomfortable level, bordering on terror. Her esteemed mentor, Jiang Xinhua, had entrusted her with the care of her son for a semester, and now he was left feeling paranoid. How could she explain that at the year's end? With this thought, Luo Qingxue felt a headache coming on, as she was not particularly adept at social interactions, especially with a male student like Xia Chen. The car remained silent, and after a brief respite, Xia Chen's breathing steadied. He unwrapped his military training uniform, examined it, and could not help but comment softly. This 100 yuan military uniform is of such poor quality, it feels less comfortable than the rags at home. Luo Qingxue glanced at the uniform in his hands, but said nothing. Once inside, Xia Chen washed his clothes and then retreated to his bedroom to rest. Luo Qingxue changed into her nightgown and emerged from her room to drink some water. On her way back, she noticed the military uniform draped over a chair and paused. After a moment's hesitation, she approached it, picked it up, and felt the fabric. Just as Xia Chen had said, the quality was indeed subpar, rough to the touch, and would be quite uncomfortable to wear. She would even reject such clothing if it were offered to her as a cleaning rag. After inspecting the uniform for a while, Luo Qingxue headed to the bathroom. The following morning, Xia Chen was still fast asleep, having turned off his alarm clock without a second thought. Simultaneously, Luo Qingxue lay in her bedroom, cocooned in her blankets. After a while, as if jolted by some unseen force, she sat up in alarm. Oh no! What time is it? She quickly grabbed her phone from the bedside. And upon seeing that it was already 7:10, she tossed aside her nightgown onto the bed, dressed, and hurried out the door. Noticing that Xia Chen's bedroom door remained tightly shut, she knocked urgently. Xia Chen, wake up. We're going to be late. However, there was no response from within. Unable to wait any longer, she opened the door and yanked Xia Chen into a sitting position, exclaiming, "Wake up. Stop sleeping." Her urgency imbued her tone with a degree of seriousness, bordering on command. As the drowsy Xia Chen opened his eyes and saw Luo Qingxue, he instantly became alert, startled enough to spring up from the bed. "How did you get in here?" At this moment, Luo Qingxue paid no heed to Xia Chen's panic. Upon seeing him awake, she left the bedroom to freshen up and said, "You should change your clothes and get out of bed quickly. It's already past 7. And you're going to be late." Xia Chen, still shaken, after watching Luo Qingxue exit, frantically checked his body, relieved to find all his limbs intact and no injuries. "That scared me to death. I thought she barged in to take revenge on me." However, he quickly regained his senses, realizing that if he were late for military training, it would be disastrous. He hurriedly got out of bed, intending to retrieve his military uniform, which he had carelessly tossed onto a chair in the living room. As he approached, he noticed that the uniform had been removed from its packaging and neatly hung on the chair back. When he touched it, the rough texture was gone, replaced by a soft smoothness, and it exuded a faint fragrance. "What is going on? Did I sleepwalk and wash it myself last night?" Xia Chen found his own thought absurd. How could it possibly dry overnight? The only other person in the room was Luo Qingxue. Just then, Luo Qingxue emerged from the bathroom, noticing Xia Chen still in his casual clothes, and urged him, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and change your clothes." "Oh," Xia Chen quickly responded, but could not help voicing his confusion. "Teacher Luo, did you wash my military uniform last night?" "Yes. I washed it with fabric softener and then put it in the dryer," she replied, her words rapid, leaving Xia Chen no time to linger. He promptly returned to his room to change into the uniform, washed his face, and then followed Luo Qingxue downstairs. By the time they set off, it was already 7:20, and with only 10 minutes until the 7:30 assembly on the playground, Xia Chen felt certain he would be late. However, he was about to witness the prowess of a female driver. Luo Qingxue drove with remarkable skill, overtaking cars on the road and maintaining speed through traffic lights, accelerating with determination. Suddenly, a car emerged from a side street, prompting Luo Qingxue to react swiftly, slamming on the brakes, causing both of them to lurch forward due to inertia. This was Xia Chen's first real appreciation for the importance of seatbelts. Then, with a deft turn of the steering wheel, Luo Qingxue accelerated again. Ultimately, at 7:28, she delivered Xia Chen to the entrance of the playground. "You've arrived. You can go now, there is still time." "Oh." Xia Chen exited the car, his legs trembling. This journey was one he would never forget, compared to the roller coaster ride. Luo Qingxue's driving felt like a gentle amusement ride. As he closed the car door and turned to enter the playground, Luo Qingxue rolled down the passenger window and called out, "You can't train on an empty stomach. I'll bring you food during the break at 9:30. So don't wander off." Xia Chen nodded, and just before Luo Qingxue rolled up the window, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Luo." This tone of thanks felt entirely ordinary, devoid of the tension and fear from the previous day, causing Luo Qingxue to hesitate for a moment. After rolling up the car window, Luo Qingxue drove away. Xia Chen hurried toward the center of the playground, where their financial class 4 was assembled. Just a few steps into his journey, Yang Wei and Chun Jiming caught up with him, inquiring, "Whose car was that? Is your roommate a teacher at our school?" Chun Jiming, glancing back at the departing white vehicle, remarked, "An Audi A6, worth over 600,000. Quite the affluent individual." "Well, you are not far from the truth," Xia Chen replied, uncertain how to explain the situation. "Your roommate is indeed a teacher at our school. No wonder you had to accompany him for dinner last night. It turns out he summoned you." Yang Wei naturally assumed Xia Chen's roommate was a male teacher. After all, cohabitation between genders existed primarily in novels and television dramas, rarely in reality. Before Yang Wei could ask further questions, Xia Chen interrupted, You two should finish your buns before the instructor sees you. You might end up with a punishment. By the way, did you have breakfast? No, I woke up late and didn't have time. Aren't you worried about fainting during military training later? Don't worry, I will be fine. The trio hurried to their assembly point, nearly arriving late and facing penalties. After a lengthy lecture, they embarked on the quintessential university activity, standing at attention. Standing still was not particularly daunting, but the scorching 30-degree heat under the blazing sun rendered it a daunting task. At that moment, Xia Chen regretted not attending a university in the north, where the weather was undoubtedly milder than that of Jingzhou. After standing for over an hour, when the break finally arrived, most students collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Xia Chen, feeling faint from hunger, could barely lift his head, his limbs feeling weak as he slumped on the ground, his bangs damp with sweat clinging to his forehead. Hey Lao Xia, I told you so. Training without breakfast is tantamount to courting disaster. Take a breather. We still have another 2 hours of standing ahead. You might just keel over, Yang Wei sighed. He wished he could offer Xia Chen something to eat, but food was prohibited during military training. And he had nothing on him. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Jiming suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, it looks like Tao Susu and her friends secretly brought food. How did they manage that?" "The military training uniforms have no pockets," Yang Wei questioned. "They brought a bag. They must have stashed the food inside." "Impressive," Yang Wei remarked. Turning to the listless Xia Chen, "Lao Xia, why not go and scrounge some? With your looks, I'm sure you could manage. Please. A gentleman does not partake in unsolicited offerings. I would never beg for food. Besides, someone will bring me something to eat later." Xia Chen's words were resolute, but his tone was nearly lifeless. "Come on, you're practically on your last legs, and yet you speak of being a gentleman. Who will bring you food? You seem to be suffering just to save face." Xia Chen couldn't help but glance at Yang Wei. "A beautiful girl will be bringing me food later." "Beautiful girl? I think you're just hallucinating from hunger. What if it really happens? If a beautiful woman brings you food, I would rather eat dirt on the spot." "Huh. If you want to eat, just say it outright. There's no need to use me as an excuse." After chatting for a while, Yang Wei suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my. Chen Jiming actually went to ask for food. This is embarrassing." Xia Chen, struggling to lift his head, glanced over at Tao Susu and the other girls. He saw that the foolish Chen Jiming was already engaged in conversation with 3 girls. Moments later, one of the girls, named Lu Yuding, who had an attractive appearance, suddenly stood up and approached Xia Chen. "Xia Chen, Chen Jiming said you haven't had breakfast. Let us exchange contact information, and I'll give you a piece of bread. What do you think?" This statement left Yang Wei and several other boys nearby dumbfounded. A beautiful girl proactively offering food and asking for contact information is something no man would refuse. Even Lu Yuding believed that her looks could easily place her among the top 10 in school. She thought Xia Chen would happily agree to her request. However, no one expected Xia Chen to simply shake his head. Yang Wei was astonished, shaking Xia Chen to confirm whether he had lost his mind from hunger. "Are you really rejecting this? Have you gone mad?" Lu Yuding, surprised by the rejection, stubbornly asked again, "Are you sure you don't want it?" Xia Chen continued to shake his head. He was too exhausted to engage in further conversation or explanation. After being turned down twice, Lu Yuding felt embarrassed and a surge of resentment towards Xia Chen arose within her. Who does he think he is, rejecting my offer of food? Even if he regrets it later and comes looking for me, I want to agree. Just as Lu Yuding prepared to leave, she was suddenly drawn to the commotion around the playground. Amidst the crowd's noise, she heard a chorus of unified exclamations. "So beautiful. I'm stunned. Goddess of a teacher." The atmosphere, with hundreds or thousands of people gasping in awe, resembled that of a celebrity suddenly appearing on the playground, drawing attention. Xia Chen, weakly lifting his head, quickly followed the crowd's gaze to locate the source of the commotion. He saw an exceptionally lovely, tall woman entering through the playground's entrance. Walking toward Class 4 of Finance. Dressed in a white gauzy dress, she stood out dramatically among the army green first-year students. Her exquisite face and fair skin captivated the crowd while exuding an air of aloofness, creating a sense of beauty that was both alluring and untouchable. As this enchanting lady walked by, the gasps and excitement diminished significantly. Everyone was curious about which lucky person this ethereal professor had come to find. Upon recognizing her, Yang Wei was both astonished and somewhat fearful, unable to look directly, but sneaking glances instead. When he realized that Luo Qingxue was approaching their direction, he couldn't help but recall Xia Chen's earlier remark about someone bringing food. No way. Upon seeing Luo Qingxue walk toward him, Xia Chen felt a surge of joy within. Yet, recalling the terrifying visage of Luo Qingxue from before, Xia Chen still dared not raise his hand in greeting. Merely observing her, Luo Qingxue did not immediately approach Xia Chen. Instead, she made her way toward their instructor, engaging in a brief conversation. Upon witnessing this, Yang Wei exhaled a sigh of relief, pondering that perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding remained somewhat perplexed, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Luo Qingxue. Before she could fully collect her thoughts, Luo Qingxue had already arrived at Xia Chen's side. As soon as Lu Yuding regained her composure, she noticed Luo Qingxue extending her hand to assist the somewhat dizzy Xia Chen to his feet. Let us go. Chapter 9. A misunderstanding appears. Yet combat strength remains impressive at the moment Luo Qingxue pulled him up. Xia Chen was enveloped in darkness. He had not consumed a drop of water since morning, had been standing for an extended period, and, having sweated profusely, felt utterly drained. After sitting for a while, the sudden exertion of standing left him feeling faint. He staggered unsteadily, teetering on the brink of collapse. Be careful. Luo Qingxue swiftly steadied him with both hands, preventing his fall. Xia Chen blinked forcefully, gradually regaining his vision. Gazing at Luo Qingxue, who supported him, he found himself devoid of the strength to feel anxious or fearful, merely whispering his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Luo. I'll help you walk. Let us not risk a fall. Luo Qingxue guided Xia Chen toward the exit of the training field. Xia Chen lacked the strength to lift his gaze elsewhere, yet his ears remained attuned to the cacophony surrounding him. Amidst the clamor, voices clamored, proclaiming sentiments akin to "Why should I not partake?" One might mistakenly assume a celebrity was inviting him to dinner. At that moment, the students of Class 4 in finance were abuzz with chatter. Lu Yuding felt a twinge of embarrassment, her lips curling into a hesitant smile, as she felt her pride slightly bruised and somewhat humiliated. Yang Wei, on the other hand, had his mouth agape, as if he could swallow an egg whole. Hey, Lao Yang, what's wrong? Are you trying to catch flies? Shut up. Yang Wei retorted at Lu Yangbing, then quickly closed his mouth, a look of concern crossing his face. I'm a bit worried about whether Xia Chen will make it back alive. Huh, why is that? You wouldn't understand. It would take too long to explain. Although Yang Wei lacked emotional intelligence, his intellect was intact. He would never speak ill of Luo Qingxue in front of others. A foolish act akin to seeking trouble. Yet, he found himself contemplating whether he should call for an ambulance to assist Xia Chen preemptively. Just as he hesitated, the assembly whistle suddenly blew, prompting Yang Wei to rise promptly and join the gathering, silently praying for his dear brother. Old Xia, travel safely. I will ensure your gaming account is inherited. Meanwhile, Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue had exited the training field, and Xia Chen's vision had largely returned. He quickly extricated himself from Luo Qingxue's assistance. What's wrong? Luo Qingxue assumed something was amiss with him. It's nothing. I can walk on my own now. Xia Chen's voice remained rather subdued, yet from his nervous stammering, Luo Qingxue sensed his aversion and fear towards her. Wasn't he perfectly fine when she dropped him off at school in the morning? Why the sudden trepidation? Although she found it perplexing. Noticing that Xia Chen appeared somewhat dizzy from hunger, she refrained from inquiring further and led him directly to the third cafeteria, where she purchased a portion of soup dumplings and a cup of soy milk. Take your time eating. I've already spoken to your instructor, so being late to assemble is not an issue. Oh, thank you, teacher. Luo Qingxue let out a soft sigh, responding, You don't need to thank me for every single remark. Oh, after Xia Chen acknowledged her, he opened the lid of the soy milk, intending to sip it slowly and gracefully. However, his overwhelming thirst and hunger transformed his approach the moment the sweet soy milk touched his lips. It was as if he had encountered a refreshing rain after a prolonged drought, and he drained the cup in less than 3 seconds. Subsequently, he reached for the chopsticks to eat the soup dumplings, but was halted by Luo Qingxue's voice. Wait a moment. Her tone was somewhat cool yet melodious, reminiscent of a refined elder sister. However, Xia Chen's internal biases against her gave her words an undertone of icy command. When she instructed him to wait, he immediately ceased his movements, hesitant to touch the chopsticks, just as he wondered if his earlier consumption of soy milk had been too crude and displeased Luo Qingxue. She retrieved a tissue from her bag and gently wiped the remnants of soy milk from the corners of his mouth and his neck. You really behave like a child. Drinking soy milk and forgetting to keep your neck clean, she thought to herself. After tidying his mouth, she noticed his damp hair, disheveled by perspiration, and took out her handkerchief. Xia Chen, observing her actions, guessed her intentions and shook his head in refusal. Teacher Luo, there's no need to dry my hair. TSK. Luo Qingxue frowned slightly, stating, don't move. Instantly, Xia Chen froze, allowing her to reach over and dry his wet hair, meticulously arranging it. Luo Qingxue had a distaste for disorder and messiness. Seeing Xia Chen's unkempt hair ignited a desire within her to help him tidy up. All done. As she retracted the handkerchief, she looked at Xia Chen, now refreshed and youthful, and her mood brightened, a smile gracing her lips. You look much more comfortable like this. After her brief smile, her expression returned to calm as she stood and addressed him. You enjoy your soup dumplings. I will fetch you another cup of soy milk. Xia Chen nodded, watching her retreating figure, murmuring to himself, did Luo Qingxue just smile? Or am I mistaken? This was the first time Luo Qingxue had shown a smile in front of Xia Chen, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Shortly after purchasing another cup of soy milk, Luo Qingxue returned and sat down across from Xia Chen once more. Initially, he continued to consume the soup dumplings. But soon he felt somewhat uneasy about eating. Teacher Luo, why do you keep staring at me? There is hardly anyone else here. Should I instead fixate on the cafeteria lady? Luo Qingxue spoke in a calm manner, leaving Xia Chen at a loss for words, compelling him to focus on consuming his soup dumplings. He contemplated expressing that looking at his phone was also an option, yet he hesitated to confront Luo Qingxue directly. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue was curious as to why Xia Chen seemed intimidated by her. After all, she considered herself merely a bit aloof, not truly fearsome. On another note, she simply wished to observe him. Hey, this little creature is rather amusing while eating, akin to a small hamster. I wonder if feeding him would be similar. As Xia Chen reached the last 4 dumplings, he found himself in an awkward predicament. Nevertheless, he completed his meal without incident and, after parting ways with Luo Qingxue, returned to the playground alone, finding that his earlier fears had not materialized. Upon reporting to the instructor, Xia Chen rejoined his group. Yang Wei, astonished to see Xia Chen return unscathed and in high spirits, bombarded him with questions. Old Xia, you actually came back? What did Luo Qingxue want? Surely she didn't take you for breakfast. While Yang Wei's incessant inquiries continued, the instructor swiftly reprimanded him. You in the back, who permitted you to whisper? Get out and run 10 laps. Frustrated, Yang Wei had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Xia Chen stood at attention, reflecting on the events of the day. Luo Qingxue seemed different from his initial imaginings. She was not the terrifying, peculiar figure depicted in the high school rumors, but rather a woman of notable coolness. Perhaps I misjudged Teacher Luo, he mused. Yet the image of Luo Qingxue striking a man at the intersection sent a shiver down his spine. At the very least, her combat prowess was no mere rumor. She could indeed strike with lethal force. It would be wise to avoid provoking her anger and to tread carefully. Chapter 10. The cold and serene professor. Since the first day of military training, when Xia Chen was taken away by Luo Qingxue before the watchful eyes of his peers, he had become a topic of considerable discussion within the school's gossip circles. The envious speculated that he must have committed some wrongdoing to warrant her attention. Others hinted at a closer relationship between the two. There were even some dim-witted individuals who suggested they were mother and son. Amidst the swirling rumors, neither Xia Chen nor Luo Qingxue chose to respond. As anticipated, after 5 or 6 days of intense speculation, the fervor surrounding the incident began to wane. Aside from occasional mentions in Yang Wei's dormitory, the topic was largely forgotten. Military training continued on Sunday, and it remained unclear which new student had prayed so fervently for rain that the Dragon King of Donghai responded. Just as the afternoon training session was about to commence, a torrential downpour erupted, resulting in the cancellation of the exercise. Xia Chen, having forgotten his umbrella, returned to the dormitory with Yang Wei and the others. Upon entering the dorm adorned with the insignia of their less-than-bright club, he was met with 6 pairs of scrutinizing eyes, causing him to feel a sudden chill. Lu Yang quickly brought over a chair, ordering Xia Chen to sit down, and began the interrogation. Be honest. What is your relationship with our English teacher, Luo Qingxue? It's merely a teacher-student relationship. What else could it be? Xia Chen replied, feigning innocence. Nonsense. Chun Jiming grabbed a hanger, pointed it at Xia Chen's neck, and pressed. Then how does she know you skipped breakfast, and specifically took you to eat? Is that a coincidence? Coincidence? Xia Chen scoffed, pushing the hanger away from his neck, and calmly explained, Luo Qingxue just happened to be at the playground. then serendipitously noticed I hadn't eaten breakfast and was about to faint from hunger. By chance, she also needed to eat breakfast, so she brought me along. Upon finishing, the six exchanged glances, questioning each other. Do you believe it? They unanimously replied, no. Chen Jiming persisted. Do you believe what you just said? What's not to believe? Xia Chen stood up, stepping out of the circle of six, and confidently moved to the inner side of the dormitory, turning to commence his discourse. What I spoke of was a coincidence. A coincidence is something unexpected. Naturally, it may not sound entirely credible, but it is indeed a possibility. You cannot dismiss it so easily based on subjective judgment. That seems somewhat reasonable. The six, listening to Xia Chen, fell into contemplation. Seizing the moment, Xia Chen continued, transforming the interrogation into his oration. Some things only require your belief for them to become true. Therefore, you must trust what I say. Yet it still feels a bit absurd. While the others pondered, Xia Chen casually snatched the instant noodles prepared by Yang Wei on the table, munching as he spoke. What is absurd about this? If I claimed I lived with Luo Qingxue, now that would be absurd. That seems true. The six nodded in unison, utterly swayed by Xia Chen's argument. Suddenly, Yang Wei realized his noodles were gone. What the hell? You ate my noodles. Huh, was that yours? I had no idea. I thought someone was being kind and made them for me while I was speaking. Give it back. Wait, let me have one more bite. Eat your own. Yang Wei fought desperately to reclaim his noodles from Xia Chen, but only half remained. Soon, the dormitory returned to its usual state. The clattering of keyboards and various exclamations concerning each other's parents echoed throughout. Lu Yongbing began to fervently comment into the microphone. Damn. What an idiot. Picking a tumor right off the bat, gifting the first kill. At that moment, a girl in the game sweetly chimed in. Please stop arguing. Just focus on the game. We can win. Upon hearing a girl, Chen Jiming became ecstatic, urging Lu Yongbing. Old Lu, there's a girl, be civilized. For a moment, Lu Yongbing fell silent, and Xia Chen thought he too had been captivated by her. However, Lu Yongbing hesitated to check the stats, and then unleashed a torrent of criticism at the girl. You're at 210. You can just roll out. 666. Xia Chen internally admired. After one game, Yang Wei, usually verbose, appeared particularly subdued, while Lu Yongbing had exhausted himself with insults. Meanwhile, Chen Jiming added the girl from earlier as a friend and initiated a private chat. Sister, shall we team up? Sure, but don't call me sister, call me mom. Mom. Beside him, sipping water, Xia Chen observed as someone sprayed water everywhere in disbelief. What about your dignity? He exclaimed. Lu Yongbing, with a face full of disdain, retorted. What a disgrace. You treat a mediocre passerby like a treasure, calling them mommy. You've tarnished the reputation of our fellow students. What do you know? Perhaps I have encountered true love. Xia Chen chuckled, unable to restrain himself. You don't even know what they look like. They might just be a burly man. Then just delete and block them. Besides, if you want to see beauties, can't you just admire Luo Qingxue during English class? At this remark, Yang Wei shuddered and cautioned, I suggest you watch less. Why? No reason. Just that I advise you not to stare at her too long. It could lead to dreadful consequences. Ah. Chen Jiming was puzzled when Li Ming, who was absorbed in the world of anime, turned around and said, I feel that although Luo Qingxue is beautiful, she is rather aloof, with a piercing gaze. A fleeting glance is sufficient. It's impolite to stare. Lu Yongbing concurred. I encountered Luo Qingxue on the street the other day. She was indeed too distant, and I didn't dare approach her to greet. While everyone was discussing Luo Qingxue's cold demeanor, Chen Jiming voiced a differing opinion. Professor Luo possesses charm. If she gives you a glare, it means you have caught her attention, which is an honor. Xia Chen interjected. Are you even human? Li Ming added, 6. Yang Wei chimed in, a poet's grip. Lu Yongbing exclaimed, fool. Xia Chen spent the afternoon in Yang Wei's dormitory, even commandeering Chen Jiming's computer to play, only to face a system ban for a day due to his exploits. As evening fell and the rain ceased, Xia Chen received a message from Luo Qingxue. It's getting dark. Do you want me to pick you up? She inquired, recalling that she had driven him to school that morning. No need. I'll return by myself, he replied. Be careful on your way back. If it rains, find a place to shelter. I can come get you. Oh, thank you. Teacher Luo. No need to keep thanking me. You've expressed gratitude too much. Xia Chen stared at the message, momentarily at a loss for words. What should I say? Anything. Chapter 11. I thought this was water. Xia Chen pondered over the message, sinking into silence. He found himself unsure of how to respond to such open-endedness. After a brief hesitation, he hastily returned the computer to Chen Jiming. I'm heading back. You all enjoy. Is it that early? Aren't you joining us for dinner? No. With that, Xia Chen exited the dormitory, hastening toward the school gate. He sensed from Luo Qingxue's earlier reply that she might be feeling unwell, and he dared not take chances, thus he hurried back. After all, if Luo Qingxue were upset, the consequences could be quite severe. Meanwhile, in her apartment, Luo Qingxue had just hung up the phone, one hand pressed against her forehead as she reclined in a chair in her study, feeling vexed. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly shattered the silence of the room, making her open her eyes and sit up. How did he return so quickly? Isn't there a considerable distance from the school to here? Luo Qingxue was puzzled by the rapid return of Xia Chen. Yet she managed to suppress the frustration etched on her face, not wishing to reveal her discontent to him. He was already quite apprehensive around me. If I displayed any impatience, he might be too intimidated to even step inside. After adjusting her mood, Luo Qingxue opened the door, only to be surprised by the presence of Lin Xian outside. Holding 2 cups of milk tea, Lin Xian cheerfully offered one to Luo Qingxue, exclaiming, "Sister Luo, are you surprised?" Luo Qingxue, with a blank expression, offered no response, causing Lin Xian's smile to falter and the atmosphere to turn awkward. "Remember to take off your shoes when you come in," Luo Qingxue remarked, turning to enter the room. This reaction prompted Lin Xian to voice her disappointment. "I came to see you, and you couldn't at least show some reaction? It's quite disheartening." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue turned back, forcing a rather stiff and somewhat eerie smile. "Hee. Is this acceptable? Forget it, that is a bit scary." Lin Xian quickly waved her hands and handed the milk tea to Luo Qingxue. "Here you go. Take it." "I don't want it." "Take it back and enjoy it yourself." "Huh, what is wrong with you? Did your family call again?" Lin Xian had noticed Luo Qingxue abruptly hanging up on family calls at school, realizing there was some discord between her and her relatives. However, due to the crowded environment at school, she had refrained from probing further. Luo Qingxue responded coldly. "What kind of conflict are you having with them? You seem perpetually unhappy," Lin Xian inquired, following closely beside her. Not receiving an answer, she ventured a guess. "Is it about marriage pressure?" "Sort of." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian immediately expressed her support for Luo Qingxue. "I stand with you on this. Never yield to marriage pressure. This is a matter of your entire life. It must not be taken lightly." Such resolute words brought a smile to Luo Qingxue's face. "I never expected you to be so rational about marriage pressure, given your usual carefree demeanor. Of course, I've told my mom not to rush me into marriage. Who knows, my future husband might still be in elementary school." Wiping his nose. "Are you seriously considering older men? I prefer younger boys. Don't you know that younger men are more innocent and easier to deceive? Older men have often been tainted by other wicked women. Their intentions are no longer pure." As Lin Xian spoke, she began to fantasize about her ideal boyfriend being an adorable and handsome young boy. Luo Qingxue chuckled softly at her words, but remained silent, her thoughts drifting to Xia Chen. Indeed, this little fellow was quite innocent, almost adorably foolish. After chatting with Luo Qingxue for a while, Lin Xian eventually took her leave, leaving Luo Qingxue alone once more. She picked up her phone, recalling the heated words exchanged during her earlier argument with her family, which reignited her frustration, prompting her to silence her phone. Subsequently, she walked to the kitchen, retrieved a bottle of tequila from the cupboard, and poured herself a glass, hoping to alleviate her troubled spirit with alcohol. After taking a sip, she set down the glass and gazed out at the darkening sky, worrying that it might rain during Xia Chen's return. Thus, she sent him a message, inquiring, "Where are you? Are you walking back?" "Teacher, I shall arrive shortly. In approximately 10 minutes. Upon receiving Xia Chen's swift reply, Luo Qingxue refrained from offering to fetch him. Instead, she returned to the living room, took a sip from her glass, and then excused herself to the restroom to wash her face, hoping to regain some clarity. Meanwhile, Xia Chen pedaled furiously on a shared bicycle towards the apartment. "Damn it, why are there no ride-hailing services available at this hour?" he grumbled, then urged himself to hasten. Come on, legs, pedal faster." The message from Luo Qingxue had led him to believe he had inadvertently displeased her, prompting her insistence for his return. Thus, Xia Chen dared not delay, nearly standing up while cycling. However, riding the shared bicycle proved exhausting. This little yellow bike is truly worn out. I shall never ride it again. By the time Xia Chen reached the ground floor, he was drenched in sweat, hardly permitting himself a moment to catch his breath as he rushed up the stairs 2 steps at a time. Upon opening the door, he gasped, "Teacher, I'm back." Luo Qingxue, and noticed his hair was damp, his clothes soaked, and beads of water on his face, leading her to believe it had rained outside. Did it rain again? Did you get caught in the rain? No. Xia Chen could barely manage those words before he was nearly out of breath, quickly lowering his head to take several deep breaths. Observing his condition, Luo Qingxue realized he was drenched in sweat, prompting her confusion. If it hasn't rained, what caused your haste? Isn't it because you urged me to return? Xia Chen, still panting, began to apologize. Teacher Luo, if I have done anything to displease you, please let me know, and I shall rectify it immediately. Hearing his words, Luo Qingxue understood that Xia Chen had misconstrued her message as a summons. Perplexed, she glanced at her previous text and found no indication of urgency, then inquired if he had walked back. Am I truly that intimidating? She pondered internally. Observing Xia Chen's breathless state, and sighed softly. Please, take a seat for a moment. I shall fetch you a towel to dry off. All right, Xia Chen replied weakly, collapsing into a chair. Thirsty, he noticed the glass on the table filled with water and, without a second thought, gulped it down in one go. However, after drinking, he reflected that something felt off. Why does this water taste sweet? And a bit spicy? At that moment, Luo Qingxue returned from the balcony with a towel. Upon seeing the empty glass in Xia Chen's hand, her eyes widened in alarm as she rushed over to him. Did you drink it all? What's the matter? I thought it was just water. That was tequila. 50 proof alcohol. You drank the entire glass. Though Xia Chen was not well versed in alcohol, he recognized the name suggested it was quite expensive, and he quickly apologized to Luo Qingxue. I am so sorry, Teacher Luo. I shouldn't have consumed your drink. Indeed, you should not have. The meaning behind Luo Qingxue's words is that Xia Chen should not indulge in such high-proof alcohol. She herself dared not consume too much tequila. She had intended to sip her drink throughout the night, yet Xia Chen finished it all in one go. However, Xia Chen mistakenly believed that she was thoroughly enraged and braced himself for punishment. Teacher, whatever you decide, I will comply, he said. Just sit here and do not move. After Luo Qingxue spoke, she headed to the kitchen. Xia Chen thought she was going to fetch implements of punishment, and being somewhat inebriated, he began to leave a farewell message for his mother. Mom, I may not see the sunrise tomorrow. Please take care of yourself. I drank Luo Qingxue's expensive alcohol, and she is likely furious enough to want to kill me. By the way, during high school, I secretly asked you for extra money for books to save up for a phone, playing with it under the covers at night without you knowing, while I still studied diligently during the day. Also, Dad's secret stash is hidden in the lining of his old suit. He hasn't truly quit smoking, always seizing the chance to smoke when throwing out the trash. My sister enjoys reading some rather disturbing novels. If I'm no longer around, please keep an eye on her, as I feel she may be developing some troubling tendencies. Xia Chen continued typing on his phone's memo, but as the alcohol began to take effect and fatigue set in, his eyelids grew heavy. I'm so tired. Given the circumstances, perhaps it's best to sleep for a bit. I've heard that dying in a dream is painless. When Luo Qingxue returned from the kitchen with the hangover tea, she found Xia Chen slumped over the table, fast asleep. How can he fall asleep so quickly? Was my tea brewed for nothing? She sighed in resignation. Well, he is just a child. It is only natural for him to sleep after consuming such strong liquor. With Xia Chen asleep and the alcohol depleted, she began to drink the tea, sitting beside him, planning to see if he would awaken so she could brew him another cup. As she settled down, her gaze fell upon Xia Chen's phone, the screen still aglow, revealing the first line of his unfinished memo. What was he writing? A farewell message. Luo Qingxue felt a mix of confusion and intrigue, questioning whether Xia Chen might have psychological issues. If that were the case, she would need to take him to a psychologist to confirm her suspicions. She gently took Xia Chen's phone and read the incomplete message. When she saw that he believed she might kill him, she found it both perplexing and somewhat amusing. What kind of image do I project in his mind? An unforgivable female demon? As she continued reading, Luo Qingxue could no longer contain her laughter. This young lad, during high school, had been sneaking in late-night phone play instead of resting, still the playful child. From this note, she uncovered many of Xia Chen's secrets. I was forced by my sister to wear a skirt, something I've never dared to share with anyone. Upon reading that, Luo Qingxue glanced sideways at the sleeping Xia Chen, murmuring to herself, I imagine he must have looked rather adorable in a skirt. Until she finished reading this humor-laden farewell note, Luo Qingxue was convinced that Xia Chen's mental state was sound, merely overwhelmed by an excessive fear of her. Once she regained her composure and stowed away her smile, she resolved firmly. No, upon his awakening, I must inquire why he harbors such fear of me. Misunderstandings ought to be resolved promptly. To prevent Xia Chen from remaining silent again, Luo Qingxue directly copied his farewell note, subsequently adding him as a friend on WeChat and transmitting the message to herself before erasing any trace of it. If he continues to withhold the truth, I shall leverage the secrets contained within this note to compel him. Yet, would that not solidify his perception of me as a nefarious woman? Luo Qingxue found herself in a quandary, ultimately deciding that unless absolutely necessary, she would refrain from using this as a means of coercion against Xia Chen. Nevertheless, she was determined to safeguard this secret, as it might prove invaluable in the future. Luo Qingxue returned Xia Chen's phone to his hand, settling beside him to sip tea while perusing her study materials. Time flowed steadily, and as darkness enveloped the sky and torrential rain began to fall anew, Xia Chen remained deeply asleep at the desk, even drooling slightly. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Surely he wouldn't sleep until dawn? Growing somewhat weary from her wait, Luo Qingxue thought, I shall not wait any longer. I will freshen up and retire for the night. Rising, she gathered her nightgown and slipped into the bathroom for a shower. Moments later, Luo Qingxue emerged clad in a black camisole nightgown. Her porcelain skin was beautifully accentuated beneath the delicate fabric, with the black straps tracing her exquisite collarbone, embracing 2 panels of lustrous silk that hugged her figure, accentuating her alluring curves while leaving the central section bare, revealing her silky skin. Beneath the silk, the cinched waist of the gown highlighted Luo Qingxue's slender physique. And as she moved, the gossamer hem swayed gently, complementing her long, graceful legs. This nightgown was a staple of Luo Qingxue's nightly wardrobe. Yet Xia Chen had never laid eyes on it, as she typically retired late and would not re-emerge after her showers. Upon exiting the bathroom, Luo Qingxue had intended to retreat to her room for sleep, but upon seeing Xia Chen sprawled over the desk, his face flushed from intoxication, she halted her steps. If he were to sleep like this, he might catch a cold, and tomorrow was the day for military training. Approaching Xia Chen's side, Luo Qingxue effortlessly lifted him as one would a child and carried him to his bedroom. Indeed, Xia Chen's speculation regarding Luo Qingxue's formidable prowess was entirely accurate. She was a black belt in judo and well-versed in tactical self-defense, capable of delivering a lethal strike with a single blow. After placing Xia Chen gently onto the bed, Luo Qingxue contemplated covering him with a blanket. Yet upon noticing his soiled military training uniform, she hesitated, fearing it would soil the bedding. Perhaps I should assist him in freshening up, though that would necessitate removing his clothing. However, should I leave him uncovered, he might succumb to illness. Especially after sweating so profusely today, Luo Qingxue found herself in a dilemma. She cherished cleanliness and detested dirt, yet felt an overwhelming urge to help Xia Chen wash up. Moreover, should he fall ill, she would have difficulty explaining it to her mentor, Jiang Xinhua. Ultimately, she resolved to assist Xia Chen with his ablutions. Caring for a child indeed proved to be quite troublesome. Next time she encountered the teacher, she would inquire about compensation. Luo Qingxue fetched warm water and a towel, and retrieved a set of clean clothes from Xia Chen's wardrobe. Initially, while washing Xia Chen's face, Luo Qingxue felt little reaction. But as she removed his shirt and began to cleanse his body, her heartbeat quickened slightly. She couldn't help but softly muse, though this little fellow was slender, he possessed a commendable physique. However, as she prepared to continue with his washing, a faint blush crept onto her pale, cool visage. As for the lower half, perhaps it was best to let him awaken early the next day to tend to that himself. Chapter 13. Exposed. Luo Qingxue took a clean shirt from the wardrobe and helped Xia Chen into it. While dressing him, Xia Chen suddenly murmured softly, as if in a dream, "Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have drunk your wine." Luo Qingxue sighed in resignation upon hearing this. Was it truly necessary to be afraid of her even in dreams? Yet, observing Xia Chen's murmuring state, she grew concerned he might be having a nightmare. After dressing him, she gently reassured him near his ear. "Yes, teacher forgives you. Do not be afraid." "Really?" "Indeed." As Xia Chen continued to murmur, he leaned forward, resting against Luo Qingxue, falling silent thereafter. In an instant, her face flushed a deep crimson. Where was he leaning? Luo Qingxue reached out to prop Xia Chen up, but to her surprise, he wrapped his arms around her. "Sister, don't steal my pillow." This unexpected assault reddened Luo Qingxue's face all the way to her ears. In a flurry, she exerted herself to pry Xia Chen's hands away and pushed him back onto the bed. "I am not your pillow." Yet, in his slumber, Xia Chen, feeling the absence of his pillow, immediately began to complain, "Mom, sister is bullying me." Luo Qingxue, rendered speechless, pursed her lips. Perhaps it would be best to let him sleep alone and dream. Luo Qingxue took Xia Chen's military training uniform, cleaned it in the bathroom, and placed it in the dryer. After completing these tasks, she felt both weary and drowsy. She donned a cream-colored trench coat from her bedroom and then laid her head on the living room table, preparing to take a brief nap until the clothes dried. However, she soon fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the signal of the dryer completing its cycle. Later that night, Xia Chen stirred groggily, the effects of the alcohol still lingering, leaving his head in a hazy state. Where was he? Hadn't his sister just stolen his pillow? He surveyed his surroundings, taking some time to realize he was now in Jingzhou City, far from home. No, he had consumed a shot of tequila from Luo Qingxue, and it seemed she had become angry, intending to fetch something from the kitchen to deal with him. He recalled the events and then felt puzzled. But why was he in bed? Moreover, why had his shirt been changed? Just as he pondered this, his stomach grumbled audibly. It was past 2 in the morning, and he had not eaten dinner, leaving his belly quite empty. It is better to first procure some sustenance. Xia Chen rose to his feet, only to stumble slightly and nearly lose his balance. He quickly reached out to steady himself against the wall, narrowly avoiding a fall. The after effects of the alcohol are indeed potent. I cannot believe I managed to drink such a large cup and still remain composed without succumbing to drunken antics. Perhaps my tolerance for liquor is quite commendable, he mused to himself with a sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, he opened the door, intending to find something to eat. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by blinding light, rendering him momentarily unable to open his eyes. Why is the living room light on? After blinking a few times to adjust, Xia Chen's gaze fell upon Luo Qingxue, who was sprawled across the table. Startled, he became significantly more alert. Why is she still in the living room? After observing her for a moment, he confirmed that she was indeed asleep, and thus he carefully maneuvered past her to the refrigerator, hoping to discover some edibles within. At this hour, ordering takeout was no longer an option, so he planned to eat something light, intending to replace it with groceries he would buy tomorrow as a gesture of goodwill towards Luo Qingxue. However, upon opening the refrigerator door, he was left utterly dumbfounded. The interior of the refrigerator was impeccably clean, if not for the chilling air emanating from within. Xia Chen would have assumed it was entirely unused, a brand new appliance. There was not even an egg to be found, only a single unopened pack of ham sausages. What a lavish display, to have an entire refrigerator dedicated to just a pack of sausages. Xia Chen muttered quietly to himself, just as he was about to check the freezer compartment for additional items, when he suddenly heard Luo Qingxue's voice behind him. "What are you doing?" Startled, Xia Chen swiftly turned around, standing at attention with his hands raised, declaring, "I am not taking anything." Luo Qingxue blinked her bleary eyes, rubbing her temples to shake off the remnants of a nightmare that had jolted her awake. Lacking the energy to focus on Xia Chen's reaction, she merely observed him rummaging through the refrigerator and coldly remarked, "If you are hungry, just order takeout. There is little to eat here." As she spoke, she retrieved her phone and opened a familiar yellow app. However, after searching for some time, she could not find anything edible. Eventually, it was Xia Chen who reminded her, Teacher, it's too late to order any takeout." With his words, Luo Qingxue finally realized that it was already past 2 in the morning, and even barbecue delivery was no longer an option. "Then I shall spend a little extra to order from a place that delivers all over the city. There are still some establishments open in the urban area." Just as she was about to place an order, Xia Chen hastily interjected, No need. I'll just go down to the 24-hour convenience store and buy a pack of instant noodles." Setting aside the fact that delivery would be exorbitantly priced, the mere thought of waiting over an hour for food to arrive was impractical, as the sun would likely rise by the time he finished eating. "Can you even cook noodles?" Luo Qingxue suddenly cast him a puzzled look. Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback, before slowly nodding in affirmation. Surely, cooking noodles is a basic skill anyone should possess. The thought of someone who cannot even boil noodles was unfathomable to him. Yet, as he reconsidered, given the near-empty state of Luo Qingxue's refrigerator, It was entirely plausible that she truly did not know how to prepare noodles. With her luxurious car, residing alone in a grand suite, adorned in high-end designer attire, she unmistakably epitomized the image of a wealthy woman, albeit lacking culinary skills. A 27-year-old affluent lady, strikingly beautiful. She was truly a treasure. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Xia Chen swiftly extinguished it. No, the prowess of this wealthy woman was alarmingly formidable. Prone to anger, a mere misstep could lead to peril, rendering the situation exceedingly dangerous. Just as Xia Chen was about to slip on his shoes and head downstairs, Luo Qingxue called out to him. Wait a moment. Xia Chen stiffened, fearing that Luo Qingxue had caught on and intended to continue the punishment he had yet to complete. However, in the next instant, he merely observed as she donned her trench coat and slipped into her sandals for the outing. I'm stepping out to shop. Aside from noodles, what else do you need? I also need a can of vegetables and a dozen eggs. Do convenience stores sell eggs? Luo Qingxue was unaware that convenience stores stocked eggs. Yes, just not the ones at school. After explaining, Xia Chen added, perhaps I should go instead. You can take a rest. Yet, Luo Qingxue seemed entirely unfazed, decisively declaring, I will go. You should take a shower and just rinse off your upper body. With that, she closed the door and departed. Xia Chen remained momentarily stunned, unable to process her recent words. Why did she specifically advise him to merely rinse his upper body? After a brief pause, realization struck him, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around himself. Oh no, surely I won't be exposed. When Luo Qingxue returned, Xia Chen had just emerged from his shower. Upon seeing her, his initial tension had transformed into a sense of embarrassment. That, Xia Chen struggled to articulate, finding it difficult to voice his thoughts. How could a man of stature be seen in such a vulnerable state by a woman? Just as he wrestled with this internal conflict, Luo Qingxue appeared to read his thoughts. I only helped you wipe your upper body with a warm towel. Nothing else occurred. Xia Chen blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. How did she know what he intended to say when he and T uttered a word? Could she possess the ability to read minds? That notion was utterly daunting. Removing her shoes, Luo Qingxue walked barefoot into the room and coolly remarked, I have no interest in you, little boy. Her words stung Xia Chen, provoking a sense of indignation within him. After all, he was an adult, no longer a child. I bought the eggs, noodles, and the can of vegetables you requested. Luo Qingxue placed the bag on the table before heading to the bathroom. I'm going to wash my face, cook extra noodles, and save a portion for me. All right, Xia Chen nodded, albeit hesitantly casting a glance at Luo Qingxue before proceeding to the kitchen, boiling water while pondering. Why had Luo Qingxue refrained from mentioning the incident involving the wine? He recalled that during their last encounter, she had been infuriated, her voice elevated. What had transpired afterward? Xia Chen struggled to recall the events, yet his memory eluded him. All he retained was the image of himself composing a farewell note in his memo, which remained unfinished, as if he had drifted into slumber. He experienced a series of bizarre dreams. At one moment, he beseeched Luo Qingxue for forgiveness, and to his astonishment, she acquiesced. In another, he found himself at home, where his sister, Xia Chen, snatched away the pillow he had just purchased. That pillow truly was a marvel of comfort, akin to a cloud. He pondered whether such softness could ever be replicated in another purchase. Murmuring to himself, Xia Chen busied his hands. The kitchen was well equipped, practically pristine, if not entirely new. The bottle of cooking oil in the cabinet retained its unopened packaging. After a little over 10 minutes, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed before Luo Qingxue. She set down her phone, taken aback by the appealing presentation of the dish. This little fellow could indeed cook noodles, and they looked quite appetizing. Luo Laoshe. It's ready to eat, Xia Chen softly reminded her. He had put considerable effort into preparing this bowl, featuring a crispy yet tender fried egg, diced ham, and fresh vegetables, a feast for the senses. His intention was to soothe Luo Qingxue's ire over his previous indulgence in alcohol, hoping she would grant him a reprieve this time. As he watched Luo Qingxue take her first bite, Xia Chen felt his heart race, anxious that it might not suit her palate and exacerbate her existing displeasure. How is it? The ingredients might be a bit scant, so the flavor could be rather ordinary. He inquired nervously, uncertain of her discerning taste, given her evident affluence. Luo Qingxue's lips moved slightly as she replied, it's quite delicious. She then lowered her gaze and resumed eating without further comment. Hearing her response, Xia Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps Luo Qingxue was indeed calming down, and he had narrowly escaped impending doom. Xia Chen picked up his chopsticks to enjoy his own noodles. Just as he had taken a few bites, Luo Qingxue suddenly asked, "Is there more?" Looking up, he noticed her bowl was already empty. He marveled at how swiftly she had consumed her meal, a feat he found impossible to replicate. "There's none left. I only made this much," he replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue pressed her lips together, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. Yet she remained silent, simply observing Xia Chen. This scrutiny made him uneasy, causing his movements to slow considerably. Her gaze was chilling, under her watchful eyes. Xia Chen felt an unsettling sensation. After a moment, Luo Qingxue seemed to notice his faltering pace and turned her attention to her phone. Freed from her gaze, Xia Chen hastily quickened his pace, anxious not to be scrutinized once more. Just as he finished and was about to rise to wash the dishes, Luo Qingxue called out to him, "Don't leave just yet. I'll wash the dishes." Xia Chen offered a brief explanation, attempting to slip away. "I want you to sit for a moment," she insisted, her tone carrying a hint of authority that startled him into compliance, and he promptly returned to his seat. Despite Xia Chen's evident trepidation towards her, Luo Qingxue felt compelled to admonish him. "I apologize, I should not have. Sit properly and refrain from speaking for now." Xia Chen, daunted into silence, thought to himself that he was doomed. This woman appeared to have a clear sense of justice and would not easily overlook the matter of him drinking her wine. Gazing at Luo Qingxue's frigid expression, Xia Chen felt as if he were in one of those dramatic scenes, subjected to interrogation, while Luo Qingxue assumed the role of the relentless agent. Should he fail to divulge what she desired to hear, he feared she might resort to a whip, torturing him to the brink of death. "Why are you so afraid of me?" Luo Qingxue's unexpected inquiry left Xia Chen utterly astonished. Wasn't she supposed to question him about the drinking incident? Before he could gather his thoughts, she continued, "You must not deny your fear, nor speak falsehoods. Tell the truth." Xia Chen swallowed hard, unable to meet her icy gaze. Reflecting on how terrifying her demeanor was, "It's just that I felt a bit scared because you seemed angry about my drinking your wine," he murmured. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue furrowed her brow in exasperation. "I was not angry about your drinking. I was merely concerned for your safety, as the alcohol content was quite high." Realizing he had overthought the situation, Xia Chen felt somewhat relieved. Luo Qingxue was not angered by his actions after all. However, recalling her fierce expression at the time, he believed his fear was justified. "Moreover, you appeared quite frightened of me from the very first day of school. Why is that? I have neither struck nor berated you, have I?" Luo Qingxue questioned, her delicate brows knitting in confusion. "You must not lie. Speak the truth." Her stern tone and frosty visage intimidated Xia Chen, causing him to swallow the words he had intended to voice. Yet, he feared that revealing the truth would indeed lead to dire consequences. There's a saying, "Lies do not harm, but the truth is a sharp blade." Xia Chen believed that uttering the truth might result in a more dreadful fate. He had yet to compose his last words. Could he not at least finish that before facing the inevitable? May I?" "No. You must first explain the reason before proceeding with anything else," Luo Qingxue interrupted, leaving him unable to complete even his final words. With a heart full of dread, Xia Chen finally divulged the genuine reason. "It's because when you substituted for our class last year, you were quite fierce. A boy who was called away by you eventually dropped out, so we all became rather fearful of you." Upon hearing Xia Chen's honesty, Luo Qingxue sighed in resignation. "My strictness while substituting was merely to ensure your diligence in preparation for the impending exams. As for that boy, he had to withdraw for surgery. It had nothing to do with me." Is that truly the case?" Xia Chen could hardly believe his ears. "And even so, you need not instill such fear in me. You seem to harbor an irrational fear of me." Luo Qingxue's probing question startled Xia Chen. Could she genuinely possess the ability to read minds? After a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen recounted the incident he witnessed on his way home from school, in which Luo Qingxue struck a man. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue's expression softened somewhat. Indeed, she had been quite furious that day and had struck rather forcefully, which could easily leave a lasting impression on a child like Xia Chen. "That man was a rogue, which is why I acted so decisively. I have not hit anyone else." "Rogue?" Xia Chen momentarily struggled to comprehend, as this description starkly contrasted with the reality he had observed. The man had been impeccably dressed and presented himself with an air of sophistication, certainly not resembling a lowly miscreant. Luo Qingxue, sensing his confusion, elaborated. He was the type of scoundrel who harasses others. Is it not reasonable for me to strike him? That is true, Xia Chen conceded, but at the time, I thought he might be your boyfriend or a relative. As soon as these words left his lips, he was met with a piercing glare from Luo Qingxue. It was undoubtedly the most terrifying look Xia Chen had ever encountered. In that fleeting moment, he felt an unmistakable aura of danger and quickly fell silent. However, Luo Qingxue's gaze soon returned to its usual indifference. Do not make assumptions. That man is unrelated to me. He is simply a rogue. Oh, I see, Xia Chen nodded, wary of speaking further lest he provoke her ire once more. Observing his reaction, Luo Qingxue recognized that her earlier display of anger had indeed been somewhat intimidating. Since you have been living with me, I do not believe I have ever raised my voice at you. Why do you seem so nervous and fearful in my presence? Do I appear frightening? Not at all. Xia Chen vehemently shook his head. Then why? At that moment, Xia Chen was deterred from speaking further. He had nearly been killed by her gaze just moments prior, and he truly feared that her eyes might unleash a lethal beam upon him. Speak, I promise I won't be angry. Really? You truly won't be upset? Xia Chen remained somewhat skeptical. Indeed, I assure you, I shall not be angry. Please, go ahead. Her tone was calm, which finally encouraged Xia Chen to continue. It's just that your gaze is often so frosty, coupled with the impression you left during your teaching. I can't help but feel you are perpetually displeased. At that moment, Xia Chen perceived Luo Qingxue much like a particularly fearsome homeroom teacher from his school days. Her mere presence would silence the entire class, leaving them hesitant to utter a word. Moreover, given that Luo Qingxue was indeed a teacher, the resemblance was all the more pronounced. Luo Qingxue remained silent for a moment, aware that her cold demeanor stemmed from habit. It gave her an air of aloofness that often deterred troublesome situations. Yet, she had not anticipated that it would instill fear in Xia Chen. Contemplating this, Luo Qingxue resolved to abandon her usual icy glare when interacting with him. After all, this young lad might require her care throughout his 4 years at university, and their time together was ample. Continuing in this manner would hardly be beneficial. What if I adopt a different expression? Am I still frightening? She inquired, altering her gaze. Still somewhat intimidating, Xia Chen replied. And now? Just a bit more gentle would suffice. And now? Luo Qingxue inquired once more, yet this time, Xia Chen hesitated to respond immediately. He found himself entranced by the brilliance of Luo Qingxue's eyes, which sparkled like stars against the night sky. Luo Qingxue questioned, her curiosity prompting Xia Chen to regain his composure. His gaze was now quite agreeable. All right, I understand, she replied, her tone retaining its cool detachment. Though Xia Chen no longer felt the weight of anxiety. Luo Laoshe, I must apologize. I have misjudged you. It's quite all right. You cannot place all the blame on yourself. After all, during my time as your substitute teacher, I was rather stern. Xia Chen remarked as he rose to wash the dishes, only to be halted once more by Luo Qingxue's voice. Can you cook? Of course, why do you ask? While Xia Chen Wu-Ti claimed to be a master chef, his culinary skills undoubtedly surpassed those of most cafeteria cooks, a talent inherited from his mother, who excelled both in the kitchen and the dining hall. In the days when he lived at home, Xia Yuesher often employed various forms of persuasion to have him prepare meals for her. It's nothing. I was merely curious. Though Luo Qingxue feigned indifference, she quickly followed up with, if you were to cook here, would that be feasible? Certainly. The kitchenware is all available, Xia Chen replied, scratching his head in confusion over her inquiries. I see. You should rest early. We have military training again tomorrow. Oh, he responded, watching as Luo Qingxue retreated into her bedroom. He resumed washing the dishes, reflecting on the events since his arrival in Jingzhou. Having shared a living space for over a week, Luo Qingxue had not once lost her temper, revealing a temperament far less volatile than the rumors suggested. However, her aloof demeanor made it difficult for him to broach the subject, leaving him to gradually uncover her true character and thoughts through their interactions. It felt akin to a cryptic game, one without a guide, requiring his own exploration. After cleansing the dining table, Xia Chen retrieved his military training uniform, drawn to its faint fragrance, unable to resist its allure. This marked the second occasion Luo Qingxue had washed it for him. Recalling the first day of training when she specifically came to the field to take him for breakfast, Xia Chen began to perceive Luo Qingxue as a seemingly aloof, yet genuinely kind older sister at heart. This realization lightened his spirits, easing his concerns about living together. As he turned to embrace his pillow, and closed his eyes in preparation for slumber. He found it lacked the softness of the pillow he had clutched while dreaming earlier that night. What was that sensation? What was I holding? Chapter 16. Longing for your cooking that night. The exceptionally comfortable pillow seemed to have been a mere figment of his dreams, as he could no longer replicate that feeling. Neither the pillow nor the blanket could compare. In search of the elusive comfort, Xia Chen even ventured to the dormitory of Yang Wei and the others, testing the pillows of all 6 occupants, yet none provided the desired sensation. "Oh dear, what on earth is on your pillow, Ma Hongwei? It's damp," Xia Chen exclaimed in distaste, tossing Ma Hongwei's pillow back at him. "It's probably just drool from my sleep. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Xia Chen suddenly felt a wave of nausea and hastily wiped his hands on the side of Yang Wei. "Damn it, don't rub your hands on me. You haven't even showered yet. We can wash up together later." Yang Wei was tempted to give Xia Chen a good thrashing, but the priority was to take a shower first. "By the way, Xia Chen, why did you squeeze each of our pillows?" Ma Hongwei asked, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. Just checking which of your pillows is softest. I'm planning to buy one, but yours are all too firm," Xia Chen casually replied as he plopped himself onto Yang Wei's chair, lounging comfortably to rest. The last few days of military training were quite relaxed. Today was the second to last day, and after rehearsing the marching formation for tomorrow, they were dismissed to rest. He remained at school because Luo Qingxue had asked him to wait for a bit as she was finishing work soon. In the dormitory, Lu Yongbing was engrossed in video games, spouting colorful language, while Chen Jiming had already become infatuated with a girl he met through gaming. Xia Chen learned from Yang Wei that this girl was from the same school, which sent Chen Jiming into a frenzy of excitement. The remaining trio, along with Xia Chen, engaged in conversation, initially discussing beautiful women, but somehow the topic shifted to Luo Qingxue. Li Ming spoke first. "By the way, do you guys know that our English teacher is particularly strict? I saw on the school's confession wall that a senior mentioned how easy it is to fail in her class. Isn't that a given? Honestly, I think having such a beautiful teacher is worth the risk of failing," someone remarked. "Beauty is one thing, failing is another. Do you not wish to graduate?" Ma Hongwei's words brought everyone back to reality. Luo Qingxue is quite cold. I've heard from several seniors that she has no leniency. If you are late or commit any other mistakes, she deducts points mercilessly, making it easy to fail. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yongbing, having completed his game, shouted, "Damn it, isn't that a trap? I checked the schedule, and all the English classes are at 8 in the morning. I was hoping to sleep in a bit by arriving late." Yang Wei, still in the shower, poked his soaked head out to join the conversation. "I advise you all not to be late to her class. It's terrifying. Speaking of which, Lao Yang, why do I get the feeling you're quite scared of Luo Qingxue? Do you know her? More than just knowing her. She taught us during our high school for a semester. Both Lao Xia and I have experienced her intensity firsthand. I'll continue my shower. If you have questions, ask Lao Xia," Yang Wei said before retreating back into the bathroom. The remaining 5 in the dormitory all turned their gazes towards Xia Chen, making him somewhat uncomfortable. "Xia Chen, is Luo Qingxue really as scary as Yang Wei says?" If this question had been posed a few days ago, he would have readily agreed. But after the misunderstandings were cleared up, Xia Chen no longer felt fear toward Luo Qingxue. "Actually, it's not so bad. At first, she was strict to push us in our exam preparations. Luo is just a bit cold in her everyday demeanor, nothing more." Upon hearing this, everyone had no doubt. I knew Yang Wei was exaggerating. How could such a stunning professor possibly be terrifying? Chen Jiming excitedly added, "Moreover, Professor Luo is so beautiful. Even if she were a bit fierce, I would understand it was for my own good." This, however, unsettled Yang Wei. He rushed out of the bathroom, clad only in his underwear, and frantically grasped Xia Chen's arm. "Old Xia, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you forgotten our high school days? Luo Qingxue is far more intimidating than our old teacher. She walks without making a sound." "I haven't forgotten. I speak only the truth." "Nonsense. You forget she caused that one student to drop out. That was because they needed surgery and had to take a year off. And you should put on some pants first." Yet, even with Xia Chen's explanation, Yang Wei remained unconvinced, shaking Xia Chen's arm. "Old Xia, where did you hear this rumor? You cannot be enchanted by her alluring appearance. You are not as simple-minded as Chen Jiming." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" "I'll sue you for defamation." Xia Chen calmly removed Yang Wei's hand and replied, "It's not a rumor. It's true. I heard." Suddenly, Xia Chen halted mid-sentence. He had intended to reveal that Luo Qingxue had shared this with him, but doing so would expose their cohabitation. Clearly, Luo Qingxue preferred not to be disturbed, and if his careless words today caused her trouble, he would feel utterly remorseful. Regardless, it was not a rumor, it was a fact. Just as Xia Chen finished speaking, he received a message from Luo Qingxue calling him over to the car, signaling it was time to return. He departed, leaving only the 6 dormitory members behind. Wei Ge, don't be so startled. Look, Xia Chen said, Luo Qingxue is merely aloof. Nonsense. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Do I seem like a liar? I suppose not. In an instant, the other 5 members, aside from Yang Wei, found their impressions of Luo Qingxue becoming uncertain, unsure of whether she truly was frightening. Meanwhile, Xia Chen approached Luo Qingxue's car, opened the door, and took a seat inside. Luo Qingxue did not rush to drive. Instead, she first inquired, "Are you tired today?" Huh. Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her sudden concern, as she had never asked before. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "Not tired. Why do you ask? Then do you have the energy to buy something?" Sure." Xia Chen was further perplexed, unsure of her intention behind the question. "Then can you cook tonight?" Huh. Xia Chen was dumbfounded, bewildered by the sudden topic of cooking. "You can't?" Luo Qingxue looked at him, her tone still somewhat cool. Yet her gaze was now quite serene, devoid of its earlier chill. "I can. But why are you asking this? I'm tired of takeout and the cafeteria. I want to eat your cooking just once. If you can't, then forget it." Chapter 17. Are you developing feelings for her? "I can. But why would you want me to cook?" Xia Chen still did not understand, gazing at her in confusion. "Didn't you say you could cook?" "I simply wish to indulge, having done your laundry twice. It seems only fair that you prepare a meal for me, does it not?" Luo Qingxue had long grown weary of the cafeteria and takeout, aside from the meager offerings of the 3rd cafeteria that barely satisfied her palate. She had little desire for anything else. Now that she was aware of Xia Chen's culinary skills and recalling that the noodles he had previously made were quite delectable, she yearned to sample more of his craftsmanship. How reasonable, indeed. Xia Chen nodded in agreement. Since Luo Qingxue deemed it fair, it must be so. The two then drove directly to the supermarket, with Xia Chen pushing a shopping cart while Luo Qingxue followed closely beside him. She was dressed in a short-sleeved shirt layered with a white sun-protective jacket, and loose-fitting sweatpants adorned her lower half. This rather ordinary casual attire still exuded an enchanting charm when worn by Luo Qingxue. As they strolled through the supermarket, they attracted the gaze of numerous onlookers. One gentleman, utterly captivated by Luo Qingxue, failed to watch where he was going and collided with a pillar, leaving Xia Chen speechless. Fortunately, this incident occurred in a supermarket. Had it been on the road, he might have been courting disaster. Upon reaching the fresh produce section, Xia Chen inquired, "Teacher, what would you like to eat?" "I don't know," Luo Qingxue replied honestly, as she was unfamiliar with cooking and typically selected whatever caught her eye in the cafeteria. Xia Chen, too, was at a loss, as he had always relied on Xia Yushe to dictate their meals when he cooked at home. "I don't know either. I can't cook," Xia Chen quipped half-jokingly. Luo Qingxue shot him a cold glance, prompting Xia Chen to quickly suppress his playful grin. "What a cheeky little brat," she mused internally, before pulling out her phone to search for a few dishes, eventually showing them to Xia Chen. "Just these? All of them?" "Yes. But this is 4 dishes and a soup. It's just the 2 of us. One tea we have leftovers? We can refrigerate what we don't finish. There's plenty of space in the fridge." Clearly, Luo Qingxue was unwilling to part with any of the 5 dishes. However, this would prove a challenge for Xia Chen, as he would have much to do in the kitchen later. With a sigh, Xia Chen began procuring the ingredients according to the menu. "Are we really only buying these few pieces of pork ribs? Will that be sufficient?" He observed Luo Qingxue adding more to the cart, as she deemed the initial selection too meager. "That's enough. If we don't finish, the flavor diminishes when reheated." Xia Chen insisted. "Not enough. Trust me, I'm paying for it. So wasting your money isn't a concern." "Very well," Xia Chen conceded, allowing Luo Qingxue to dictate the quantity. After gathering the ingredients, Luo Qingxue noticed ample space remaining in the cart and chose to purchase various snacks and frozen foods, all on the pricier side. Ultimately, the cart was completely filled before they proceeded to check out. As she put it, since they were already there, she intended to buy everything she desired. At the checkout, Xia Chen's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the total exceed 2,000. To spend over 2,000 in a single supermarket trip, this was truly the mark of a wealthy woman. Once they returned home, Xia Chen set about preparing dinner, while Luo Qingxue stood by, assisting him. However, She primarily observed, as Xia Chen had not assigned her any tasks. Observing Xia Chen's adeptness in chopping vegetables and seasoning dishes, Luo Qingxue felt that cooking was not as daunting as she had imagined. She could certainly manage to prepare her own meals. Perhaps she would give it a try next time, she mused internally. An hour later, Xia Chen had prepared the 4 dishes and a soup that Luo Qingxue requested, and they looked just as delectable as those in online pictures. However, Xia Chen had a modest appetite. A single bowl of rice was sufficient for him, and he was soon satiated after sampling a few dishes. He initially believed there would be plenty left over, but halfway through, when he reached for another piece of rib, he was astonished to find only broth remained, devoid even of the white radish. A glance at the other dishes revealed that they too had diminished significantly. Turning to Luo Qingxue, he noticed that her bowl of rice was already empty, and she was now focused on the last piece of rib. As if sensing Xia Chen's gaze, Luo Qingxue froze, her mouth motionless, resembling a hamster caught in the act of stealing. After a moment of hesitation, she resumed, swallowing her food before lifting her head. "I won't finish the rest. You have it," she said. Xia Chen shook his head vigorously, insisting, No. If you're still hungry, continue eating. I'm nearly full." "Is that so?" Luo Qingxue looked at him quizzically, perceiving that he had barely eaten. "Indeed, my appetite is quite small." She contemplated saying something, but ultimately held her tongue. After all, it was Xia Chen who claimed to be full, which meant the remaining food was hers to enjoy. Subsequently, much to Xia Chen's surprise, Luo Qingxue swiftly polished off the leftover dishes. Even while eating, Luo Qingxue maintained an air of grace. She took small bites yet consumed her food rapidly, leading Xia Chen to feel as though she swallowed without much chewing. What astounded him most was her capacity for food. Despite eating so much, she remained slender, with her waist trim and her curves pleasantly full. After dinner, Luo Qingxue volunteered to wash the dishes while Xia Chen retreated to his room for a shower. Having realized that Luo Qingxue was not intimidating, he gradually felt at ease in his new surroundings, which were indeed superior to the cramped dormitory at school. His dormitory was originally designed for 4, but had been modified to accommodate 6, making it particularly congested. After lying down for a while, just as Xia Chen contemplated indulging in some gaming, he received a call from his older sister, Xia Chen. "Xiao Chen, hurry, I'm in dire straits." "What is going on?" Xia Chen was perplexed by his sister's frantic tone. "My friend borrowed money from me and hasn't returned it. It seems she has gone off the grid. I was about to check the transaction records and file a police report, but accidentally clicked on KFC and realized today is Thursday. Please send me 50. At first, Xia Chen thought his sister had fallen victim to a scam, but he soon understood that the map of Yin country was still too short. "I have no money. I have to buy my own food." "Oh, come on, Xiao Chen. I've already spent most of my living expenses. Just treat me to a meal. I need my living expenses too. If I treat you to Crazy Thursday, what will I eat?" "That is not how it works. Aren't you living with that Professor Luo, Mom's student? She won't let you starve." "No, I cannot possibly use Professor Luo's money." Xia Chen initially intended to resolutely decline, but after enduring Xia Yushi's persistent coaxing and the torment of her sickly sweet tone, he ultimately succumbed. "All right, fine, I will give it to you." "Hee. Thank you, Xia Chen." Xia Yushi expressed her gratitude in a girlish voice, leaving Xia Chen nearly overwhelmed with goosebumps. "By the way, you've been in Jingzhou for quite some time. When will you come to visit your sister?" "Perhaps next week, once the military training concludes." "Oh, another delay. You must have developed feelings for Professor Luo, always wanting to accompany him and hardly having time to see your sister." Chapter 18. The oppressive aura of a mother impossible. "I have no desire for romance," Xia Chen vehemently denied. "Then what will you do?" "Play games. Make money. Money is of utmost importance." Before starting university, Xia Chen had already resolved that gaming and dating were ephemeral pursuits. Only wealth held true significance. "Oh dear. Do you even have any startup capital?" "I shall devise a plan when the time comes." "Then best of luck. When you strike it rich, remember to treat your sister to Crazy Thursday every week." Just as Xia Yushi was about to say something else, a knock echoed at Xia Chen's door. "Sister, I have matters to attend to. I must hang up." Before Xia Yushi could respond, Xia Chen terminated the call and hurried to open the door for Luo Qingxue. Luo Qingxue handed Xia Chen a bag brimming with snacks. "This is for you." Teacher Luo, you needn't give me so much." Xia Chen hesitated to accept, but Luo Qingxue firmly placed it in his hands. "Take it. Consider it compensation for your cooking." Luo Qingxue disliked prolonged exchanges of refusal that wasted time, believing that once she offered something, the recipient should graciously accept it. By the way, were you just on the phone with your mother? Luo Qingxue inquired. No, I was speaking with my sister. Upon hearing that Xia Chen was not conversing with Jiang Xinyue, she nodded and reminded him, tomorrow is the last day of military training. You will be marching, so do not stay up too late. Oh, after that, Luo Qingxue took it upon herself to close the door behind her as she departed. Once back in her own room, Luo Qingxue quietly mused, having given him so many snacks. It should not be unfair to expect him to prepare a delicious meal for me next time, right? Although Luo Qingxue felt that cooking was not particularly difficult and that she could learn, she did not believe she could make anything particularly delectable. After sampling Xia Chen's culinary skills that evening, though she did not voice it, she had internally given him a perfect score. But forcing snacks upon him, doesn't that feel somewhat like coercive selling? She dismissed the thought, reasoning that since he had not complained, she would assume he accepted it. Next time he made a request, as long as it was not excessive, she would gladly fulfill it. The following day, all the freshmen gathered on the playground, preparing for the final march of military training. However, when Xia Chen glanced around, he was met with a sea of faux military formations, especially in their finance class 4. Led by the lanky and gaunt Ma Hongwei, the self-proclaimed faux military chief. To make matters worse, the temperature soared today, nearly wilting everyone under the sun's relentless glare. As noon approached and the announcement of dismissal was made, Xia Chen's arms were reddened and stung from the sun's relentless rays. The principal could truly be verbose. What was meant to be a brief address turned into an exasperating hour-long speech. When they headed to the cafeteria for lunch, Ma Hongwei made a sarcastic remark, which instantly garnered the agreement of several others. He stands under the podium, sheltered from the sun, while I feel like I'm being roasted alive. Today was supposed to be a half day, and I didn't even apply sunscreen. Xia Chen lamented, acutely aware that his skin felt as if it might crack from the exposure. After lunch, the group returned to their dormitory. On the way back, Xia Chen was the first to notice Luo Qingxue across the street, balancing a stack of books. Soon, Yang Wei and the others noticed as well. Yet they chose to feign ignorance. Yang Wei harbored a fear of Luo Qingxue, and the others, seeing the distance and aware of her notoriously aloof demeanor, refrained from initiating a greeting. Hey, Lao Xia, don't play on my account today. If I get mistaken for a fried fish again, my account will be suspended for a week, Chen Jiming suddenly remarked to Xia Chen. But when he turned around, he realized that Xia Chen, who had been beside him just a moment ago, had vanished. Where did he go? Did he fall into a sewer? Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue, having walked further away, paused to wipe the sweat from her brow, but the stack of books in her arms was too high for her to manage. TSK, she muttered in irritation, followed by a resigned sigh as she prepared to continue on her way. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Teacher Luo, may I assist you with those? Instinctively, Luo Qingxue intended to decline. She had no need for assistance, especially not from other men. Yet, as she turned to face the speaker, she recognized the familiar voice. It was Xia Chen standing beside her. Just help me carry half of them, she finally conceded. Of course, Xia Chen replied, taking away half of the books from her grasp, which considerably lightened her load, allowing her to see ahead clearly. His offer to help was motivated by the memory of Luo Qingxue's generosity in providing him with food the previous night. It felt inappropriate not to return the favor. Teacher, are these our textbooks? He inquired. Indeed, classes commence next week. Make sure to pay attention. If I catch you playing games during class, I shall deduct points. She admonished. Understood, Xia Chen exclaimed, marveling internally at how strict Professor Luo remained, just as she had been during their previous classes. The two made their way back to the office, placing the textbooks down. Luo Qingxue gestured towards Lin Xian's desk, saying, You may sit in your counselor's chair. She has stepped out for a while. After acknowledging her, Xia Chen settled into the chair. Just as he lifted his arm to check his phone, Luo Qingxue suddenly asked, What happened to your arm? Xia Chen raised his arm and noted, I got sunburned on the playground this morning. I thought it was only a half day, so I didn't apply sunscreen. Luo Qingxue pursed her lips in mild exasperation before turning to retrieve a bottle of lotion from her bag. Extend your hand, she instructed. Oh, Xia Chen hesitated momentarily before complying. Xia Chen always paused for a moment before responding, which amused Luo Qingxue. Why did this little fellow always hesitate to answer despite having heard her? He appeared rather dazed. She applied some moisturizer onto her hands, then grasped Xia Chen's wrist with one hand while gently caressing the sunburned area on his arm with the other. How could one describe this sensation? Cool, soft, and exceedingly comfortable. Luo Qingxue's hands were exquisite, her slender fingers gracefully moving. Xia Chen distinctly felt her gentle palm gliding over his arm, alleviating the fiery discomfort he had endured. Stop daydreaming. I've applied the moisturizer for you, Luo Qingxue reminded him, prompting Xia Chen to snap back to reality. A hint of embarrassment washing over him as he withdrew his hand. After sitting in silence for a while, noticing that Luo Qingxue remained quiet, he decided it was time to leave and not intrude any further. Teacher Luo, I'll take my leave now. Just as Xia Chen stood up, Luo Qingxue suddenly called out to him, wait a moment. What is it? Under Xia Chen's puzzled gaze, Luo Qingxue handed him her sun protection jacket. Put this on. Is that necessary? I can just stay under the shade of the trees. Although it was merely a sun protection jacket, it was still Luo Qingxue's clothing, and Xia Chen felt hesitant to wear it, despite having donned a skirt under the coercion of Xia Yushe earlier. Luo Qingxue furrowed her brows, adopting a tone reminiscent of her mother. Stop being so hesitant. I'm asking you to wear it for your own good. You'll regret it once your skin gets burned. Her tone, combined with her naturally cool demeanor, created a palpable pressure on Xia Chen, making him feel as if he were facing his own mother, leaving him no choice but to comply. Oh, after Xia Chen donned the sun protection jacket in her presence, Luo Qingxue finally permitted him to leave. Go on. Try not to expose yourself to the sun too much. As she watched Xia Chen exit the office, she silently thought, Humph, he has worn a skirt before. What is there to be shy about wearing my sun protection jacket? That day, Xia Chen's drunken confession still lingered on her phone. Just a few steps out of the office, Xia Chen encountered Lin Xian returning, to whom he nodded in greeting. Hello, teacher. He then left without giving Lin Xian a chance to inquire. Why was he here instead of going out to have fun after military training? Lin Xian, puzzled, entered the office and immediately addressed Luo Qingxue. Sister Luo, you should have joined us for dinner last night. That restaurant was fantastic, far better than ordering takeout. I didn't order takeout last night. I ate well enough. Luo Qingxue had dined at numerous establishments, and their flavors were merely average. Could anything compare to Xia Chen's cooking? Oh, you didn't order takeout? What did you eat then? Surely, you didn't cook for yourself? Why can't I cook for myself? Luo Qingxue retorted, a bit irked. While she had never cooked, it was not as if she could not learn. Meanwhile, after Xia Chen departed, he initially intended to join Yang Wei and the others for a gaming session, only to find that Yang Wei, Chen Jiming, and Li Ming had gone to attend a club recruitment meeting and insisted on dragging him along. At the recruitment meeting, nearly every club featured a strikingly attractive senior to draw attention. Even in the predominantly male basketball and soccer clubs, a senior appeared seemingly borrowed from elsewhere to recruit members. Not to mention the dance club, where the beauty of its members was nearly overwhelming, leaving the three boys utterly captivated. Xia Chen followed behind, speaking little, his gaze wandering as he observed his surroundings. With his fair complexion and good looks, he often received overtures from the senior girls. Yet he consistently declined with a shake of his head. He had no intention of wasting time on the trivialities of club activities, which he deemed largely unproductive. After turning down an invitation from the Go Club, Chen Jiming suddenly leaned over to Xia Chen, exclaiming, Old Xia, look at the president of the dance club. She's stunning. She must be the school belle. Yang Wei quickly chimed in, absolutely. Dazzlingly beautiful. It's no wonder the dance club attracts so many people. Li Ming was more blunt, stating, she looks particularly lovely in that dress, with long, fair legs. Listening to their comments, one might think they had encountered a modern-day Giao Chan. Xia Chen glanced toward the dance club but responded nonchalantly, she's just okay. This remark left Yang Wei feeling somewhat insulted, as if he were a jester. Damn it. Look at you acting all high and mighty. Xia Chen couldn't help but shoot Yang Wei a sidelong glance. Can anyone be more beautiful than Luo Qingxue? Are you brave enough to keep staring? Yang Wei retorted, why wouldn't I? I've seen plenty. Xia Chen scoffed, asserting that not only did he dare to look, but he also saw her every morning upon waking and every night before sleeping. He even watched her walk barefoot at home. Hey, where did you get that sunscreen jacket? Li Ming suddenly noticed a new piece of clothing on Xia Chen, and upon closer inspection, he detected a delightful fragrance. You smell great. Where did you disappear to after lunch? You came back with an extra piece of clothing. Did you go for a massage or something? Xia Chen replied casually. I helped Luo Qingxue move some books, didn't you see me? However, neither of them believed him. Yang Wei placed a hand on Xia Chen's shoulder and asked, "Do I look like a fool?" "Quite a bit," Xia Chen replied cheekily. "Screw you." Li Ming circumvented Yang Wei to inquire, "If you were moving books, then what about the jacket?" Xia Chen pondered for a moment and casually suggested, "Could it not be mine? I hear you spouting nonsense. You must have been secretly dating without us knowing, which is why you dismissed the dance club president so nonchalantly." Xia Chen rolled his eyes at Yang Wei's absurdity and lazily responded, Yes, I'm dating someone incredibly beautiful." As the three were engaged in their banter, they suddenly realized Chen Jiming was missing. Turning around, they spotted him at the dance studio, signing up for the club and attempting to flirt with the president in front of a crowd. "Senior, can I have your contact information?" Xia Chen shook his head in disbelief and quickly stepped back in the opposite direction, muttering, I don't know him. The four individuals spent an entire afternoon at the recruitment fair. During this time, Luo Qingxue, having completed her tasks, decided to leave and inquired if Xia Chen would accompany her. Contemplating the lack of activities at home, Xia Chen declined. As evening approached, the four returned to their dormitory. Lu Yongbing and Ma Hongwei, seemingly fatigued from gaming, were engrossed in their phones, while a certain Sun Yang was exercising on the balcony. Upon their return, Ma Hongwei immediately asked, "So, did you see any beautiful girls?" "There were plenty. You really missed out by not going," they replied. "But honestly, I've been following the school's confession wall, which is constantly updating with photos from the recruitment fair. I might have seen even more than you." Ma Hongwei's comment made Yang Wei feel a pang of regret. "Oh no, how did I forget to take pictures? Well, I can still check the confession wall." He opened the school's confession wall, initially intending to look for attractive girls, but to his surprise, the latest post was about a one-on-one challenge in a game called Fearless Contract. The comments revealed that Lu Yongbing was engaged in a heated exchange with someone, challenging them. "Are you really going to challenge him offline?" Yang Wei exclaimed. "This guy just keeps barking. He needs to be put in his place." Before their exchange could conclude, the confession wall refreshed again, this time with a post about a lost item, which had actually been reported during morning military training. And it quickly got pushed down by newer posts. Observing the chaotic confession wall, Xia Chen suddenly conceived an excellent idea. If he were to create a website with various chat sections, such as a confession area, a lost and found area, and a gaming area, it would undoubtedly be far more useful than the school's confession wall. While pondering this, Xia Chen received a message from Luo Qingxue, inquiring about his return time. "When will you be back?" she asked. "Soon, very soon," he replied. "I'm not rushing you. There's no need to hurry. I'm just preparing dinner," she informed him. "All right, you all continue playing. I have something urgent to attend to," Xia Chen declared. Without waiting for the others to respond, he dashed out of the dormitory, already hailing a ride on his phone as he sprinted toward the campus gate. He needed to return home before Luo Qingxue could wreak havoc in the kitchen. The thought of a woman who had never touched kitchenware and couldn't even boil noodles suddenly attempting to cook filled him with dread. He could already envision the headlines for tomorrow's news. In a talent apartment in Jingzhou City, a resident's attempt to cook leads to a gas leak and subsequent explosion, resulting in significant economic damage. He dared not dwell on the thought further. Once inside the car, he urgently addressed the driver. "Please, hurry. There's an emergency at home." "Is someone ill?" the driver inquired. "Something like that. It could be serious. Please drive quickly," Xia Chen urged. Upon hearing this, the driver accelerated, deftly navigating traffic lights, surpassing even the speed at which Luo Qingxue had rushed him to school last time. As soon as he arrived, Xia Chen disregarded the effects of motion sickness and rushed home, fumbling to open the door. To his relief, there was no smoke, no flames, no burnt odors, and no smell of gas. Everything inside appeared normal, prompting him to exhale in relief. "Thank goodness. It seems the situation is not as dire as I feared." "What is so dire?" Upon hearing the sound of Xia Chen's return, Luo Qingxue emerged wearing an apron. Her feet bare, she had changed into a modest home sleep dress, which, along with the apron, added a touch of domestic charm to her previously aloof demeanor, perhaps even imparting a hint of a married woman-esque grace. Seeing Luo Qingxue impeccably dressed and tidy, devoid of any disorder, Xia Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. Everything seemed fine. Gazing at the well-presented dishes on the table, Xia Chen found it hard to believe. Could she truly cook? Was she not the kitchen disaster he had imagined? Since he was back, it was time to eat. He would fetch the chopsticks. Luo Qingxue handed him a pair of chopsticks, but kept her own still, her gaze fixed on Xia Chen. This was her first attempt at cooking, and she was somewhat eager for his assessment. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Xia Chen picked up a piece of shredded potato and placed it in his mouth, but his expression quickly stiffened. Instinctively, he almost spat it out. However, catching sight of Luo Qingxue watching him, he felt it would be impolite. Regardless of whether she might be upset, he certainly did not wish to discourage her. Thus, he forced himself to swallow the potato. "How is it?" Luo Qingxue asked, her voice tinged with anticipation. "It's all right, it looks quite appealing. And the pieces are rather finely cut," he replied. "What else?" Xia Chen struggled to find further commendations. "If there's anything wrong, you can speak candidly. I want to be angry." "Really? You want to be upset?" Xia Chen turned to confirm with Luo Qingxue. "I promise, I want to be angry." With her assurance, Xia Chen shared his honest feedback. "It's excessively salty, to the point of being somewhat bitter, and the potatoes are almost raw, hardly cooked at all. That shouldn't be. I only added 3 spoonfuls of salt. Is that really insufficient?" Xia Chen was taken aback, realizing it seemed as though he was merely consuming salt. "Is there anything else?" "Try this," Luo Qingxue suggested, her disappointment evident, yet she still wished to hear more from Xia Chen, hoping there might be other commendable aspects. Xia Chen took a bite of the remaining dishes. "The braised eggplant is quite good." "Really?" Luo Qingxue exclaimed, momentarily brightening, though her enthusiasm quickly dimmed again. "Except for the eggplant, which has turned to mush. This seaweed soup is decent too, albeit it's just seaweed now, with no broth left. The rice is also fairly well cooked, though a bit underdone. Perhaps add a little more water next time." As he continued to eat, Xia Chen spoke. And despite the initial difficulty in swallowing, he found himself caring less as he took a few more bites. After all, he had experienced dishes far more unpalatable. Suddenly, Xia Chen realized something and glanced at Luo Qingxue with trepidation. She appeared calm, yet the disappointment was palpable on her face. "Luo, please don't be too disheartened. It's your first time cooking, and it's actually quite commendable," he quickly reassured her, fearing she might become upset or overly discouraged. However, Luo Qingxue remained silent. Merely watching him, she was neither angry nor blaming Xia Chen. Having tasted her own creation, she recognized its shortcomings. A profound sense of disappointment enveloped her. She had devoted considerable time and effort to preparing this dinner, yet it had still gone awry. From a young age, she has always excelled in every endeavor, achieving perfection with seemingly no failures. However, she faltered in the seemingly simple task of cooking, resulting in a dinner that was utterly inedible. When Luo Qingxue regained her senses, she was surprised to find Xia Chen continuing to eat, leaving her puzzled. "Why are you still eating? You can just throw it away later. There's no need to waste it, it's really not that bad. It's far better than many people's first attempts at cooking," Xia Chen replied, continuing to eat. He was not exaggerating. Although Luo Qingxue's culinary skills were lacking, they were certainly superior to Xia Yu's. Xia Chen would never forget the first meal Xia Yu prepared for him, which had become a haunting memory. Although he had never eaten slop, he could only imagine it tasted no better than Xia Yu's cooking. Luo Qingxue watched as Xia Chen consumed nearly half of the food she had prepared. Unsure of what to say, her emotions tangled. She felt a pang of guilt for making Xia Chen endure such a dreadful dinner, but she was also filled with gratitude. His actions spoke volumes, more impactful than any words of encouragement. However, Luo Qingxue resolved never to cook again. It was one thing to suffer herself, but she could not bear to let Xia Chen share in her culinary misfortunes. Later that evening, seated before his computer, Xia Chen was not engrossed in gaming, but rather contemplating the creation of a website. The first step in this endeavor was to purchase a domain name and rent a server. After researching online, he discovered that the combined cost would be around 60 to 70,000 yuan, a sum far beyond his means. He first turned to his father, knowing his mother was far too frugal to assist. "Dad, do you have any extra money?" he inquired. "Where would I get extra money? Your mother controls all the finances." His father retorted, "Don't think I'm unaware. I know you have a stash." "What stash?" "I warn you not to slander me. There should be quite a bit tucked away in the lining of that old suit in your closet. Don't think I don't know." "Hello? What did you say? The signal here is terrible. Beep, beep, beep." Before Xia Chen could continue, the call was abruptly disconnected. "Seriously? Is he more of a dog than I am?" Xia Chen exclaimed, attempting to call his father again, but the line was dead. "Fine. If you lack compassion, don't blame me for being ungrateful." He then texted his mother, "Mom, Dad has hidden quite a bit of money in his old suit for buying cigarettes. He hasn't quit at all. After sending the message, Xia Chen felt a sense of relief, knowing his father would likely be sleeping on the floor that night. Yet, the issue of acquiring money continued to plague him. As a university student, securing a loan was impossible, and online loans were not an option for someone with a semblance of sanity. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock echoed from the door. Chapter 21. A wealthy woman unexpectedly by my side. Upon opening the door, Luo Qingxue stood there, distributing half of the takeout fried chicken she had ordered. Dinner was a bit unfortunate. Let us have this as a late-night snack. Having changed into a chic black Chanel dress for her outing, the fitted design complemented her cool demeanor. Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback by her appearance before quickly expressing his gratitude as he accepted the food. Thank you, Teacher Luo. Are you going out to play tomorrow? Luo Qingxue suddenly inquired. No, the weather is too hot, he replied. What about lunch tomorrow? She asked. That depends on the situation. I might order takeout or... Xia Chen's words trailed off as he suddenly realized something, lifting his gaze to meet Luo Qingxue's bright eyes. She can't possibly want me to be her chef, can she? Although Xia Chen was quite skilled in the kitchen, he wasn't particularly fond of cooking, as it was often tedious and exhausting. It was manageable with assistance, but doing it all alone could be quite a handful. However, upon reflection, he recalled how Luo Qingxue not only drove him to school every day, but also prepared numerous meals for him. Today, upon noticing his sunburn, she even applied lotion on his skin. Preparing a meal for her could be seen as a gesture of gratitude. Moreover, he was growing weary of her cooking. I'll prepare lunch tomorrow, and I can also go to the supermarket, he declared. Oh, Luo Qingxue replied before turning and returning to her room. Xia Chen, holding a piece of fried chicken, felt puzzled. Wasn't he simply asking him to cook? Why not just say so directly instead of being so roundabout? Once he closed the door, Xia Chen resumed pondering how to secure startup funds. Yet, he found himself at a loss regarding whom to borrow from. His few godsons were out of the question, as they often dined out, likely leaving them with little spending money for the month. Should he approach his sister? Xia, you sure? No, that wouldn't he do. He had to buy even his KFC, and next time, he would probably be expected to pay for a bubble tea as well. After a night of contemplation, Xia Chen had no viable ideas. Earning money was indeed a daunting endeavor. Even the initial funding phase seemed to confound most individuals, including himself. Before sleeping, Xia Chen lay in bed scrolling through his phone and inadvertently stumbled upon a discussion about the wealthy women who had successfully turned their fortunes around. Oh, if only I could find a rich woman to support me, but where would I even begin to look? After watching his phone for a while, fatigue overtook him, and he closed his eyes to sleep. It wasn't until the following morning around 9 that he groggily awakened and stepped outside. Luo Qingxue was seated in the living room, and upon seeing him awake, she set down her phone as if she had been waiting for him. I bought you breakfast. Go wash up. After we eat, we'll head to the supermarket, she instructed. Okay, Xia Chen replied, heading to the bathroom, still mulling over the events of the previous night. He wondered if the fabled book titled Contacts of Wealthy Women Nationwide could actually be obtained. Emerging from the bathroom, he found Luo Qingxue had already placed 2 buns and a cup of soy milk on the table. She had changed into the black dress from the previous evening and was now carrying a white handbag akin to a Chanel design. I'll go drive to wait for you at the apartment entrance. Come down once you finish eating, she said. Xia Chen nodded, not thinking too much of it, as one's mind is often hazy upon waking. After finishing breakfast and descending the stairs, he was greeted by the dazzling sunlight, which fully awakened his senses, prompting him to realize how absurd his previous thoughts had been. How could such a mythical book even exist? And even if it did, would a wealthy woman ever consider me? He mused while approaching the entrance of the apartment. However, upon spotting the familiar Audi Q6, he was momentarily taken aback. What in the world? A person resides in a meticulously decorated spacious apartment, possessing a complete kitchen yet refraining from culinary endeavors, and purchases only high-end brands. Adorned from head to toe in luxurious Chanel attire, they drive an opulent vehicle worth 600,000 to 700,000. Summer Chin's eyes widened in astonishment. He was utterly bewildered that this individual, seemingly oblivious to their fortune, was seeking a wealthy companion, sharing the same roof with him. In a moment of realization, he thought, a wealthy woman is indeed in my vicinity. Simultaneously, Luo Qingxue rolled down the car window and addressed the astonished Summer Chun. Why are you standing there in a daze? Get in the car. Oh, nothing, he stammered. Under Luo Qingxue's puzzled gaze, Summer Chen took his seat in the passenger side. Now that he had discovered the wealthy woman, how could he possibly broach the subject of borrowing money? Surely, he could not ask outright, lest he appear desperate. Upon entering the supermarket, Summer Chen inquired what Luo Qingxue desired to eat, offering to procure the ingredients. Having perused numerous recipes the previous night, Luo Qingxue had already contemplated her culinary wishes for the day. However, she soon noticed that Summer Chen was purchasing solely according to her preferences and curiously asked, "Aren't you going to buy anything you like?" "I am not picky. Just tell me what you wish to eat, teacher," he replied. Luo Qingxue, observing him quietly, thought to herself, if he is not picky, then why is he so slender? Upon returning home, Summer Chen busied himself in the kitchen, while Luo Qingxue attempted to assist, only to be gently refused by him, who suggested she take a moment to relax. After an hour's labor, Summer Chen had prepared a sumptuous lunch that heightened Luo Qingxue's appetite, making her acutely aware of her own lack of culinary talent. However, she soon sensed something amiss. Summer Chen consumed little, primarily vegetables, seemingly reserving the meat and delectable portions solely for her. "Why are you only eating vegetables? Why not the meat?" she queried. I'm on a diet," he replied. "You're dieting?" Luo Qingxue's sharp gaze bore into Summer Chen, causing him to avert his eyes in embarrassment. Professor Luo's stare was indeed intimidating, making it difficult to maintain eye contact. After their meal, Luo Qingxue intended to wash the dishes, considering it fair for the one who cooked to also clean, but Summer Chen insisted she rest while he took on the task. "Wait a moment," Luo Qingxue suddenly called out, halting Summer Chen's progress toward the kitchen. "What is the matter?" he asked, puzzled by her interruption. "Please, have a seat." "Oh," he obediently complied. Luo Qingxue set down her chopsticks and addressed him. "If you require something from me, please just say so." "Ah." Summer Chen was taken aback by her unexpected proclamation. There is a saying that states, "No good deed goes unpunished. Either it is a scheme or a theft." Yet he recognized she bore no malice. Her eagerness surely indicated she sought something in return. "You've seen through me," he admitted, swallowing hard. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Summer Chen gathered his courage and, with utmost sincerity, quietly asked, "Teacher Luo, may I borrow some money?" Upon uttering those words, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He feared he had been too direct and anticipated rejection. Furthermore, given her aloof nature, how could she possibly lend money to a student? "All right, how much do you need?" she replied. Chapter 22. The partiality of Professor Luo. Xia Chen stood speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. He had initially contemplated how to apologize to Luo Qingxue, hoping she would not dwell on his previous remarks. To his astonishment, she readily acquiesced. "That money I borrowed from the teacher might be a bit excessive," Xia Chen added, concerned that Luo Qingxue might think he was in dire financial straits, merely asking for a small loan. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue did not decline but inquired, "What do you intend to do with this money?" "I wish to create a website, but purchasing a domain and renting a server incurs costs." "All right. How much do you need?" "Approximately 70 to 80,000, Xia Chen replied, lacking conviction, as such an amount was substantial for a university student, or even for a typical family. "Very well, you shall accompany me to the bank shortly. The transfer of large sums may take a day or two to process." Xia Chen was taken aback. She agreed so readily after just one question? Was she not concerned that he could be deceitful? She had not even stipulated any conditions. When did borrowing money become so effortless? No need to kneel for the loan. Later that afternoon, as they went to the bank for the transfer, Xia Chen gazed at the 80,000 credited to his account, still feeling as if he were in a dream. In high school, he had once borrowed 5 yuan from Yang Wei to buy a bottle of water, and that friend had been miserly. Now, he had effortlessly acquired over 10,000 times that amount, while Luo Qingxue remained as aloof and indifferent as ever. Once back in the car, Xia Chen asked, "Teacher, are you not concerned that I might deceive you?" Luo Qingxue met his gaze, her expression calm as she replied, "You wouldn't dare to deceive me." Indeed, that was true. "However, I shall not lend you money for free. If you are not too fatigued, you will cook for me. I dislike the heavily seasoned food from outside." Certainly. On Saturday night, Xia Chen enjoyed a restful sleep, even dreaming that he had truly found a wealthy benefactor. The following morning, he began searching for someone to create the website. As a finance major, he lacked the requisite skills. His primary targets were university students like himself, for they were affordable, easily swayed, and prone to lofty ambitions. However, Xia Chen was no longer gullible. He had been fed enough empty promises by his sister, Xia Yushi, throughout his upbringing. Whenever their parents assigned household chores to Xia Yushi, she would con her brother into helping her by promising him pocket money once she received her university allowance. Ultimately, when she entered college, her finances barely sufficed for her own needs, leaving Xia Chen with nothing. Thanks to his sister's misguidance, Xia Chen had gained early insight into the harsh realities of life, rendering him far more astute than other naive university students. Soon, he set his sights on a senior at Jingzhou University named Wei Dongyang, whose resume boasted an impressive array of competitions and accolades. Yet, Xia Chen understood that such trivialities held little value in the job market. What truly mattered were work experience and reputable certifications. After an extensive online conversation with Wei Dongyang, their initial rapport faltered when they could not reach an agreement on price. Wei Dongyang insisted that Xia Chen pay a portion of the deposit first, but Xia Chen feared that the other party might abscond with the money. Ultimately, they agreed to meet at the school library to discuss matters. Xia Chen put away his phone and prepared to leave. In the study, Luo Qingxue noticed Xia Chen exiting his room and inquired, "Where are you going?" "It's rather hot outside. I'm heading to school to discuss website matters with a senior," Xia Chen replied honestly, as he felt it necessary to disclose that his funding came from the other party, and from an entrepreneurial perspective, the individual was indeed a stakeholder entitled to know. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue stepped out. "I'll accompany you." "Huh? What do you need to come for?" Xia Chen asked, puzzled. "I worry you might be deceived or taken advantage of." "That won't happen," he reassured her. "Every victim thinks so before being deceived." Since Luo Qingxue was adamant about following him, Xia Chen did not refuse, and together they set off for the library. Wei Dongyang, a bespectacled, slender tech enthusiast, had already formulated a strategy for negotiating with Xia Chen, confident that he could secure the deposit. However, his composure faltered when he noticed Luo Qingxue accompanying Xia Chen. Initially, he entertained the notion that they were merely walking together by chance, but when Xia Chen sat down before him with Luo Qingxue beside him, Wei Dongyang was rendered speechless. Clearing his throat, Xia Chen prompted Wei Dongyang to collect his thoughts. May I ask who this is?" Wei Dongyang inquired softly. Luo Qingxue responded coolly. "You two carry on. I'll just sit here and listen." "Oh, right." Wei Dongyang stammered, his nerves betraying him. He was well aware of Luo Qingxue, the ethereal flower of Jingzhou University, the youngest professor, known for her aloof demeanor, and nearly everyone recognized her. Yet, the question loomed, why was she here with Xia Chen? And what was their relationship? Faced with this formidable professor, Wei Dongyang lost the assertiveness and confidence he had displayed in their online exchanges, forgetting the carefully prepared lines he had rehearsed. From the very onset of their meeting, he found himself at a disadvantage. Xia Chen had barely spoken a few words when Wei Dongyang abandoned his insistence on the deposit, suggesting instead that he could produce a prototype for Xia Chen to review before any payment was made. Xia Chen was initially bewildered. Wasn't he quite assertive in our online conversations? Why is he stumbling over his words now? It dawned on him swiftly. The presence of Luo Qingxue was the cause. Though she remained silent, her unwavering gaze was fixed upon Wei Dongyang. Instinct urged him to glance at the stunning woman beside him, yet the icy scrutiny from Luo Qingxue left him too intimidated to meet her eyes. Under such pressure, he was nearly drenched in sweat. Xia Chen's requests were met with vague nods of agreement from Wei Dongyang. "You will also handle the website's operation and maintenance. How long do you estimate it will take?" "About a week. It's quite rapid since templates are available," Wei Dongyang replied. After their discussion concluded, he watched as Xia Chen departed in Luo Qingxue's vehicle, his astonishment beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. He has been in school for over 3 years and has witnessed young male teachers confessing their feelings to Luo Qingxue, only to be met with rejection or complete disregard, let alone anyone being able to ride in her car. Wei Dongyang took a moment to collect himself before he couldn't help but text Xia Chen, "What is your relationship with Professor Luo?" Xia Chen pondered and replied, "It's merely a student-teacher relationship." "How could that be? Professor Luo looks at you differently." "What difference could there possibly be?" "Senior, you needn't concern yourself with such trivial matters. Focusing on creating the website should be your primary task." After putting away his phone, Xia Chen reflected that since that last drunken encounter, Professor Luo's gaze towards him had indeed softened, devoid of the usual coldness she reserved for others. But why did her gaze towards him alone seem different? Xia Chen found himself puzzled. Could it be because of his culinary skills? Chapter 23. Stunningly handsome once the weekend passed. The first day of university commenced with an early 8 o'clock English class. For students who had squandered an entire summer, this was nothing short of torment. Upon entering the classroom, most students appeared bleary-eyed, save for Yang Wei, who exuded an unusual vitality, showing no signs of fatigue. This was not due to an early night's rest, but rather a lingering fear and apprehension towards Luo Qingxue. The other 5 students, however, all looked utterly listless. "I'm so sleepy, I want to doze off," Li Ming yawned, to which Lu Yongbing, who was already resting his head on the desk, replied, "If you want to sleep, just do it. University teachers don't mind." Ma Hongwei quickly countered, "Not necessarily. Some strict teachers may not say much if you sleep in class, but they will deduct your participation points." This remark was immediately echoed by Yang Wei. "I can't speak for other teachers, but if you dare to sleep in Professor Luo's class, she will definitely deduct points, and quite severely at that." "Seriously, Wei Go, is Luo Qingxue really that terrifying? It sounds like you're exaggerating. We have no grudge against her, so why would she be so keen on deducting our points?" "Exactly, Xia Chen. Even though you are from the same hometown, you don't seem to fear Professor Luo that much." Faced with their inquiries, Yang Wei chose not to elaborate further. "Suit yourselves. If you want to sleep, go ahead, but don't blame me if you fail your English exam at the end of the term." At that moment, Sun Yang chimed in. "I think staying awake and watching Luo Qingxue is quite enjoyable. It's a feast for the eyes. Besides, we rarely get to see her outside of class." Upon hearing this, Chen Jiming displayed a look of disdain. "Oh, I didn't expect you, Sun Yang, to be so quiet yet harbor such lewd thoughts. You, who spend every night watching borderline live streams, how dare you judge me? You indulge in those heavily edited videos, yet you don't appreciate the beauty of a natural woman?" With those words, it seemed their fatigue had dissipated. Indeed, Luo Qingxue was far more captivating than those superficial internet celebrities. As the group sat together, engaging in their banter, a girl seated in front of them suddenly turned around, casting them a scornful glance. "All you do is stare. Your eyes are practically popping out. Professor Luo is not yours to gawk at." This prompted Lu Yongbing, who had been resting his head, to lift it. "Huang Jiejia, our observing her has nothing to do with you, does it? We aren't even looking at you. I'm simply speaking the truth." Huang Jiejia is relatively slender and petite, with a charming appearance. However, her chatter lacks the delicate demeanor typically associated with small girls. "Why is it acceptable for you girls to be infatuated with celebrities while we cannot?" Sun Yang retorted. Huang Jiejia scoffed. "At least our idols interact with us online. Would Professor Luo even acknowledge you?" As tensions rose, Chen Jiming hastily urged Sun Yang and Lu Yongbing, "Let us not quarrel. We are all classmates." He then forced a smile towards Huang Jiejia, saying, "Jiejia, I'm not watching." "Humph." Huang Jiejia shot him a glance of disdain. Sun Yang could not suppress his scornful comment. Such a sycophant, pressing his warm face against a cold backside. After a few exchanged barbs, Lu Yuding unexpectedly chimed in with a sneer. "Professor Luo has never been seen with another man. A bunch of toads hoping to feast on swan meat. What does your conflict with Xia Chen have to do with us?" During military training, Xia Chen had ignored Lu Yuding, leading her to hold a grudge. Moreover, Luo Qingxue overshadowed her beauty, causing the boys in Class 4 of Finance to hardly notice her, which infuriated Lu Yuding, who was accustomed to being the center of attention. "Am I mistaken? Who among you could walk alongside Professor Luo? I bet none of you would even dare greet her." For a moment, no one responded. Indeed, they lacked the courage to approach Luo Qingxue, who exuded an air of aloofness. "Damn, that girl's tongue is sharp," Lu Yongbing muttered under his breath. Ma Hongwei nodded in agreement. It's all Yang Wei's fault for being so timid. Professor Luo even taught him a class, yet he lacks the audacity to greet her. Otherwise, he could have put Lu Yuding in her place. At this, Yang Wei bristled. "Then why don't you go and do it?" Li Ming sighed. "Where is Xia Chen? He would certainly have the nerve to speak to Professor Luo." Meanwhile, Lu Yuding and Huang Jiejia continued their conversation. Finally, a lull descended, but their chatter remained fixated on beautiful women, which was rather tiresome. Huang Jiejia sighed in exasperation. At this moment, Tao Susu, the class monitor, softly advised, "If you don't wish to listen, you needn't pay them any mind. There's no need for disputes among classmates." She then cautioned Lu Yuding. "Your words are rather harsh, and isn't Xia Chen on good terms with Professor Luo? Watch what you say, you might end up embarrassed." Lu Yuding remained dismissive. Professor Luo likely just asked Xia Chen for a favor during military training. There's no way she took him out for breakfast, as the rumors suggest. If it were breakfast, she wouldn't have needed to greet the instructor specially. Tao Susu sighed. Yuding, you can't keep nitpicking just because you felt slighted by Xia Chen last time. Did I? I simply can't stand his pretentiousness. Acting aloof when he is not even from a wealthy family, and ignoring me. All right, enough of this. Class is starting, Huang Jiajia interjected. By the way, where is Xia Chen? He is going to be late. Tao Susu noticed that Xia Chen was the only one still missing from the classroom. Who knows? It seems I shall be late. I shall observe how Professor Luo punishes him. Lu Yuding let out a cold snort. No sooner had she spoken than the front door of the lecture hall swung open, revealing Luo Qingxue, who entered first, cradling her textbooks delicately in her arms. Her slender fingers also holding a cup of coffee and a cup of soy milk. Following her, under the watchful gaze of all present, Xia Chen entered the classroom with a light step, carrying the other half of the textbooks while his right hand grasped Luo Qingxue's small handbag. Place the bag on the podium, and you may drink the soy milk at your seat. It will be cold by the time class ends, she instructed. Teacher, did you not say that eating during class is prohibited? He queried. Today I awoke late, and I was eager for you to have breakfast, so it is an exception. Oh, after placing the bag down, Xia Chen took the soy milk from Luo Qingxue's hands and strolled towards the back of the classroom. Meanwhile, the entire classroom fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated upon him, as if the very air had solidified. What is happening? Did I somehow transform into Wu Yanzu after a nap? Xia Chen pondered in confusion. As he surveyed the room, his gaze landed upon Lu Yuding. She, upon noticing him, curled her lips in apparent dissatisfaction, yet more so, she felt her pride wounded. Hastily, she averted her gaze and pretended to immerse herself in her book. Taking a seat in the vacant spot at the back, Xia Chen faced Yang Wei and the others. Why are you staring at me? There's no need to gawk. Even if I am handsome. Lu Yongbing was beside himself with excitement. Indeed handsome. So extraordinarily handsome. You're simply stunning. How could I not be aware of my own magnificence? Chapter 24. The Road Killer. As Xia Chen sipped his soy milk, he listened intently as Lu Yongbing recounted the recent altercations with Lu Yuding and her friends. By the end of his tale, Lu Yongbing was nearly in tears from his fervor. Old Xia, do you know? The moment you appeared with Luo Qingxue, it was like the sun, so dazzling it dispelled our brother's gloom and gave us a breath of relief. Oh dear, you flatter me. I feel quite bashful. Xia Chen had no intention of putting on airs, yet his cheeks betrayed him, compelling him to feign humility. At that moment, Yang Wei patted Lu Yongbing. Old Lu, weren't you going to sleep? Let me switch places with you. I wish to converse with Xia Chen for a moment. Oh, after the exchange of seats, Yang Wei leaned in closer to Xia Chen, and they began a hushed conversation in their local dialect. How come you and Luo Qingxue are often seen together? We merely happened to cross paths, Xia Chen replied casually. Nonsense. This has happened several times already. And weren't you quite intimidated by her at the start of the semester? Why does it seem you have no fear now? Those were merely rumors. Luo Qingxue is simply aloof, not frightening at all. Are you certain? Absolutely. As long as you do not intentionally provoke her, she will hardly pay you any mind. Initially skeptical, Yang Wei began to believe Xia Chen, especially as he witnessed the frequent appearances of Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue together. Yet Xia Chen added a cautionary note. However, she is quite strict in class. I recommend you refrain from slacking off, playing games, or watching videos during lectures, as it will result in significant deductions from your participation grade. Prompted by this reminder, Yang Wei promptly focused intently on the lesson. As time passed, Xia Chen gradually discerned that Luo Qingxue was somewhat uncharacteristic today. Although her tone during class remained aloof, her voice had notably diminished in volume, and her discourse was considerably less frequent. Last year, when Luo Qingxue taught Xia Chen and his peers, she was quite talkative, elaborating on the material with meticulousness and earnestness. Additionally, this morning, Luo Qingxue's late rising was markedly different from before. Previously, upon realizing she had overslept, she would leap from bed in a flurry. However, today, she appeared rather listless as she awoke. Is Teacher Luo unwell? Xia Chen pondered silently. After class, instead of joining Yang Wei and the others in the cafeteria, Xia Chen chose to remain behind, waiting for Luo Qingxue to gather her belongings. Why aren't you going with your friends? Luo Qingxue inquired upon noticing him still there. I plan to return with you for lunch, he replied. There's no need for lunch. I'll just grab a little something. You have class in the afternoon, she countered. Once she had organized her notebook and bag, Xia Chen took the initiative to assist her, carrying a few items to the side of the car. Teacher, are you feeling unwell? He asked. I'm just a bit tired. I'll take a nap when I get home. Make sure to pay attention in class this afternoon, and call me when you return in the evening. I'll come pick you up. I can manage to return on my own. All right. With that, Luo Qingxue entered her car and drove away from the school. Xia Chen then proceeded to the cafeteria, where he spent some time playing with Yang Wei and the others before attending 2 consecutive professional classes in the afternoon. Afterward, he rode a shared bicycle back to the apartment. Just as he was about to unlock the door, he rummaged through his pockets but could not locate his keys. Oh no, I must have left them behind this morning. Luo Qingxue struggled to stand, intending to return to her room to fetch a thermometer. However, after taking only a couple of steps, she stumbled, prompting Xia Chen to rush to her side for support. Measuring her temperature seemed futile. The thermometer might very well shatter. Forget the thermometer. I shall take you to the hospital, Xia Chen decided, feeling that further delay was unacceptable. A common cold might be manageable. But Luo Qingxue was burning with fever, and if this continued, it could lead to dire consequences. Teacher, where are your clothes? Luo Qingxue was clad only in her nightgown, making it inappropriate to go out. In the wardrobe, she replied. Xia Chen hurried to her room and opened the wardrobe, only to be dazzled by the array of outerwear. This won't do. It's too thin for someone with a fever, he remarked. And this is a dress? That's not suitable either. It's too heavy. After searching for a while, he ultimately gave up. Never mind. Just wear mine. Xia Chen dashed to his room and retrieved a coat for Luo Qingxue. His coat was sufficiently large to cover her thighs, and once he zipped it up, only the hem of her nightgown remained visible, rendering it acceptable. Teacher, can you wear shoes? He inquired. Yes. Then I shall call a ride. A ride is too troublesome. Let's take my car instead. But how can you drive like this? You shall drive. Despite her weak voice, her tone was resolute. She harbored a dislike for ride-hailing services, wary of encountering unsavory drivers. Me? Xia Chen was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and agreed. All right, driving myself is indeed more convenient. Although he had obtained his driver's license during the summer, he had not driven since, rendering him somewhat of a road hazard. Supporting Luo Qingxue, Xia Chen led her downstairs and into the car. After starting the engine, he hesitated for a moment, turning to her with an awkward expression. Teacher, how do I shift gears? For the first time in her life, Luo Qingxue felt a twinge of fear. Perhaps allowing Xia Chen to call a ride had been the wiser choice. Chapter 25. Professor Luo's heart begins to waver with Luo Qingxue's guidance. Xia Chen found the gear and set off. In his haste, and having not driven in a long time, he pressed the accelerator with little finesse, causing the car to lurch forward abruptly, only to slam on the brakes moments later. Although she remained silent, Luo Qingxue's heart raced in fear. Dizziness clouded her senses, and the sudden jolts only exacerbated her weakness, rendering her consciousness somewhat hazy. By the time they arrived at the hospital, Luo Qingxue could barely muster the strength to walk, emitting low moans of discomfort, and even opening her eyes felt like a monumental effort. She could hear Xia Chen's anxious voice beside her. Teacher, teacher. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Chen hastily scooped Luo Qingxue into his arms and dashed into the emergency department. Throughout the ordeal, Luo Qingxue heard Xia Chen urgently conversing with the doctors. What is her name? Luo Qingxue. Her ID number, please. I don't know that. What about her insurance card? I don't know that either. How can you, her boyfriend, not know anything? These details are irrelevant. We must attend to her first. Place her on the examination table. Understood. When Luo Qingxue awoke once more, she discovered herself lying on a hospital bed, and 4-drip steadily administering fluids into her hand. Slightly turning her head, she noticed Xia Chen resting her chin on her hand beside the bed, dozing off. Suddenly, Xia Chen's head tilted, her arm slipped, and she jolted awake, immediately inquiring, Teacher, how do you feel now? I'm all right, just lacking strength, Luo Qingxue murmured, her voice faint and frail. That's good to hear. Xia Chen sighed in relief. Her anxieties finally alleviated. She then retrieved Luo Qingxue's bag, bowing her head in apology. Teacher, I rummaged through your bag to find your ID. I'm truly sorry. To rummage through a woman's bag is a grave offense, punishable by severe repercussions. She would never dare to do so with her own mother or sister's belongings. However, given the urgency of the situation, she had no choice but to search for the ID after ensuring Luo Qingxue's comfort. "It's all right, I won't hold it against you," Luo Qingxue reassured her. "Then please rest a bit longer. I'll keep an eye on the 4 drip and wake you when it's done." Luo Qingxue closed her eyes again, still feeling utterly drained, devoid of any energy. By 9 in the evening, as the 4 drip finished its course, she regained a modicum of strength, though her complexion remained pale. At that moment, the doctor entered, providing an update on her condition. "You have a bacterial infection coupled with a fever caused by exposure to cold. Have you been walking barefoot at home?" Luo Qingxue nodded. "Make sure to keep warm over the next few days and avoid walking barefoot at home. It can easily lead to a cold." Luo Qingxue nodded once more, and Xia Chen then asked the doctor, "Will she need to be hospitalized?" "No need for hospitalization. It's inconvenient. After you return home, ensure your girlfriend avoids cold foods and stick to some porridge tonight." Oh, Xia Chen had intended to clarify that they were not in a romantic relationship. But recognizing the doctor's pressing schedule, she refrained, knowing he had no time for idle gossip. After listening to the doctor's advice, they departed the hospital. During the drive home, Xia Chen's driving became significantly steadier, lacking the recklessness from earlier. As they approached a supermarket, she inquired, "Teacher, what kind of porridge would you like tonight?" Luo Qingxue shook her head. "I don't know. I've never had porridge before. Would you prefer savory or sweet porridge?" "Sweet, please. Wait here for a moment while I go buy some ingredients to make porridge." After a busy evening, Xia Chen prepared a sweet pumpkin and millet porridge for Luo Qingxue, ensuring she was settled and comfortable before finally retreating to her own bedroom near midnight. At last, she could rest. Xia Chen let out a deep sigh, exhausted as she sank into her chair. Upon opening her computer, she noticed a flurry of messages from Yang Wei, to which she casually responded with an emoji. "You've finally resurfaced. I thought you might have been in an accident on your way back. If you didn't reply soon, I would have called the counselor." "Fool. I got caught up with something urgent. What were you busy with?" "None of your concern." Too fatigued to fabricate excuses, Xia Chen replied, "Just logging into a game." "All right then." Xia Chen felt exhausted, yet he was not drowsy. He had just taken a brief nap while accompanying Luo Qingxue at the hospital as she received an intravenous drip. Under the same roof, Luo Qingxue lay in bed, engaged in conversation with Lin Xian. "Sister Luo, you truly frightened me. When you mentioned feeling unwell this afternoon, I began to worry about you. Subsequently, I sent you messages, but you did not respond. It's nothing serious, just a fever. After receiving treatment at the hospital, my temperature has returned to normal. Since you had to go to the hospital, why didn't you inform me? It's quite dangerous to go alone when you're unwell." Luo Qingxue hesitated for a moment, her finger hovering over the screen before she chose to conceal the truth, replying simply with an "Sister Luo, I believe you should consider finding a boyfriend. If you're dissatisfied with the arrangements your family has made, you can seek someone yourself. It wouldn't be right to spend your entire life alone. There will always be times when you feel uncomfortable or in need of assistance. Like today, when you fell ill, having someone to care for you would have made a significant difference. In the past, if someone had suggested to Luo Qingxue that she should find a partner, she would either ignore them or firmly reject the idea, showing no willingness to entertain the notion. There were numerous reasons for her reluctance, and it was not something that could be easily swayed by a few words. However, today, she did not immediately dismiss the idea, but instead fell into silence, offering no reply. Lin Xian's words resonated with her. She dared not contemplate how she would have fared today without Xia Chen. With a fever soaring to 41 degrees, she had subsequently lost consciousness. Had she been less fortunate? What could have transpired? She recalled a news story from last year about a young worker in Mingzhu City who, due to extreme fatigue, had perished alone in his rental apartment, only discovered 3 days later when co-workers reported his absence. Luo Qingxue shuddered at the thought and quickly redirected her mind. Perhaps she should genuinely consider the prospect of seeking a boyfriend. While the individuals her family had arranged for her were unsatisfactory, there were indeed good men among the undesirable ones. Just like Xia Chen, innocent, attentive, and caring. Although she could not open her eyes when she lost consciousness that night, she had heard Xia Chen's anxious voice and felt him carrying her back and forth. Later that evening, he tirelessly prepared a bowl of millet pumpkin porridge for her. After much hesitation, Luo Qingxue finally responded to Lin Xian's suggestion. "I understand." Chapter 26. Is this considered criticism? The next morning, Xia Chen accompanied Luo Qingxue to school. Although they did not have English class that day, their schedule remained packed with courses. Furthermore, Luo Qingxue had to teach other classes, causing them to part ways swiftly. Xia Chen had stayed up late the previous night, and coupled with his fatigue, he dozed off at his desk during the morning's professional course. Had he merely been sleeping, Professor Luo, their financial studies instructor, would not have intervened. However, Xia Chen snored loudly, which proved intolerable for Professor Luo. He deducted points from Xia Chen's usual score and subsequently reported the incident to Lin Xin, his academic advisor. Naturally, Luo Qingxue, who shared an office with Lin Xin, overheard everything. Lin Xin, the classmate Xia Chen, is utterly outrageous. Not only does he sleep in class, but he even snores. You should sternly remind him that university is for learning, not for wasting time. If he wants to play games, he should go home. Professor Luo Rong, a senior faculty member at Jingzhou University, is clearly infuriated by Xia Chen's behavior today, as evidenced by his fierce words. Lin Xin promptly agreed, saying, "All right, I will personally have a serious talk with him." At that moment, Luo Qingxue, who usually refrains from meddling in others' affairs, unexpectedly spoke up in Xia Chen's defense. "Professor Luo, Xia Chen had some issues last night and did not get enough rest, which is why he is in this state today." Hearing Luo Qingxue, who seldom speaks, defend Xia Chen took Luo Rong aback, and his anger subsided somewhat. While he did not doubt her words, he still believed that Xia Chen's snoring in class warranted some action. Even if he did not rest well, he cannot sleep during lectures as it disrupts other students. "I understand. I will remind him." "Good. You must ensure he stays on track." Luo Rong felt that having a strict teacher like Luo Qingxue address Xia Chen would yield better results, so he acquiesced. After Luo Rong left, Lin Xin, puzzled, asked Luo Qingxue, "Luo Jia, weren't you feeling unwell last night? How do you know about Xia Chen's situation? He specifically mentioned it to me this morning." "But I forgot to ask you to excuse him," Luo Qingxue replied, maintaining a calm demeanor devoid of deceit. "What? Why didn't he come directly to me for leave?" This sudden inquiry momentarily caught Luo Qingxue off guard, making her realize her excuse was rather flimsy. It was indeed absurd for a student to bypass the counselor and seek out her, a rather aloof instructor, for leave. Lin Xin raised an eyebrow, displaying a look of skepticism. In a moment of desperation, Luo Qingxue explained, "Because he is the son of my doctoral advisor, and I am relatively familiar with him. That is why he approached me." "Is that true? Isn't your advisor Professor Jiang Xingyue from Yinjing University? Xia Chen is her son?" "Yes. You can search for it, or inquire if you wish." The most difficult lies to unravel are those woven with a thread of truth. Luo Qingxue's confident response convinced Lin Xin. "Well, it makes sense for him to seek you out then." Lin Xin nodded, then inquired further, "By the way, I suggested you look for a partner last night, and you didn't refuse. Are you actually considering finding someone?" Luo Qingxue replied coolly, "It's worth considering." "Wow. If this gets out, the men of Jingzhou might go wild," Lin Xin exclaimed, but quickly realized something was amiss. "Wait, you aren't secretly seeing someone already, are you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have given in." "No. The fact that you outright denied it only proves my guess is right. If I were wrong, you would have dismissed it." Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes and chose to ignore Lin Xin, leaving her to speculate. After much discussion, all that was mentioned were the odd suitors from her past, prompting Luo Qingxue to silently scoff in her heart. How could I possibly want those fellows? If I were to seek companionship, it would undoubtedly be with younger, more innocent boys, like Xia Chen. The mere thought of Xia Chen filled Luo Qingxue with concern. "I wonder how that little rascal is faring now. Has he caught my cold?" She promptly took up her phone and inquired of Xia Chen, "How are you feeling? Are you unwell?" "Not at all. I'm quite well." "Then why were you sleeping in Professor Luo's class? You were even snoring." Upon reading this, Xia Chen assumed that Luo Qingxue was coming to reprimand him, and he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, teacher. It wasn't intentional. I was just extremely tired." "I'm not scolding you. I merely wanted to know if you were feeling unwell." "No, absolutely not." Luo Qingxue furrowed her brow, pondering why her tone hadn't seemed stern. Yet Xia Chen interpreted it as a rebuke. As evening approached, Luo Qingxue felt a sense of relief when she saw Xia Chen returning home in good spirits. Once inside, Luo Qingxue instructed Xia Chen to sit on the sofa. "Please don't go into your room yet. Sit here for a moment." Xia Chen, feeling somewhat apprehensive, complied. He was acutely aware of the significant faux pas he had committed by dozing off in class, and he feared Luo Qingxue would be here to scold him. If it were any other teacher, a few words of reprimand would suffice, but Luo Qingxue, it could be quite fearsome, and she might even inform his mother, which would spell disaster for him. Did you sleep in Professor Luo's class and get criticized? Luo Qingxue asked Xia Chen, striving for a calm demeanor. Xia Chen nodded. Yes. If you're ever too tired to concentrate in class, just let me know, and I'll assist you in requesting leave from your advisor. Sleeping in class is one thing, but it's even worse when you're uncomfortable while doing so. Oh, wait, what? Xia Chen initially responded affirmatively, then looked utterly astonished. Is that considered criticism? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he asked incredulously, You're not going to scold me? What purpose would there be in scolding you? I'm aware that you were quite exhausted yesterday and didn't rest well. Oh, thank you, teacher. Upon hearing Luo Qingxue's lack of reproach, Xia Chen's spirits soared. Stop thanking me so often. It feels quite distant. Oh, Luo Qingxue slipped on her slippers, preparing to take her notebook and textbooks to the study. Observing that she was still barefoot, Xia Chen reminded her, Teacher Luo, you should wear socks. The doctor advised you to keep warm lately. I don't have any warm socks. Luo Qingxue disliked wearing socks, but reflecting on Xia Chen's words, she realized he was correct. She hadn't fully recovered from her cold, and wearing slippers without socks could easily lead to catching another chill. Why don't you accompany me to buy some outside? What would I go for? I'm just about to prepare dinner at home. Xia Chen asked, perplexed. We're eating out tonight. You're tired, so don't bother cooking. Then I'll just order takeout. Xia Chen harbored a lingering aversion to shopping, reluctant to be dragged along as a mere bag carrier. Luo Qingxue, making her first invitation for someone to accompany her outside, felt somewhat displeased when Xia Chen repeatedly declined. Frowning slightly, Xia Chen, noticing her expression, quickly changed his tune, grinning. Hee, I won tea order. When shall we set off? Chapter 27. I have a friend, as an ancient saying goes. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Rather than inciting Luo Qingxue's ire and subjecting himself to discomfort, accompanying her on shopping excursions is hardly a burden. After all, this is not the first time he has been enlisted as a mere bag carrier. Due to Luo Qingxue's lingering cold, their dinner was at a modest noodle shop outside the community, where they opted for a light meal. While dining, Xia Chen perused some chat website designs on his phone, intending to send them to Wei Dongyang for reference, as he preferred not to leave the creative process entirely to him, fearing the outcome might be less than satisfactory. Designed according to these layouts, the primary function of the website is chatting. Wei Dongyang acknowledged receipt but expressed some reservations. Boss, I doubt this website will gain traction. Our school already has a forum where people can post lost items or discussions. Xia Chen retorted, when was the last time you accessed that forum? Wei Dongyang admitted it had been months since he stumbled upon it while searching for something. Exactly. The forum is antiquated. Just look at how few people engage with our school's posts, and they are predominantly male. Wei Dongyang conceded. All right, focus on the task at hand. Let's aim to have it ready by this weekend. Just as he closed the chat with Wei Dongyang, Xia Chen received a message from his sister. Xia, you sure? Are you there? Need money? You decide how to handle it. Before she could inquire further, Xia Chen preempted her. Who asked you for money? Xia Yu sure retorted, I wasn't asking for money. I was checking if you're playing games. If so, log into my account. I've returned to Black Iron. Xia Chen fell silent, exasperated by his sister's lack of skill and her gaming obsession, reminiscent of Yang Wei. By the way, I'm out right now. What are you doing outside? Aren't you averse to going out? Professor Luo isn't feeling well, so I'm accompanying her on errands. Xia Chen thought that by mentioning Luo Qingxue, his sister would let him off the hook. However, upon hearing this, she quickly insisted, since you're already out, could you buy me a pair of sports shoes? These sneakers are hurting my feet. All right, but you need to give me the money. Where am I supposed to get money? You're the one funding my meals. Are you trying to con me again? What nonsense. This is a loan, not a scam. I fear you won't repay me. I promise on Dad's head that I will. And don't forget, you devoured my snacks when we were kids. Fine, fine. Unable to counter her logic, Xia Chen acquiesced. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue, sitting across from him, observed Xia Chen out of the corner of her eye, mistakenly believing he was engrossed in conversation with a friend, which left her feeling somewhat displeased. Am I truly so unapproachable that he prefers to chat with others rather than exchange a few words with me? Luo Qingxue mused inwardly, convinced that her demeanor was far from intimidating. Could it be that his preconceived notions of me still linger? Even though he now understands the misunderstanding, perhaps he instinctively maintains a distance due to lingering biases. The two individuals were to share a life together for an extended period. It would be rather unfeasible to continue in such silence, avoiding interaction altogether. Yet, how could she dismantle the barrier that Xia Chen had erected between them? Luo Qingxue pondered, feeling the weight of isolation as she had few friends and had seldom interacted with other males, leaving her utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Perhaps she could consult Lin Xian? Her gregarious nature might provide insight. After much contemplation, Luo Qingxue sought the counsel of her loquacious colleague. Are you there? Lin Xian responded with a flurry of question marks, taken aback that Luo Qingxue would reach out to her after work. Well, I have a friend who needs advice on a matter I don't quite understand, Luo Qingxue began tentatively. What is the issue? My friend has some distance with a boy, and he seems a bit intimidated by her. How can they improve their relationship? Lin Xian paused for a moment, a sly smile creeping across her face. This doesn't sound like a mere friend. It's clearly about you, Luo Qingxue. Your usual demeanor is rather aloof, which naturally makes it hard for others to approach you. Luo Jia, there is no need for pretense. You don't have to disguise it as about someone else. I'm not pretending. It truly is about my friend. All right, your friend. I'm being serious. Luo Qingxue insisted, her urgency only further confirming her deception, leaving Lin Xian in fits of laughter. Is your friend's object of affection significantly younger? He is quite young, just started college. My goodness. Luo Jia has a penchant for much younger companions. No wonder she finds it hard to connect with other men. Lin Xian was exhilarated and immediately began brainstorming strategies for Luo Qingxue. The issue lies in your friend's cold demeanor, which makes others perceive her as unapproachable. Hence the distance. Luo Qingxue considered this insight, acknowledging its validity, but she had always been reserved, a trait deeply ingrained within her character. However, isn't that personality difficult to change? True, but your friend can influence that boy's perception through her actions. How? You must understand, men are often driven by desire. As Luo Qingxue read Lin Xian's message, she felt her cheeks warm with embarrassment. Such notions, if shared publicly, would likely be deemed inappropriate and swiftly censored. What a dubious approach. Dubious? It's quite legitimate, actually. We are all adults. What is the problem? I'm done discussing this with you. Luo Qingxue blushed and promptly shut off her phone. Yet, Lin Xian's recent messages lingered in her mind, causing her to bite her lip in shame. Teacher, are you unwell? Xia Chen suddenly inquired. No, not at all. Then why is your face so flushed? It's nothing. I'm just a bit warm. Please finish your noodles. We still need to head out later. Oh, Xia Chen returned to his meal, but from the corner of his eye, he observed Luo Qingxue's fluctuating expressions, one moment flushed, the next biting her lip, uncertain whether she was embarrassed or angry. However, he leaned towards the latter, believing that a woman as reserved as Luo Qingxue was not easily embarrassed and that someone must have provoked her ire. This evening, it would be wise to tread carefully and not provoke Teacher Luo. Chapter 28. A reward for you after exiting the noodle shop. Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue arrived at the pedestrian street. Luo Qingxue, lacking the inclination to linger, purchased a new pair of slippers and several pairs of warm cotton socks before preparing to head home. As they passed by a shoe store, Xia Chen seized the opportunity to buy a pair of white athletic shoes. Luo Qingxue refrained from inquiring, presuming that the purchase was merely for Xia Chen himself. Upon returning to their residence, Luo Qingxue headed straight for the shower while Xia Chen waited in the living room, intending to freshen up himself once she was finished. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, Luo Qingxue emerged clad in a nightgown. The sound of the sliding glass door being opened drew Xia Chen's attention, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon Luo Qingxue's delicate, fair feet. Luo Qingxue stood at the threshold, unperturbed, allowing Xia Chen to gaze at her feet. Oh, this little fellow truly enjoys observing my feet. After a considerable moment, Xia Chen regained his composure and hastily diverted his eyes. Noticing that Luo Qingxue was now looking at him, he felt a flush of embarrassment and stammered, Teacher, why aren't you wearing socks? You might catch a chill. Luo Qingxue, well aware that Xia Chen was merely making excuses, chose not to confront him. Instead, she recalled a piece of advice Lin Xian had shared with her during dinner. To improve their relationship, one must cater to the other's preferences. Since this little fellow takes pleasure in watching her feet, why not? A subtle smile graced Luo Qingxue's lips as she slipped into her slippers and seated herself beside the sofa. I forgot. Could you please fetch me the new socks I bought? Oh, Xia Chen obediently retrieved a pair of white cotton socks. At that moment, Luo Qingxue crossed her legs. Her right slipper precariously held by her toes, swaying slightly, as if it might fall to the ground at any moment. This small gesture compelled Xia Chen to steal another glance before hastily averting his gaze, announcing, "I've brought the socks. Please help me put them on." "Oh," Xia Chen instinctively replied, only to be struck with sudden shock. His eyes widened in astonishment, his mind momentarily faltering. Luo Qingxue maintained her slight smile, gazing at Xia Chen with a calm demeanor as she casually stated, "Consider this a reward for your care yesterday." "No, but this is too," Xia Chen stammered. Overwhelmed with surprise, his face flushed with heat. Observing Xia Chen's flustered and incoherent reaction, Luo Qingxue bit her lip gently, a broader smile breaking across her face. "Oh, how charmingly he blushes and panics. He is indeed still a child. Did you not express your fondness for my feet? Is this not a reward for you?" "But—" Xia Chen, his face still crimson, yearned to protest further. Yet Luo Qingxue tilted her head slightly, her smile widening as she inquired, "Do you not want it?" "No," Xia Chen murmured shyly, and after a moment's hesitation, he crouched down with the socks in hand. Luo Qingxue looked down at him, her lips curling into a smile as she playfully shook her right foot, causing her slipper to tumble to the floor, revealing her smooth little foot before Xia Chen. With the socks in hand, Xia Chen felt his face grow warmer, his heart racing. Although Luo Qingxue often walked barefoot at home, he had seen it numerous times before. Today marked the first instance for him to observe so closely. Luo Qingxue's feet were exceptionally fair and beautiful, her snow-white skin subtly tinged with a hint of pink. Xia Chen swallowed hard, lifting his gaze to glance at Luo Qingxue, who had turned her head to look elsewhere, her face slightly flushed. In truth, Luo Qingxue felt a twinge of nervousness as well. It was indeed her first experience allowing a boy to touch her body, particularly her feet. Xia Chen took a deep breath and gently grasped her ankle. He could distinctly sense Luo Qingxue's body shudder slightly, yet she said nothing, permitting him to continue. Her feet were somewhat cool, smooth, and remarkably pleasant to the touch, making Xia Chen reluctant to let go. He carefully slid the cotton sock over her delicate toes, proceeding slowly and cautiously. Even with his deliberate gentleness, each movement of his hand elicited a response from Luo Qingxue, gradually causing her to blush even more. Just as he was about to finish putting on one of her socks, an unexpected incident occurred when his hand brushed against the sole of her foot. "Ah!" Luo Qingxue gasped, suddenly lifting her right foot and inadvertently kicking Xia Chen squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Damn!" Xia Chen clasped his hands over his nose, wincing in pain. Luo Qingxue quickly rose to help him, exclaiming, "Are you all right? I didn't mean to. When you touched that spot, I got startled and instinctively lifted my foot." At that moment, she had truly lost control, her entire body trembling, leading her to react without thought. "I'm fine," Xia Chen replied, rubbing his sore nose, now hesitant to continue assisting her with the socks. "You can put them on yourself." "All right," Luo Qingxue replied, observing him as he rubbed his nose while entering the bathroom, uncertain if he understood her intentions to bridge the distance between them. "Will this kick make him even more afraid of me?" She sighed in resignation, reflecting on how difficult it was to interact with this young man. She was aware that her personality often clashed with others, but she had never aspired to connect with anyone before. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Xia Chen, feeling less pain in his nose, prepared to wash up. Despite being kicked, he felt it was worth it. Why did I let Teacher Luo put on her socks by herself? I should have helped her with the other foot, even if I got kicked again. It would have been a worthwhile trade. This thought made Xia Chen feel deeply regretful, as though he had lost a fortune. The next morning, as he observed Luo Qingxue walking in socks and slippers, a sigh escaped his lips. "Sigh, I won't be seeing her for quite some time." After breakfast, they headed to school together. Xia Chen went to class while Luo Qingxue first visited the office. Upon entering, Lin Xn beamed at her as if she were a deity, leaping to her feet in excitement. "So how did it go? Did the method I taught you last night work?" Luo Qingxue shot her a glance, her expression unchanged as she replied, "My friend tried it. It wasn't particularly effective." This morning, Xia Chen still did not take the initiative to speak with her, leaving Luo Qingxue feeling that last night's events were utterly futile. How could that be? It shouldn't be. A man devoid of desire could only be a eunuch. Was that young boy truly a eunuch? "Xia Chen, a Chu. Which scoundrel dares to insult me behind my back?" Luo Qingxue shot Lin Xin a disdainful glance, realizing she should never have placed her trust in her. Lin Xin was merely a single dog who could only engage in theoretical discussions. Sister Luo, I believe it's not that there's no effect, but rather that one encounter is insufficient. You must interact with him more to gradually deepen your relationship. Let me reiterate, it's not me, it's my friend. Luo Qingxue emphasized with a heightened tone, her demeanor a tad fierce. I understand your friend. What I meant was for your friend to engage more with him. I'm serious, I'm not lying. Chapter 29. Consuming alone. Xia Chen sat in the back of the classroom, continuing to prepare for his website project. Beside him, several classmates were either dozing off or daydreaming, with hardly anyone paying attention. Why is the school's confession wall so inefficient? I asked him to send a message yesterday, and he still hasn't done it, Yang Wei suddenly complained. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen casually inquired, What's the matter? Are you eyeing some beauty and seeking her contact information? No, I just wanted to ask if any seniors or upperclassmen have our freshman textbooks. I wish to buy a copy. Have the textbooks already vanished after just a few days? Did you consume them? How could they be gone? I'm looking for the textbooks with the seniors' notes. Don't you know that Luo Rong checks notes during finals? If they don't meet the standards, the usual scores could result in an outright failure. Yang Wei's comments prompted Xia Chen to furrow his brow. Why does that old geezer have such stringent requirements? That's why I wanted the confession wall to help me post a request for textbooks, but it still hasn't been sent. Perhaps it hasn't been seen at all. The confession wall is merely an operational account, lacking efficiency. If you truly want to gather books, it'll be much easier after a while. Why? Don't ask me. Seeing Xia Chen remain silent, Yang Wei shifted the conversation to what transpired the previous day. By the way, how did it go for you yesterday? Did you face any consequences? I noticed Luo Rong was furious, his face dark as a storm cloud. No. Did the counselor personally speak with you to reprimand you? No, not at all. That's odd. Didn't Luo Rong say he would ensure our counselor would properly educate you? During class, Xia Chen had been sound asleep as Luo Rong openly criticized him in front of the entire class, while others reveled in the misfortune. After some contemplation, Xia Chen replied, Indeed, someone did reprimand me, but it was not the counselor. Who was it? Luo Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Xia Chen as if he had seen a ghost. My goodness, how are you still alive? Xia Chen shot Yang Wei an exasperated glance, choosing not to engage further. At present, Xia Chen found Luo Qingxue to be anything but terrifying. She was merely a bit aloof, even reminiscent of his own mother's nagging. However, Yang Wei was filled with curiosity, incessantly questioning him. Old Xia, I have noticed a significant change in your attitude towards Luo Qingxue since you moved out to rent a house. Could it be that? Xia Chen interrupted Yang Wei, adopting a serious demeanor, and said, Please cease your trivial and foolish speculations. Isn't this rather mundane? Allow me to give you a task. Xia Chen replied, handing Yang Wei the gaming account of Xia Yuesher. Help me elevate this account from black iron to gold, and I shall treat you to a cup of milk tea afterward. Sometimes, Xia Chen marveled at his own cleverness. Not only did he silence Yang Wei, who was akin to a nagging old woman, but he also managed to accomplish his own task regarding Xia Yuesher in the process. At that moment, Xia Chen received another message from Wei Dongyang. I have completed the website template. Would you like to review it offline? This way, I can make any necessary adjustments swiftly. All right, let us meet at the cafeteria at noon. It's perfect timing for lunch. As the clock struck 12 and the school bell rang, Xia Chen gathered his textbooks and exited the classroom, heading towards the cafeteria. However, upon reaching the building's exit, he was confronted with a throng of students, all clustered together, many of whom were gazing in one direction, unable to move. Amidst the cacophony of chatter, Xia Chen could discern snippets of conversation. There's a beautiful girl at the entrance. She seems like a senior, so stunning. Senior? Nonsense. She's one of our department's teachers. What's her name again? I can't recall at the moment. Xia Chen immediately understood that yet another enchanting woman was drawing the attention of a group of lecherous onlookers, rendering them immobile. Damn it. What's so captivating about beautiful women? Are they going to starve? Don't they realize that a lack of enthusiasm for meals is a troubling mindset? Xia Chen grumbled, weaving through the crowd, eager to escape. Just as he finally pushed through the door, his gaze was suddenly captivated by a striking figure, causing him to halt in his tracks. There stood Luo Qingxue in a flowing white dress, positioned not far away, seemingly waiting for someone. Hey, buddy, stop staring. She's not yours to behold, someone remarked, noticing Xia Chen's frozen state. Xia Chen disdainfully shot a glance at the person but offered no reply, instead striding directly toward Luo Qingxue, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Xia Chen inquired, recalling that Luo Qingxue had no classes that morning and should have already finished her lunch. "I happened to be here for something and thought I would wait for you to finish class so we could have lunch together." "Something?" Xia Chen observed Luo Qingxue, feeling that something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate what it was. In reality, Luo Qingxue had no particular business. She merely felt that dining alone in the cafeteria seemed a bit lonely and thought to invite Xia Chen along. She was unaware of why this thought had suddenly emerged, as she had often dined alone without such feelings before. "Let us go, we shouldn't dawdle. The cafeteria will become increasingly crowded," Luo Qingxue remarked coolly. Xia Chen nodded in agreement and hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, Yang Wei and the others were still slowly filtering out of the crowd at the building's exit. Upon awakening, Chen Jiming was instantly stirred into excitement upon hearing those around him speak of a beautiful woman. "Where's the beauty? Where?" Lu Yongbing could not help but scoff. "Just a moment ago, you were sleeping like a log. How come you're suddenly so spirited upon hearing about a beauty? Why don't you exhibit such vigor at other times? What do you understand? In this vast world, nothing surpasses the allure of a meal. And a beautiful woman is the sustenance for the spirit. Just admit you're a lecher. Aren't you just as much? I am a respectable person." As their banter continued, Ma Hongwei suddenly clapped both their shoulders. "Enough of the noise. The beauty has already departed. Damn, I haven't even seen her yet. Where did she go?" Chen Jiming craned his neck in search, catching sight of a tall figure in a white dress walking away alongside a young man. His heart sank. She had a partner. With a sorrowful sigh, he lamented. However, Li Ming detected a clue. "Wait, doesn't that young man next to the beauty resemble Xia Chen? By heavens, now that you mention it, he does bear a resemblance," the crowd exclaimed in unison. Yang Wei, stretching his neck and squinting, suddenly shouted, "That scoundrel! I recognize him even if he turned to dust. No wonder he hasn't been gaming these days. Turns out he has been indulging himself without his friends." Feeling a pang of imbalance within, they were vexed by his apparent luxury. Chapter 30. I am the boss. Listen to me. Yang Wei and the others initially intended to follow and uncover the identity of Xia Chen's mysterious girlfriend. Yet, due to the throngs of people, they could not keep pace, and in the blink of an eye, Xia Chen vanished from sight. At this moment, Xia Chen had arrived at the third canteen, where the crowd was relatively sparse and the ambience more serene, prompting him to meet Wei Donyang there. "Teacher, I have a meeting with Wei Donyang this morning to discuss website development, so we will dine together later," Xia Chen informed Luo Qingxue in advance, hoping to prevent any displeasure from her later. "All right, you may converse. I shan't intrude," she replied. Although her words suggested acquiescence, her inner feelings were somewhat discontent. She had come to wait for Xia Chen to have lunch together, following Lin Xin's advice that to build a good relationship, they should spend more time together, preferably alone. Despite her previous indifference, she felt a twinge of annoyance at the presence of an outsider during their meal. They each ordered lunch, with Luo Qingxue opting for a bowl of clear soup noodles, and they took their seats at the agreed location. Wei Donyang was taken aback upon seeing Luo Qingxue and quickly leaned towards Xia Chen to inquire in hushed tones. "Didn't you say it was just the two of us? Why is Professor Luo here as well?" There was a last-minute change," Xia Chen casually explained. Just as Wei Donyang was about to ask further, Luo Qingxue, with an expressionless demeanor, coldly interjected, "I shall not hinder your conversation." Upon hearing this, Wei Donyang hurriedly offered a smile while apologizing. No, Professor Luo, it wasn't my intention to imply that." "I understand," Luo Qingxue replied curtly, leaving Wei Donyang momentarily speechless. Though he was in his senior year, being in the computer science department, he had only heard that Luo Qingxue was aloof and difficult to approach. Now that he had encountered her in person, he could certainly attest to that. However, he was more curious about the relationship between Xia Chen and her. Just as Xia Chen was about to discuss website optimization with him, Wei Donyang further lowered his voice and inquired quietly, "What exactly is your relationship with Professor Luo? It can't just be a student-teacher relationship if she is always by your side." Xia Chen understood that Wei Donyang was skeptical. Yet the truth was he was not lying this time. His relationship with Luo Qingxue was indeed that of a student and teacher. What else could it be? "Could it be that you are?" Before Xia Chen could deny it, Luo Qingxue spoke up first, "We are siblings." Ah! Both Xia Chen and Wei Dongyang exclaimed in unison, looking at her with puzzled expressions. Luo Qingxue did not elaborate further. She simply paused her meal, casting a fleeting glance at Xia Chen. The next moment, Xia Chen quickly regained his composure and nodded in agreement. Ah, yes. We are siblings. I am Professor Luo's elder sister. He stuttered, almost incoherent, and hastily corrected himself. No. Professor Luo is my sister. Wei Dongyang remained somewhat doubtful. At that moment, Luo Qingxue added, not many people know that we are siblings, and we prefer to keep it that way, so don't be too surprised. Oh, I want to say a word, Wei Dongyang assured her repeatedly, daring not to pry further, and resumed discussing the website with Xia Chen. Luo Qingxue had keen ears. No matter how softly they spoke, she could hear everything. Your web page needs to be more concise. Avoid unnecessary frills that serve no purpose. Xia Chen remarked as he glanced at the dizzying array of buttons on Wei Dongyang's website. However, Wei Dongyang was reluctant to remove them, insisting, this makes it look sophisticated and appealing. This won't attract many people. Attraction comes from other promotional avenues. This is a chat website. You need to make the website's purpose immediately apparent. Especially the chat sections should stand out. Xia Chen argued persistently with Wei Dongyang until, ultimately, he leveraged his position as the boss to secure Wei Dongyang's agreement. I am the boss. You should listen to me first. When the website grows and needs an upgrade, your ideas will come in handy. Fine, Wei Dongyang conceded. After lunch, he returned alone to make changes to the website, while Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue walked towards the office building together. I didn't expect you to know so much about websites, Luo Qingxue observed. Even though she had not voiced it earlier, she had always felt that Xia Chen's points were valid. A simpler website is indeed better, as its functionalities should be immediately clear. Actually, I've been misled by numerous websites, which is why I know how to do this. Xia Chen recounted how, in the past, he would search for something online, only to find a chaotic website filled with irrelevant information, making it difficult to locate what he needed. Upon returning home that evening, after a brief rest, Xia Chen headed to the kitchen. Why didn't you ask me what I wanted for dinner tonight? Luo Qingxue suddenly inquired. Previously, Xia Chen would always ask her what she felt like eating before cooking, but tonight, he seemed ready to start preparing without consulting her. Have you decided what you want to make? I'm making millet porridge for you. Didn't the doctor say you should drink more porridge these days? Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue furrowed her brows. Why is it again porridge made from millet? I have already had several bowls. Although the millet porridge that Xia Chen prepared was quite delightful, consuming it repeatedly could become monotonous. Moreover, Luo Qingxue had a penchant for exquisite delicacies. She wished for Xia Chen to concoct something different for her. If we have porridge tonight, I will prepare dinner tomorrow. Xia Chen, adhering to the doctor's advice, listened. Luo Qingxue pursed her lips in silence, clearly reluctant. How about I make congee with century egg and lean pork? It would be a nice change in flavor. I detest century eggs. Luo Qingxue loathed the taste of century eggs, believing them unfit for human consumption. Teacher, the flavor of century eggs in the congee isn't pungent. It tastes delightful. Luo Qingxue remained unresponsive, retreating to her study. Xia Chen presumed her silence indicated consent. Thus he commenced the preparation of century egg and lean pork congee. However, when the steaming bowl was set before her, Luo Qingxue's elegant brows knitted together upon spotting the century eggs within. Teacher, what's wrong? Is it too hot? I simply don't wish to eat century eggs. It's truly not unpleasant. You might want to take a bite. Xia Chen encouraged, but seeing Luo Qingxue's continued indifference, he added, if you genuinely find it unappetizing, I can prepare you some plain noodles instead. In that moment, Xia Chen felt as though he were coaxing a young girl to eat. Yet Luo Qingxue remained silent. Her desire to refuse mounting as she considered asking Xia Chen to prepare noodles instead. Just then, she noticed several glistening beads of sweat on Xia Chen's forehead. I have a cold, and this little one is diligently making porridge despite the heat, while I am being so picky. Isn't that a bit excessive? With this thought, Luo Qingxue quickly quelled her initial inclination and picked up a spoon. Regardless of how unpalatable the century eggs might be, this was the porridge that Xia Chen had worked hard to prepare, and she felt compelled to consume it. Luo Qingxue took a spoonful, her brow furrowed in anticipation of the distasteful flavor. However, as she savored the congee, she gradually realized it was not as bad as she had expected. In fact, it was rather appetizing. The congee with century egg and lean pork was not so unpleasant after all. Chapter 31. The feeling of being pampered by a wealthy woman. Luo Qingxue continued to eat, finishing the entire bowl of century egg and lean pork congee. Prior to this, she had felt a sense of relief merely from not discarding the bowl into the trash. After dinner, Luo Qingxue completed her evening routine but did not immediately retire to her bedroom. Instead, she donned her nightgown and settled on the sofa in the living room. Xia Chen had just finished washing up in the bathroom and was about to step out when a message from Xia Chen came through. "When are you free? I have no classes tomorrow morning. Would you like to come by and pick up the shoes?" "Sure, I'm free tomorrow morning as well." Xia Chen agreed, realizing it had been quite a while since he had seen his stepsister, although he wasn't particularly eager for the encounter. "By the way, how are things going with Professor Luo?" "Quite well. Why do you ask? Would you like me to give you some tips to help you get closer to her?" "No, thank you." Xia Chen didn't need to think twice. He knew that Xia Yushi's inquiry was the precursor to her usual antics. "Why not? Don't doubt my abilities. Trust me, I can surely help you win over Professor Luo." "Enough of this nonsense. Have you ever met Professor Luo?" "Just blowing hot air." Xia Chen abruptly ended his conversation with Xia Yushi, having never considered the prospect of a romantic relationship with Luo Qingxue. Previously, he had not dared to entertain such thoughts. However, upon reflecting on his university life shared with Luo Qingxue, he realized that she was rather amiable after clearing up misunderstandings. She accompanied him to school daily, often waiting for him even when her afternoons were fully booked, and showed concern for his meals. The last time he got sunburned, she even lent him her sunscreen attire. Moreover, she was beautiful, tall, and even affluent. It was best to dismiss such fanciful thoughts. Xia Chen collected his thoughts and exited the bathroom. Just as he was about to return to his room, he was suddenly called by Luo Qingxue. "Wait a moment." "What is it?" Xia Chen asked, puzzled. "Why haven't you dried your hair?" "It's fine. It will dry naturally soon." Xia Chen had bangs and somewhat long hair, which required considerable time to dry completely. So he had developed the habit of drying it halfway until it no longer dripped. Yet Luo Qingxue found this unacceptable. "Not drying your hair can harm your scalp." With that, she walked into the bathroom, retrieved the hairdryer, and said to Xia Chen, "Come here, I'll help you dry it." "Is that necessary?" "I've always done it this way. Come here." Luo Qingxue repeated in a cool tone, leaving Xia Chen no choice but to comply obediently and approach her. "Squat down. With you so tall, how can I help you dry your hair?" "Oh." Xia Chen complied and squatted down. Luo Qingxue reached out with one hand to pull him closer while she turned on the hairdryer with the other, beginning the task of drying his hair. If your hair remains wet, you may catch a chill and be wary of headaches when it rains. You're an adult. How can you not understand this? She chided. In response, the squatting Xia Chen mumbled softly, "Aren't you always walking barefoot at home and catching colds?" He assumed his voice was too soft to be heard over the noise of the hairdryer. To his surprise, Luo Qingxue heard him clearly, immediately stopping the dryer to glare at him, clicking her tongue in dissatisfaction. "I didn't say anything." Xia Chen quickly shook his head, silencing himself, which allowed Luo Qingxue to resume drying his hair without further glares. Is she some sort of eavesdropper? How could she hear that? Xia Chen silently marveled. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue thought to herself, "This little rascal dares to speak about me. Walking barefoot at home is merely convenient. Besides, doesn't he enjoy looking at my feet? He has seen them plenty of times." As she pondered, her hands continued to dry Xia Chen's hair, and her left hand absent-mindedly stroked his head, gradually becoming quite fond of the gesture. This little fellow's head feels so nice. If only he would always listen obediently like this and refrain from unnecessary chatter. I wouldn't harm him. Luo Qingxue found it hard to stop stroking Xia Chen's head until he finally spoke. "Teacher, that's enough? If you keep drying my hair, I'll get dizzy." In truth, it was not the wind that left Xia Chen feeling dizzy, but rather the gentle caress of Luo Qingxue's hand, although he found the sensation rather pleasant. Oh, at that moment, Luo Qingxue hurriedly removed the hairdryer, realizing that Xia Chen's hair had become somewhat heated from her ministrations. Continuing would likely lead to damage. Just then, the takeout she had ordered for him arrived. "Here you go. You're not ill, and you are still growing. Constantly sharing my porridge will lead to malnutrition. I am 18 this year, not a child." Xia Chen felt that such words were more fitting for an 8-year-old. Even so, that's still a slightly older child. "Take this. I'm going to rest now." Luo Qingxue placed a complete serving of meat sauce baked rice into Xia Chen's hands, then donned her slippers and returned to her room. Xia Chen shrugged in resignation and took the meat sauce baked rice back to his bedroom. With no classes the following morning and having delegated his website duties, he looked forward to a night of enjoyment. As soon as Xia Chen connected to the voice call with Yang Wei, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted from his headphones, leading one to believe that a battle was underway on the other end. Lu Yang's voice, shouting Pack, you idiot, you went the wrong way. Li Ming, calmly, don't panic. Regardless of the situation, the three of us have the advantage over one. Ma Hongwei, frightened, what the hell? Why is there someone crouching here? Sun Yang, in despair, old ma. Listening to the bizarre sounds, Xia Chen quickly lowered the volume of his headphones to spare his ears. Why does it sound like a bustling market over there? After taking a bite of the meat sauce rice, he gestured to Yang Wei on the other end. You'll get used to it. Yang Wei replied nonchalantly, before promptly inquiring about Xia Chen's midday escapade. By the way, you little rascal, have you secretly started dating? How could that be? Am I so idle that I would date? Nonsense. We all saw you walking with a stunningly beautiful girl this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen immediately realized they were referring to his walk with Luo Qingxue. Damn it, walking together makes us a couple now? What about all of you single dogs? That may be true, but your words are rather hurtful. Dating? Let me tell you, once you start dating, you can't indulge in gaming at will. After being led astray by Xia Chen's banter, Yang Wei did not press further. So, are you gaming or not? Hold on. I'm eating. What are you eating? Beef sauce baked rice. Such extravagance. Can you afford such an expensive meal? Nonsense. I'm nearly begging on the streets. I didn't pay for this. I found it. Bullshit. How come I can't find anything? That is your problem. As Xia Chen boasted while eating. He glanced at the receipt on the packaging, noting that this small portion of baked rice cost 38 yuan, indeed pricey. Had it been his choice, he would not have splurged. Why did it suddenly feel as though he were being spoiled by a wealthy benefactor? Damn. Thinking this way somehow made him feel particularly elated. Chapter 32. On the brink of death after a whole night of playing in a 5-man squad, not a single victory was achieved. Xia Chen stared at the sea of red in his match records, lost in thought. Old Xia still playing? Yang Wei inquired of the long-silent Xia Chen. I'm done playing. I'll go solo. What is the point of that? If you want to play, then let us continue. We'll talk about it when you transition to manual mode. With that, Xia Chen ended the voice call. Fortunately, he was using his sister's account rather than his own. Nevertheless, he had promised to help Xia Chen rank up. So it seemed he would have to endure a night of gaming. Freed from the constraints of 4 burdensome companions, Xia Chen climbed the ranks with remarkable speed. By around 4 in the morning, he finally managed to elevate Xia Chu's account back to gold and finally lay down to rest. He slept soundly until nearly noon. Showing no signs of waking, Luo Qingxue nearly suspected something was amiss with Xia Chen and hurriedly opened the door, only to find him clutching a pillow, mumbling in his sleep. Dead noob, watch my moves. Observing Xia Chen in such a deep slumber, Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. What time did he stay up until last night? No classes in the morning, but he shouldn't be burning the midnight oil like this. Originally, Luo Qingxue intended to let Xia Chen sleep a little longer, but as it approached 11 o'clock and her own hunger grew, she realized he showed no signs of waking. Having nearly recovered from her cold, she was counting on him to prepare a meal. Ultimately, Luo Qingxue could no longer resist the urge to rouse him. Wake up. No more sleeping, it's already noon. At first, she merely stood beside him and called out several times, but with no response, she reluctantly reached out to nudge him. To her surprise, Xia Chen merely turned over and continued to sleep, mumbling, "Sister, stop bothering me. Let me sleep a bit longer." Luo Qingxue frowned, losing patience with his stubbornness, and felt an urge to simply pull him up. What time is it? Still asleep? I need to cook for Professor Luo today. Get up already. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. She expected this little rascal to remember he had to cook. Looking at Xia Chen, who was tightly clutching the pillow, she found him somewhat endearing and amusing. Yet, he still needed to be awakened. Seeing that gentle nudging wasn't working, Luo Qingxue directly pulled him into a sitting position. Wake up, stop sleeping. Xia Chen mumbled as he reluctantly opened his eyes, appearing half asleep. Teacher Luo, what are you doing in my room? What time did I sleep last night? How late was it? Luo Qingxue regarded him with a cool demeanor. Xia Chen's mother, Jiang Xinyue, had entrusted her to take care of him, emphasizing only that he should not stay up too late. Observing Xia Chen's current state, it was clear he had been awake until the early hours. Last night, Xia Chen pondered, his mind hazy. I forgot. It must have been pretty late. Clearly. You only fell asleep in the early hours. Even without classes this morning, you shouldn't stay up so late. It disrupts your biological clock and is detrimental to your health. I know. Still half asleep. Xia Chen brushed off Luo Qingxue's admonitions as mere maternal nagging and responded dismissively. You're aware you've been staying up late. Luo Qingxue's dissatisfaction was evident as she prepared to continue her lecture. Xia Chen suddenly widened his eyes, frantically searching around, and in a moment of desperation, he grasped Luo Qingxue's hand, which held a phone, anxiously glancing at the time. Fortunately, it was only 11 o'clock. A long sigh of relief escaped him, completely unaware that he was still holding onto Luo Qingxue's hand. How long do you intend to hold my hand? Luo Qingxue prompted, causing Xia Chen to hastily release his grip, his expression shifting from surprise to immediate apology. I'm sorry, teacher, it wasn't intentional. Luo Qingxue, with a resigned smile, refrained from further comment and instead inquired, what are you so eager to check the time for? Because I have something to deliver this morning. But it's already noon. It's fine, as long as it's not past 12. Xia Chen was aware that Xia Yuesher was likely just getting out of bed at this hour. Although Xia Yuesher didn't stay up late, she had a severe habit of lingering in bed, preferring to remain there even when awake. For a moment, Luo Qingxue was left speechless. After a brief silence, she stood up to leave Xia Chen's room, instructing him, get up and freshen up, we'll have lunch outside. Weren't you the one who wanted to make lunch for me? He replied, you still have something to deliver. There's no time for that. It's fine. I can tell them I'll be a little late. However, Luo Qingxue sternly admonished, once something is agreed upon, do not go back on your word. That habit is quite undesirable. Hurry up, don't always dawdle. Okay. Xia Chen initially thought to argue that she was his sister and it was all right. Yet, after her reprimand, he dared not speak further. After changing her shoes, Luo Qingxue headed downstairs to start the car, telling Xia Chen to wash up and come down immediately. Just as she pulled the car out of the parking space, Xia Chen appeared at the top of the stairs, astonishing her. Just moments ago, he had been dragging his feet, yet now he was up, dressed, and ready to go. How could you be so quick? Didn't you tell me to hurry? Xia Chen replied, feeling somewhat perplexed. I meant for you to be quicker, but I didn't expect you to be this fast. Have you washed your face and brushed your teeth? Wasn't he getting up just a matter of minutes? Xia Chen explained, I may linger in bed, but that doesn't mean I drag my feet. It only takes me 3 minutes to get up. Luo Qingxue was momentarily at a loss for words. Once Xia Chen was in the car, she asked, where are you delivering your item? Let us have lunch nearby. I'm going to Jingzhou Medical University. I'll find a small restaurant there. All right. Xia Chen casually pinpointed a Shaxian snack shop near the medical university on the map and sent the location to Xia Yuesher, suggesting they meet there. When Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue arrived, Xia Yuesher had yet to appear, which was as Xia Chen had anticipated. After all, Xia Yuesher preferred to apply light makeup when going out, and with the warm weather, she likely needed to apply sunscreen as well. Once Luo Qingxue's cold noodles arrived at the table, noticing that the person Xia Chen was waiting for had not yet arrived, she inquired, who are you waiting for? Why are they still not here? She'll be here soon, Xia Chen began, but before he could finish, a melodious voice rang out. Xia Chen, you finally made it. I've missed you so much. On a summer day, Xia Yuesher naturally sat opposite Xia Chen. Xia Chen first handed her the sneakers he had bought. Here are your sports shoes. All set for you. Hee, thank you, Xia Chen. Xia Yuesher replied with delight as she accepted them. Just as Xia Chen was about to say something to his sister, an unexpected chill ran down his spine. Why do I sense an aura of hostility? Why do I suddenly feel as though death is upon me? Chapter 33. The cold professor's unexpected side. Perplexed by the source of this ominous energy, Xia Chen turned to see Luo Qingxue, her teeth gently biting her rosy lip, her gaze fixed intently on him as if she intended to devour him whole. He recalled the last time he witnessed such a fierce expression was last year, when she had slapped a rogue. That teacher Luo, Xia Yuesher, is my biological sister. She attends university in Jingzhou as well, Xia Chen hurriedly clarified, feeling as if he would meet a grim fate if he hesitated even a moment longer. Although he was unaware of the cause of Luo Qingxue's ire, his instincts suggested she was likely misunderstanding the situation. Sure enough, upon hearing his explanation, her menacing glare softened considerably, though she still appeared somewhat displeased. Oh, Luo Qingxue simply acknowledged, returning her attention to her cold noodles without further comment. Xia Chen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have evaded a dire outcome. Xia Chen, initially taken aback by the sudden tension, soon realized what had transpired, breaking into a broad smile as she stood to leave. I'll head back now. Aren't you going to eat? I'll have my meal at school. Before departing, Xia Chen discreetly slipped Xia Chen a few milk candies and gestured for him to check his phone. Sure enough, shortly after her departure, Xia Chen received a message. Xiao Chen, Professor Luo is upset. Remember to coax her. Is that advisable? I have no idea how to placate her. Xia Chen acknowledged Luo Qingxue's current displeasure, but feared that any attempts at comfort might exacerbate her anger. Just do what you used to do with me. Be persistent and say, if you don't calm down, I'll tell Mom that I played on my phone at night. That is certainly not coaxing. It's outright coercion, Xia Chen retorted, somewhat exasperated. Oh dear, I meant to suggest you genuinely comfort her. Find out what Professor Luo likes and cater to that. If you're truly at a loss, you can use the milk candies I provided. Using candy to appease her seems rather childish, considering she's 27. What do you know? A girl is always 18 at heart. Trust me, sweets will surely work. Xia Chen, after reading the message, chose not to respond further. He understood that not all of Xia Yusher's advice was reliable, otherwise, trouble would surely ensue. Nevertheless, he pondered over what might please Luo Qingxue. Did she have particular delights? After spending time with her, he noted that she seldom engaged in leisure activities, neither venturing outdoors nor playing games. Aside from work, it seemed her only pursuits were reading and eating. Reflecting on this, Xia Chen suddenly realized that Luo Qingxue had a profound fondness for food, hoarding snacks as if she were a little hamster. Should I prepare a delicious treat for Teacher Luo and subsequently offer my apologies? As Xia Chen pondered this, Luo Qingxue, seated beside him, abruptly stood up. I've finished. I'll wait for you in the car. Without waiting for Xia Chen's response, she exited alone. Settling into the vehicle, she reclined in her seat, her expression gradually becoming neutral. She murmured to herself, did I perhaps speak too harshly just now? Did I frighten him? And why was I even angry? He merely bought a pair of shoes for his sister. Even if he were to purchase something for another girl, it shouldn't concern me too much, right? I only promised to look after him. Luo Qingxue's thoughts raced, and after her self-reflection, an image of Xia Chen presenting gifts to other girls flashed through her mind. In an instant, her anger surged anew. No, I have vowed to care for this little rascal. He is rather naive and must not be led astray by some unscrupulous woman. What could any other woman possibly offer that I do not? At that moment, Xia Chen returned to the car, opened the door, and upon turning to see Luo Qingxue's furious expression, he felt a jolt of fear, almost bolting from the vehicle. Why are you so startled? He asked. Perhaps it's because the air conditioning is on, and the temperature difference is causing my muscles to react strangely, Xia Chen said, his heart racing, silently critiquing, perhaps you should check your own expression before questioning mine. However, Luo Qingxue quickly recognized her loss of composure, swiftly tempering her expression. Her tone returned to its usual coolness. Then I shall turn off the air conditioning. No need for that. It would be too hot without it. On a sweltering day, a car without air conditioning is hardly different from a steamer, Xia Chen replied, noticing the anger had dissipated from Luo Qingxue's face. With a cheerful smile, he produced a sweet cone and offered it to her. Teacher, please don't be upset. Have a sweet cone to lighten your mood. Upon seeing the sweet cone, Luo Qingxue's lips almost curled into a smile, but she quickly restrained herself, maintaining her icy demeanor. I am not angry at all. I haven't been angry, she retorted. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Besides, I've just recovered from a cold, and consuming something cold isn't advisable, Luo Qingxue stated calmly. Oh, how could I forget that? I shall treat you to a sweet cone another time, Xia Chen replied, thinking she genuinely did not want it. He opened his mouth, ready to consume the cone himself. However, just as he was about to bring it to his lips, he paused, catching a glimpse of Luo Qingxue's reluctant, yet slightly pained and angry expression. Xia Chen hesitated for a moment. Then, closing his mouth, he extended the sweet cone back to Luo Qingxue. This cone is not large, and since you have recovered, having one should be fine. Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, then realized Xia Chen had witnessed her earlier demeanor, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and wishing to refuse again. However, after a brief internal struggle of 3 1/3 seconds, she swiftly reached out her right hand and seized the sweet cone from Xia Chen's grasp with such speed that he barely had time to react. She then turned her head to the other side, her expression composed, as if nothing had transpired, as if the ice cream cone had always been in her hand. Xia Chen blinked in a daze, and upon regaining his senses, he gazed at Luo Qingxue, who had taken a small bite of the ice cream cone. Hardly able to believe his eyes, he never anticipated that a mere ice cream cone could completely placate Luo Qingxue's anger. The usually aloof Professor Luo, who exuded an air of coldness, appeared as innocent as a little girl, easily swayed by food. If this were to be shared, it would likely be met with disbelief. For reasons unknown, Xia Chen suddenly found a certain charm in the otherwise taciturn and frigid Professor Luo. Moreover, the distance between them seemed to be diminishing with each passing moment. "Shall I take the wheel?" Xia Chen proposed to the ice cream-eating Luo Qingxue. She replied softly, swiftly switching positions with him. Her earlier ire completely dissipated, and her tone now tinged with delight. Chapter 34. Brother, please allow me a bow originally. Xia Chen intended to inquire in the evening about what Luo Qingxue wished to eat, offering to cook for her. However, during the late afternoon, Luo Qingxue was unexpectedly summoned to a meeting, thus rendering his plans moot. When she returned from the meeting that evening, she coincidentally encountered Xia Chen emerging from the bathroom, handing him the late-night snack she had brought back. "Here you go. You didn't have breakfast today, and your lunch and dinner were both noodles. You must be starving now." Xia Chen noticed that Luo Qingxue frequently brought him food, and he felt increasingly embarrassed about it. "Teacher, you don't have to keep bringing me food. I just see you eating so little. I fear you might starve yourself," Luo Qingxue replied, removing her bag and then informing Xia Chen, "This weekend, I will be attending a meeting in Xiangqing District, so you will be home alone." "Oh, then please be careful on your journey, teacher." After hearing Xia Chen's concern, Luo Qingxue looked at him and said, "I will be cautious on the road, but do not let yourself go completely. No more late nights like last night. Okay, don't just promise with words. If you keep staying up late and sleeping until noon, it won't be as simple as today." Hearing Luo Qingxue's warning, Xia Chen swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. The stern and icy demeanor of Professor Luo was indeed quite intimidating. "All right, you should return to your room. I need to wash up and get some rest." "Good." On Saturday morning, Luo Qingxue rose early and left with her colleague Lin Xin to a breakfast shop, intending to have a hearty meal before setting off. Upon seeing Luo Qingxue order a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, Lin Xin was taken aback. "Sister Luo, didn't you despise century eggs? Why did you order that congee?" Lin Xin had long recommended the dish to Luo Qingxue, but she had adamantly refused, claiming her aversion to century eggs. Thus, Lin Xin assumed Luo Qingxue had mistakenly ordered. "Shall we swap for my pumpkin congee instead?" "No, I've changed my taste. I can now accept century eggs." After Xia Chen had prepared the century egg and lean meat congee for her, she had developed a fondness for its flavor, prompting her to order it again this morning. However, after taking a bite, she frowned. "What's wrong?" Lin Xin asked, puzzled. "It doesn't taste good." "But you just said you wanted to try it again, didn't you?" "I long to savor century egg congee, yet this preparation leaves much to be desired." The flavor of this establishment has consistently been commendable. Which place serves such delectable century egg congee? Luo Qingxue refrained from responding, merely enjoying her breakfast while contemplating Xia Chen. Truly, that little fellow's cooking is delightful. I wonder what time he retired last night. Did he stay up late again? As these thoughts occupied her mind, Luo Qingxue considered sending a message to check if Xia Chen was awake. However, upon retrieving her phone, she abandoned the idea. It would be best not to disturb him. After all, it is the weekend, and he should be allowed to sleep in. Meanwhile, Xia Chen awoke around 8 o'clock. Following Luo Qingxue's admonitions, he had not stayed up late. He had merely played for a while before succumbing to slumber. Glancing at the time, he realized that his dormitory mates were likely still in a state of dormancy, as they would not emerge until well past noon. It was then that Wei Dongyang sent him a message, announcing that the website was completed. Xia Chen promptly rose, purchased a steamed bun, and made his way to the school library. Wei Dongyang was already waiting for him, and he found it somewhat peculiar that Luo Qingxue was not accompanying Xia Chen today. "Why has Professor Luo not joined you?" Upon hearing this, Xia Chen shot Wei Dongyang a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, "This fellow seems to have nothing but beautiful women on his mind. Can he even perform his tasks effectively? If you wish to see beautiful women, there are plenty online, aren't there?" "I wasn't implying I wanted to see Professor Luo. It was merely a casual inquiry." Wei Dongyang would not dare to gaze closely at Luo Qingxue, and her absence today brought him a sense of relief. alleviating the pressure he usually felt in her presence. Moreover, if I am to seek beautiful women, I have ample study materials. Would you like some? I could share a few with you. Enough, enough, spare me the chatter. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Wei Dongyang logged into the website on his notebook. Following Xia Chen's previous suggestions, the site had been significantly simplified, with the chatting section now clearly delineated. Wei Dongyang had also transferred recent topics from the school's confession wall, the campus forum, and other trending discussions onto the website, making it appear akin to a bustling chat platform where many engaged in boasting. Upon seeing this, Xia Chen couldn't help but commend him. You are indeed a little genius. With Wei Dongyang's enhancements, users could immediately recognize that this space was similar to the school's confession wall, yet it also allowed for initiating discussions, undoubtedly appealing for its convenience. Wei Dongyang beamed with pride, adjusting his glasses and modestly downplaying the compliment. Oh, it's nothing, just a small endeavor. However, I seem to have noticed a flaw. When Xia Chen clicked on the confession section, he discovered that clicking too rapidly would redirect him elsewhere. This is unavoidable, with just me handling it. I cannot manage every detail perfectly. Minor issues can be rectified gradually. Alright then, Xia Chen chose not to dwell on it further, as long as the website was functional. He was satisfied. Please integrate a few bots into the site. Whenever someone posts, they should leave a comment. It would be best to train them to mimic human interaction more closely. Certainly, this is quite feasible. But keep in mind they are not real people and cannot replicate human behavior flawlessly. There will always be discrepancies. That is acceptable. As long as we can convince some of the dim-witted, that will suffice. Xia Chen had modest expectations. All he needed was for Chun Jiming, a foolish individual, to believe that he was a real person. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer, during which Xia Chen requested Wei Dongyang to utilize the security monitoring features of the browser. What do you need that for? He exclaimed. I'm genuinely concerned that some imbeciles might disseminate study materials all over the website, potentially jeopardizing it. Domain names are expensive, after all. This was indeed a valid point. Sometimes, inappropriate content can cause significant harm. Xia Chen nodded in agreement and remarked, Senior, it's good that you are aware of this. Therefore, you should limit your viewing and focus more on your work. Who is watching? Wei Dongyang retorted. You should resolve your sallow complexion and dark circles before accusing me of not watching. I am merely working hard to assist you with your website. Xia Chen rebutted. Then pray tell, what is this in your browser history? Xia Chen queried, clicking on a website that instantaneously filled the screen with an array of inappropriate images, prompting Wei Dongyang to swiftly shut his laptop. Feigning calm, he responded, I'm merely fatigued and require a bit of relaxation. You need to unwind 7 or 8 times a day? Xia Chen quipped. Listen, Senior, a little indulgence is pleasurable, but excessive indulgence can be detrimental to your health. You must cherish your body, otherwise, your wife will grow weary of you. Nonsense. I am in excellent health. I have a remedy for kidney deficiency. Brother, allow me to bow before you. Chapter 35. A clever bunch. Men are inherently concerned with their pride. Even when they know their weaknesses, they refuse to admit them. However, if someone claims to possess a cure for kidney deficiency, that is an entirely different matter. Senior, you should devote more thought and energy to your studies and work. As long as you keep yourself occupied, you won't dwell on trivial matters, and naturally, your health will improve. That sounds suspiciously like you're trying to convince me to work tirelessly for you. Wei Dongyang scoffed, feeling somewhat dubious. Xia Chen, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue in disapproval. What kind of statement is that? Is this mere persuasion? Your diligent work not only accumulates experience, but also keeps you from engaging in meaningless activities. This is all for your own good. That does make a bit of sense. Precisely. Remember to limit your exposure to those undesirable videos. Focus more on your studies, and perhaps integrate the chatbot as well. I must take my leave. Wei Dongyang watched Xia Chen rise and depart, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Why do I feel as though I have been outwitted? Nevertheless, what he said does hold considerable merit. Effective immediately, I shall abstain. After leaving the library, Xia Chen proceeded to the school's printing shop to collect the flyers he had requested a few days prior. He then purchased 2 cups of milk tea and headed to the dormitory of Yang Wei and his companions. Upon entering, he discovered that aside from Sun Yang, who was an avid fitness enthusiast and already awake, the others were still in bed. Liu Yangbing was snoring heartily, while Ma Hongwei lay sprawled out, exposing his size 45 feet, sleeping soundly like a log. Xia Chen approached Chen Jiming's bedside, gently patting his face, which was adorned with a silly grin. Stop looking. Would you care for this couple-themed milk tea? It's just right to gift to your goddess. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing the 2 cups of milk tea in his hands. Upon seeing them, Chen Jiming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly sat up, exclaiming, yes. Just as he was about to reach out, Xia Chen withdrew his hand and pulled out a flyer instead. Please help me distribute this flyer. Since you can't enter the girls' dormitory, just stand at their entrance to hand it out. Chen Jiming readily agreed, leaping out of bed with a smile, taking the flyer and his milk tea with him. Before leaving, he sent a message to his goddess. Jia, I bought milk tea. I'll bring it to you. Please leave it with the dormitory supervisor, and you can pick it up later. Xia Chen secretly glanced at Chen Jiming's phone and couldn't help but admire him. This persistent admirer is truly something else. Once Chen Jiming departed, Xia Chen took over his spot. To be fair, although the guy was a sycophant, his desk was remarkably tidy. A far cry from the chaotic mess surrounding some of the others. Before long, the remaining few began to awaken, and Yang Wei, upon waking, emitted a series of indescribable sounds. Ugh, what the hell? Why are you barking like a dog? Lu Yongbing, disturbed by Yang Wei's antics, couldn't help but curse. He's just having a moment. Don't mind him, Xia Chen replied with a chuckle from Chen Jiming's chair. When did you arrive? Just now. As Xia Chen spoke, he sent Yang Wei a link to the Miliao website. By the way, didn't you want to find someone to sell you a textbook with good notes? You can start a topic on this website, and in a couple of days, someone will likely contact you. Is that for real? Is it that useful? Yang Wei tried it out and found posting and chatting on the site to be significantly more convenient. The others, upon hearing this, eagerly requested the website link. Expressing their satisfaction, Lu Yongbing was particularly thrilled to discover the private messaging feature. This is fantastic. Next time some idiot tries to argue with me, I can just insult him in private messages afterward. Sun Yang, after examining the website, turned to Xia Chen and remarked, why does this site have a section for secondhand sales, but no fitness section? I'll ask someone to add a fitness chat section in a few days. Xia Chen casually replied, and Sun Yang nodded. Suddenly, the group collectively turned to Xia Chen, their faces filled with astonishment. Wait a minute. This website is yours. Yes, it is, Xia Chen responded nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. However, the other 5 could hardly remain calm. What the hell? You're actually a hidden rich kid? Old Xia, don't boast. Is this site really yours? It's so impressive. Yang Wei, the most taken aback, exclaimed, you bastard. How could you be so wealthy when you were always mooching off me in high school? In the face of their astonishment, Xia Chen merely waved his hand dismissively. It's just a website. It's not worth much. How much did it cost you to build this website? Only about 20 to 30,000 yuan, Xia Chen replied casually. Ma Hongwei was flabbergasted. To him, this amount seemed trivial, while he meticulously budgeted even for a simple meal. 20 to 30,000 ISNT, a small sum. What kind of family do you come from? An ordinary one. If you don't believe me, ask Yang Wei. I used to often eat and drink at his place. Indeed, but I sense you are merely feigning innocence while concealing your true prowess. I assure you, I am genuinely impoverished. Do you see any designer labels on my attire? Even my shoes are mere Nikes. After a brief exchange, the group ventured out for lunch. During their meal, Xia Chen unexpectedly received a message from Luo Qingxue. Are you awake? Surely, you are not still slumbering? I awoke early and am currently dining, he replied. Had Xia Chen not mentioned his early rising, Luo Qingxue might not have doubted him. However, this statement raised her suspicions, given that he had slept until midday the previous day. You truly are awake? Are you not still in bed? Noticing her skepticism, Xia Chen promptly snapped a photo of his meal and sent it to Luo Qingxue. This action quelled her doubts. As long as you are not staying up late, ensure you rest early tonight. All right, Teacher Luo, you too should take care of yourself. Just as Xia Chen put his phone away, Sun Yang inquired, is your mother still checking up on you? Having seen Xia Chen take a picture, he assumed it was a welfare check. My mother is quite concerned about me, Xia Chen replied, aligning with Sun Yang's line of thought to avoid further inquiries from his friends. After lunch, they headed directly to an internet CAF, where they also had dinner. Xia Chen initially intended to return home around 9 in the evening, but engrossed in play, he lost track of time. Ultimately, he returned to his room in the dead of night. Checking his phone, he saw that at 10 o'clock, Luo Qingxue had sent a message asking if he had gone to bed, which he had missed. Just as he was about to respond, he reconsidered. Replying now would only reveal his oversight. Thus, He feigned ignorance, planning to explain tomorrow that he had retired early and simply missed her message. He resolved to wake up early to respond, ensuring no slip-ups. This thought made Xia Chen feel exceptionally clever, almost a genius in his own right. Chapter 36. This time, he was truly angry after washing up. Xia Chen had barely settled into bed when he was interrupted by a voice call from Yang Wei. Are you out of your mind? It's nearly 1 in the morning, and you're still awake? Sleep? They want to analyze the game and pinpoint whose fault it was for today's losses. Fine, let us see. Yang Wei initiated a screen share, displaying the gameplay footage from earlier in the day for collective review, leading to mutual criticism. It began with Yang Wei's own spectacular blunders. How can you mess up ambushing someone? Unexpected. Wow, a poet? You can't hit a single shot. That is hardly poetic. Xia Chen endured over an hour of their analysis, concluding that apart from himself and Lu Yang, none were particularly competent. I can't watch anymore. Your dreadful gameplay is making me hungry. After hanging up, Xia Chen attempted to sleep, but found himself restless past the witching hour. Thus, he resumed scrolling through videos on his phone. Eventually, at around 5 in the morning, as dawn began to break, he finally felt drowsy and succumbed to sleep. As for the alarm he had set for 8 o'clock, it had long since become irrelevant, not to mention the matter of replying to Luo Qingxue's message. In the evening, Luo Qingxue entered the room, and upon noticing the silence, naturally assumed that Xia Chen had gone out to play. Thus, she sent him a message inquiring about his return. However, after changing her shoes and sitting on the sofa for a while, she still had not received a reply. Considering the message from the previous night, Xia Chen had been out of contact for nearly an entire day, which filled Luo Qingxue with concern. Where could this little fellow have gone? Why hadn't he replied? Surely, nothing unfortunate had occurred. The more she pondered, the more anxious she became, with all sorts of bizarre possibilities swirling in her mind. Could he have been in a car accident? Or perhaps he had been deceived and was now unconscious, taken to a desolate place to have his kidneys harvested? Or was it possible that some wicked woman had set her sights on him, imprisoning him in a dark room? As her worries escalated, she began to pace back and forth, unable to contain herself any longer. No, I must go find him. Something must not have happened. Just as Luo Qingxue was about to change her shoes and head out, a sudden loud thud echoed from within the house. Following the sound, she glanced over to see Xia Chen sprawled out on the bed, sound asleep. The noise had been caused by his phone falling to the ground. Upon seeing Xia Chen at home, Luo Qingxue's immediate reaction was one of relief. At least he was unharmed. However, a sense of confusion soon followed. How could he have napped until now? Murmuring to herself, she picked up Xia Chen's phone and happened to notice an unread message from her that she had just sent, along with a jumble of other notifications. Initially, she thought little of it, but then a realization struck her. Wait. Upon glancing again at Xia Chen's lock screen, she saw that the earliest notification dated back to 9 in the morning. If he had unlocked his phone, all those notifications would have disappeared. This led her to conclude that Xia Chen had likely been asleep since 9 that morning. Could it be that he hadn't slept at all the night before? Realizing this, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but furrow her brow. She chose not to wake him, but instead sat beside him, curious to see how long he would continue sleeping. Time passed, second by second, until darkness enveloped the sky. By the time Luo Qingxue felt drowsy herself, Xia Chen still had not stirred. She nearly dozed off, almost toppling onto Xia Chen's bed. Shaking her head to regain her focus, she checked the time and discovered it was already 7 in the evening. Unable to endure any longer, she reached out and grasped Xia Chen's arm, shaking him awake. Wake up, stop sleeping. Xia Chen groggily opened his eyes, noticing that it was still dark outside, and promptly flopped back down. It's not light yet. Let me sleep a little longer. Luo Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, a mixture of irritation and amusement. Stop sleeping. Get up. With one hand, she pulled Xia Chen upright while the other gently tapped his face a few times, just enough to rouse him without causing discomfort. After being slapped a few times, Xia Chen finally regained consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes and, in the dimly lit room, gazed at Luo Qingxue before him. Still dazed, he muttered, "Teacher, why are you back so early? It's still dark outside." "That's because the sun has just set." Luo Qingxue bit her lip, making a concerted effort to suppress her anger. At that moment, she thought to herself that if Xia Chen were her son, he would certainly be in for a beating. You need to wake up and sit up straight." With her sharp reprimand, Xia Chen instantly became more alert. Luo Qingxue then stood up and turned on the bedroom light. The room brightened instantly, causing Xia Chen to squint as he adjusted. He happened to catch sight of his phone on the bedside table, displaying the time. September 21st, Sunday, 1908. What the heck? How is it already evening? Did I sleep the whole day? It dawned on Xia Chen that he had indeed slept for an entire day. Before he could formulate an excuse, Luo Qingxue coldly interjected. I ask you, what time did you go to bed last night? Think carefully before you answer. Her icy gaze intimidated Xia Chen, causing him to forget the defense he had prepared. Well, I think I fell asleep around dawn. What did you promise me yesterday during the day? Luo Qingxue inquired. I promised you I would go to bed early. And what about you? Xia Chen looked at Luo Qingxue's furious expression and, after a moment of hesitation, tried to lighten the mood with a cheeky grin. Hey, sleeping in the morning counts as going to bed early, right? However, Luo Qingxue's face remained devoid of any amusement. Her expression so frigid that Xia Chen quickly retracted his playful demeanor. At that moment, Luo Qingxue was on the verge of an explosion of anger. When she returned home, she had been filled with trepidation for Xia Chen's well-being, only to find that he had stayed up all night and then slept the entire day. Now sitting there with a cheeky grin. If it were anyone else who had provoked Luo Qingxue to such fury, they would likely be in grave danger. Resisting the urge to unleash her wrath, she reminded herself that it was normal for a child to make mistakes, but this time, she had to teach him a lesson to ensure he understood the gravity of his actions. Should I inform your mother that you stayed up all night? Luo Qingxue said coldly. Please don't, teacher. If you tell my mom, I'll be living off nothing but the wind next month. Xia Chen was not afraid of being scolded or punished. He feared the loss of his allowance. His strict mother always followed through on her threats. Although he had borrowed a considerable amount of money from Luo Qingxue for his entrepreneurial website, it was earmarked for that purpose alone and could not be used for anything else, especially since he needed to repay it later. Seeing Xia Chen's pleading expression, Luo Qingxue lowered her phone. Then you'd better be serious. Okay, write me an 800-word reflection and show it to me. If your attitude shows genuine remorse, I'll let you off the hook. Oh, can I make dinner first and write the reflection afterward? Xia Chen, now feeling a bit hungry, wanted to prepare something to eat. But Luo Qingxue remained stern and unyielding. Write the reflection first. You have no room for negotiation right now. Okay. With a sense of resignation, Xia Chen reluctantly fetched pen and paper, dutifully preparing to write his self-reflection. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue stood beside him, vigilantly supervising to prevent Xia Chen from resorting to online plagiarism or generating content merely to copy. However, composing a self-reflection was not akin to spinning tales or crafting novels. Filling 800 words proved to be quite a formidable task. He paused intermittently, pondering over his thoughts, and after an hour, he had barely completed half of it. Moreover, hunger gnawed at him, rendering it difficult to concentrate. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Chen turned to Luo Qingxue, seeking a bit of leniency to allow him to eat something first, as he felt drained of energy. Yet, as he turned, he noticed Luo Qingxue clutching her abdomen, bending over with a pained expression, her face reflecting considerable discomfort. Alarmed, Xia Chen inquired, Teacher, what is the matter? Nothing, just a bit of stomach pain. Continue your writing. I do not require your concern, Luo Qingxue replied, her tone still stern, though the previous coldness had dissipated, replaced by a subtle softness. Xia Chen quickly surmised the cause. Realizing it was likely her monthly cycle, he hastily rose, intending to prepare warm water for her. Teacher, let me make you some brown sugar tea. There's no need. Focus on completing your self-reflection first. You are not permitted to leave, she insisted. Luo Qingxue was typically meticulous and disdained any abrupt changes to her plans. She insisted Xia Chen finish his writing, even in her discomfort, suspecting he might be using her condition as an excuse to escape. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Xia Chen had already exited her room. Come back. Luo Qingxue called out in frustration, but as she stood, the pain in her abdomen forced her to sit back down. How infuriating. Have I been too lenient with him lately, allowing him to disregard my words? She recalled a time when Xia Chen had been obedient, too afraid to question her authority. Now, he not only showed no fear but also deceived her, which was utterly vexing. As her irritation mounted, the pain intensified, making it increasingly difficult for her to remain seated. Gritting her teeth, she reached for her thermos, finally managing to grasp it, only to discover that the hot water had long been consumed. Just then, a wave of sharp pain surged through her abdomen, causing Luo Qingxue to double over. her tightly shut eyes brimming with unshed tears. How foolish of me to indulge in ice cream yesterday, she lamented internally, recalling how the warm weather had tempted her to enjoy several sweet treats, and now she was facing the consequences. Her complexion had paled, and the intense pain drew beads of cold sweat upon her forehead, just as she felt on the verge of uttering a whimper. A sudden rush of warmth enveloped her face. "Teacher, please drink this brown sugar tea. It will ease your discomfort," Xia Chen offered, presenting a cup of steaming tea. Luo Qingxue slowly raised her head, her eyes opening to reveal a reddened gaze, glistening with tears that seemed poised to spill over at any moment. In that instant, she appeared devoid of her usual aloofness, revealing the vulnerability of a helpless girl, evoking a sense of compassion in Xia Chen. He gently scooped a small spoonful of tea and brought it to her lips. Luo Qingxue slightly parted her lips and took a sip. A warm current coursed down her throat, spreading throughout her body and instantly dispelling the bone-chilling cold that enveloped her. Even the pain subsided considerably. However, she was also met with a fiery sensation in her mouth, prompting her to cover her lips and furrow her brow in discomfort. "What is this? Isn't it's supposed to be brown sugar water? Why does it taste spicy? Is it brown sugar ginger tea? The heat must be from the ginger. I cooked it and removed the ginger, so it shouldn't be this spicy. Why include ginger at all? I never put it in when I drink it." Luo Qingxue mumbled through her hands, particularly averse to spicy flavors, whether from chili or ginger. She could not tolerate either. Without the ginger, it would merely be hot water, lacking the desired efficacy. After listening to Xia Chen's explanation, Luo Qingxue refrained from further objections, yet she was unwilling to continue drinking, keeping her mouth tightly shut. Seeing this, Xia Chen had no choice but to coax her. "Teacher, just one cup. Bear with it, and the pain will cease. I'll feed you with a spoon." "I don't need your coaxing." Luo Qingxue pouted. She felt that Xia Chen's attempts to persuade her were akin to comforting a little girl. Whereas she was indeed older than him, she was not a child in need of such treatment. "Then you should drink this brown sugar ginger tea first." Xia Chen's tone grew more assertive. He understood that a balance of softness and firmness was necessary at this moment, or it would be futile. "I don't want to drink it. It's too spicy." Luo Qingxue continued to refuse, her lips still pursed. In Xia Chen's eyes, she resembled a petulant little girl, and he wondered why an adult would need such coaxing to consume something. "Once you finish, the pain will go away. If you find it too spicy, I'll feed you a little at a time. It won't be as unbearable." As he spoke, he brought the spoon to her lips again. Under his persistent persuasion, Luo Qingxue finally opened her mouth and took another small spoonful. The warmth did alleviate her stomach pain, yet the fiery sensation in her mouth remained bothersome. Observing Xia Chen preparing to feed her again, Luo Qingxue felt infantilized, and a sense of indignation welled up within her. It was merely a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea. Why not just drink it? Suddenly resolute, Luo Qingxue snatched the cup from Xia Chen's hand and gulped down the remaining hot tea in one go. This unexpected action momentarily stunned Xia Chen, and it wasn't tea until she covered her mouth with one hand and returned the cup to him with the other that he regained his composure. "I'm done. You needn't feed me." She had intended to appear strong and maintain her authority over Xia Chen. However, just then, her stomach audibly protested, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. "I'm a bit hungry. Shall I prepare something to eat?" But it's too late now. I can only make noodles." "What kind of noodles would you like?" Luo Qingxue pondered in silence. In the past, she often found herself unaware of what she desired to eat, but now, after spending time with Xia Chen, she began to develop goals and preferences. "I want to eat fried sauce noodles." "All right, then wait here for a moment." Xia Chen took his phone and headed to the kitchen, while Luo Qingxue remained seated on his bed, resting. Observing the half-finished reflection on the desk, Xia Chen murmured to himself, "He truly went to prepare brown sugar tea for me. I seem to have misjudged him. Should I offer him some form of compensation?" Chapter 38. Unwavering obedience to Professor Luo's orders. Preparing fried sauce noodles proved to be somewhat of a challenge, and Xia Chen devoted considerable effort to it. In the meantime, Luo Qingxue, growing impatient, ventured into the kitchen only to find Xia Chen diligently occupied, and thus chose to wait in silence. When Xia Chen finally presented the noodles, Luo Qingxue eagerly picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, her mouth instantly unable to refrain from savoring the dish. Just moments ago, her stomach had been in distress, partly due to her hunger. "Teacher, did you not eat much during your business trip to Shanxing?" Xia Chen softly inquired. Noticing that Luo Qingxue's fervent consumption resembled that of someone who had not eaten for days, albeit without the ravenous haste, Luo Qingxue chewed her noodles thoughtfully before nodding in response. Yes, the food out there was quite unpalatable. The best thing I had during the trip was yesterday's ice cream cone. The meals were hardly digestible. They were exceedingly unpleasant. Oh, I see. Teacher, please take your time. There is still plenty left. Throughout dinner, the two exchanged little conversation. Xia Chen observed as Luo Qingxue devoured 2 large bowls of fried sauce noodles. And upon witnessing her contentment as she wiped her mouth, he tentatively broached the subject. Teacher, considering I made the fried sauce noodles, perhaps we could reconsider the reflection. Absolutely not. Even before he could finish his sentence, Luo Qingxue firmly rejected the notion. You must complete your reflection, and it must be done earnestly tonight. What an unyielding woman. Xia Chen could only silently grumble in his mind. To Luo Qingxue, principles were principles. Rewards and punishments must remain distinct. The reflection was a consequence for Xia Chen, and there could be no leniency. After dinner, Xia Chen returned to his room to continue writing the reflection, while Luo Qingxue resumed her position on his bed, overseeing him. As usual, Xia Chen wrote intermittently, pausing frequently. At one point, he felt he had reached a sufficient word count and showed it to Luo Qingxue, only to be immediately informed that it fell short. This certainly cannot be 800 words. At most, it is 600. Keep writing. What? How can it possibly be only 600? That is quite a lot. I have studied for over a decade and taught for 3 years. Do you think I am unaware of what 800 words entails? Do you want me to count each word for you? No, that won't be necessary. I shall continue writing. Xia Chen obediently turned back to his task. If Luo Qingxue counted the words, punctuation would certainly not be included, resulting in an even greater burden. Could you not grant me a slight reprieve? After all, I brewed you brown sugar tea and made you fried sauce noodles. As he grumbled, he continued to write. By the time he finally amassed 800 words, it was well past 10 o'clock in the evening. At last, it was finished. Xia Chen, feeling a wave of relief, tossed the pen onto the desk and turned to show his work to Luo Qingxue. To his surprise, he found her already lying on his bed, fast asleep, her slender legs dangling over the edge. Teacher? Professor Luo? Luo Qingxue? Xia Chen attempted to call out several times, but received no response, confirming that Luo Qingxue had indeed fallen into a deep slumber. It was hardly surprising, given that she had been on a business trip for 2 days and was utterly exhausted, especially after enduring discomfort that had left her drenched in cold sweat. However, such a state of sleep was not without its perils. Xia Chen retrieved his own blanket to cover Luo Qingxue, yet her legs remained exposed, vulnerable to the chill. But if he were to embrace her, it might rouse her from her rest, wouldn't it? After a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen resolved to lift Luo Qingxue and reposition her comfortably. After all, this was not their first encounter in such a manner. He had previously carried her when she had a fever. With that thought in mind, Xia Chen gently extended his hands and cradled Luo Qingxue with utmost care. The soft texture of her form and the subtle fragrance enveloping her stirred his heart, causing a quickening of his pulse that rendered his movements somewhat awkward. He recognized his folly. This was an entirely different scenario. The last time, Luo Qingxue had been nearly unconscious, and his only thought had been to save her. Now, however, the delicate figure in his arms made it exceedingly difficult to maintain composure. No. Calm yourself, Xia Chen. You must remain rational. Women only serve to impede your pursuit of wealth. As he chanted this mantra to himself, shaking his head to dispel the rising tide of emotion, he gazed at Luo Qingxue, who appeared like a sleeping beauty. Taking a deep breath, he decided it was best to carry her back to her own room. Just as he prepared to move, a soft murmur escaped Luo Qingxue's lips, startling Xia Chen so much that he nearly dropped her. Upon noticing that she merely turned her head without waking, he exhaled in relief. It was said that beautiful women often awaken with a temper. He dared not contemplate the consequences of disturbing Luo Qingxue's slumber. To avoid rousing her, Xia Chen reluctantly abandoned his initial plan and laid her back down on his bed. After completing this task, he stood at the bedside, unable to tear his gaze away from her exquisite features. How truly beautiful she was, he thought with a sense of wonder. He also realized that beneath her seemingly cold and assertive exterior lay a girl in need of care. Perhaps Luo Qingxue had endured something that compelled her to maintain such an aloof demeanor, deliberately keeping others at bay. Silently pondering this, Xia Chen gently covered her with the blanket before departing the room. Unbeknownst to him, as he closed the door, Luo Qingxue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, though her eyes remained shut. The following morning, when Luo Qingxue awoke, she found Xia Chen still sleeping on the sofa in the living room, having spent the entirety of the previous day in slumber. His biological clock was now in disarray. Despite his intentions to retire early the night before, he had only drifted into a daze past midnight. Observing Xia Chen, who lay soundly asleep on the sofa, a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Humph, he dared to call my name while I was asleep last night, thinking I was unaware. In truth, Luo Qingxue had not been feigning sleep. She had merely been on the cusp of slumber, too fatigued to fully open her eyes, yet still faintly aware of her surroundings. She was, of course, aware of Xia Chen lifting her and tucking her into bed. Luo Qingxue heard Xia Chen praise her beauty and smiled as she playfully rubbed his mouth, saying, "Given your compliment, I shall let this slide." After freshening up, she enjoyed her breakfast while reviewing the reflection Xia Chen had written. His handwriting was relatively neat, yet it was all in cursive, making it somewhat tiring for her to read, indicating that he had not invested much effort into this assignment. A few lines made her stifle a laugh, particularly the last one, which made her burst into laughter. "I vow to unconditionally follow Professor Luo's instructions and commands, without the slightest dissent. Should I repeat my mistakes, I shall accept any punishment." This fellow made it sound like a military order, as though disobedience would warrant execution. After finishing the reflection, she turned to Xia Chen with a grin and said, "But since you said this yourself, I shall keep this reflection along with the last letter you wrote." Chapter 39. The consequences are severe. Luo Qingxue first took a picture of the reflection, then folded it and placed it in her pocket. However, feeling it was inappropriate, she transferred it to her bag for safekeeping, finally feeling reassured. Throughout this process, a smile lingered on her lips, and she was unaware that this simple task could bring her such prolonged joy. After breakfast, Luo Qingxue noticed it was nearly time for class. Yet Xia Chen still had not awakened. She knew he must have stayed up late the previous night, but she couldn't entirely blame him. After such a long sleep, how could he possibly sleep again at night? Never mind, let him rest in the room. After all, it's my class in the morning. Gathering her notebook, she set out alone. Upon beginning the class, it became evident that Xia Chen was the only one absent. She did not inquire about the other students and proceeded with the lesson. "Hey, where's Xia Chen?" Chen Jiming noticed his absence and nudged Yang Wei, who was still battling drowsiness. Meanwhile, the other four had fallen into deep slumber, likely oblivious to any commotion outside. "I have no idea," Yang Wei groggily replied, scanning the room and confirming Xia Chen's absence, which sparked concern within him. "Why is he really not here? Didn't he say he would go to bed early last night? When did he tell you that?" "About midnight, I think. Isn't that a bit early?" At this moment, only Chen Jiming's biological clock seemed to be functioning normally among them. "But we all managed to drag ourselves to the classroom, so why didn't Xia Chen?" Luo Qingxue's absence from class would incur a deduction of 30 points from his final score, and 2 such absences would result in failing the course. Yang Wei, having grown up alongside Xia Chen, felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, failing was quite serious. "But didn't you speculate that Xia Chen was living with Luo Qingxue? Perhaps she helped him take a leave?" Chen Jiming suggested. "How could that be?" Yang Wei vehemently denied. "I was just joking. If Xia Chen truly lived with Luo Qingxue, given her strict and aloof demeanor, she would certainly have dragged him out of bed for class." "True enough. I'll ask him what he's been up to. If he's still sleeping, he should hurry to class. Being late is at least better than being absent." As soon as Yang Weigang finished speaking, he was sternly reprimanded by Luo Qingxue. No whispering during class. The abruptness of her words startled both of them into sitting up straight, rendering them speechless. Her admonition also served to intimidate several others who were furtively hiding below, engrossed in their mobile devices, compelling them to quickly exit their games. However, Yang Wei remained somewhat concerned about Xia Chen. After a while, he mustered the courage to request permission from Luo Qingxue to use the restroom. And then he promptly called Xia Chen. At that moment, Xia Chen, still in a deep slumber, found the ringing phone to be quite bothersome. Assuming it was a telemarketer, he almost instinctively reached out to hang up. In his groggy state, he forgot that he was lying on the sofa and rolled off, landing unceremoniously on the floor. After regaining his composure, he extended an arm to answer the call, placing the phone to his ear. "Hello? Who is this? You're still alive?" Upon recognizing Yang Wei's voice, Xia Chen's irritation surged. "Are you out of your mind? Calling me at this hour? Have you even looked outside? It's still dark. Are you brain dead? At that moment, Xia Chen suddenly realized that the brightness in the living room was not merely from the lights, but rather from the sunlight streaming in. You need to hurry to class. Have you forgotten what Luo Qingxue said at the beginning of the term? Unexcused absences in her class will result in a deduction of 30 points from your participation score. Damn, is class already in session? Xia Chen instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. A glance at the time revealed it was already 8:30, and his fatigue vanished in an instant, replaced by a sense of urgency. I'm on my way. He ended the call, splashed some water on his face, grabbed his textbooks, and dashed towards the school. 10 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of his peers, Xia Chen burst through the classroom door. Report. I am sorry. I'm late. Standing at the podium, Luo Qingxue blinked in surprise as she regarded Xia Chen, her delicate features betraying a mix of indifference and a touch of adorably dazed confusion. After a moment of stunned silence, she finally regained her composure and instructed him. You may enter. As Xia Chen made his way to his seat, Luo Qingxue remained perplexed. What brings this little fellow here? Did I not grant him leave? And he seems so flustered. Though her mind was occupied with these thoughts, she refrained from lingering on them, focusing instead on the task of teaching. Once seated, Xia Chen panted heavily as he engaged in a hushed exchange with Yang Wei. Didn't you say you were going to bed early last night? How come you couldn't even get up this morning? How dare you question me? The night before, you kept me awake for hours, which led to my sleeping all day yesterday. Consequently, I struggled to feel drowsy last night and have no idea what time I finally fell asleep. Seriously? My sleeplessness is none of your concern. Xia Chen dismissed Yang Wei's grievances and glanced at his phone, only to discover a message from Luo Qingxue. If you wake up, make yourself something to eat. You need not attend this morning's class. I've excused you. In that instant, Xia Chen felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. How can one waste the chance to sleep in? This is akin to ignoring a windfall. What else with that expression? Did you eat something foul? Yang Wei questioned, bewildered by Xia Chen's sudden outburst. What is the matter with you? Xia Chen was in no mood to entertain Yang Wei's confusion, feeling an urge to strangle him. If it weren't for Yang Wei, he would still be peacefully asleep on the sofa. Now that he was awake, he had no choice but to endure the class. After a short while, it was time for a break, and Xia Chen was summoned outside by Luo Qingxue. Most people were not surprised. They assumed Luo Qingxue was going to question Xia Chen about his tardiness that day. However, the reality was somewhat different from what most had speculated. Why did you arrive at class in such a fluster? Did you not see my message? Luo Qingxue inquired, her tone surprisingly calm, a change she herself had not noticed. I only saw it after I got to the classroom, Xia Chen replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, her concern for Xia Chen's well-being lingered, particularly as he had spent the night on a sofa. You definitely skipped breakfast. Go to the canteen and have a meal first. Then come to my office for a rest. There's a pillow in my drawer. You can use it to sleep. You want me to sleep in your office? Xia Chen could hardly believe it until Luo Qingxue handed him the office key. Well, your counselor Lin Xian doesn't have anything scheduled this morning, so it will just be you. Xia Chen nodded and, stretching his neck, quietly asked, Teacher, are you no longer upset about yesterday? Considering how sincerely and diligently you wrote your reflection, I shall forgive you. However, you must adhere to what you wrote. Otherwise, the consequences could be quite severe. I promise to be obedient. Chapter 40. The wall-push Xia Chen assured her with fervor, though the contents of his reflection from the previous night had slipped his mind entirely. No matter, in a few days, Professor Luo would likely forget as well. If necessary, he could always write another reflection next time. After finishing his breakfast, Xia Chen sauntered to Luo Qingxue's office and opened the door. Although he had visited a few times before, this was his first time alone. Inside, there were two desks. One belonged to their counselor Lin Xian, while the other was Luo Qingxue's. The space was rather small, giving it a somewhat cramped feeling. As Xia Chen surveyed the room, he realized it had originally been designated as a private office for school leaders. However, due to the school's age and limited resources, it had been repurposed into a shared office. Seating himself at Luo Qingxue's desk, Xia Chen felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. If a student were standing before him, he felt he could exert a silent authority without uttering a word. The old witch from high school had always enjoyed sitting like this to criticize others. The sensation was indeed pleasurable. After experiencing a taste of the teacher's authority, Xia Chen retrieved Luo Qingxue's pink pillow from the drawer. It was exceedingly soft, imbued with a familiar fragrance. Leaning closer, he inhaled deeply, confirming it bore the exact scent of Professor Luo. This pillow was both fragrant and plush. Could it be that this was the very pillow I rested my head on after drinking too much last time? Xia Chen recalled that night. The pillow he leaned against in his dream felt so real that he had always believed it was not merely a figment of his imagination. Lost in thought, Xia Chen buried his head into the pillow. Ah, this feels delightful. Though immensely comfortable, he sensed something was still lacking. What exactly had I leaned against that night? Xia Chen could not comprehend what he had slept upon that evening. It felt like a pillow, yet somehow it was not. For a pillow could not provide such exquisite comfort. Xia Chen leaned against the cushion, lost in thought. Before long, fatigue enveloped him, and he drifted into a hazy slumber. However, this sleep was not profound. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he assumed it was Luo Qingxue returning from class. He opened his eyes and lifted his head, only to find Lin Xine stepping inside. The two stared at each other, momentarily taken aback. Xia Chen was the first to recover, greeting Lin Xine with a simple, "Hello, counselor. What brings you here? I thought you were unwell and had taken a leave." Lin Xine looked at Xia Chen with confusion, recalling that she had received a message from Luo Qingxue this morning regarding Xia Chen's absence. Well, Xia Chen contemplated how to navigate the situation, but before he could respond, Lin Xine answered herself. "Did you happen to encounter Professor Luo this morning? She must have seen you were unwell and suggested you rest in her office since you don't live on campus." "Ah, yes. Xia Chen nodded vigorously, conceding to Lin Xine's narrative. Lin Xine settled into her chair, turning to engage Xia Chen in conversation. "By the way, is your mother Professor Luo's former mentor? I only recently heard Luo Jie mention it." "Indeed," Xia Chen replied with a nod, aware only that his mother was Luo Qingxue's mentor, lacking further details. However, upon hearing this, Lin Xine assumed Xia Chen must be quite familiar with Luo Qingxue. "So, do you happen to know if Professor Luo is secretly dating someone lately?" Xia Chen was momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend the question. Lin Xine, believing Xia Chen was hesitant about revealing this to Luo Qingxue, assured him, "Don't worry, I won't say a word to her, just tell me. Professor Luo shouldn't be dating anyone, right?" Xia Chen mused. He pondered that Luo Qingxue rarely ventured out apart from her time at school, making it unlikely for her to be in a relationship. Moreover, which boy would dare approach her? Unless, perhaps, they had overindulged in red beans and were lovesick. Except for him, of course. That can't be. Could it be that her previous inquiry was genuinely about a friend? Lin Xine muttered to herself, leaving Xia Chen bewildered, utterly lost in the conversation. Just as she was about to press Xia Chen for more information, Luo Qingxue returned to the office after class and witnessed the scene. At first glance, she was puzzled as to why Lin Xine was present. Upon a second look, however, her pupils constricted in sudden realization. Oh no, this is bad. Before Lin Xine could greet Luo Qingxue, she was immediately reprimanded. "Stay here. I have something to attend to." Then, turning to the bewildered Xia Chen, she called out, "Come with me." Both were momentarily stunned, interpreting Luo Qingxue's serious demeanor as indicative of a grave matter, and they nodded in agreement without protest. As Xia Chen followed Luo Qingxue downstairs, she paused midway when she noticed no one was around. She turned to Xia Chen, fixing him with an intense gaze. "What did you and Lin Xine discuss? Speak quickly." "And nothing at all," Xia Chen stammered, startled by the sudden interrogation. However, Luo Qingxue did not trust his response. She scrutinized him closely while pressing him further, effectively cornering him against the wall. "It is inconceivable that you have not uttered a single word. When I entered, I noticed Lin Xine was about to inquire something from you. Speak quickly. I demand to know everything that was said, verbatim." "I told everything," Xia Chen replied. Pressed against the wall, he resembled a startled hamster, reciting his dialogue with Lin Xine word for word. "Is that all?" "Indeed, that is everything I disclosed." Xia Chen had revealed all. Yet Luo Qingxue seemed intent on not letting him off the hook. She moved closer, her chest nearly touching Xia Chen's, their lips a mere breath apart. The sensation of her soft pressure and the warmth of her breath rendered Xia Chen breathless with anxiety. At that moment, he realized that with the slightest movement, he could brush against Luo Qingxue's delicate lips. A fleeting thought crossed his mind about what the professor's lips might taste like, but he swiftly suppressed it. After several seconds of scrutinizing him, Luo Qingxue took a step back, exhaling in relief. "That's good." She feared that Xia Chen, in his naivety, might divulge everything to Lin Xin, including their cohabitation. So what happened to you just now? You seemed quite anxious. Xia Chen was still somewhat rattled. It's nothing. You should go have your meal. I won't join you for lunch today. Not wanting to press further, Xia Chen turned to leave. Just a few steps away, Luo Qingxue hurriedly called after him. If Lin Xin asks where you went, just say you felt unwell and return to rest. Why? Isn't it wrong to lie to the counselor? What are you afraid of? I am here. Oh, with Luo Qingxue around, there was indeed little to fear. After parting ways, Luo Qingxue returned to her office. Seeing that Xia Chen had not returned, Lin Xin inquired, "Where is Xia Chen?" He went back because he wasn't feeling well. Lin Xin nodded slowly, harboring no suspicions, and remarked, "Sister Luo, I've noticed that you seem quite concerned about Xia Chen. He is the son of my mentor. Is it not normal to show a little concern?" Chapter 41. The campus flower rankings. When Xia Chen went to the cafeteria for lunch, he fortuitously encountered Yang Wei and his friends. After lunch, he accompanied them back to the dormitory. "Old Xia, this website you gave me is genuinely useful. I purchased some textbooks with notes on them the other day, and today, 5 or 6 people have already responded to me. I even haggled a bit," Yang Wei remarked while reclining in his chair. Chun Jiming chimed in. "It is indeed quite effective. I found a few partners in the gaming section. Some even claimed to have encountered me, saying I was particularly impressive." Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "You? A mere scrap of iron masquerading as a player? Impressive? Just take a look for yourself," Chun Jiming responded, handing his phone to Xia Chen. Xia Chen quickly shook his head, signaling that it was unnecessary, then secretly logged into his administrator account to view the backend, locating the post made by Chun Jiming. One cannot deny that Chun Jiming possesses an extraordinary level of narcissism. Using a photo of himself as his avatar, striking a pose that exuded an air of aloofness, he then shared his fearless contract gaming account, along with an image showcasing a pentakill. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this pentakill was originally achieved by Xia Chen and had been appropriated by this fool. A glance at the responses beneath the post revealed a series of automated messages set by Wei Dongyang. "Great job, Master. You're amazing. Can you play with me? I've encountered you before." Chun Jiming, flattered by these compliments, began replying to the bots. "I'm usually busy with my studies and don't have much time for gaming. I can play, but only when I'm free. I plan to try out for a professional team. Sister, add me as a friend." Damn. This dog even pretended to be aloof. Xia Chen nearly burst into laughter while observing this, then turned his attention to Yang Wei's post-seeking textbooks. To his surprise, aside from one genuine person, the rest were also bots. Yang Wei, the foolish lad, had been haggling with bots all along. In that moment, Xia Chen realized that the sign hanging on their dormitory door, indicating the idiot club, was increasingly fitting. Indeed, where there is a sleeping dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. Xia Chen promptly contacted Wei Dongyang, advising him to adjust the replies, limiting their frequency to avoid exposure. "I'll set it so that the bots only leave comments on the posts without further replies, with 3 to 5 messages per post." "Sounds good. And let us not have bots reply in the second-hand trading section. There are fools who would haggle with them." "Is there really such a fool?" "Yes." "All right then." Before making the changes, Wei Dongyang informed Xia Chen of another matter. "Boss, someone on the site has initiated a ranking for campus beauties and hunks. It's causing quite a stir, and votes are pouring in." "Is that so?" Xia Chen, disinterested in gossip, had focused solely on the site's user count. Upon checking the site, he indeed found that the campus beauty ranking post was receiving constant updates. In an instant, Xia Chen perceived this as a splendid opportunity to attract users. Promptly messaging Wei Dongyang, placed this discussion thread about campus beauties and hunks directly on the homepage. It should be visible as soon as one enters the site. Understood. Returning to the site, Xia Chen opened the campus beauty ranking post. Without hesitation, he assumed that the title would undoubtedly belong to Professor Luo. However, as he scrolled through, he was astonished to find no trace of Luo Qingxue. How can she not be listed? "This is a sham ranking," Xia Chen exclaimed. "Old Xia, please refrain from making such a commotion. The ranking stipulates that only students from Jingzhou University can be included," Ma Hongwei explained. "In that case, it's fine," Xia Chen conceded. Realizing the reasoning, if Luo Qingxue were to be ranked, the outcome would be a foregone conclusion, devoid of competition. Upon hearing that Xia Chen was also interested in the ranking, Chun Jiming hurriedly said, "Old Xia, quickly vote for my goddess." "Your goddess? Which one?" Huang Jejia. Xia Chen was taken aback. What? Didn't she mock you last time? And now she is your goddess? What are you talking about? What she said last time was quite reasonable. Don't tell me that the milk tea I gave you last time was also for her. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Yuding was beside her, so I handed my cup to her. Xia Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. You truly are a warm-hearted man. Just then, Ma Hongwei squeezed in, forcefully pushing Chun Jiming aside. Get lost, you pathetic sycophant. Huang Jejia, this potato mine is hardly a school beauty. Only you, the fawning fool, would fancy her. Nonsense, it's you who lacks vision. Ma Hongwei ignored Chun Jiming and urged Xia Chen to rally votes for the current second place. Old Xia, isn't this website yours? Quickly help me adjust Wang Liwen's vote count. I just need to surpass the first place. That won't do. I cannot engage in such unethical behavior. You should gather support on your own. Xia Chen's tone was resolute. I'll pay you. That won't do either. Don't even think about bribing me with your crude money. Given Ma Hongwei's miserly nature, Xia Chen felt that if he could muster up 10 yuan, it would be impressive. If he offered 1,000, then there might be room for negotiation. Then will you at least cast a vote for me? Fine. Xia Chen nodded, preparing to vote for Wang Liwen, but hesitated upon seeing the photo. Ma Hongwei assumed Xia Chen was mesmerized. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Wen is the school beauty in my heart. I warn you not to entertain any improper thoughts. Beautiful, my foot. Xia Chen rolled his eyes. Just look at that cake of makeup on her face. You haven't seen someone this pale in 3 days. Who knows if she's a human or a ghost without her makeup? Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue and Lin Xian emerged from the barbecue restaurant, planning to return home for a brief rest before heading back to school for afternoon classes. Sister Luo, I've noticed your taste is becoming increasingly finicky. You used to find this barbecue restaurant quite decent, didn't you? Luo Qingxue barely ate any barbecue, opting instead to sip on juice. It's all MSG and seasoning. I can't stomach it. But that's just how outside food is, unless you cook yourself. I know. Luo Qingxue replied calmly, aware that after getting accustomed to Xia Chen's cooking, she could no longer enjoy the seasoned dishes from outside. How about I cook a meal for you next time? Forget it. I'm afraid you'll burn down the kitchen. Luo Qingxue held no expectations for Lin Xian's cooking skills, estimating that they were of similar mediocre caliber. She still longed for Xia Chen's culinary delights. To facilitate their return in the afternoon, Lin Xian accompanied Luo Qingxue back to the house. Upon entering, as Lin Xian was about to change her shoes, her gaze suddenly fixated on a pair of men's slippers. Sister Luo, are you hiding a man in here? Chapter 42, just a school hunk after all. It's not what you think, Luo Qingxue calmly explained, though internally, she felt a twinge of irritation at her waning memory. She had forgotten that since her last fever, she had gone barefoot, and now Xia Chen was wearing her newly bought men's slippers instead of her previous pink ones. So, what's the story with these slippers? Lin Xian pointed to the men's slippers, squinting at Luo Qingxue. Listening to Lin Xian's words, Luo Qingxue replied expressionlessly, "These belong to my friend's boyfriend. He occasionally visits. So he left a pair here. Do I look like a fool to you? A bit. Do not say that Lin Xian does not believe it," Luo Qingxue remarked, almost unable to suppress a laugh herself. Who is this fooling? Not even a dog would buy it. You must tell me. Have you truly been secretly dating behind my back? Calmly sipping her water, Luo Qingxue paused for a moment, neither confirming nor denying, but instead uttered the two maddening words, guess. Oh my. Lin Xian emitted a long, anguished wail. The truth lay right before her. Yet the agonizing inability to verify it was far more tormenting than being roasted over an open flame. All she knew was that Luo Qingxue was likely involved with a younger boy, and beyond that, she was entirely in the dark. There were only 4 or 5 contenders at Guang University in Jingzhou. How could she possibly guess? Luo Jia, I've noticed a change in you this semester. You used to spend most of your time at school, but now you leave as soon as class ends. Honestly, are you just eager to sneak off and date? No. Denial is tantamount to admission, Lin Xian exclaimed, and indeed, it seemed to be the case. Luo Qingxue was rendered speechless. Engaging in a logical discussion with Lin Xian felt utterly futile, as reason always resided firmly on her side. Yet, prompted by Lin Xian's words, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but think of Xia Chen. Dating? With that little rascal? That could be quite amusing. In the evening, Xia Chen arrived punctually at the parking spot where Luo Qingxue had parked after class, smoothly opening the door and settling in. However, this time, Luo Qingxue did not start the car immediately as usual, Instead, she remained engrossed in her phone. It was only when Xia Chen prompted her that she snapped back to reality. "Teacher, what are you looking at?" "Nothing much," Luo Qingxue instinctively replied, placing her phone down. As she started the vehicle, she added, "I was just looking at that website you created. It seems quite interesting." "You saw it too?" Xia Chen's mouth fell agape in surprise. "What's wrong? Is it not allowed?" "Not at all. I just didn't expect you, teacher, to be interested in such gossip. I merely glanced at it, and it appears you are quite popular." "Huh? There's even news about me?" Xia Chen looked utterly bewildered, his gaze drifting to the phone Luo Qingxue had set down, where the campus heartthrob rankings on his website were displayed. The image on her screen was indeed his. In the photograph, Xia Chen wore the sun-protective jacket that Luo Qingxue had given him, standing in the shade of a tree. His features were handsome, not strikingly so, but undeniably pleasant to behold. It had been captured during the time he accompanied Yang Wei and the others to a club recruitment event. "Be more careful in the future. You shouldn't let yourself be photographed without knowing," Luo Qingxue cautioned as she drove. "As a lone male, what does it matter if I'm photographed?" Xia Chen shrugged off the concern. If it were Yang Wei and the others being snapped by girls, they would likely boast about it for a week. How can it not matter? You must be mindful of your privacy. You cannot allow others to take your picture indiscriminately. Who knows what they might do with it? Luo Qingxue emphasized the seriousness of the situation, compelling Xia Chen to acquiesce. Nonetheless, Xia Chen curiously inquired, "Have you ever encountered someone who secretly photographed you?" "Indeed," came the reply. "What became of that individual?" "I demanded he delete the images, but he obstinately refused, claiming I could do nothing to him. I ended up kicking him. Though I can't quite recall what happened afterward, whether he was taken away by the police or the ambulance." Xia Chen listened in silent admiration of this rogue. Not only had he engaged in surreptitious photography, but he had also dared to provoke Luo Qingxue, showing a remarkable disregard for his own safety. Upon returning indoors, Xia Chen prepared dinner while Luo Qingxue settled in the living room, continuing her browsing of the website. After perusing the list of student-voted campus heartthrobs, she couldn't help but comment, "The aesthetic sense of today's students is rather peculiar." Xia Chen, who was also a student, overheard and questioned, "What do you mean? Is my taste in aesthetics strange?" "You are not included. I was referring to those young girls. The candidates they voted for are somewhat." Luo Qingxue hesitated, struggling to find the right words, before continuing, "Most of them are quite unconventional. Did someone cast votes for individuals who are exceedingly unattractive?" Xia Chen assumed there had been some mischief. "Not quite. I just find it odd that, apart from you, I am not fond of anyone on that list." Among the so-called heartthrobs, Luo Qingxue found no one appealing besides Xia Chen. There was even an individual with flamboyant yellow hair that made her eyes ache. Furthermore, Xia Chen was only in second place, significantly trailing behind a boy named Chen Shuai who had a considerable vote count. This disparity made Luo Qingxue question the aesthetic sensibilities of the younger girls, particularly since Chen Shuai appeared rather portly, sported a slicked-back hairstyle, and had a slightly darker complexion, resembling a rather greasy uncle. At that moment, Xia Chen returned after finishing dinner and casually remarked, "It's merely a popularity contest. There's no need to take it to heart. It's just a trivial ranking, after all." He was entirely indifferent, especially considering the website belonged to him. Luo Qingxue mused that this was perhaps for the best, as it meant fewer people were keeping an eye on her little companion. A couple of days later, the fiercely contested list of campus beauties and heartthrobs had nearly stabilized, and life for Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue continued as usual. On Thursday morning, with no classes, Xia Chen indulged in a leisurely sleep. After waking around 9, he freshened up and sat down to enjoy the breakfast Luo Qingxue had prepared for him. "Sigh, I'm about to be sick of these instant custard buns," he lamented. Breakfast was typically prepared by Luo Qingxue, either purchased or consisting of frozen foods that were merely heated. This monotony had begun to wear on him after nearly a month. However, he had little choice, as he struggled to rise in the mornings. As Xia Chen reached for the soy milk, he spotted the car keys hidden behind it. "Huh, did Professor Luo not drive today?" He sent a message to Luo Qingxue inquiring about it, and she quickly replied, "I took a taxi to school this morning. I left the car for you. You can drive it when you come to school for gym class this afternoon, as my car has a school access permit. But why leave it for me? If you come to school this afternoon riding a shared bicycle, it will be too hot. Taking a taxi is also not an option since it cannot enter the school premises, so driving my car would suffice." This left Xia Chen somewhat astonished. After putting down his phone, he murmured to himself, "Is it merely my illusion, Or does Professor Luo seem to be increasingly kind to me? Surely, I haven't inadvertently attached myself to a wealthy woman, have I? Chapter 43. True sophistication requires no words around 1 in the afternoon. Students from Class 4 of Finance gradually made their way to the playground in preparation for physical education class. Sun Yang extended a hand to shield himself from the scorching sun, but to little avail. How can it still be so hot in nearly October? Yang Wei glanced at him and remarked, "Did you not slather yourself in sunscreen before stepping out? I haven't used any. Unlike you, I fear turning as dark as Ma Hongwei." His words instantly stirred discontent among several nearby individuals. "What do you mean? That's called a healthy skin tone. Not like you and Xia Chen, looking like pale youths." Sun Yang could brush off such comments from others, but he found Chen Jiming particularly unqualified to speak. "You rascal. Just a few days ago you were asking me online how to lighten your skin. What nonsense is that? I've changed my mind now." Jia says he currently favors a bronze complexion, a more mature image. As the group approached the playground, they coincidentally encountered Huang Jia and her companions, with the so-called campus heartthrob Chen Shui surrounded by them. "Senior, I didn't expect you not only to be handsome, but also a member of our school's basketball team." Huang Jia, nestled next to Chen Shui, unabashedly expressed her admiration for him. "Just average. Playing basketball is merely one of my hobbies. I was surprised to find myself on the school team just by playing casually." Chen Shui raised a basketball in one hand, feigning humility, yet the superiority in his tone was palpable. He has always enjoyed seeking attention, and since being dubbed the campus heartthrob on Miao, he has been flaunting it everywhere, fearing others might not realize he is a rich second-generation offspring. "Senior, those sneakers look quite expensive and appealing," Lu Yuding suddenly interjected. Chen Shui smiled lightly, lifted his foot slightly, and casually remarked, "These are the latest collaborative sneakers from Nike. Not too pricey, just around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. I saved a bit on my living expenses this month to buy them." 4,000 to 5,000 for a pair of shoes? So expensive, and you bought them with your living expenses? Huang Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Shui chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "That's not expensive. I have several pairs at home. Such expensive sneakers bought so casually? Senior, your family must be quite well off, right?" "It's just average. My family runs a small business." Their conversation was audible to those around them, and Sun Yang cast a disdainful glance at Chen Jiming. "I can't shake the feeling that Huang Jia isn't enamored with a bronze complexion, but rather with Chen Shui himself. Impossible. And what is so handsome about that rascal? How dare he have Shui in his name? It's utterly shameless." His words elicited nods of agreement from the others. "This fellow lifts his foot to show off the sneakers. Isn't that just boasting? Isn't the purpose of shoes to wear them? Spending thousands on shoes just to flaunt them?" Lu Yongbing, practical by nature, believes that as long as an item serves its purpose, it suffices, and thus finds such behavior quite intolerable. Sun Yang, who shares a passion for basketball, looks down upon Chen Shui, the boastful individual who casually made his way onto the basketball team. He has yet to witness Chun in any of the school basketball matches, suspecting him to be nothing more than a mediocre substitute. One must wonder what makes this fellow so charming. His complexion is dark and greasy, hardly fitting the image of a campus heartthrob. It appears that the taste of the girls in their school leaves much to be desired. Li Ming scornfully observes Chen Shui from a distance, speculating that his wealth might be the reason for his popularity. Chen frequently dons designer attire and posts photos of his travels on social media, and Li recalls seeing him chatting about his upcoming plans for the National Day holiday on a certain website yesterday. Ma Hongwei, who is well-versed in the depths of the internet, sighs as he reflects on the situation. If only old Xia were around. What is there to flaunt about a pair of worn-out sneakers? That site belongs to old Xia anyway. Damn it, if he were here, he would surely put this arrogant fool in his place. Although they often engage in playful banter, they unanimously agree on their disdain for Chen Shui, fervently wishing for Xia Chen's presence to diminish Chen's arrogance. As they approach the playground, the absence of nearby buildings leaves them exposed to the blazing sun, intensifying the heat. The number of girls clustered around Chen Shui diminishes. Huang Jia, with her fiery temperament, cannot help but complain, "This weather is unbearable. Why must we endure gym class in this heat? Don't they fear someone might collapse from sun exposure?" In response, Chen Shui wipes the sweat from his forehead and remarks, "Indeed, I'm considering purchasing a car for convenience on outings." Jia's eyes widen in surprise. "Wow, senior, you're quite impressive. You're already planning to buy a car while still in school?" Meanwhile, Tao Susu, who has been quietly listening, finally interjects, buying a car is one thing. But is it truly necessary to flaunt it? Next to her, Lu Yuting chimes in, I don't see the harm in it. Flaunting wealth can be a form of capital. Susu retorts, but honestly, what is so attractive about Qingxue? You don't fancy him, do you? I believe Xia Chen is far more handsome. Upon first seeing Chen, Susu felt he resembled the greasy type, much like Luo Qingxue, and now she adds another flaw to her impression, his penchant for showing off. Though his looks may not be striking, his wealth sets him apart, unlike Xia Chen, who tends to hold himself in high regard. Well, if it makes you happy. She concedes, though her disdain for Chen remains. Senior, what kind of car do you plan to buy? The girls inquire, speculating that he must be eyeing a luxury vehicle, as he would hardly settle for anything ordinary, perhaps an Audi or a similar brand. As the girls gather around Chen to discuss, it seems he is wary of boasting too much, and he discreetly clears his throat. A vehicle is merely a means of transport. There is no need to splurge excessively. In our family business, we must allocate funds wisely. That makes sense, they agree, but still, the fact that a student can afford a car is quite remarkable. Yang Wei and others struggle to contain their frustration. Just moments ago, he was flaunting several pairs of expensive shoes, and now he speaks of prudent spending. Clearly, a contradiction. If you can't afford it, just admit it. At that moment, a white Audi gracefully approached from the direction of the school gate, coming to a steady halt at the edge of the playground. The most striking feature was its license plate from the capital city, the mere worth of which surpassed that of many vehicles. Qingxue, who had been boasting incessantly, suddenly became more subdued, speculating that this car likely belonged to one of the teachers at the school. He thought that once the teacher departed, he could resume his pretense without consequence. Yang Wei, perplexed, pondered why the car seemed so familiar when he heard the engine shut off and the door of the white Audi swung open. To the astonishment of onlookers, Xia Chen leaned against the door with one hand while holding the four-ring Audi key in the other, stepping out of the vehicle with an air of ease and comfort. It's so hot, he remarked, casually pushing the door shut with his left hand while shielding his eyes from the glaring sun with the key in his right. As his gaze swept across the crowd, he noticed numerous pairs of eyes fixed upon him. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with Lu Yuting and others seemingly frozen, hardly daring to move, some even questioning whether they were dreaming. What is happening? Is this Xia Chen? Is he the Xia Chen we know? Such questions flooded the minds of those present. It was Yang Wei, the one who shared a close bond with Xia Chen, who was the first to react, rushing over with palpable excitement. Wow, old Xia, your car is stunning. Did you just buy it? Yang Wei's voice was intentionally raised, aimed at those around them. Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Yang Wei's sudden enthusiasm. However, upon spotting Lu Yuting and Qingxue, he realized that Yang Wei was likely feeling uncomfortable due to the ostentation of others and sought to reclaim his own pride. Although Xia Chen was not one for showiness, he understood that he must support his friend in this moment. I initially intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but since my true identity has been revealed, I shall no longer pretend, he declared. This admission instantly rejuvenated Yang Wei, and even the 5 others nearby felt a surge of exhilaration. While it was not their own display of arrogance, witnessing their friend flaunt his wealth was satisfying. On the contrary, Lu Yuting and her companions remained silent, their faces feeling flushed as if they had been slapped. At that moment, Tao Susu gently nudged Lu Yuting's arm and whispered, Yuting, I told you not to judge others through colored lenses. It leads to misjudgments. Lu Yuting merely pouted, saying nothing. Yet internally, she felt that Qingxue had been utterly outclassed. When discussing car purchases, he had dared not boast, unable to compare with Xia Chen, who effortlessly drove a luxurious vehicle worth nearly $1 million. From that moment onward, Lu Yuting perceived that Xia Chen was not merely self-important. It was entirely reasonable for someone of his wealth to maintain a certain aloofness. As physical education class commenced, Xia Chen became the center of attention on the playground, with many more gazes directed his way. During free activity time, Lu Yuting took the initiative to approach Xia Chen, offering him a bottle of water. Xia Chen, it's quite hot. Do have a sip of water. Never mind, I am not accustomed to such inferior beverages. I only drink by Suishan water. Well then, that settles it. Lu Yuting's face displayed a hint of embarrassment, yet her previous irritation had dissipated, replaced by an awkward demeanor as she departed. Just as she left, Yang Wei leaned closer, his excitement palpable. Wow, old Xia, I never expected you to be such a show-off. Only drinking by Suishan. Truly impressive. Keep it low-key. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow and replied to Yang Wei, I've played along with your antics. How do you intend to repay me? How about I treat you to a meal? Yang Wei suggested. Given your stingy nature, the best I can expect is a late-night snack from you. Xia Chen waved his hand dismissively. Let us do this. Let it be a debt for now, and later, I'll ask you to assist me with a few tasks. All right. Yang Wei acquiesced without a second thought, convinced that Xia Chen wouldn't request anything unreasonable of him. By the way, I recall this car belongs to Luo Qingxue, right? How did it end up in your possession? This caught Xia Chen off guard, while others might be easily deceived. Yang Wei was familiar with the vehicle and could not be misled. Observing Xia Chen's hesitance, Yang Wei glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in closer to whisper, Be honest, you aren't actually involved with Professor Luo, are you? In truth, Yang Wei had begun to suspect something. Luo Qingxue's gaze towards others remained cold and indifferent, yet the warmth in her eyes when directed at Xia Chen was unmistakable. Faced with Yang Wei's persistent inquiries, Xia Chen realized that while he could conceal the truth temporarily, it would eventually come to light. As it stands, we are still innocent. What do you mean by as it stands? Are you suggesting that you might actually start dating soon? Although Yang Wei had long harbored suspicions, hearing it directly from Xia Chen left him astonished. Stay calm, Xia Chen urged, placing a hand over Yang Wei's gaping mouth. Instead of directly addressing the question, he remarked, Professor Luo is genuinely wonderful, and quite beautiful as well. If initial attraction was merely physical, our relationship has evolved beyond that. We have cleared up misunderstandings and have spent considerable time together. The care she shows me is noteworthy. Xia Chen felt an admiration for this significantly older sister figure. So you truly intend to pursue Professor Luo? Yang Wei inquired. What is wrong with that? Xia Chen replied. I never said it was wrong. If it were anyone else contemplating a pursuit of Luo Qingxue, Yang Wei would have scoffed, yet he had no doubts about Xia Chen's intentions. However, he recalled what Xia Chen had said at the beginning of the semester, something about not wanting to be a love-struck fool. After gym class concluded, Xia Chen made his way to Professor Luo's office. Upon reaching the stairway, he encountered Lin Xin descending the steps. Teacher Lin, I apologize. It's quite all right. I was hurrying. Lin Xin replied. Xia Chen helped the dazed Lin Xin to her feet, simultaneously picking up the car keys that had fallen to the ground. Lin Xin seemed to be in a hurry, grabbing her book and departing immediately. Halfway through her journey, she suddenly came to a realization. Wait a moment. Didn't Xia Chen just take Sister Luo's car keys? Lin Xin blinked, recalling the men's slippers in Luo Qingxue's house from a few days prior, and she froze in astonishment. Could it be possible? Meanwhile, Xia Chen entered the office, returning the car keys to Luo Qingxue. However, Luo Qingxue did not tuck the keys away. Instead, she propped her head on one hand and gazed at Xia Chen. The car keys are now yours. Why is that? Xia Chen was momentarily perplexed. Luo Qingxue showed her phone to Xia Chen, revealing that the information about Xia Chen being a wealthy young man driving luxury cars had spread throughout half the school. Now that the news had circulated, if it were discovered that the car wasn't his, it would be quite embarrassing for him. Hence, she decided to let him drive it, as they often left together anyway. Oh, thank you, Teacher Luo. Xia Chen expressed his gratitude. Yet internally, he felt as though he had fallen into a trap. Why did it seem like he had become Professor Luo's chauffeur? While lost in thought, Luo Qingxue suddenly interrupted Xia Chen's musings. The National Day holiday is approaching. Where do you plan to go? If you're returning home, you should start preparing to buy a train ticket, otherwise, you might miss out. Perhaps I'll go home, Xia Chen replied, lacking any desire for travel. What about you, teacher? I should probably return home as well. At this point, Luo Qingxue's expression dimmed. She did not relish the atmosphere at home, yet she had her reasons for needing to return. Chapter 45. Holiday plans. Go spend some time with your friends. I still have to teach other classes. We can head back together after class. All right. Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue left the office together. After parting ways, Xia Chen watched her retreating figure from a distance, feeling a twinge of concern. Mentioning family matters seemed to have cast a shadow over Professor Luo's mood. Xia Chen had no intention of inquiring further. Probing into such matters could yield adverse effects. What he could offer was companionship and support during her troubled moments. With nowhere specific to go, he wandered into Yang Wei and his friends' club. Upon entering, he overheard them teasing Chen Shui. Old Xia's timing was impeccable today. He really gave that jerk a taste of his own medicine. It felt fantastic to see him flaunt himself, that arrogant senior, who can only deceive those vain girls. Hold your horses. Have you bought your train tickets yet? If not, you'll have to stay in the dorm. Sun Yang's reminders silenced the room, prompting everyone to scramble for their tickets. Just as Yang Wei opened the ticket purchasing app, he let out a wail. Damn. Why are there only business class tickets left for the train back to Mingzhou? What? Seriously? Xia Chen rushed over to check, only to find that the tickets had sold out in less than a second, leaving only the exorbitantly priced business class seats available. What are we going to do now? How should I know? Ask your parents. If they miss you, they might be willing to pay a bit more for business class. If they don't think it's worth it, then you might not go home. Fine. Seeing the situation, Xia Chen called his mother. Mother, the train tickets are sold out. I can only buy a plane ticket to return home. Xia Chen proposed a price, suggesting that with the money for the plane ticket, he could take the high-speed train and keep the remainder for himself. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei immediately found the idea quite clever and quickly imitated him. Dad, there are no train tickets left, and the only plane tickets available are first class, which I cannot afford. Please send me some gold coins. Xia Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He truly had the audacity to say that. Why not claim that the plane tickets were sold out and he needed to take a rocket home instead? However, what Xia Chen never anticipated was that, upon stepping onto the balcony, his mother, Jiang Xingyue, would outright refuse him over the phone. If there are no train tickets, then there's no need to come back. It's quite exhausting to make the trip home, and besides, you'll only eat, drink, and sleep while you're here. Your sister is preparing for her graduate exams and won't be home either, so this gives me a chance to enjoy a more relaxed holiday. Mother, surely I am not just a telephone bill you sent me, right? You are being too heartless. Xia Chen exclaimed. How could that be? Of course. I gave birth to you. If you were just a phone bill, I would refuse to accept it. Xia Chen found himself at a loss for words. After dissuading him from returning home, Jiang Xingyue seemed to soften her tone. This way, you can also spend more time with your Professor Luo. She must feel quite lonely living alone in her rented apartment during the holiday. Professor Luo is also returning home. Jiang Xinyue's voice held a note of surprise, as if she had encountered an unexpected revelation. Then you should accompany Professor Luo back. It would be a wonderful opportunity to visit the capital. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's composure shattered. No, Mom. Are you certain? I am to go home with Professor Luo? Isn't that a bit too absurd? What is absurd about it? What is wrong with a teacher taking a student home? One cannot dismiss it so easily. Xia Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed. He held affection for Luo Qingxue. But wasn't this a bit too swift for a first meeting with her family? Moreover, even if he wished to accompany her, he couldn't simply approach Luo Qingxue and say, I want to go home with you. That would be utterly ridiculous. There is no issue at all. Enjoy your time with Xiao Luo. I have other matters to attend to, so I must hang up now. Wait a moment. Beep, beep, beep. Xia Chen hadn't even finished his sentence before Jiang Xingyue hung up the phone. He stared at his device, pouting in disbelief. That was rather abrupt. At that moment, he received another message from his mother. Xiao Chen, Professor Luo's family situation is somewhat complicated. Please ensure you accompany her out for some fun. As for other matters, we shall see. If you encounter any difficulties, just call your father or me. We have acquaintances in Yinjing as well. All right. Xia Chen glanced at the message, choosing not to elaborate further. Spending the holiday with Professor Luo seemed quite appealing. Speaking of which, it made sense that his mother, having been a professor at Yinjing University for many years, would have acquaintances. But how did his father, the idler Xia Dongming, also know people in the capital? Wasn't he just a mere civil servant? Xia Chen was not particularly well informed about his father's work, only aware that he was a civil servant who appeared rather leisurely, often claiming he was merely making a living. Never mind. Why dwell on such matters? He decided to wait in the car for Professor Luo. In the apartment of Mingzhou City, Jiang Xingyue put away her phone. Nearby, Xia Dongming, dressed in an apron and tidying up, paused his mopping and leaned on the mop to address his wife. Isn't it rather casual of us to leave Xia Chen with Luo Qingxue? Jiang Xingyue shot him a glare, irritated by his words. Then tell me, how else can we encourage these two children to interact and develop a bond? I don't know. Then keep your opinions to yourself. Xia Dongming was an old hand at this. He often pretended to be oblivious while fully understanding his wife's intentions. Given their connections, securing a dormitory spot for Xia Chen at Jingzhou University would be effortless, and they deliberately arranged for Xia Chen to live with Luo Qingxue. The two children had been getting along well for a month. Why not let them enjoy some time together during the holiday? Xia Dongming agreed with Jiang Xingyue, but harbored concerns. I fear that this time, with Luo returning home, she might encounter some unpleasantness. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyue sighed. During her time mentoring Luo Qingxue, she had learned of her family circumstances and often provided comfort and support. However, as an elder, she couldn't always be by her side. It's up to Xia Chen. I believe he can handle it. Indeed, that little rascal has inherited my cunning, Xia Dongming said, beaming with pride. Jiang Xingyue rolled her eyes at him. Get back to mopping. And if I catch you secretly stashing money for cigarettes again, you'll be sleeping in the garage. Yes, my dear wife. Chapter 46. Going home with Professor Luo 4 days later. Only one day remained of the holiday. Xia Chen stayed in his rental apartment, discussing the next steps for the website with Wei Dongyang. Boss, since the uproar over the campus beauty and handsome guy voting has subsided, user engagement has noticeably declined. I fear that if this continues, there won't be many viewers left. Xia Chen had already anticipated Wei Dongyang's concerns. With the holiday upon us, most people are busy planning their outings, so interest in gossip has naturally waned. It's not a major issue. Have you finished integrating those mini-games I asked you to? Yes, I've added Jumping Game, Candy Crush, and Tetris to the website, but I haven't seen many players engaging with them. Wei Dongyang felt those games lacked appeal and questioned why Xia Chen wanted them integrated when smoother, better graphics could be found elsewhere. Create a leaderboard for our website users, starting with a few bots at the top. Is that really useful? Have you ever heard the saying that humans are competitive by nature? I have. Humanity has evolved through conflict over millennia. But what does that have to do with a leaderboard? Upon hearing this, Xia Chen thought to himself how foolish Wei Dongyang was. No wonder not everyone is cut out for business. If it were merely a trivial game, one would inevitably tire of it after a short while. However, if a considerable number of individuals participate, especially those within one's immediate circle, the sight of others excelling can ignite a competitive spirit. With Xia Chen's elucidation, Wei Dongyang finally comprehended. So that is why every game nowadays seems to necessitate a ranking system and a community leaderboard. Upon this realization, Wei Dongyang couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, those capitalist exploiters truly are despicable. They create rankings to entice you to strive for higher scores, yet make it exceedingly difficult to achieve them." Fortunately, the two were communicating via text rather than voice, or else Xia Chen would surely have deducted his wages. Thus, you must expedite the creation of the game's leaderboard, allowing a robot to temporarily occupy the top spot, preventing any real players from attaining it. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What do you know? This is merely to increase the game's difficulty. Now get to work. Wei Dongyang refrained from further commentary. Xia Chen was the boss, and whatever he dictated was to be followed. As for the overtime pay, it was indeed a holiday. Do not worry, there will be overtime compensation, and bread and milk will be provided. I, too, am on holiday, leaving the website in your capable hands. Xia Chen set down his phone and reclined comfortably in his chair, momentarily setting aside matters related to the website. However, how was he to broach the subject with Professor Luo about accompanying her to the capital? Xia Chen contemplated various approaches, all of which he deemed absurd, certain that Luo Qingxue would reject them outright. Moreover, with the holiday approaching, she had been quite busy, leaving him little opportunity to voice his thoughts. Just as he was musing, the sound of the door opening interrupted him. Luo Qingxue had returned after finishing her tasks. Upon entering and spotting Xia Chen, she momentarily froze, staring at him in astonishment. After a few seconds, she regained her composure and inquired, "Why haven't you returned home yet?" I couldn't secure a ticket back to Mingzhu City." "Well, you could fly. Let me check if there are any flights back to Mingzhu City today, and I will book one for you." As she spoke, Luo Qingxue opened her phone, preparing to purchase a plane ticket for Xia Chen. Observing this, Xia Chen hastily refused. No, it's fine. My parents have engagements during the holiday, and there is no one at home, so I want to be going back." "But you would be alone here as well?" Luo Qingxue remarked, putting away her phone and gazing at him. "Yes," Xia Chen pondered. Luo Qingxue queried, tilting her head slightly, her bright, sparkling eyes blinking as if she wished to articulate something but hesitated. This version of Professor Luo appeared even more enchanting. Whether it was due to her somewhat adorable demeanor or his own inability to conjure a more suitable explanation, Xia Chen suddenly blurted out, "Teacher, I would like to accompany you to the capital. I wish to explore the city for a couple of days." Upon uttering these words, Xia Chen wished to slap himself. The reasoning was utterly flimsy, and he found himself stammering nervously in the presence of Luo Qingxue. "Then you should pack your bags. We will take the evening flight." "You are agreeing to this just like that?" Xia Chen had been preparing to further elaborate when he was taken aback by her prompt consent. Luo Qingxue replied calmly, "If you wish to visit the capital, why would I object?" The journey was not solely for leisure, as Xia Chen was alone. He intended to explain further. But before he could finish his thoughts, Luo Qingxue interjected, "Don't worry, I'll take you around the capital after I visit my grandmother." Upon hearing her words, Summer's dazed expression gradually transformed into a smile. Professor Luo was truly considerate and affectionate. "What are you still dawdling for? Go pack your bags," Luo Qingxue reminded him. Xia Chen quickly set to work, and in no time, he had his belongings ready, heading to the airport alongside Luo Qingxue. This was Summer's first flight. Previously, he had only traveled by high-speed train. He never imagined that his inaugural flight would be with Professor Luo. However, this first flight experience was not particularly delightful. "Wow, what is this?" Summer grimaced at the airplane meal, which was not inherently terrible, yet it had an odd taste and lacked any texture. "If you can't eat it, just toss it. After all, airplane meals are free," Luo Qingxue said coldly, her gaze fixed on the dimly lit sky outside the window. She was aware of the meal's unpalatability, thus she had declined to eat. Summer refrained from finishing his meal, discarding the tray and silently observing Luo Qingxue. Since boarding the plane, he had noted her consistently low spirits as she stared blankly out the window. He recalled how her mood had plummeted when she had mentioned returning home a few days prior, as well as his mother's words. Perhaps there was someone at Professor Luo's home she wished to avoid. Suddenly, a flash of light caused Luo Qingxue to turn her head. Summer had taken a photograph of her. "Why are you taking my picture?" she asked, puzzled. "I think you look lovely like this, so I snapped a shot. If you don't like it, I'll delete it," Summer replied with a smile, showing her the image. In the photograph, she leaned against the window, the soft golden sunlight filtering through the glass and casting a warm glow upon her hair, enhancing her exquisite profile. Despite her indifferent expression, she appeared even more dignified and elegant. "Forget it. I'll delete it," Summer said before she could respond, leaving Luo Qingxue bewildered. "Why? It looks great. Really. I'll save it for now," he said, swiftly placing the photo into a private folder. At this moment, Luo Qingxue realized his playful intent to provoke her. "You sly one, attempting to manipulate me." Just as she was about to express her irritation, Summer grinned widely. "Professor, I must say you look much better when you're annoyed than when you were brooding." Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, understanding that Summer's playful scheme was intended to divert her attention from her melancholy. As she comprehended his intentions, her angry expression gradually faded, replaced by a hint of mischief. "Though this little rascal means well, how dare he play tricks on me? I must issue a warning. I advise you not to provoke my ire. I still have that embarrassing letter you wrote when you were drunk." Chapter 47. As long as I like it, Professor. "That letter I wrote was just a jumble. Perhaps you should delete it?" Upon disembarking from the plane, Xia Chen contemplated how to persuade Luo Qingxue to delete the screenshot of the will. However, Luo Qingxue was not easily swayed and resolutely refused. "No. Let's see your performance first, then we can discuss it further. Could I at least have a glance?" "No." Xia Chen was taken aback, realizing that the usually stoic and aloof Professor Luo harbored a cunning nature. In despair, he retrieved a hot dog bun, intending to satiate his hunger. "Where did you get that bun?" Luo Qingxue inquired, noticing the unexpected addition to Xia Chen's possession. "It's from my bag. I tucked it away while packing." "Oh, would you like some, teacher?" Luo Qingxue contemplated accepting it, but hesitated, suspecting that Xia Chen might be trying to win her favor to persuade her to delete the screenshot. "No, I'm not hungry." However, as soon as she uttered her refusal, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, causing her to bite her lip in embarrassment. "Are you sure you don't want any?" Xia Chen asked again. "I said I'm not hungry." Firmly turning her head, she reaffirmed her decision. Convinced that having declared her lack of hunger, she must adhere to it. "Then I shall eat it." Without further thought, Xia Chen opened his mouth to take a bite of the bun when he suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him. He shifted his eyes to find Luo Qingxue, glaring intensely at the bun in his hand, her expression laced with irritation, as if silently questioning, "Are you truly going to eat that?" Abruptly, the bun was thrust towards Luo Qingxue, leaving her momentarily stunned and unresponsive. Teacher, why don't you have it? I've already had an in-flight meal and am not very hungry." Luo Qingxue accepted the bun, adding before taking a bite, "But the screenshot remains." As they exited the airport, Xia Chen was aware that Luo Qingxue had a tendency to get hungry and enjoyed eating. After their long journey, with darkness now enveloping the sky, it was certain that she was famished. Teacher, shall we have dinner first? No, let's continue on our way. What is the rush? Are you in a hurry? Not exactly, but the food around here is both overpriced and unpalatable. While I can accept the price, the taste is an unforgivable sin. After waiting at the roadside for a while, they climbed into a ride-hailing vehicle. To the second ring, please. Certainly. The conversation between Luo Qingxue and the driver caught Xia Chen's attention, leaving him slightly astonished. He was aware that non-local vehicles required a permit to enter the capital, yet they still could not access the second ring. Moreover, the property prices within that area were unattainable for most, making it a domain of the affluent. The driver, an elderly gentleman, exuded warmth, engaging both of them in conversation as he drove. You must be a local. Where do you live in the second ring? In the old Hutong area. What a coincidence. My wife and I also reside there. Are you back to visit the elders during the holiday? Yes. Luo Qingxue responded softly, her gaze drifting to the vibrant night scenery outside. Noticing her somber demeanor, the driver turned to Xia Chen, grinning as he remarked, young man, your girlfriend seems a bit down. Shouldn't you comfort her? Xia Chen offered an awkward smile in response. He found it difficult to comfort Luo Qingxue now, as disturbing her during her rest would be rather inappropriate. The old man's remarks were merely playful banter, intended to lighten the atmosphere within the vehicle. However, what surprised Xia Chen was that Luo Qingxue did not refute his words. She simply continued to gaze out the window, seemingly oblivious to the old man's comments. Sir, why are you still working as a ride-hailing driver at this late hour? Xia Chen shifted the conversation. He was somewhat puzzled, as it seemed that the old man's pension should be more than sufficient for him. I find myself idle, so I figured I might as well work as a driver and get out a bit, the old man replied. Throughout the journey, Xia Chen and the old driver chatted amiably, and upon learning that Xia Chen was a student at a prestigious university, the old man took the opportunity to encourage him to study diligently. Young man, even after getting into a prestigious school, you must work hard. Winning over your girlfriend is no easy feat. Xia Chen smiled faintly in response. I will strive to do my best. Luo Qingxue remained silent, still looking out the window. Yet internally she echoed the driver's sentiments. The person I marry must be someone I love. I do not require anyone else's approval. The old man dropped them off near the second ring road, stopping the car by the roadside. From here, it's quicker to walk. The traffic is heavy at night, and driving would lead to congestion. All right, thank you, sir. After exiting the vehicle, Luo Qingxue grabbed her suitcase and turned to Xia Chen, saying, let us go. Teacher, am I going home with you directly? Xia Chen glanced around, suddenly pondering this question. What else would you do? There are no hotels around here. Surely you can't expect to sleep on the street? Luo Qingxue replied coolly, as if it were of no consequence. While it would not be unreasonable for Xia Chen to take a taxi to find a hotel, it was his first visit to the capital, and the unfamiliarity made him anxious about getting lost. It was far more reassuring for her to have him close by. Moreover, having lived together for quite some time, bringing him home didn't seem inappropriate. However, this thought began to trouble Xia Chen, as he recalled the awkwardness of meeting various relatives in the past. He could barely remember their names and was uncertain how to address them. Remaining silent felt impolite, yet speaking out risked misnaming them. Noticing Xia Chen's expression, Luo Qingxue offered reassurance. There's only my grandmother at home. She's very kind. Upon hearing that it was just Luo Qingxue's grandmother, Xia Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. The two proceeded towards the old alley. Many of the older houses along the second ring road had been demolished and transformed into small villas. Luxury cars, typically a rare sight, were now commonplace in this neighborhood. After walking a considerable distance, the small villas disappeared, replaced by flat old houses. Upon turning a corner, the road narrowed significantly, and Xia Chen realized they were entering the alley. Luo Qingxue expertly approached a small house and opened the door. Xia Chen initially thought that Professor Luo's grandmother lived in such a small place, which seemed cramped. He wondered how they would manage to stay there together. However, upon stepping inside, he finally understood the meaning of a world within a world. A spacious courtyard unfolded before him, with the entrance at the front and three small houses surrounding it. Luo Qingxue's grandmother, Tianyu, emerged upon hearing the commotion, and a smile instantly graced her face upon seeing Luo Qingxue. Little Luo is back, she exclaimed. Indeed, Luo Qingxue replied with a gentle nod. Just as Xia Chen was about to greet her, A middle-aged man unexpectedly stepped out from the inner room. Luo Qingxue momentarily froze. "Uncle, what brings you here?" "I returned to keep your grandmother company. You should have informed me of your return so I could come and fetch you," her uncle, Liang, replied cheerfully. However, his demeanor darkened upon noticing the strikingly beautiful young man standing beside his niece. Simultaneously, Xia Chen felt his body tense in place. What? Wasn't it said that only grandmother would be here? How come Professor Luo's uncle is also present? What is the proper way to address the teacher's uncle? There seems to be no established term for that. And what about the girlfriend's uncle? How should that be addressed? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xia Chen felt overwhelmed, his forehead nearly bursting with the strain. "Little Luo, who is this?" Tianyu inquired, gazing at Xia Chen. "This is Xia Chen, my student. He wanted to visit the capital for a couple of days, so I brought him along," Luo Qingxue replied matter-of-factly. Tianyu's face lit up with a smile at the response. The young man's identity was of little consequence. What mattered was that he was brought by her granddaughter. In Tianyu's memory, ever since the family faced difficulties, her little Luo had lost much of her joy, refraining from making friends and maintaining a certain guardedness towards nearly all men. Yet with Xia Chen, little Luo exhibited no wariness, even inviting him to visit her. It seemed their relationship was indeed special. As Tianyu's gaze lingered on him, Xia Chen quickly greeted her. "Hello, Grandma." He then turned to Liang, preparing to extend a greeting, but was still uncertain of how to address him. Calling him uncle felt somewhat inappropriate. "Never mind, I'll just follow the teacher's lead. That should suffice." "Hello, uncle," he finally said. Luo Qingxue couldn't help but glance at him, thinking, has this little fellow's mind gone awry with nervousness? Yet, Liang appeared oblivious, continuing to scrutinize Xia Chen with thoughts swirling in his mind. How did this brat manage to woo my precious niece? Tianyu, beaming with warmth, replied, "Hello, Xia Chen." She then shot a sharp look at Liang, who was still observing Xia Chen. This authoritative gaze, combined with the weight of familial ties, instantly compelled Liang to retract his scrutiny, his face brightening as he beckoned them to enter the house. "Ahaha, come in. Dinner is almost ready." In that moment, Xia Chen seemed to uncover the source of the formidable aura that emanated from Professor Luo when she was displeased. The four of them gathered around a square table, each taking a seat on one side. Liang picked up the chopsticks and, with a smile, addressed Luo Qingxue, "Little Luo, I recently learned a few new dishes from my chef friend. I'd love for you to taste them." Instead of answering directly, Luo Qingxue picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. "How is it?" Liang inquired eagerly, his face alight with anticipation for praise. "Just average." What? The expression on LV Liang's face suddenly froze. Luo Qingxue coldly reiterated, "Mediocre. Moreover, the dishes at your friend's restaurant are rather unpalatable. It would be best if you refrained from imitating them. They are even inferior to the simple tomato scrambled eggs made by Xia Chen." She refrained from voicing the latter part of her statement, lest it plunge her uncle into despair. Nevertheless, LV Liang felt profoundly disheartened as his spirits plummeted. This was the result of over a month of culinary training, and yet, his niece regarded it with such disdain, it was utterly disheartening. Xia Chen took a bite, chuckling. "Teacher Luo prefers a lighter palate, but uncle's cooking is quite delicious. Goodness, it's all just MSG. How tasty could it possibly be?" Xia Chen silently scoffed, yet he maintained an outward appearance of delight. This gesture restored some of LV Liang's confidence and enhanced his fondness for Xia Chen. The young man was perceptive. He seemed to appreciate good taste. The four of them gathered around the dining table, engaging in casual conversation, and Luo Qingxue's smile appeared more frequent than usual. As dinner approached its conclusion, Luo Qingxue suddenly recalled the issue of Xia Chen's accommodation. "Oh, uncle, since you are here, there may not be enough rooms." If LV Liang were absent, the small courtyard could comfortably accommodate 3 individuals, but with 4, it would be insufficient. Noticing the situation, LV Liang prepared to stay at a friend's place. "I'll go stay." He barely finished his sentence when Tianyu kicked him, nearly causing him to drop his bowl. Confused, he was interrupted by Tianyu, who continued, "Your uncle will stay in the guest room tonight. You two can occupy the master bedroom, which has 2 beds. LV Liang quickly nodded in agreement. "Ah, yes. I'll take the guest room. I particularly enjoy its temperate climate." Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow, regarding her uncle with curiosity, pondering to herself, hasn't he always complained about the guest room lacking air conditioning? After dinner, Luo Qingxue and Xia Chen proceeded to the master bedroom. From the outside, the courtyard appeared antiquated, yet inside, the decor was modern and exquisitely designed. Teacher, why are there 2 beds in the master bedroom? Xia Chen inquired with curiosity. One was for my father, and the other was once for my mother, Luo Qingxue replied, her expression devoid of warmth, her tone starkly contrasting the calmness of earlier during dinner. Xia Chen, sensing the shift, chose not to press further, though concern nagged at him. What were Professor Luo's parents like? Why were they never seen at home? Moreover, the master bedroom was now left vacant. Luo Qingxue gazed contemplatively at the bedside for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. She then stood and headed towards the bathroom, saying, I'll take the outer bed. You can have the inner one. I'll shower first. You can go after. All right. After freshening up, Luo Qingxue donned a conservative pink nightgown and climbed into bed. Drawing the curtains, Xia Chen soon finished his own routine and joined her. Habitually, he took a moment to check his phone before sleep. It was then he noticed the group chat with 6 others had been flooded with messages. Culinary Master Exchange, 99 upon entering the chat. Xia Chen found everyone vociferously criticizing Yang Wei. Lu Yongbing, damn it, so you are the one who hides the deepest. With such wealth, you dare to ask me for money just to buy instant noodles? Pay me back. Sun Yang, you really deserve it. Young Master Xia, what has happened? Xia Chen's nickname was changed by the group leader, Chen Jiming. After showing off that day, Chen Jiming became his lackey. Upon seeing Xia Chen arrive, Lu Yongbing immediately exclaimed, I just realized that Yang Wei, this dog, is actually a rich guy living in the center of Mingzhu City, yet he cries poverty every day. How despicable. It turns out it is indeed like this. He truly deserves a good beating. In truth, Xia Chen was aware that Yang Wei came from a relatively affluent family, but Yang Wei's claims of being poor held some truth as well. His monthly living allowance was merely 1,500, and his family would not give him a penny more, fearing he would squander it. As Yang Wei was being besieged by the crowd, he quickly shifted the focus when he saw Xia Chen. Don't just stare at me. Xia Chen is also from Mingzhu City, and his mother is a doctoral professor. Instantly, a flurry of question marks erupted in the group. Young Master Xia, is there anything you haven't shared with us? Please enlighten us, so we can see for ourselves. Do not listen to Yang Wei's nonsense. My family lives in an old, shabby place, utterly poor. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei immediately retorted, nonsense. If your home is old and shabby, I'll eat it right here. Your last remark is still fresh in my memory. I will eat it on the spot if your home is indeed old and shabby. Xia Chen, unfazed, sent a photo he had just taken of his dilapidated alley house. I just took this tonight. The time is visible below the photo. See, my home is indeed old and shabby. Was Xia Chen lying? Not at all. The house he currently resided in was quite old, looking somewhat worn from the outside. And the space was rather limited. Old and shabby? No mistake there. What the hell? Is this really your home? Sun Yang, old Yang. I happen to be on the toilet right now. Come quickly, it's fresh. Xia Chen lay on his bed chatting, adjusting his phone screen brightness to the lowest setting to avoid disturbing Luo Qingxue. Chapter 49. Instantly turned into a pillow. Chen Jiming was truly terrible at everything. He dashed into the game store and immediately fell asleep, sometimes even less competent than a wild healer. Yes, indeed, the last time we encountered a novice healer. We taught her how to play and managed to win, but with Chen Jiming, we could never win. As the conversation progressed, the focus shifted towards Chen Jiming. Strangely enough, Xia Chen could win regardless of who he played with, even his older sister who only knew how to run and fight. However, as soon as Chen Jiming joined the team, victory was elusive, as if some curse were afflicting him. Yet, Chen Jiming refused to acknowledge his lack of skill. How can this be my fault? The system doesn't allow me to win. You, a noob, are being played by the system, right? You are terrible at everything. Lu Yongbing couldn't help but comment. Chen Jiming knew he was indeed lacking in skill and, unable to argue, resorted to mocking the game instead. Nonsense. On that match 3 game online, you've barely scored over 10,000 points. Don't think I haven't noticed. I could score higher with my feet. I was just playing a few rounds out of boredom on my way home, not taking it seriously. Practice makes perfect. Do not seek excuses. Cursing under his breath, Lu Yongbing resolved to boost his scores immediately. After voicing his determination, he navigated to Xia Chen's website to indulge in a casual game. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jiming expressed his desire to elevate his scores even further, eager to tease Lu Yongbing upon his return, and he too departed. The remaining individuals gradually exited the chat, preparing for slumber. At this moment, Xia Chen glanced at the clock, realizing it was already past 11 at night. It was indeed time for rest, especially in Professor Luo's residence. Lingering in bed tomorrow would be quite embarrassing. As he contemplated lying down, an urgent need to relieve himself compelled him to rise quietly from his room. The restroom was located in a separate small building, a peculiar arrangement for Xia Chen, who had grown up in a community with easily accessible facilities. After a brief search, he finally discovered the restroom. Upon finishing, Xia Chen retraced his steps through the courtyard toward his bedroom. Halfway there, he paused and gazed up at the night sky. The tranquil darkness here contrasted sharply with the vibrant lights of distant skyscrapers, enhancing the serenity of the moment. The central cypress trees, their verdant branches swaying gently in the breeze, seemed to beckon Xia Chen to return indoors. He resumed his pace, pushed open the bedroom door, and entered the tranquil space, now only accompanied by the solitary cypress. Once inside, Xia Chen carefully closed the door, striving to minimize any noise. However, the creaking sound of the door frame was unavoidable. It appeared that Luo Qingxue, already in slumber, was stirred awake by the noise, letting out a soft murmur. Startled, Xia Chen froze in place, fearful of disturbing her further. He was still apprehensive of Professor Luo's formidable temperament. Provoking her could very well place his life in jeopardy. From within the bed curtains, Luo Qingxue seemed to shift, mumbling softly, "Don't go, don't." Listening to the rustling sounds and her occasional murmurs, Xia Chen suddenly sensed something amiss. Could the professor be feeling unwell again? He recalled that she was, after all, a delicate girl. Swiftly, he tiptoed to her bedside and gently drew back the curtains. Bathed in the faint moonlight streaming through the window, he observed Luo Qingxue frowning, murmuring incoherently. Leaning closer, he placed his hand on her forehead and, finding her temperature normal, sighed in relief. It seemed that she was merely having a nightmare. Luo Qingxue's arm moved slightly, as if she sought to grasp something. Assuming she wished to hold on to something comforting, Xia Chen retrieved a pillow from his own bed, intending to offer it to her. Yet, just as he reached out to place the pillow in her embrace, her sudden movement caused her to grasp his arm firmly. Taken aback, Xia Chen was unexpectedly pulled onto her bed as she exerted considerable strength. "Goodness, such strength," he whispered in astonishment. Just as he prepared to sit up, Luo Qingxue's slender arms encircled him from behind, holding him tightly. The unforeseen turn of events left Xia Chen utterly bewildered. He attempted to extricate himself, while softly imploring Luo Qingxue to release him. "Teacher, I can provide you with a pillow, please don't hold on to me." Yet, Luo Qingxue's embrace was too tight, and fearing that any significant movement might awaken her, he found himself unable to break free. Just as Xia Chen contemplated exerting more effort to pry apart Luo Qingxue's arms encircling him, a sound emerged from her lips, a murmured plea that seemed both desperate and tearful. "Don't go." Instantly, Xia Chen ceased his struggle, shifting instead to offer gentle reassurances. "I won't leave, I won't leave." For several ensuing minutes, Xia Chen remained still, allowing Luo Qingxue to hold him closely until her breathing steadied and she ceased her restless murmurs. With his back against her, he clutched the pillow he had brought along. Finding it difficult even to turn, Xia Chen let out a soft sigh, realizing that this was how the night would unfold. However, a sudden thought struck him, and he found the situation rather pleasant. It was his first experience truly appreciating Luo Qingxue's flawless physique, devoid of any excess. "Oh, being embraced by Professor Luo is quite comfortable. I never imagined her figure would be so remarkable." But soon, discomfort crept in as sleep eluded him. The faint fragrance emanating from Luo Qingxue's form incessantly teased his senses, particularly the softness of the slime pressing against his back, imbued with a hint of warmth, made it impossible for him to calm his racing thoughts. "How can I possibly sleep like this?" he internally lamented, hastily taking deep breaths. "Stay calm, remain composed. Mr. Lu Sun once remarked that with a clear mind, one could naturally drift into slumber." Wait, did Lu Sun actually say that? Never mind, it's irrelevant. Clear the mind. Clear the mind. Clear the distractions. The following morning, Luo Qingxue slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze glistening with remnants of tears. Had she experienced another nightmare? Yet, it seemed she had slept rather well last night. I whispered softly to myself, as she attempted to withdraw her right hand to rub her eyes. She realized she was holding something within her embrace. Upon focusing her gaze, she discovered it was Xia Chen, and instinctively, She sat up, startled, her sleepiness vanishing. How did he end up on my bed? After the initial shock, Luo Qingxue quickly regained her composure, recalling that she had been the one holding him. She vaguely remembered clutching something during her nightmare. Was it him that I held onto last night? Observing the slumbering Xia Chen, she gradually pieced together the events of the previous night. She was aware of her tendency to talk in her sleep, and it was likely that Xia Chen, driven by curiosity, had come to check on her, only to be inadvertently seized by her in her dream state. As she gazed at Xia Chen, curled up with the pillow, a smile crept to her lips. This little guy looks rather adorable while sleeping. Lost in her thoughts, Luo Qingxue found herself lying back down. Gently wrapping her arms around Xia Chen once more, embracing him feels so comforting. No wonder I managed to sleep well last night. He has let me hold him all night. Surely, a little longer wouldn't hurt? Chapter 50. Must try delicacies in the capital. When Xia Chen awoke, the sun had fully risen, and Luo Qingxue was no longer in the bedroom. Clutching his pillow, he sat up groggily, lost in thought for a moment before preparing to freshen up. Before placing the pillow down, he inhaled its fragrant scent, feeling a twinge of reluctance, and buried his head in it once more before finally releasing it. Although he had gone to bed quite late, the sleep had been remarkably refreshing. Alas, he wondered when he might again find himself embraced by Professor Luo. With a faint sigh, Xia Chen proceeded to the bathroom to wash up and then stepped out of the bedroom. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted Luo Qingxue meticulously trimming the branches of a pine tree. It was not until he approached that she acknowledged his presence. You're awake. Yes, teacher. This pine must be quite young, right? Neither of them alluded to the events of the previous night. It was planted a decade ago, so it isn't particularly old, Luo Qingxue remarked, glancing at the pine before putting away her tools and preparing to leave. My grandmother and uncle have gone out and will return shortly. Please wait at home for a bit while I go fetch breakfast. Teacher, why don't you continue trimming the pine? I can go by it. Can you manage? This alley can be quite convoluted. Luo Qingxue was concerned that Xia Chen would lose his way. I'll be fine. I'm grown up now. How could I possibly get lost? Xia Chen said confidently, tucking his phone into his pocket as he stepped outside. Luo Qingxue called out. The breakfast vendor is located in the southeast corner of the alley. After you turn left, take a right at the second fork and walk a few steps forward. I got it. As Luo Qingxue watched him disappear from sight, a wave of worry washed over her. Could he really manage to buy breakfast alone? What if he ended up wandering aimlessly? 10 minutes later. Where on earth am I? Wasn't I supposed to turn right? I've walked out of the alley and haven't seen a breakfast shop. Xia Chen gazed at the modern, wide road before him, realizing he had indeed exited the alley. Not only was there no breakfast shop in sight, but even a vegetable stall was absent. Goodness, could I truly be lost? Xia Chen was not one to stubbornly assert his independence. Recognizing that something was amiss, he promptly took out his phone to consult the satellite map. Just as he was studying the map, a voice abruptly interrupted him. Excuse me, do you live in this alley? Upon hearing the voice, Xia Chen looked up to see a man clad in a suit and tie, sporting a pair of rectangular glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Xia Chen hesitated to respond, feeling the man looked somewhat familiar. After rummaging through his memories, he suddenly recalled that this was the scoundrel who had slapped Luo Qingxue last year when she was substitute teaching in Mingzhu City. Xia Chen had witnessed the incident from a distance and had harbored misconceptions about Luo Qingxue, mistakenly believing she had a propensity for violence. With this recollection, Xia Chen's impression of the man plummeted. His previous assessment of him as refined transformed into one of disdain. Ah, yes, I live here, Xia Chen said, his bravado unwavering, as he spoke with a nonchalance that belied the truth. Upon hearing this, the man immediately broke into a smile and inquired, do you know the elderly gentleman, Tianyu? Isn't he Professor Luo's grandfather? What might he seek from his grandmother? Xia Chen scrutinized the individual before him, feigning hesitation for a moment before replying, I know him. Why do you ask? Upon learning that Xia Chen was acquainted with the elder, the man seemed even more elated. Introducing himself, I am Kai Yuhang, the department manager of Luoyun Industries in the capital. Kai Yuhang appeared to take pride in his position, hoping to bridge the gap between them. However, Xia Chen abruptly retorted, I don't know you. So what? Are you impressive? Xia Chen's blunt response left Kai Yuhang momentarily speechless, igniting an inner fury within him. Had it been any other day, such insolence would have warranted severe repercussions. Yet, recognizing the potential influence of Xia Chen, who resided in this second-ring alley, He resolved to temper his anger. Noticing Xia Chen's aloof demeanor, Cai Yuhang swiftly articulated his request. May I inquire whether Luo Qingxue, Tian's granddaughter, has returned for the holidays? I'm uncertain. What is your purpose? Xia Chen responded. I am her fiancé, Cai Yuhang asserted. I came to apologize for upsetting her last time. Xia Chen nearly succumbed to the urge to hurl a scathing insult back at him, suppressing his irritation. This was the capital, and such vulgarity was unbecoming. He managed to stifle his temper and addressed the pretentious man before him. I have not heard of Professor Luo having a fiancé, and you are clearly not from here. This is the capital. I advise you against engaging in self-deprecating antics. One call from me, and the police will arrive within 5 minutes. Cai Yuhang, sensing Xia Chen's cold and vigilant demeanor, appeared somewhat flustered. He dared not gamble on the truth of Xia Chen's words. If the latter could indeed summon the police with a mere phone call, he could not afford to make an enemy of him. No, I mean no harm. I speak only the truth. Then why are you asking questions without answers? You shamelessly claim to be someone's fiancé. Either leave, or I shall call the authorities. Xia Chen provided no opportunity for Cai Yuhang to elaborate, causing him to repeatedly apologize in fear. I'll be on my way. Please don't be agitated, he stammered, retreating to the roadside and entering his BMW, where he finally released a few choice words of frustration. What kind of person is this? His temper surpasses even that of Luo Qingxue. As Xia Chen watched the BMW drive away, he scoffed disdainfully. Tsh, just another cowardly bully. A few words, and he scuttles away. Turning his attention back to his own affairs, he thought, now, to check the map and purchase breakfast. I've lingered long enough. Xia Chen dismissed Cai Yuhang from his thoughts entirely. A man who relied on intimidation and wealth was merely a hollow shell of a person. Recalling the moment when Luo Qingxue had struck Cai Yuhang, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Professor Luo delivered that slap perfectly. It would have been best if it had been fatal. Following the map, Xia Chen finally located the breakfast stall nestled within the alley. He purchased several traditional Beijing sesame pancakes, accompanied by a cup of soy milk and a cup of fermented mung bean juice. Young man, are you certain you want the mung bean juice? The vendor inquired, eyeing Xia Chen with skepticism, for this drink was seldom favored by many. Yes, I would like a cup, Xia Chen affirmed resolutely. The quintessential delicacy of the capital, mung bean juice, Xia Chen was determined to sample it. Chapter 51. Irresistible affection. After procuring his breakfast, Xia Chen hurriedly retraced his steps according to the map. He had dallied for quite some time, and if he did not return soon, Professor Luo might begin to worry whether he had lost his way. As Xia Chen had anticipated, upon returning to the residence, he discovered that Luo Qingxue was on the verge of calling him. Why have you been gone for so long? Did you get lost? She asked, putting aside the pruning shears she had been using on the cypress trees. I took a detour and wasted some time, mainly because I encountered a fellow named Cai Yuhang. Xia Chen replied. No sooner had he spoken than he was met with a sharp, icy inquiry from Luo Qingxue. Who? Her elegant brows furrowed, and her gaze sharpened as if she had heard the name of an adversary. Xia Chen had never seen Professor Luo so incensed. Had it been in the past, he would surely have contemplated fleeing. Cai Yuhang, what of it? He stammered, repeating the name nervously, not realizing it would provoke such ire from Luo Qingxue. What did that scoundrel want with you? Did he harm you in any way? Luo Qingxue, wielding the imposing pruning shears, stepped closer to scrutinize Xia Chen for any signs of injury. And no, I'm fine, he stuttered, attempting to reassure her. Then why are you so frightened? If he threatened you, you must tell me. I shall not let this scoundrel get away with it. Luo Qingxue exhibited no desire to encounter Cai Yuhang. Yet if he dared to mistreat Xia Chen, she would not let him escape unscathed. I am afraid because of the shears you're holding, Xia Chen admitted, leaning back slightly, his right hand cautiously gesturing toward the large scissors in Luo Qingxue's grasp, with the gleaming, sharp implement almost poised against his throat. How could he not be fearful? At this, Luo Qingxue's expression softened as she realized her overreaction. She had forgotten she was still holding the pruning shears. My apologies. I forgot I had the scissors in hand, she said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone as she stepped back, allowing Xia Chen to stand upright. Her voice became more composed. Did he not do anything to you? This rascal seemed to be looking for you, but when I told him you were not present, I noticed he was behaving rather suspiciously. I intimidated him a bit, and he slinked away. Luo Qingxue scoffed disdainfully at this revelation, still the same cowardly demeanor. With a smile, she encouraged Xia Chen, Well done. In the future, when you encounter this fellow, simply treat him as if he were invisible. Do not engage. Understood. Now, let us go inside and enjoy breakfast. As they settled at the dining table, Luo Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise when she saw Xia Chen take out the mung bean juice. Why did you buy mung bean juice? I wanted to give it a try. Is it not a specialty of the capital? This cannot be considered a specialty. It is something that scarcely anyone drinks nowadays. Luo Qingxue found it challenging to describe the essence of doji. Nevertheless, I shall sample a cup. Observing Xia Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Luo Qingxue recalled a quip her grandmother once made. Doji is now merely a beverage for the obstinate travelers from afar. Suddenly, Luo Qingxue felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Xia Chen's reaction to the doji, so she refrained from commenting on its taste and instead picked up a piece of baked cake, taking a small bite while her gaze remained fixed on him. Xia Chen removed the lid from the doji, revealing a pale green liquid that bore a resemblance to mung bean soup, albeit with a peculiar odor reminiscent of something spoiled, though not overwhelmingly so. As he inhaled the scent, Xia Chen instinctively sensed that this concoction would not be palatable, yet he was intrigued to discover its true flavor. He raised the cup to his lips and took a small sip, only to exclaim, "Ugh!" Xia Chen's body reacted instinctively, causing him to expel the doji from his mouth, his hand barely managing to cover his lips in time. Luo Qingxue could not contain her laughter at Xia Chen's reaction, erupting into giggles. "What is this?" Xia Chen grimaced at the doji, feeling as though he had not consumed a beverage, but rather the murky water of a rag that had languished in a sink for days, festering. Doji was invented long ago in times of scarcity. Now, it has fallen into obscurity, enjoyed only by those like you, who refuse to heed the warnings. As Luo Qingxue explained, she reached for a napkin, unable to suppress her amusement as she noted Xia Chen's pained expression and the remnants of doji at the corners of his mouth. "Why didn't you tell me sooner, teacher?" he asked. "I knew you would be stubborn and insist on trying it. I merely wished to witness your unguarded reaction to doji," Luo Qingxue replied with a smile, extending her hand to gently wipe his mouth. "Teacher, I'll manage myself. You continue with your breakfast," Xia Chen said, reaching for the napkin. But Luo Qingxue firmly pushed his hand away. "No need. You sit still, and I will take care of it." Reluctantly, Xia Chen complied, allowing Luo Qingxue to delicately dab at the corners of his mouth with the napkin, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her fair, delicate hand. Professor Luo's hand felt soft. It must be quite pleasant to touch. Such beautiful hands. Even a gentle slap would be. No, what am I thinking? Xia Chen suddenly realized he might have been harboring some peculiar tendencies and quickly dismissed the dangerously wandering thoughts. Upon regaining his focus, Xia Chen noticed that Luo Qingxue seemed somewhat reluctant to part with the moment, prompting him to gently remind her, "Teacher, you need not continue wiping." "Oh." Luo Qingxue appeared momentarily dazed before hesitantly withdrawing her hand, feeling a twinge of reluctance. This little fellow's face is so soft. Why not indulge in a bit longer? How stingy of him, she mused softly to herself. Xia Chen remained oblivious to Luo Qingxue's thoughts, assuming she had simply been lost in contemplation moments earlier. At present, he has no desire to touch the fermented mung bean juice, so he resorts to eating the sesame flatbread instead, thinking he could simply drink some water later. After taking a couple of bites of the flatbread, Xia Chen felt a slight choking sensation and decided to fetch some water. Luo Qingxue, noticing him stand up, inquired, "Where are you going?" "I'll get a cup of water to dispose of this bean juice," he replied. "There's no need for that. I'm almost done. You can have the remaining soy milk. Flatbread is not enjoyable with water." "Ah." Xia Chen thought he had misheard. "Are you saying I should drink yours?" "What's the matter? Are you disgusted?" "Not at all. How could he possibly find it distasteful? Even if offered a fresh cup of soy milk, he wouldn't exchange it." Chapter 52. Admitting fault is never wrong, however. After Xia Chen consumed the cup of soy milk, he discovered it bore no difference from the usual kind. Contrary to the claims online that water sipped by a beautiful woman would transform into nectar, it appeared that the internet was rife with exaggerations and nonsense. Despite his inner grievances, Xia Chen finished every last drop of the soy milk without reservation. After a while, Tianyu and Lu Liang returned. Lu Liang was preparing to cook lunch when Xia Chen hurried over, politely stating, Uncle, I'll handle lunch today." The thought of consuming another meal laden with MSG and seasoning made him feel as though his palate might be ruined. Yet, Lu Liang seemed eager to showcase his culinary skills. "No, You all go rest and play. I'll take care of it. I didn't expect you to come back so late last night, and wasn't adequately prepared. Xia Chen felt a chill down his spine at the ominous tone of his words. However, Luo Qingxue was also unwilling to indulge in her uncle's cooking any longer, promptly stepping forward to seize the ingredients Lu Liang had brought back. Xia Chen and I will prepare lunch. Uncle, you should rest. Xia Chen quickly chimed in. Yes, we'll take care of it. You and Grandma should take a break. It's quite hot today. With that, he hurriedly followed Luo Qingxue into the kitchen, anxious that Lu Liang might insist on his involvement. Once in the kitchen, while washing the ingredients, Xia Chen asked Luo Qingxue, Teacher, who used to cook in your family? Luo Qingxue shot him a displeased glance and coolly responded, My grandmother used to cook quite well. It's just that now she is older and prefers heavy oil and salt. Oh, Xia Chen nodded thoughtfully, reflecting that life would indeed be a trial if he had to endure lunch in this household otherwise. He had already gained a profound understanding of Luo Qingxue and Lu Liang's culinary prowess. Luo Qingxue said nothing further, but silently vowed, How dare this little rascal look down upon me? When I return home, I must earnestly learn to cook. Initially, she had no intention of learning to cook, but now, feeling belittled by Xia Chen, she was determined to prove herself. After all, cooking is a skill possessed by countless households around the world. How could a professor like her possibly fail to master it? Once the ingredients were cleaned, Xia Chen began to stir-fry, while Luo Qingxue diligently assisted him. Cooking in the sweltering heat was excruciating. Both were already beginning to sweat profusely. As Luo Qingxue handed Xia Chen various items, she also wiped his brow, occasionally tending to her own. After Xia Chen had finished cooking, he sampled the dish with chopsticks and subsequently offered a taste to Luo Qingxue. Once she deemed it satisfactory, he turned off the heat. As Xia Chen prepared to embark on the next dish, Luo Qingxue suddenly called out to him, Wait a moment, let me tie your apron. It would be troublesome if the oil splatters on your clothes. She fetched the apron and helped Xia Chen put it on, her hands encircling his waist as she secured it, taking the opportunity to embrace him for a brief moment. For reasons unbeknownst to her, ever since they had shared a night's slumber together, Luo Qingxue found herself yearning to hold this young man more often. Xia Chen, feeling the warmth of her embrace, found his cheeks flushed, becoming acutely aware of the warm, fragrant scent emanating from her. A fleeting thought of wanting to embrace Professor Luo crossed his mind. Yet he ultimately dismissed it. It seemed inappropriate to indulge in such intimacy while she was assisting him with the apron. After all, there would be ample opportunities in the future. The tender exchange between the two did not go unnoticed by Tianyu and El Liang, who observed from outside the kitchen. Initially, El Liang had considered entering the sweltering kitchen to lend a hand, but Tianyu had restrained him. Now, he felt justified in refraining from interrupting. Mom, I believe Xia Chen and Xiao Luo make quite a fitting pair. Compatibility alone is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether Xiao Luo is happy, Tianyu replied. Though her smile betrayed her inner delight. Having surpassed her 70s, her only wish was for her daughter's happiness. Nothing else held importance. By the way, Mom, I ran into Kai Yuhang on my way back this morning. I ignored him, but he shamelessly greeted me, El Liang suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, the smile on Tianyu's face diminished. He is probably here looking for Xiao Luo again. If that scoundrel dares to approach her, I shall break his bones. Never mind. There's no need to dwell on it. After all, Xiao Luo doesn't like him, she concluded, shifting the topic. And you, stop boasting about your culinary skills. What you made last night was hardly impressive. Was it really that bad? My friend is a chef, you know. Just look at how well his business is doing. El Liang initially thought Tianyu was exaggerating, but after tasting Xia Chen's lunch, he was thoroughly convinced and understood why Luo Qingxue had rated his cooking so poorly. No wonder this little rascal managed to win over Xiao Luo. He must have enticed her with his culinary prowess. After lunch, El Liang discreetly approached Xia Chen, inquiring about his cooking techniques. Xia Chen was at a loss for words. How can I explain? The more you cook, the better it gets. However, El Liang was skeptical, convinced that Xia Chen must have a 5-star chef in his family. Come on, there must be some technique involved. Just tell me, I won't share it with anyone. Yet, Xia Chen insisted there was no special technique. When El Liang saw that Xia Chen would not divulge any secrets, he resorted to threats and bribes. Hey, don't be so distant. Do you fancy my Xiao Luo? I've watched her grow up. If you wish to marry her, you will need my consent. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen immediately began to entertain his own thoughts. Uncle, do you happen to know what teacher Luo's preferences are? Lu Liang, misinterpreting Xia Chen's intent, wore a sly grin as he responded, of course, I am well aware of Xiao Luo's tastes. If I divulge them, perhaps you could teach me a thing or two about cooking. Agreed, agreed. They exchanged words, exuding the air of two cunning merchants colluding together. Just as they were about to share their insights, Luo Qingxue suddenly appeared behind Xia Chen. A soft cough startled Xia Chen, nearly causing him to leap and hit the ceiling. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Lu Liang quickly laughed and prepared to make his escape. Ahaha. You two carry on. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he fled the scene. Xia Chen, watching him depart, internally lamented, goodness. He left in a hurry. Truly, all businessmen are shifty. Turning to face Luo Qingxue, whose expression was as cold as ice, Xia Chen managed a sheepish grin. Yet, Luo Qingxue did not reciprocate the smile. Her face darkened, radiating an aura of intimidation that gradually wiped the grin from Xia Chen's face. Lowering his head, he murmured an apology. Teacher, I was wrong. In the face of uncertainty, it is wise to admit fault first, a lesson Xia Chen learned from his father. Whenever his mother, Jiang Xinyue, became angry, Xia Dongming would promptly acknowledge his mistakes, regardless of the situation. What did I do wrong? He boldly replied, leaving Luo Qingxue momentarily amused despite her irritation. Then what exactly are you apologizing for? Merely hoping to prevent you from being upset. This matter shall be noted, and you will face consequences later, she stated calmly. Oh, Xia Chen obediently agreed, secretly hoping that Professor Luo might forget the incident altogether. After the admonishment, Luo Qingxue inquired serenely, why do you wish to know my preferences? Well, I often spend time with you, teacher, and I simply wish to understand you better. Xia Chen fabricated a response. He could not confess his feelings directly, as that would be too forward. Such boldness was beyond Yang Wei's capability. In the future, if you wish to know, simply ask me directly. Do not inquire about me from others. It is not only impolite, but may also lead to misunderstandings. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Qingxue contemplated her own preferences, realizing she did not possess any particular likes. Throughout her school years, she had been focused solely on her studies until earning her doctorate. Presently, it seemed she had no specific passions aside from food. I do enjoy eating, though I am somewhat particular about my tastes, as there are many dishes I find unpalatable. After she finished speaking, she turned to Xia Chen and added, what you prepare aligns quite well with my palate, but during our time in Jingzhou, you tended to make the same few dishes, and I am beginning to tire of them. Then I shall diversify my cooking upon my return. In truth, Xia Chen had repeatedly prepared the same meals out of convenience. Dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes were quick and easy, while meat dishes required considerably more effort. In the past, when Xia Yushi would insist on him making braised pork, it took considerable coaxing and often some form of barter before he would acquiesce. Indeed, Xia Chen had only just begun his efforts, for cooking was no simple task. However, if Professor Luo desired a meal, he was willing to toil a little more. The school had unexpectedly assigned some tasks, which he planned to tackle in the afternoon, with the intention of taking her to several scenic spots the following day. Luo Qingxue returned to her bedroom to work on her laptop, while Xia Chen settled onto a small stool in the courtyard, enjoying the cool breeze. It must be said that the courtyard was well ventilated and had shaded areas, making it far more comfortable than being cooped up in an air-conditioned room. While contemplating where to wander the next day, a message from Xia Yushi popped up on his phone. What is my dear sister doing? It's been several days since she last reached out. Has she truly forgotten about me now that Professor Luo is in the picture? The contact has removed you as a friend. Please add them back before sending a message. Upon seeing the message, Xia Chen understood that his elder sister was about to have another episode, so he chose to ignore it. Sure enough, when Xia Yushi discovered she had been unfriended, she immediately called him, fuming. Why did you remove me as a friend? I thought you might be losing your mind. So I got a bit scared and decided to remove you. Xia Chen replied with a cheeky grin, which only fueled Xia Yushi's anger further. How infuriating. Clearly, you have another woman now and treat your sister like a stranger. Dear sister, stop complaining. Why not find yourself a boyfriend with a bit of a masochistic tendency? He would surely indulge all your quirky requests. That won't do. I prefer men who are more assertive. Ah, so you prefer to be the dominant one. Then that's settled. As soon as those words left his mouth, a piercing shriek erupted from the other end of the line. causing Xia Chen to instinctively hold the phone a bit farther away. Get lost. I am undoubtedly the dominant one. After a few deep breaths to calm herself, Xia Yushi shifted to a more serious topic. By the way, weren't you supposed to return to the capital with Professor Luo? Bring me back some things. Before Xia Yushi could specify her requests, Xia Chen interrupted her. No money. I'll pay. She insisted. I really will. Well, that's fine then. Bring back some local specialties from the capital, especially that rice-flavored pastry. Get as much as you can, and if you see anything else delicious that can be brought back, buy it. Here S500, spend as much as you wish. All right. Xia Chen hadn't anticipated skimping off his sister. Considering how astute she was with finances, she could account for every penny. By the way, sister, I remember you visited the capital with your classmates last year. Are there any romantic spots suitable for couples? Given his knowledge of Luo Qingxue, even though she was a native of the capital, she likely hadn't explored many tourist attractions. Therefore, he thought to inquire with Xia Yushi. Is there such a place in the capital? Last time I visited, I barely saw any scenery. All I encountered were throngs of people. Listening to her, Xia Chen guessed that tomorrow's excursion would likely be filled with crowds as well. However, Xia Yushi imparted a few insights to Xia Chen. Brother, if you wish to cultivate a deeper connection with Professor Luo, it matters not where you go, but rather the interactions you share. Particularly, when Professor Luo harbors a desire to do something but feels too shy to express it, you must take the initiative. How am I to know if she does not articulate her thoughts? I possess no mind-reading abilities. I can only rely on intuition. Surely, Professor Luo will provide you with subtle hints. Enough of this nonsense. You are still a single man yourself. Xia Yushi exclaimed in exasperation. I extend my kindness. Yet you misconstrue it. And do not forget to bring me some local specialties. I know. After hanging up, Xia Chen pondered whether Professor Luo had ever hinted at anything to him. It seemed not. She was typically aloof and serious. So how could she possibly imply anything? Surely, she would speak directly to him. Sighing at his sister's frivolity, he informed Luo Qingxue of his plan, preparing to venture out alone to procure items. He could hardly accompany Professor Luo for leisure, while also finding time to buy gifts for Xia Yushi. Teacher, I'm going out to purchase some items. My sister desires some specialties from the capital. Wait a moment, I shall accompany you. But teacher, are you not busy? Xia Chen inquired, puzzled by Luo Qingxue's response. She had already closed her laptop. There is no rush, and I fear you may lose your way or fall victim to unscrupulous individuals. Teacher, I am of age. I am not a child. I can certainly manage buying a few items on my own. Xia Chen felt that recently, Luo Qingxue had increasingly treated him like a child, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Besides, he was running his own website now. If Wei Dongyang learned of this, how could he maintain his reputation as a boss? You are still a student, and that makes you a child, Luo Qingxue replied, secretly thinking, what is wrong with being a child? It allows me to embrace him more. She recalled the comforting sensation of holding Xia Chen and wondered how she might persuade him to let her embrace him once more. Would it be appropriate to state it outright? Chapter 54. The cool professor is also at Sundara. Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue took the subway together to shop. Initially, Xia Chen assumed that the specialties would only be available from century-old workshops. To his surprise, he discovered that the rice flour pastries were also sold in supermarkets. Gazing at the elegantly packaged confectionery, he could not help but comment, I never imagined the specialties my sister desires could be found in a supermarket. There used to be an elderly couple near my grandmother's home who crafted such pastries, but they could no longer manage due to their age, and now, these pastries are no longer made by hand. Luo Qingxue also enjoyed rice flour pastries, yet those from other regions lacked authenticity. Some tasted merely like ordinary confections. Xia Chen casually placed a box in the shopping cart and continued to explore the supermarket, picking up items he had seldom encountered. This time, Luo Qingxue did not select anything, as she was merely accompanying Xia Chen to assist him in purchasing items for others. However, as they wandered, she noticed that Xia Chen had only chosen one type of item, which caused her to pout in mild displeasure. How did this little fellow know to buy something for his sister and not for me? Not even a single portion. Teacher, is this braised pork delicious? Xia Chen inquired about a pack of braised pork, turning to Luo Qingxue. Upon glancing back, he found her pouting, murmuring in discontent, I don't know. Her tone lacked any coldness or anger. Instead, it resembled that of a sulking little girl. Xia Chen felt somewhat bewildered, as this was the first time he had witnessed such an expression from Professor Luo. Teacher, what's wrong? Luo Qingxue continued to pout. Her lips puffed up as she quietly replied, "It's nothing." Strangely enough, this version of Professor Luo appeared extraordinarily adorable, and Xia Chen felt an impulse to poke at her puffed-up lips. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why she was upset. Everything had seemed fine just moments ago. Why had her mood shifted so abruptly? "Have you finished your shopping? You've bought so much already." Luo Qingxue's gaze was fixed on the numerous items in the shopping cart, all of which were identical, stirring a sour feeling within her. She herself could not comprehend why she felt this way. But the thought that Xia Chen only bought food for other girls, leaving her out, made her unhappy, even if the girl in question was his own sister. "All right, teacher. Do you want anything?" Xia Chen asked while pondering. "No. Then shall we head to the checkout?" Without further comment, Luo Qingxue began walking towards the cash register. Xia Chen followed closely, his mind racing. Did Professor Luo not want to buy anything to eat? What could possibly be the reason for her displeasure? Suddenly, he recalled that Luo Qingxue had been gazing at the shopping cart, and he had purchased only one of each item. Could it be that Professor Luo also desired something to eat? Then why had she just said no? Abruptly, Xia Chen set down the shopping cart and said to Luo Qingxue, "Teacher, wait a moment, I forgot a few things." Before she could respond, he dashed off. What else could he possibly need? Wasn't he that enough for his sister? Luo Qingxue sighed. Soon, Xia Chen returned to the vicinity of the cash register, holding an additional box of pastries. Luo Qingxue thought little of it, assuming that Xia Chen had simply picked up an extra portion for Xia Yushe. After they completed the checkout, her mood shifted from earlier discontent to a sense of loss. Never mind, Xia Chen and his sister had grown up together. Their bond undoubtedly strong. It was only natural. Luo Qingxue reassured herself. After walking back, she returned to her computer to continue her work. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, snapping her back to attention. She turned to see Xia Chen squatting beside her, a cheerful smile on his face as he offered her a box of pastries. "Hey, teacher, would you like some afternoon tea?" Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback and slowly replied, "Isn't this what you bought for your sister? Why is it open? Not everything is for her. This portion is for you, teacher." Hearing Xia Chen's playful response filled Luo Qingxue's heart with unexpected delight. A smile had already begun to adorn that beautiful face. Yet it seemed she wished to conceal her delight from Xia Chen. She pressed her lips together, attempting to stifle her laughter, but her lips betrayed her, curling upward despite her efforts. Consequently, Luo Qingxue feigned an expression of indifference and spoke in a deliberately cold tone. "I never asked you to buy it. You did that on your own." However, her acting skills were woefully inadequate, as halfway through her statement, the corners of her mouth had already begun to lift. Xia Chen, observing her, recognized that Luo Qingxue's anger had dissipated completely, and he teasingly reminded her, "Teacher, suppressing laughter is not good for your health." "I am not suppressing anything," she retorted, "yet your lips are already raised." "I am not." Luo Qingxue, caught in the act, felt a surge of embarrassment and resorted to her trump card. "Would you like me to show your sister the secret will you wrote?" "No. Teacher, I was wrong." In an instant, Xia Chen became obedient. "Then go play by yourself. I need to work, so do not disturb me." Luo Qingxue endeavored to suppress her smile, striving to maintain a serious demeanor as she spoke. Oh, after watching Xia Chen leave the bedroom, Luo Qingxue could finally release her laughter, grinning widely. "Hey, this little guy actually remembered to bring me snacks. Considering he bought me pastries, perhaps I shall lighten the punishment I had planned for him yesterday." After expressing this thought with a light chuckle, she took a bite of the pastry on the table. Whether it was merely an illusion, Luo Qingxue felt that this batch of pastries was even more delectable than those she had previously purchased. That evening, after both had completed their evening routines, Luo Qingxue instructed Xia Chen to pack up his belongings. "Why do I need to pack?" Xia Chen inquired, puzzled. "I intend to take you around the capital tomorrow and the day after. We shall return to Jingzhou on the 4th day. The last 2 days of the holiday will be too crowded, and besides, there isn't much to see in the capital." Luo Qingxue's purpose for returning was simply to check on her grandmother, given her advanced age. Now that she saw that Tianyu was in good health, she was also keen to avoid running into relatives she wished to evade, so she prepared to depart. Oh, as Xia Chen packed his bags, he also placed the items he had bought for Xia Yushe into his suitcase. However, it seemed there was too much for his suitcase to contain. Observing this, Luo Qingxue said to Xia Chen, "If it won't fit, you can put it in my suitcase. I still have plenty of empty space." "Thank you, teacher. Do not keep thanking me. It serves no purpose. Luo Qingxue disliked hearing Xia Chen express gratitude, feeling it created a distance between them. Then what should I say? You might as well compliment me on my beauty. While she was indifferent to others' praises, she was quite pleased to hear compliments from Xia Chen. Chapter 55. The Master of Illusions. Early the next morning, Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue each carried their suitcases, ready to depart. Upon seeing them, Tianyu did not attempt to keep them, understanding well why Luo Qingxue was leaving after only 2 nights. Luo Qingxue expressed, "Grandmother, we are leaving. Feel free to call me whenever you can. Yes, be safe on your journey and enjoy yourselves. Xia Chen, do come to the capital more often." Xia Chen waved goodbye, saying, "Goodbye, grandmother." Tianyu watched as the two departed, feeling a twinge of reluctance, yet predominantly a sense of gratification and joy. Shortly after Luo Qingxue and Xia Chen left, Liang returned, carrying a bag of fertile soil. Upon seeing the empty master bedroom, Liang inquired, "Did Xiao Luo and the others leave so early?" He added, "The children had nothing to do here. It would be delightful for them to go out and have some fun." After finishing her sentence, Tianyu urged Liang to assist her in aerating the soil of the cypress trees in the courtyard and replacing it with fresh earth. Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue took the subway to a hotel near the Great Wall, only to find that single rooms were fully booked. Xia Chen had previously wondered why hotels often ran out of single rooms first, but he later realized that they were not merely for solitary occupancy. They also provided convenience for certain private activities between men and women. Consequently, they rented a twin room, having shared a similar arrangement a couple of nights prior, which made them feel quite at ease. After settling her luggage, Luo Qingxue said to Xia Chen, "Since it's the holiday season, the attractions will be quite crowded. It may not be convenient to grab a bite once we enter, so let us rest for a bit and have lunch before heading out." Xia Chen replied, "Sounds good. What would you like to eat? I can order takeout." "Let me think," she responded. Just then, a flurry of urgent messages arrived from Wei Danyang. "Boss, something has gone wrong. Please reply quickly." Realizing the situation, Xia Chen turned to Luo Qingxue and said, "Teacher, you decide. I'm not picky." Sensing that Xia Chen must be dealing with an issue, she took the initiative to make the decision. Xia Chen then inquired about the nature of the problem. "What happened? Did someone tamper with the site and take it down?" Wei Danyang assured him, "No, the site is still up." Xia Chen urged, "Then why the panic? Stay calm. Don't overreact. Maintain your composure." However, Wei Danyang added, "But it's on the verge of going down. Just tell me what is going on without the fluff." Xia Chen exclaimed, exasperated by the unnecessary chatter. "The mini-games you asked me to add are causing issues with the leaderboard. Someone is cheating and scoring higher than the bots." Xia Chen suggested, "Just ban those accounts with abnormal scores. Keep them off the leaderboard." Xia Chen thought there was no need to be alarmed, as cheating was an inherent aspect of competitive games. Even the most popular online games struggled to eliminate it completely. "I can't handle it alone. Anyone can easily use a mod to cheat." "Then it's simple," Xia Chen declared. "From now on, you're the department manager. Hire a couple of people to assist you. They will work under you, preferably without pay." Wei Danyang exclaimed, "Boss, that is impossible. Who would work for free these days? Besides, you haven't even paid my overtime yet." Xia Chen realized this implied a demand for more money. "Senior, your mindset needs some adjustment. Think about it. You're my first employee. As we expand and achieve greatness with Mi Liao, you'll be a founding member, holding equity and sharing in the profits." This notion seemed appealing to Wei Danyang, a computer science major and a tech enthusiast who had little understanding of financial matters. Xia Chen's words made him feel as if he were striking a lucrative deal. Xia Chen observed that his counterpart had already been half convinced and promptly seized the opportunity to elaborate. "If you strive diligently, I will assuredly attain wealth in the future. At that time, driving luxury cars and residing in a villa will no longer be a mere dream." Wei Danyang, stirred with excitement, began to indulge in fantasies. However, he could not shake off his original intent. "But, boss, if you don't provide me with funds, how can I hire subordinates?" "Senior, your resolve is lacking. We are not perpetually withholding salaries. Let them endure a bit during this holiday. You must learn to be more adaptable. For instance, treat those few individuals to a meal, and they will be inclined to assist you. Yet, treating them to a meal still requires money. Use the salary I provide you. But isn't that money I earn? If we equate it, isn't it merely using my own funds? That does seem reasonable." As Wei Danyang appeared thoroughly ensnared by Xia Chen's persuasion, they continued discussing several website improvement suggestions. During this exchange, Luo Qingxue's takeout arrived. Noticing Xia Chen was still preoccupied, she brought over his portion of cold noodles and began to feed him with chopsticks. Oblivious to this act, Xia Chen remained focused on his discussion with Wei Dongyang, unconsciously opening his mouth. All right, these are the improvements needed, especially prioritizing the esports and collaboration sections. After the holiday, I plan to organize an event. Oh, this workload seems quite substantial. Senior, I have faith in you. Press on. There are no insurmountable projects in this world, only employees who lack effort. In the future, I will award outstanding employee medals. Then, boss, you must ensure to lead me to prosperity. Absolutely. At this moment, Wei Dongyang's mind was a whirl of projects and wealth, completely convinced by Xia Chen's words, unaware of whether the website truly held the potential for monetization. Even though he had been duped into becoming a foolish son of a landlord, he did not forget one query. By the way, boss, does drinking goji berries truly work? I feel that merely working hard doesn't yield significant results. I haven't tried it myself. Perhaps you should buy some and let me know if it proves beneficial? All right. After their conversation concluded, Wei Dongyang prepared to commence his work, but suddenly pondered a question. Wait a moment. The boss said if I work hard, he will become wealthy. What about me? Never mind that. Anyway, the boss promised to bring me along to affluence. Meanwhile, after putting down his phone, Xia Chen could not help but exclaim, there really are many diligent university students in this world. At that moment, another piece of cold noodle was presented to his mouth. Xia Chen, taken aback, realized that Luo Qingxue had already fed him half of it. What are you dawdling for? Open your mouth. She gently urged when she noticed Xia Chen had stopped. Teacher, I can eat by myself. Xia Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. He had been so engrossed in deceiving others that he hadn't paid attention. Now, feeling it inappropriate to have Luo Qingxue feed him, he intended to eat independently, allowing her to enjoy her lunch. Contrary to his expectation, as he reached for the food, Luo Qingxue gently swatted his hand down. No need. I'll feed you. You've already had half. But teacher, you haven't had your lunch yet. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Luo Qingxue spoke, extending her chopsticks forward a bit more, and coaxingly urged, open your mouth quickly. In chapter 56, titled Unable to Twist Open, Luo Qingxue initially intended to feed Xia Chen just a couple of bites to stave off any hunger pangs. However, after a few mouthfuls, as Xia Chen obediently opened his mouth to bite into the cold noodles, the sight of his mouth moving resembled that of a delightful little hamster being fed, which brought her immense joy and a deep sense of satisfaction. She even found herself wishing to prolong this feeding moment. The way this little fellow consumed his food was utterly adorable. He quietly busied himself with his meal, fully engrossed. As the bowl of cold noodles began to empty, Xia Chen initially felt some embarrassment, but after being fed a few more times, he found it rather pleasant and gradually became accustomed to it. The aloof Professor Luo, perceived as an ice queen by others, was now feeding him lunch. Who would believe such a thing if it were to be shared? How delightful it felt to ponder this matter further. Once Luo Qingxue had fed Xia Chen the last piece of cold noodle, she felt a tinge of reluctance. She waited until he swallowed it before she began to eat her own portion. By the way, where did you learn such persuasive skills? You sound like a street con artist. Luo Qingxue had just caught a glimpse of Xia Chen conversing with Wei Dongyang and felt a chuckle rising within her. Curious about the source of his cunning abilities. Perhaps it has something to do with being deceived by my sister since childhood, Xia Chen mused. When he was young, the family owned a computer that required a password to access. Xia Yuesher, eager to play, would coax Xia Chen into asking their father for the password, claiming they could play together. As a result, Xia Chen happily fetched the password, only to find that it was his sister who enjoyed the game while he merely watched. There were also various grand promises made by Xia Yuesher, and after being tricked numerous times, he learned the ropes himself. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but softly retort, so you and your sister frequently undermine each other? Isn't that the norm between siblings? Xia Chen shrugged, expressing a sense of helplessness. Noticing that Luo Qingxue's portion of cold noodles contained only scallions and vinegar, he couldn't help but inquire, Teacher, why do you eat cold noodles without adding chili or anything else? I dislike spicy food. Wouldn't that make the cold noodles taste rather bland? Xia Chen genuinely questioned, suspecting that eating them this way was akin to consuming them raw. That's why I don't eat much. I only buy them occasionally when I crave them. Luo Qingxue relished the smooth texture of the cold noodles, but her aversion to spiciness rendered them too bland for her liking. hence her limited consumption. Teacher, why not try adding a bit of spice? It would taste much better. No. Luo Qingxue replied firmly and coldly, causing Xia Chen to refrain from further comments, lest he provoke her ire. Silence enveloped the room for a moment. Luo Qingxue, pausing her meal of cold noodles, pondered aloud. Was I too harsh just now? Did I frighten this little one? Setting down her chopsticks, she turned to Xia Chen, her tone softening. I didn't mean to be stern. Please don't be afraid. Xia Chen blinked in confusion, his mind swirling with questions. I'm not afraid. Really? Are you truly not? Luo Qingxue gently inquired once more. Really not? Xia Chen found himself bewildered. He was unaccustomed to the tender inquiries of Professor Luo. Observing Xia Chen's earnest demeanor, Luo Qingxue felt a sense of relief. Yet a lingering concern gnawed at her. Was he deceiving her? A month prior, when they had first met, Xia Chen had been exceedingly fearful of her. Despite her repeated questions, he maintained he was unafraid, when in truth, he was so overwhelmed that he did not dare to speak the truth. Luo Qingxue feared he might revert to that state. Henceforth, she resolved to adopt a more gentle approach when conversing with the young man. However, after years of speaking in a cold tone, she found it difficult to alter her manner immediately. After a brief respite following lunch, the two applied sunscreen and donned protective clothing before venturing out to the Great Wall. Yet, it was not long before the heat rendered them unable to lift their heads. Good heavens! Isn't the capital supposed to be cooler? Why does it feel as hot as Jingzhou? Xia Chen gasped, voicing his discontent. He had previously thought that attending university in the north would spare him from such swelter. But now he found the capital even more oppressive. Luo Qingxue remained silent, not out of her usual reticence, but because the heat had rendered her speechless. The throngs of people surrounding them prompted Xia Chen to glance back frequently to ensure Luo Qingxue was keeping pace. However, she intentionally followed a few steps behind. As she possessed great stamina and feared that if she walked ahead, Xia Chen might struggle to keep up. Despite her sun-protective clothing and hat, her graceful figure and beauty still attracted the attention of many passers-by. Unfazed, she maintained a vigilant mindset and silently trailed Xia Chen. Suddenly, a hand grasped her wrist. Instinctively, Luo Qingxue prepared to shake it off, but upon realizing it was Xia Chen, she immediately relaxed. Yet, she was taken aback by his sudden hold, which brought her both surprise and a hint of delight. Xia Chen did not turn around. He felt the crowd was too dense and feared that they might become separated, leaving Luo Qingxue vulnerable to unwanted advances. He continued to hold her hand until they exited the throng, releasing it only once they ascended the Great Wall. Teacher, it was quite crowded back there, and I was worried we might get separated, which is why I held your hand, he explained. Well, your grasp prevents others from approaching me for conversation, thus reducing potential troubles, Luo Qingxue replied nonchalantly. Hee, Xia Chen chuckled, relieved that she was not upset. However, Luo Qingxue suddenly began to speak, only to abruptly halt mid-sentence. What were you about to say? Xia Chen's heart tightened. Could she still be angry? Forget it. It's nothing. Let us continue forward, she said, resuming her pace. Hearing her thoughts echoing in her mind. We're holding hands, yet you only grasp my wrist. What are you so afraid of? I wouldn't harm you. She walked beside him. Under the scorching sun, their desire to pose for photographs faded, and Xia Chen merely captured a couple of scenic shots as mementos. Descending from the Great Wall, as they passed a vending machine, Xia Chen turned to Luo Qingxue and said, Teacher, I am going to buy 2 bottles of water. All right, there are quite a few people. I will wait for you here. Luo Qingxue wiped the sweat from her forehead and stood still, watching Xia Chen. After waiting in line for a while, just as Xia Chen was about to return with the water, a girl behind him suddenly called out, Handsome, could you please buy me a bottle of green tea? I can't reach it. I will pay you. Xia Chen, without much thought, agreed, reasoning that she was not asking for it for free. Thus, he took a moment longer to purchase a bottle of green tea for the stranger and only returned to Luo Qingxue after receiving the money. Teacher, here is the water. As Xia Chen handed her the mineral water, he noticed Luo Qingxue's indifferent expression, her lips slightly pursed, indicating her displeasure. After a moment's hesitation, she turned her head and coldly said, I can't open it. You help me. Xia Chen, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. With a strength that could send someone flying, she couldn't open a bottle of water? Chapter 57. A strong-willed sister. Xia Chen harbored serious doubts about Luo Qingxue's sincerity, but lacked any evidence. If she didn't want to twist it open, so be it. Noticing Xia Chen's delay, Luo Qingxue mumbled to herself and reached for the water bottle in his hand. No, I'm just a bit dizzy from the heat. My mind was sluggish earlier. In a moment of panic, Xia Chen hastily fabricated an excuse and quickly twisted off the cap, handing it to Luo Qingxue. Though she still pinched her lips slightly, the earlier displeasure was evidently gone, replaced by a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. I thought you were unwilling. How could that be? If Teacher Luo requests, I would tread through fire and water without hesitation. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue stifled a laugh, casting a disapproving glance at Xia Chen. She then lifted her head, taking small sips from the mineral water, a droplet cascading down her long, fair neck, disappearing into her collar. Despite the sweat glistening on her skin, a faint, pleasant fragrance lingered about her, utterly captivating. Xia Chen's gaze unconsciously drifted down to her chest before shifting to her elegantly arched nose. When Luo Qingxue set down the water, Xia Chen quickly averted his eyes, feigning nonchalance as he surveyed the surroundings, unaware that his earlier scrutiny had not escaped Luo Qingxue's notice. Ah, little lecher, not only do you enjoy looking at my feet, but you also enjoy gazing at my chest. After a brief rest, the two resumed their journey. Noticing that Luo Qingxue hadn't taken a single photo along the way, Xia Chen suggested, Teacher, how about I take a picture of you? It would be a shame to leave without capturing any memories. No, there's nothing worth photographing. Luo Qingxue calmly declined and continued walking. Xia Chen hurried to walk ahead of her, cheerfully saying, Teacher, since we are here, leaving empty-handed would be a pity. However, Luo Qingxue remained resolute against the idea of having her photo taken. She simply did not enjoy it. Aside from official ID photos, she hadn't taken any pictures in recent years, believing she never looked good in photographs. Lin Xin had once remarked that whenever she attempted to secretly photograph her, Luo always appeared cold, resulting in unflattering images. As Luo Qingxue was about to open her mouth to decline once more, she caught sight of Xia Chen's smiling face and fell silent. This little fellow seemed so eager. If I reject him again, would he be very disappointed? With this thought, Luo Qingxue's heart softened, and she decided not to refuse any longer. Shall we take a picture then? Xia Chen, puzzled, looked up, having already put his phone away. When Luo Qingxue initially spoke, he assumed she would decline again, adhering to the saying that one should not press matters beyond 3 attempts, fearing he might irritate her. To his surprise, Luo Qingxue suddenly reversed her stance, leaving him momentarily flabbergasted. Noticing his reaction, Luo Qingxue also felt a bit confused, gazing back at him with curiosity. Their eyes met, both blinking in unison, each oblivious to the other's perplexity. Aren't you going to take my picture? Luo Qingxue was the first to inquire. Xia Chen quickly regained his composure, nodding vigorously, yes. Teacher, please stand by the railing. The view there is splendid. I'll take a picture of you. All right. Luo Qingxue softly replied, moving to the edge of the railing and standing upright. After adjusting his phone's angle several times, Xia Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration at Luo Qingxue's stiff pose. She stood there without any motion at all. This isn't a passport photo. Must she be so serious? Teacher, could you smile a bit? It would look lovely. Hee. Luo Qingxue blinked and raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile on her cool, delicate face. Yet, Xia Chen found himself somewhat overwhelmed. This smile, though present, lacked warmth. It was more unsettling than sweet. It would be better if she didn't smile at all. Teacher, you need to smile more naturally. What kind of smile is considered natural? Luo Qingxue rarely smiled. In fact, she had only smiled at her grandmother and Xia Chen recently. Now, when prompted to display a more genuine smile, she was at a loss. Xia Chen pondered, resting his chin on one hand, unsure of how to articulate a natural smile, as this should be a skill inherent to every normal person. After a moment of thought, he suddenly recalled the moment earlier in the hotel when Luo Qingxue had fed him cold noodles, her smile then appearing entirely natural. Teacher, your smile at lunch in the hotel was really lovely. Lunch. Luo Qingxue reflected for a moment and remembered that she indeed had smiled then. However, that was because she found feeding Xia Chen amusing. Now, with them standing so far apart, she struggled to muster a smile. Why don't you come stand beside me for the photo? I can't smile alone, but I didn't bring a selfie stick. Upon saying this, Xia Chen's mind whirled, and he scanned the vicinity, soon spotting the girl who had previously asked him to buy water, still busy taking pictures. He called out to her, "Could you help us take a picture?" The girl hesitated for a moment, But upon seeing Luo Qingxue behind Xia Chen, she nodded enthusiastically, of course. The girl took Xia Chen's phone, found a suitable angle focusing on the two of them, and waited for them to get ready. Initially, Xia Chen stood beside Luo Qingxue, maintaining a respectful distance of one hand's length, without leaning closer. Upon witnessing the scene, the girl directly gestured to the two, indicating that they should draw closer together. You two should get a bit closer. It will enhance the beauty of the photograph. Oh, Xia Chen replied, taking a small step forward, their arms brushing against one another. Initially, he felt a twinge of nervousness, but seeing that Luo Qingxue remained silent eased his tension. It seemed that Professor Luo had entirely accepted his proximity. Perhaps next time, he could take a bolder step. As Xia Chen pondered this, the girl surveyed the arrangement and still found it lacking. How about this? Sister gives a smile. It would also be better if you held hands. Otherwise, the picture may come off too serious. Xia Chen hesitated to grasp Luo Qingxue's hand directly. Earlier, amidst the throng, he had merely taken hold of her wrist. He contemplated asking for her consent. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Luo Qingxue preemptively responded, since you've asked to take a photo, let us follow her suggestion. Instantly, Xia Chen's face illuminated with a smile. All right. Yet, as his hand made contact with Luo Qingxue's, his breathing quickened with anxiety, and his movements grew sluggish. In front of others, Xia Chen was a master of persuasion, exuding confidence, but deep down, he was acutely aware that he had never even held a girl's hand before. How could he not feel nervous during his first attempt? Tentatively, his hand approached the softness of Luo Qingxue's palm. A whirlwind of emotions, nervousness, excitement, honor, and exhilaration overwhelmed his mind, nearly robbing him of rational thought. Suddenly, Luo Qingxue's previously motionless hand swiftly clasped his, squeezing gently, which jolted Xia Chen back to reality with a slight sting. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her typically expressionless face, but it was eclipsed by a smile of delight. The girl, capturing the moment from a distance, bore witness to this exchange, her finger pressing the shutter as her mouth formed an astonished wow. What a strong-willed sister. Chapter 58. If I deceive you, I am but a dog. After exiting the scenic spot, Xia Chen's mind finally regained its composure. Gazing at the photograph that captured his flushed, anxious visage, he felt a pang of embarrassment. Damn it, why am I such a coward? Why do I falter at critical moments? Luo Qingxue, on the other hand, said nothing, yet felt immense satisfaction with the photograph, stealing glances at it occasionally during their subway ride. Hey, this little guy is even more adorable when blushing from nervousness. The memory of his tentative demeanor while posing for the picture brought a smile to her lips that she struggled to suppress. Humph. Still a little chick with desires, but lacking the courage. In the evening, they explored several renowned food streets nearby, indulging in culinary delights while meandering about. Returning to their hotel only when the time was right. Exhausted, they lay on their beds and soon drifted into slumber. The following day, Luo Qingxue took Xia Chen to several more attractions, where they spent nearly the entire day walking. After a night of rest, they packed their belongings and, after lunch, boarded the flight back to Jingzhou together. Luo Qingxue remained seated near the window, gazing towards the old alley, her eyes fixed on the distant pine tree in the courtyard, which gradually diminished in her field of vision until it vanished entirely. Her expression remained aloof, her gaze lost in thought. Xia Chen noticed that since leaving the hotel, Luo Qingxue had not displayed a single smile. The pine tree in the courtyard seemed to hold great significance for Professor Luo. Perhaps this city was a vessel for many of her unpleasant memories. All he could do was to prevent her from succumbing to negative emotions, to dispel the shadows lingering in her heart. Teacher, studies and medical research suggest that smiling can enhance one's beauty. Xia Chen softly consoled Luo Qingxue. But constantly smiling? Isn't that rather foolish? There's no need to smile all the time. I simply believe you look more beautiful when you do. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue let out a faint smile and glanced at Xia Chen. What do you, a mere child, understand? I truly mean it. Teacher, I never lie. Too lazy to argue with you. I'm going to sleep. Luo Qingxue turned her head away, closed her eyes, yet a smile gradually crept upon her lips. Ever since Xia Chen had entered her life, her previously mundane and joyless days seemed to drift further away. The once serious and indifferent demeanor she wore began to soften, and smiles became more frequent on her face. The notion of finding a boyfriend, once foreign to her, had transformed into an acceptance of a shared life with Xia Chen. Perhaps this little fellow was a gift bestowed upon her by fate. By the time they returned to the rented apartment, evening had set in, and both were weary. Xia Chen lacked the energy to cook, so they settled for a casual meal at a nearby noodle shop. Teacher, I'll drop off the things I bought for my sister first, to spare her from nagging later. Oh, be careful on the way. After saying this, Luo Qingxue returned to her room, having already given Xia Chen a spare car key. Upon arriving at the entrance of the medical university, Xia Chen handed the local specialties to Xia Yushi. Not bad, little brother. You even drove Professor Luo's car. Xia Yushi admired the Audi Xia Chen was driving. Unable to contain her praise. Enough with the trivial chatter. Grab your things quickly. I want to go back, shower, and sleep. Xia Yushi, hearing this, teased him with a higher pitch. Oh, I see. You're in a hurry to return and cozy up to Professor Luo. Xia Chen dismissed her comments and focused on unloading the items. However, Xia Yushi noticed something amiss with the specialties. Why is there only one of each? Especially that pastry. Didn't I tell you to buy more of it? It's delicious. There was only one box available when I bought them, so stop nagging. It's good enough that I brought something back. Fine. Xia Yushi ceased her complaints and instead inquired about the happenings between Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue. So, how was it? Did anything happen with Professor Luo? Did you take any pictures together? Is that it? Nothing else? Well, we visited some sites and bought food. Isn't that what traveling is all about? Xia Chen responded casually, unaware of his sister's expectations. Oh, Xia Yushi sighed deeply. I thought you two had progressed further. After hearing this, Xia Chen was left speechless, his brows twitching slightly. I'm not saying this out of concern, but sister, I genuinely suggest you refrain from indulging in such things. Not to mention, they can drain your energy, especially with your upcoming postgraduate exams. TCH, I know my limits. After all, I am studying medicine. I don't require your reminders, Xia Yushi retorted disdainfully before continuing her gossip. So, little brother, when do you plan to deepen your relationship with Professor Luo? That's not something you need to worry about. When the time is right, things will progress naturally. You should focus on finding a partner first. My partner will surely come riding on a rainbow to meet me. There's no need for me to search. Oh, riding on a rainbow? More like you haven't even woken up yet. I truly wonder which man could endure your capricious temper. Had it not been for Xia Chen feeling particularly fatigued today and not wishing to bicker with his sister, he would have exchanged some playful banter. All right, everything I bought for you is right here. A total of 500 yuan, not a penny more. Xia Chen closed the car's trunk, preparing to drive back. The astute Xia Yushi counted the items and confirmed the amount was accurate. However, upon seeing 2 packets of fermented mung bean juice, she frowned and asked, "Why did you buy me this? Isn't it notoriously unpalatable?" Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's face lit up with a smile. "Oh, sister, don't believe the nonsense online. It's not as bad as they say. I've tried it myself, and it's truly authentic in flavor." In truth, Xia Chen had noticed that there were only a few yuan left from the money Xia Yushi had given him. Just enough to purchase the 2 packets of fermented mung bean juice. With a mischievous intention to tease his sister, he decided to buy them. Is that really true? If you're lying, I swear I'll hold you accountable. Xia Yushi was somewhat skeptical. She had previously been curious about the taste of fermented mung bean juice, but was dissuaded by her roommate. Now that Xia Chen had brought some, she thought it might be worth a try. Before parting ways, Xia Yushi shared a bit of her food with Xia Chen, which made him feel a tad embarrassed. He contemplated whether to reveal the truth about the taste of the fermented mung bean juice, but quickly decided against it, thinking his sister had pranked him too many times before and it was time to turn the tables. Thus, he said nothing and drove back. The mere thought of Xia Yushi's expression upon tasting the juice made him chuckle. Yes, I should temporarily block my sister on WeChat. Xia Chen hastily took out his phone and blocked her. On the other side, Xia Yushi returned to her dormitory and poured the fermented mung bean juice into a cup. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, she sensed that something was amiss and suspected Xia Chen had deceived her. However, curiosity got the better of her, and she took a sip. Ugh, Xia Chen. You wait for me. The little author is here seeking support and small gifts. Could you perhaps offer some free little gifts? Xia Chen returned to his rented apartment, still chuckling. Just as he entered, he spotted Luo Qingxue, who had just emerged from the shower. Observing him with a look of confusion. What is making you so cheerful? It's just a little gift for your sister, isn't it? It's nothing. Just ha. As he insisted it was nothing while continuing to laugh, Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes in disbelief. Does this look like nothing to you? It truly is nothing. Xia Chen thought it best to keep this playful prank against his sister to himself. Otherwise, if Xia Yusha finds out, he will not rest until he has a fatal confrontation with me. Luo Qingxue noticed that Xia Chen remained silent and chose not to press further. Yet, she could not help but murmur to herself, "Why is it that when we are together, you often seem so anxious and fearful? I have never seen you this joyful." After Xia Chen had laughed to his heart's content, he took a shower. Upon emerging from the bathroom, a grave realization struck him. No, my sister is currently in the same city as I am. If she wishes to seek revenge, it would be all too easy. Moreover, she is an exceptional medical student. Xia Chen suddenly recalled a news story from a few years back. A man, having strayed in his affections, was stabbed 18 times by his medical student ex-girlfriend, each blow deftly avoiding vital areas, ultimately resulting in only minor injuries. This is terrible. My life is in peril. The thought sent shivers down Xia Chen's spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. No, I cannot remain passive. I must devise a means of self-preservation. He contemplated various methods of safeguarding himself, but none seemed particularly reliable. If only I had the wealth to hire a skilled bodyguard. Just as he uttered this thought, a spark of inspiration struck him. Isn't Professor Luo a master of martial arts? If I cultivate a good rapport with Professor Luo, then even if my sister intends to harm me, she will surely protect me. However, our relationship may not yet have reached that level. As Xia Chen pondered how to deepen his connection with Luo Qingxue, he passed by her bedroom door and noticed it was ajar. Through the open doorway, he saw Luo Qingxue rummaging through her wardrobe. Standing at the threshold, he knocked lightly. "Professor, what are you searching for?" Startled by the voice, Luo Qingxue abruptly looked up at Xia Chen by the door. "When did you open the door? You didn't close it in the first place, did you?" Xia Chen feigned innocence. "Did I not close it?" "No, it has been wide open all along." Luo Qingxue was somewhat bewildered, yet observing Xia Chen's earnest expression, she sensed no deceit. Besides, she had indeed not heard the sound of the door opening. However, she was accustomed to closing the door upon entering her bedroom. Why had she not done so this time? Have I completely adapted to living with this little fellow? It was not that Luo Qingxue feared Xia Chen would do anything inappropriate. After all, they had shared the same room during their trip to Beijing. Rather, she was concerned about him seeing her in those few sheer nightgowns. Usually, she wore 2 very lightweight nightgowns at home for comfort, but the fabric was indeed scant, making it appear rather revealing. Ever since Xia Chen moved in last month, she had taken to donning a trench coat over her attire after bathing, only to remove it once in her bedroom, relishing the comfort of lounging in bed alone. Thus, her sudden tension made sense. However, this evening she felt more fatigued. Wearing pajamas from her suitcase that were not vastly different from regular clothes, she had worn the same outfit while staying in a hotel with Xia Chen last night. I must remember to close the door from now on. It would not bode well for either of us if he were to catch a glimpse of me in a nightgown. Luo Qingxue silently reminded herself before inquiring of Xia Chen, "What brings you here?" "It's nothing, just noticing that you've been searching for something. I thought I'd inquire." Just as Luo Qingxue was about to voice her thoughts, a mischievous idea sprouted in her mind, to tease him. He hasn't shared why he was so joyful moments ago, so I shall remain silent as well and observe this little fellow's reaction. It's inconsequential, after all. You're reluctant to share your own affairs, and mine are of no concern to you. After coldly articulating her thoughts, Luo Qingxue immersed herself back into rummaging through the cabinet. Upon hearing her, Xia Chen naturally assumed that Luo Qingxue was upset and hurried to explain, "Teacher, it's not that I'm unwilling to share. I merely played a prank on my sister and thought it unnecessary to discuss it with you. Please don't be angry." "What? Why did you prank your sister?" Luo Qingxue inquired, puzzled. "She has pranked me countless times. I've only outsmarted her once." Xia Chen replied. Luo Qingxue cast a sidelong glance at him, realizing this little one indeed holds grudges. "If I tease him now, will he also prank me in the future? Humph, I doubt he has the courage for that." Noticing Luo Qingxue's silence, Xia Chen continued his apologies. "Teacher, I truly didn't mean to withhold anything from you. I'm searching for some safflower oil, after walking so much these past few days. My feet are a bit sore." Luo Qingxue replied matter-of-factly, retrieving the safflower oil from the cabinet. Xia Chen stared blankly for a moment before a smile broke on his face. The fact that the professor was informing him of her actions indicated she was no longer upset. "So, have you forgiven me, teacher?" Xia Chen asked with a beaming expression. "Let this be a lesson. I expect you to respond directly to my inquiries. I am not one to gossip, and as your teacher, your mother has entrusted me to supervise you." There's nothing to conceal. If it's a secret and you prefer not to disclose it, then be straightforward about it instead of dismissing it as nothing. All right then. In truth, Luo Qingxue was not fond of Xia Chen's dismissive response. It felt somewhat evasive to her. After speaking, she twisted open the safflower oil bottle, preparing to massage her aching feet. Just as she was about to extend her hand, she abruptly halted, casting a discreet glance at Xia Chen, who was indeed fixated on her delicate feet. This little rascal is once again gazing at my feet. A sly smile crept onto Luo Qingxue's lips as she placed the safflower oil on the bedside table and stretched her slender legs. I'm utterly exhausted and lack the strength. You shall assist me with a massage. What? Xia Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Hardly able to trust his ears. What's the matter? You'd rather sneak a glance at my feet than help me with a massage? Luo Qingxue's gaze locked onto Xia Chen, her lips curling into a smile that only a cunning woman could possess. Caught in the act, Xia Chen felt a faint blush creep onto his cheeks, and he nonchalantly looked away, yet his body inexplicably moved to sit on the bed. Why is Professor Luo deviating from the norm? There's no precedent for such directness. Seeing Xia Chen's lack of further action, Luo Qingxue mischievously added, Are you truly going to refuse this reward? Opportunities like this may not come again. Xia Chen felt as if Luo Qingxue had him firmly in her grasp. And though somewhat unwilling, he declared with righteous indignation, If it's not meant to be, then so be it. I, a model young man, cannot be so easily tempted. Please remove your hand from my foot before uttering that statement. Chapter 60. I allow you to look. I place my hand on your foot solely to alleviate the discomfort of my teacher's aching feet, not as a reward, Xia Chen declared with utmost seriousness, presenting an image of a virtuous gentleman. If one were to listen to him, they might genuinely believe he was a person of integrity. Luo Qingxue cast a sidelong glance at Xia Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed to expose his pretense. While massaging Luo Qingxue's feet, Xia Chen was exceedingly cautious, concerned not to cause her pain and wary of being kicked away as he had been previously. Luo Qingxue reclined against the headboard, her gaze fixed on Xia Chen, savoring the relief and slight tingling sensation in her feet, occasionally humming in contentment. This little fellow's technique was quite commendable. In the future, whenever my feet ache, I shall have him assist me, as his touch proves far more effective than my own efforts. However, Xia Chen's hands were somewhat mischievous, occasionally squeezing Luo Qingxue's tender soles gently, their softness and coolness providing an exquisite sensation that he found irresistible. After a while, Luo Qingxue suddenly spoke up. Have you squeezed enough? The medicinal oil is nearly depleted. With a cheerful grin, Xia Chen released his grip. Hee. Teacher, you didn't mention it. I thought your feet were still sore, so I continued to massage a bit longer. Luo Qingxue shot him a disapproving glance, retracting her feet, and stated in a flat tone, Return to your room and rest early. No staying up late. I will go for a morning jog tomorrow. Will you join me? Of course. Xia Chen agreed without a second thought. Then we shall rise early. Indeed. Xia Chen exited Luo Qingxue's bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. Once back in his own room, he couldn't shake off the pleasant sensation in his hands, feeling utterly elated. Despite Professor Luo's seemingly aloof demeanor, she must have accepted me internally. Otherwise, why would she have allowed me to massage her feet? With a heart full of joy, Xia Chen closed his eyes, drifting into a slumber, unaware of the delightful dreams that would bring a smile to his face throughout the night. The following morning, Luo Qingxue sat at the edge of Xia Chen's bed, observing him curled up and sleeping soundly, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. What could this little one be dreaming about to smile so widely? She mused. Noticing the time, 7:30, and still no sign of him waking, she called out twice, Wake up. It's 7:30 already. We have a morning jog to attend to. Don't disturb me. Let me sleep a bit longer. You can buy breakfast yourself. Don't expect me to make it, Xia Chen mumbled, rolling over to continue his slumber. Luo Qingxue, knowing Xia Chen mistook her for Xia Chen once more, could only chuckle in exasperation. What a brat. Who sleeps in at 18? At that age, I was up at 6 for my morning jog. Who asked you to make breakfast? Rise and shine. Luo Qingxue, lacking patience, reached out to pull him up, giving his face a few light pats. Wake up. If you had an 8 o'clock class, you'd need to rise by now. For reasons unknown, the drowsy Xia Chen felt a peculiar thrill with each gentle slap from Luo Qingxue, awakening him in a rather delightful manner. Accompanying Professor Luo's slap was the alluring fragrance emanating from her, as well as the softness and comfort of her palm. Indeed, it seems the online commentators were not mistaken. Being slapped by a beautiful woman is, without a doubt, a peculiar form of reward. Wake up, stop dozing off. Did you stay up late again last night? Luo Qingxue remarked with a hint of exasperation, her heart silently sighing at the fatigue of tending to this little one. I truly wish to give a stronger slap to rouse him from his slumber. Teacher, could you let me sleep a little longer? Xia Chen suddenly drawled in a sulking manner, leaving Luo Qingxue momentarily taken aback. Is this little rascal actually trying to charm me? Before she could gather her thoughts, Xia Chen had already awakened, his eyes wide open. He hastily rubbed his face and even slapped himself, forcing his brain into gear. Come on, brain, start functioning. Teacher. I was just babbling nonsense in my dream. Please don't take it to heart, he stammered, his flustered demeanor rendering the atmosphere in the room somewhat awkward. Did you stay up late again? Why is it so hard to get up this morning? Luo Qingxue inquired with a touch of seriousness. No, I just went to sleep after giving you a massage last night. My phone wasn't even on. I find it difficult to rise because I've grown accustomed to lingering in bed, Xia Chen replied, and Luo Qingxue, trusting his words, stood up and exited his room. As she reached the doorway, she added, change into a fresh outfit, wash up, and let us go for a morning run. Okay. Once Luo Qingxue vanished from view, Xia Chen let out a sigh of relief. As long as there's nothing amiss, thank goodness my brain finally kicked in. I actually tried to charm Professor Luo. I must have lost my senses. After Xia Chen finished washing up, Luo Qingxue emerged dressed in sporty attire, a loose-fitting white shirt paired with light blue joggers. Her lustrous black hair tied into a ponytail, cascading from beneath her cap, exuding youthful vitality. Indeed, a beautiful woman can wear anything gracefully. Knowing that Xia Chen had likely not engaged in much physical activity since his college entrance examinations, she planned to jog 3 laps around the neighborhood. However, Xia Chen found it somewhat challenging. After completing the first lap, he was already panting heavily, his pace significantly reduced. Though his expression remained neutral, internally he was suffering immensely. Goodness, I feel utterly useless. How can I be this exhausted after just a kilometer? No, I must persevere. Quitting now would be humiliating and might even earn me disdain from Professor Luo. Yet, no matter how much he gritted his teeth to endure, his physical condition remained unchanged. Beginning from the second lap, he continued to huff and puff, his pace slowing considerably. Luo Qingxue had already taken notice. She matched her speed to his but, upon hearing his increasingly rapid breaths, decided to halt after the second lap. I cannot let this little one overexert himself. The two then made their way to a nearby breakfast shop, taking a seat at a vacant table. As Xia Chen rested and caught his breath, his drowsy gaze unexpectedly lingered on Luo Qingxue. Beneath her cap, beads of sweat dampened the strands of hair at her temples, clinging to her cheeks, which she brushed back behind her ears with delicate fingers. The loose shirt revealed a glimpse of her delicate collarbone, with glistening droplets cascading down until they vanished from sight. Summer Chun was entranced, momentarily forgetting the fatigue that weighed upon him. Truly, she was breathtaking. What are you staring at? You won't even answer when I ask what you want to eat? Luo Qingxue suddenly raised her voice, snapping Summer Chin back to reality. It's nothing. I'm fine with whatever for breakfast, he replied. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue furrowed her brow, coldly gazing at him. What did you promise me last night? Why the sudden change in your response? I apologize, teacher, it's just a habit of mine. I was merely captivated by your momentary distraction, Summer Chin stammered, unsure if it was exhaustion or anxiety that caused his hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qingxue's expression softened, her lips curving upwards involuntarily. If you wish to gaze, then do so, there's no need to apologize. I permit you to look as long as you desire. Chapter 61. The Adorable Professor Luo. Although Luo Qingxue had granted permission for Summer Chin to gaze at her, maintaining a fixed stare felt somewhat awkward and impolite. After a brief moment, he averted his gaze just as their breakfast was served. Luo Qingxue had 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk, while Summer Chun had a portion of savory tofu pudding. Observing the tofu pudding in Summer Chin's bowl, Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow in confusion and inquired, "Why is your tofu pudding savory?" This left Summer Chin bewildered. Isn't tofu pudding supposed to be savory? What else could it be? Isn't it typically sweet? Can one really eat sweet tofu pudding? He shuddered at the mere thought of its taste. However, his response elicited a piercing stare from Luo Qingxue, prompting him to hurriedly amend his statement, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I meant to say that both flavors are delightful, depending on personal preference. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue finally withdrew her penetrating gaze, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating instantly. Xia Chen let out a sigh of relief. Professor Luo's intimidating presence remains as formidable as ever. By the way, what dream did you have last night? You were chuckling foolishly this morning while sleeping. Huh, I was laughing in my sleep. Xia Chen looked utterly perplexed until Luo Qingxue showed him a video on her phone of his silly laughter. In the video, he was clutching a pillow and laughing heartily. Resembling a fool, if this were to circulate, he would need to relocate to another planet. Teacher, can we delete this video? He asked. You first tell me what you dreamt about. I can't quite recall. Dreams tend to fade upon waking, Xia Chen admitted shyly. Luo Qingxue, however, did not take his response as mere evasion or deceit. That is true. Sometimes I wake up without knowing what I dreamed about. So, teacher, can we delete this video? Based on your performance, if you do well, I might consider deleting it later. How malicious, he thought, already possessing leverage against him yet unwilling to erase it. In truth, Xia Chen remembered the dream vividly. The reason for his joyous laughter was that in the dream, Luo Qingxue was particularly affectionate, playfully clinging to him and refusing to let go. In the morning, he initially felt a bit drowsy as he playfully teased Luo Qingxue, still under the impression that he was caught in a dream, embracing the version of her from his slumber. As he consumed his breakfast, a thought suddenly crossed Xia Chen's mind. Could it be that Professor Luo, deep down, also possesses a playful nature, much like in his dream? However, upon further reflection, he quickly dismissed the notion. It was implausible, let alone being playful. The fierce glare Professor Luo had just directed at him suggested that anyone else in his position might have met with dire consequences. Furthermore, she had secretly seized upon two of his weaknesses without his knowledge, a rather cunning move. How could she possibly be like the dream version of herself, always longing to embrace him and act affectionately? It seemed that, like his own sister, beautiful women often harbored a touch of darkness within. After breakfast, Xia Chen planned to visit the university to address some matters concerning the website, seizing the opportunity during the holiday before the academic term commenced and his time became scarce. Luo Qingxue, on the other hand, returned indoors, as she too had her own tasks to attend to. She first messaged Lin Xian to inquire if she was available. Are you free? Yes, what is up? Come to my place. I'll treat you to a meal. Are you inviting me to breakfast or lunch at this hour? Lin Xian was momentarily puzzled, questioning why the invitation was to Luo Qingxue's home rather than dining out. Yet, with a straightforward prompt from Luo Qingxue, are you coming or not? Lin Xian replied, I'll be there shortly. Once Lin Xian agreed, Luo Qingxue opened a delivery app to order some ingredients to be sent to her doorstep. She was determined to hone her culinary skills, and naturally, she required a taste tester. Having Xia Chen fulfill that role felt somewhat unjust. It would be too much for him. Lin Xian seemed a more fitting choice, as she would eat just about anything. Before long, Lin Xian arrived at Luo Qingxue's residence. Upon learning that the meal would consist of dishes prepared by Luo Qingxue herself, she felt an urge to flee, yet ultimately capitulated to the pressure exerted by her friend. While waiting, Lin Xian's gaze fell upon the men's slippers by the door. Isn't Xia Chen from our class living with you? Luo Qingxue considered deflecting the question, but soon realized that it was unnecessary. The name had already been mentioned, indicating that Lin Xian was aware of much more. Thus, she answered plainly, he didn't secure a dormitory spot, and, being the son of my mentor, I'm looking after him. She spoke the truth. Her initial acceptance of Xia Chen living with her was indeed due to him being the son of her esteemed mentor. Jiang Xinyu, that sounds like an excuse to me. Believe it or not, I'm merely taking care of my mentor's son, Luo Qingxue replied coolly. Lin Xian regained her composure and said earnestly, Luo Qingxue, honestly speaking, considering your nature, how could you possibly show Xia Chen special care just because he is Professor Jiang's son? I haven't treated him with any special consideration, have I? Luo Qingxue replied with a calm demeanor, not particularly. Not particularly? You've already lent him your car, and you allow him to rest at your desk, frequently appearing together with him. There is no hint of distance or coldness in your treatment. Isn't that special consideration? Isn't all of this quite reasonable? Lin Xian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. What is reasonable about it? I see you clearly have feelings for them, but refuse to admit it. Luo Qingxue fell silent, offering no further response. Look, you have tacitly acknowledged it. Luo Qingxue parted her lips, took a moment to gather her thoughts, and at last uttered the two most perplexing words in the world, guess. Alas, the room was filled with Lin Xian's lamentations, a sensation of undeniable truth lying just out of reach, more torturous than being roasted over a fire. After a long while of calming down, Lin Xian resumed her analysis. In fact, I believe Xia Chen clearly likes you too. Just as Lin Xian was about to delve deeper into her reasoning, she was interrupted by Luo Qingxue. With your level of logic, it's best you refrain from further deductions. First, try the broccoli I made. Gazing at what appeared to be undercooked broccoli, Lin Xian swallowed hard. Must I eat it? You must, you promised. Upon arriving at school, Xia Chen met with Wei Dongyang in the library. Stop dawdling. How is the campus esports page I assigned you coming along? Boss, there's no rush. It's still the holiday. I'm currently studying literature. Once I master it, you won't need to hire a copywriter. I can handle it myself. Xia Chen's eyebrows twitched at this remark. Your literary prowess is questionable. What do you mean? My literary cultivation is quite high. Thank you very much. Xia Chen pointed to a web page title on Wei Dongyang's computer. And you dare tell me that the incompetent husband is literature? Chapter 62. He ought to thank us. Wei Dongyang cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Boss, I was just researching materials on a piracy site, but I stumbled upon this article and couldn't resist my curiosity. Xia Chen patted Wei Dongyang on the shoulder. Senior, you must learn to say no to unsavory temptations. Not only does it harm your health, but it also affects work efficiency and the company's development. Company? Do we even have a company? Of course, I am the chairman. And you are one of the founding members. Wei Dongyang, upon hearing this, felt a renewed sense of motivation. Yes, boss, I will work diligently. Excellent. However, I have an inconvenient request. We can discuss financial matters later. The company is just starting, and it is challenging for me as well. Xia Chen furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of helplessness while asserting a modicum of authority. It's not about money. What is it then? Wei Dongyang hesitated, lowering his voice. Well, it seems that several of my study websites are inaccessible. Do you have any alternatives? Study? Xia Chen was taken aback, and then he quickly understood, his face flushing with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he replied with a facade of seriousness. Ahem, I am a respectable person. I do not possess such material. Boss, you must understand that from a biological perspective, appropriate release is beneficial for alleviating stress. It's a natural human inclination. We are all men here. Surely you understand. Wei Dongyang looked exasperated. If he had access to study materials, would he be reduced to perusing this trashy advertisement? Xia Chen's lips twitched slightly. Fine. I have just one website. Do not share it with others. The more who know, the greater the chance it will disappear. Thank you, boss. Less browsing, more working. Yes. After leaving the library, Xia Chen had other matters to attend to. Once he departed, Wei Dongyang logged onto a website and, out of curiosity, clicked on a collection that turned out to be shared. To his astonishment, it was filled with exquisite jade feet. Upon exiting the library, Xia Chen made his way to the entrepreneurial street of the university. In truth, this place resembled a marketplace, with bubble tea shops, small supermarkets, and barbershops. Some run by enterprising students, though most were privately owned. Given that it was currently vacation time, many establishments were shuttered, leaving the street sparsely populated and somewhat desolate. Xia Chen stepped into a nearly deserted bubble tea shop. Inside, there were only two patrons, a girl idly engrossed in her phone and Chen Shui, who had been crowned the campus heartthrob for a week. Since the news of Xia Chen's affluent background and his ownership of a luxury vehicle with a Beijing license plate spread, he had catapulted to the top of the heartthrob rankings, garnering numerous requests for his contact information. Fortunately, he had cleverly disseminated Yang Wei's contact details as his own, thus largely evading any repercussions. Noticing the commotion, Chen Shui looked up and promptly stood to greet Xia Chen with enthusiasm. Hello, it's good to see you again. We didn't get a chance to properly introduce ourselves last time. I'm Chen Shui, a senior in the finance department. Chen Shui's family indeed operated a business, and he possessed a modicum of discernment. It would be wise to befriend someone who drove a luxury car onto campus. All right, Xia Chen replied, nodding slightly with his hands clasped behind his back. He then began to stroll around the bubble tea shop like a seasoned executive, scrutinizing the establishment. The decor appeared somewhat unique, albeit ostentatious and a clear waste of funds. Moreover, judging by the quantity of tea ingredients and cups, it was evident that business was quite poor. Senior, This bubble tea shop is yours, isn't it? Xia Chen inquired. Indeed, Qingxue confirmed. Xia Chen smirked. To occupy such a prime location within the campus and yet operate a bubble tea shop on the verge of closure, while boasting incessantly about one's prowess. What a spectacle! Xia Chen had always believed that Chen Jimin possessed an unparalleled audacity, yet he was surprised to discover that Qingxue was equally bold. Sensing Xia Chen's disdain, Qingxue awkwardly explained, actually, this bubble tea shop was established to fulfill my graduation internship requirement. Whether it succeeds is not of utmost importance. As a senior, Qingxue was obligated to undertake an internship, and relying on his family as financial support, he chose not to seek employment. His parents, curious to evaluate his business acumen, permitted him to open this bubble tea shop under the guise of entrepreneurship. So, senior, I presume your shop hasn't even recouped its costs? Xia Chen casually asked. Qingxue could only nod, slightly embarrassed. After a brief silence, Xia Chen took a seat across from him, raised an eyebrow, and flashed a mischievous grin. Senior, would you be interested in reviving your bubble tea shop? Upon hearing this, Qingxue sprang to his feet, eyes wide with excitement, as if he had just encountered a long-lost father. Is this for real? I'm not one to boast. While I cannot guarantee that you will amass great wealth, I assure you that recovering your initial investment is entirely feasible. After more than half a month of development, coupled with persistent advertising and distributed flyers, MeChat has essentially spread throughout Jingzhou University, even supplanting the function of the confession wall. Moreover, through this dissemination, many individuals from other universities have also begun to engage with MeChat. With such a plethora of users, revitalizing a modest milk tea shop poses no challenge whatsoever. This is sufficient, truly sufficient, Qingxue exclaimed with palpable excitement, grasping Xia Chen's hand. His parents had stipulated that he must recoup the costs of the milk tea shop before they would consider allowing him to inherit the family business. Noticing Qingxue's eagerness, Xia Chen chuckled and gently released his hand. Senior, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I am here to propose a collaboration with a few modest requests. In fact, there are 10 stipulations, but that is hardly an issue. Xia Chen couldn't help but smile as he presented a pre-prepared cooperation agreement to Qingxue. Now, if you would kindly affix your signature here. All right, let me take a look. Qingxue began with a beaming smile, but by the end, his expression darkened. The conditions required him to unconditionally provide Xia Chen with 100 milk tea exchange vouchers, as well as grant him operational decision-making authority for 1 year. Should he default, he would owe Xia Chen 50,000 yuan. In return, Xia Chen would assist with advertising, yet there were no specific commitments outlined. This contract was formidable enough to deter even the most audacious. Isn't this a tad unfair? Qingxue remarked, addressing Xia Chen. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen waved his hand dismissively. Oh, one mustn't frame it that way. 100 cups of milk tea will help you clear out your inventory. Letting your raw materials expire would be wasteful. As for the management rights, I merely wish to organize a few promotional events at your establishment, which will undoubtedly generate profit for you. This is a fair collaboration, my effort for your funding. Wherein lies the injustice? Well, when you put it that way, it does seem reasonable. Qingxue found himself at a loss, unable to pinpoint any flaws in Xia Chen's argument, yet still sensed an underlying oddity. So, senior, all that remains is for you to consent to sign. I shall even promote you for free. You ought to be grateful, Xia Chen said with a cheerful grin. Very well. Qingxue seized the pen and inscribed his name upon the agreement, subsequently expressing his gratitude to Xia Chen. I truly misjudged you earlier. Thank you. No need for thanks, truly, Xia Chen replied, barely containing his laughter. It seems I am indeed quite magnanimous, as you are the one who ought to be grateful to me. Chapter 63. The Reserve Professor and the Young Prodigy. After departing from Qingxue's milk tea shop, Xia Chen visited several other establishments run by university students. A few were amenable to negotiation, and after contributing some funds, they agreed to produce the exchange vouchers Xia Chen requested. Others, however, were rather shrewd, necessitating lengthy discussions and bargaining. Yet, he did not encounter another naive individual like Qingxue, which left him feeling somewhat wistful. Meanwhile, in another community, Lin Xian, having just experienced a lunch she would never forget, found herself teetering on the brink of despair. Sister Luo, I've just remembered an urgent matter. I must take my leave. Lin Xian rose, ready to flee. In the kitchen, Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. Do you truly have an urgent matter? Indeed, I do. I must go now. Sister Luo, best of luck. After speaking, Lin Xian swiftly departed. Luo Qingxue untied her apron and sank onto the sofa in the living room. After laboring in the kitchen for so long, she felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Was my cooking truly that dreadful? She sampled the final omelet she had prepared, chewed a couple of bites, and grimaced before spitting it out, observing the dismal result of her efforts over several hours. Even the typically confident Luo Qingxue couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Although Lin Xian had said nothing during the tasting, the pained expressions and her several trips to the trash can had made it abundantly clear how her culinary skills were perceived. For such an extended period, she had received nothing but negative feedback that had severely impacted her mood and self-esteem. Resting her head in her hands, she sat on the sofa, feeling utterly helpless. She began to miss Xia Chen. The last time he had dined on her cooking, it had been far worse than today. Yet he had not only encouraged her, but also pointed out her shortcomings. He had been away at school for so long. Why hadn't he returned yet? Luo Qingxue took out her phone and noticed it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After a moment of hesitation, she opened a chat with Xia Chen and sent him a message. Have you had lunch? Xia Chen glanced at the time and thought it strange to ask someone if they had eaten lunch at such an hour. Am I still asleep? Or has Professor Luo lost her mind? Or has my phone's time zone changed? He checked his phone again and confirmed the time zone was correct. Everything seemed fine. What could the teacher possibly mean by asking me about lunch? Despite being filled with confusion, he replied to Luo Qingxue. Yes, I had noodles from the school cafeteria. Oh. After her brief response, there was no further communication, leaving Xia Chen utterly perplexed. A minute later, Luo Qingxue sent another message. When will you be back? Xia Chen replied. In a little while. I still have some matters to discuss with Wei Dongyang. Oh. After a moment of silence, Luo Qingxue sent yet another message. I just went outside and saw a cat doing backflips downstairs. Xia Chen, huh? Is that for real? Is there really a cat that can do backflips? I don't know. I just made that up. The conversation abruptly halted once more. Luo Qingxue stared at the chat history and wondered, what am I even saying? Why am I being so contradictory? By the way, is there really a cat that can do backflips? She was baffled by her own nonsensical thoughts. She had never been this way before, focused solely on work and study. What was happening to her? Just then, Lin Xian sent her a message. Luo Jia, do you want to go out and play? No, I'm a bit tired. No sooner had she replied than a new message from Xia Chen, filled with concern, popped up on her phone. Teacher, do you want to go out and play? I'll come pick you up. Great. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the community. Luo Qingxue put away her phone and immediately stood up to change her shoes, the vacant, listless look in her eyes vanishing, replaced by a faint smile. Simultaneously, Xia Chen also rose, preparing to leave. Boss, didn't you say there was something else you wanted to discuss with me? Wei Dongyang inquired, gazing at the departing Xia Chen with a puzzled expression. I'll send it to you on your phone later. I have urgent matters to attend to. Xia Chen replied before exiting the library and making his way toward the parking area. He wasn't foolish. The messages just sent by Professor Luo were clearly an invitation for him to accompany her on some trivial escapade. Moreover, how could there possibly be a cat that performs backflips? If such a creature existed, Yang Wei Air would shrink by 5 centimeters. A strikingly beautiful young lady wanting his company? He would have to be out of his mind not to return. Although Xia Chen had made a stern declaration at the beginning of the semester, vowing never to engage in romantic entanglements, he admitted that his voice had been somewhat raised at the time. However, he rationalized that he did indeed feel quite dog-like, thus claiming he was not violating his vow. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, he spotted Luo Qingxue already waiting. She was still clad in her morning jogging attire, but had layered a semi-transparent white sun protection jacket over it, adding a hint of ethereal beauty. The scorching sunlight cascaded over the brim of her cap, illuminating her porcelain complexion and rendering her skin even more radiant, while her delicate pink lips appeared more vibrant against the backdrop of her fair skin. Xia Chen, seated within the car, found himself momentarily entranced, unable to divert his gaze. Despite encountering Professor Luo daily, each meeting left him in awe, unable to look away. He suddenly comprehended the allure that such beauty held. Any man would find it impossible to resist her charm. Just as Luo Qingxue approached the passenger side to open the door, she collided with Lin Xian, who was exiting. Lin Xian widened her eyes in astonishment as she regarded Luo Qingxue. Sister Luo, didn't you say you were tired and didn't want to go out? I suddenly feel invigorated and thought I'd get some fresh air, Luo Qingxue replied coolly. Lin Xin, still bewildered, only grasped the situation upon noticing Xia Chen behind the wheel, her mouth gradually forming a surprised expression. Oh, no wonder you suddenly feel better. It turns out you have your little boyfriend with you. It's no wonder Sister Luo has been distant with me lately. Lin Xin's excitement surged as she mused, my goodness. The cool professor and her young admirer. How splendid. Chapter 64. Truly enthralling. Luo Qingxue hadn't intended to invite Lin Xin along. But realizing that her friend might be lonely in her rental, she agreed to let her join. Once they entered the pedestrian street, Lin Xin whispered to Xia Chen, no wonder you refuse to take on any class leadership roles. It appears you've been clandestinely accompanying Professor Luo. Xia Chen, upon hearing this, promptly retorted with righteous indignation. Counselor, you cannot slander me. What? Do you wish to take on a leadership role yourself? Not at all. I meant the latter part. I have not been secretly accompanying Professor Luo. I am doing so openly and with great pride. Lin Xin, a bit impressed, remarked, well done, you exhibit some courage. She then leaned closer to Xia Chen and whispered, do you want to know when Professor Luo generally has free time while working? I share an office with her. And I know quite a few secrets. Xia Chen's interest was instantly piqued. Secrets about Professor Luo. This is truly exhilarating. Just as I was about to inquire further, a soft cough interrupted from beside me. Cough. Summer Chen instantly shivered, noticing Luo Qingxue gazing at him with a stoic expression, coldly remarking, do you wish to transcribe every short passage from the college English textbook? No, not at all. Summer Chen promptly quelled his curiosity, hurriedly positioning himself beside Luo Qingxue, his demeanor shifting to a playful grin. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue shot a glare at Lin Xin, who, startled, laughed nervously and clarified, hey, Luo Jia, don't be upset. I was just joking. Subsequently, she leaned in closer to Luo Qingxue's ear and whispered, oh dear, if you two continue this romance, Summer Chen will eventually find out. Luo Qingxue remained silent in response, simply stating, in the future, if you encounter any troubles, do not seek me out. No, Luo Jia, I was wrong. A few words from Luo Qingxue rendered both individuals compliant, and she huffed dismissively to herself. My secret may not be something this young fellow can know. As the hour grew late, the three meandered about until dinner time approached. Following Lin Xin's suggestion, they visited a crawfish restaurant, ordering 2 portions of small crawfish, 1 large spicy, and 1 small garlic. Luo Qingxue, unable to tolerate spicy food, opted solely for the garlic variety. However, its flavor proved too bland for her liking. Initially, she peeled a few crawfish for herself, also offering some spicy ones to Summer Chen. But soon, she lost interest in her own meal and focused solely on peeling crawfish for Summer Chen. Observing this, Summer Chen remarked, teacher, I can peel them myself. It's all right. I see your nails are quite short, making it difficult for you. Allow me to assist, she replied. Sitting across from them, Lin Xin chimed in, Luo Jia. I just trimmed my nails this morning, so I'm having trouble peeling them too. Could you peel some for me as well? Then you should eat less. It's a good way to lose weight. This is rather biased. Watching Summer Chen's mouth move incessantly and his lips redden from the spice, Luo Qingxue found him particularly endearing, and she began offering the peeled crawfish directly to his mouth. Lin Xin, witnessing this spectacle, was left agape, utterly stunned. Luo Jia is actually feeding Summer Chen, and she appears so content. This is overwhelmingly sweet. Under Luo Qingxue's attentive feeding, Summer Chen quickly became full, yet due to his rapid consumption, he found himself overwhelmed by the spice. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed a can of beer, opened it, and guzzled nearly half. Only after setting the can down did he realize he had consumed alcohol. Oh no, how will I drive? It's fine, I haven't had any alcohol. I'll drive us back. Luo Qingxue stated matter-of-factly, as she simultaneously offered another peeled crawfish to Summer Chen. Teacher, I'm full, you should eat. Just eat this first. Summer Chen had no choice but to open his mouth and accept the crawfish from Luo Qingxue's hand, then continued, Teacher, why don't you eat? You'll be hungry with just this little bit. Lin Xin agreed. Exactly, Luo Jia, you barely ate anything. This garlic crawfish isn't very tasty, it lacks flavor. Then, teacher, you should try the spicy one. It's really delicious. I can't tolerate spicy food, Luo Qingxue replied, her brow slightly furrowing, as she truly found no acceptance for spicy dishes. Yet Xia Chen remained steadfast in his insistence that she give it a try. Teacher, just try it. Much like how you once didn't fancy century egg and lean meat porridge, he urged, as he peeled a spicy little lobster and brought it to Luo Qingxue's lips. Had it been anyone else advising her, Luo Qingxue would have dismissed them outright, firmly believing that everyone's tastes vary. Her aversion meant she simply did not wish to eat. However, this was Xia Chen encouraging her to experiment, which left her in a quandary. This little fellow indeed had a penchant for spicy food. If she were to consistently avoid it, he would be compelled to forego many delectable dishes alongside her. That seemed rather tragic. Perhaps it would be wise to learn to savor a hint of spice. Besides, he had gone to the trouble of preparing it and presenting it to her. Refusing might sadden him. Contemplating this, Luo Qingxue parted her lips and consumed the little lobster. The fiery sensation was undeniably overwhelming, causing her to furrow her brow. Yet after a few chews, the delightful flavor lingered, making her yearn for more. "How is it?" Xia Chen inquired, his heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety. "It seems quite pleasant," she replied, and upon hearing this, a smile graced Xia Chen's face. "Shall I peel another for you?" he asked eagerly. Luo Qingxue nodded. Xia Chen promptly peeled another lobster and offered it to her. The experience was akin to the first. The heat was discomforting yet tantalizing, almost intoxicating. Luo Qingxue's tolerance for spice was still rather feeble. Much like Xia Chen's capacity for alcohol, she took a hearty gulp of water to alleviate the burn, yet her desire to continue consuming persisted. In a delightful role reversal, Xia Chen focused on peeling the lobsters for Luo Qingxue, while she clutched her cup of water, occasionally taking sips to quench the fiery sensation. At times, she would eat so quickly that Xia Chen hadn't finished peeling before she opened her reddened mouth, eagerly awaiting the morsels. Other times, overwhelmed by the heat, she would gulp down several mouthfuls of water before hastily reaching for the shrimp in Xia Chen's hand. However, this rapid consumption made it easy to fill up, and the remaining lobsters were ultimately devoured by Lin Xian and Xia Chen, who also enjoyed a couple of bottles of beer. By the time they returned home that evening, Xia Chen was quite tipsy, dozing off in the car shortly after they set off. As they drove back, Lin Xian turned to Luo Qingxue and said, "Luo Jia, just admit it, you like Xia Chen. You even fed him." Luo Qingxue remained silent for a moment, her gaze drifting to the slumbering Xia Chen. Eventually, she replied nonchalantly, "Caring for him is merely fulfilling my promise to Professor Jiang." "Oh, come on. Xia Chen must like you too," Lin Xian insisted. "How could you possibly know? You aren't him. Anyone can see it. If you don't believe me, just ask him when he wakes up. I'm not as idle as you are." "Oh dear." Lin Xian nearly lost her mind, exasperated by the difficulty of it all. After dropping Lin Xian off, Luo Qingxue parked the car and glanced at the peacefully sleeping Xia Chen, an unbidden smile gracing her lips. "This little rascal has vexed me on more than one occasion. Who could possibly like him?" Yet, caring for this little creature truly was quite amusing, much like the spicy lobsters, leaving her somewhat enchanted. Chapter 65. A desire to kiss satisfaction gleamed in Luo Qingxue's eyes as she gazed at Xia Chen, gently patting him. "Little one, wake up. It's time to sleep at home." Xia Chen frowned, unresponsive to the gentle nudges on his face. Luo Qingxue, seeing his continued slumber, persisted in her efforts, patting his rosy cheeks once more. "Wake up, we're home now." As she spoke, she couldn't help but murmur, with such poor alcohol tolerance. Why did he insist on drinking? After several nudges, the inebriated Xia Chen finally blinked awake. His eyes first fell upon Luo Qingxue's still vibrant red lips, followed by her exquisite visage. He stared at her, bewildered, uncertain if he was ensnared in a dream. Luo Qingxue waved her hand before his eyes, softly inquiring, "How are you? Can you walk?" Xia Chen remained in a daze, seemingly oblivious to her words. This prompted Luo Qingxue to glance down at herself, pondering whether any stains marred her attire from the earlier lobster feast. After a meticulous inspection revealed no imperfections, she lifted her gaze back to Xia Chen, questioning, "Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring?" Suddenly, Xia Chen opened his mouth and, without warning, clearly declared, "Teacher, you are so beautiful." Following this, he broke into a foolish grin. Luo Qingxue paused, momentarily taken aback, then pressed her crimson lips together, struggling to suppress a laugh. "How did this little one get so tipsy? He only had a bit of beer, yet he articulates that I am beautiful so distinctly." She felt a playful urge to tease him further. "Then tell me, what makes me beautiful?" "Everything looks good," Xia Chen replied, grinning vacantly. Such a response seemed rather dismissive, as if he could not pinpoint any particular beauty. Luo Qingxue adopted a mock-serious tone, yet the amusement tugging at her lips was nearly uncontrollable. Hearing her, Xia Chen wiped the smile from his face, genuinely scrutinizing Luo Qingxue. Your lips are beautiful, so red, they make me want. His words trailed off, and he lowered his head shyly, resembling a bashful young boy. Misinterpreting his hesitation, Luo Qingxue asked again, like what? As the inebriated Xia Chen lifted his head to respond, he faltered, glancing at Luo Qingxue with trepidation. I can't say. If I do, the teacher will be angry. I won't be angry. Just tell me, she insisted. No, he countered. If you don't speak, I might get angry instead. Luo Qingxue's expression turned serious, her smile fading. Xia Chen quickly raised his head, panic-stricken. Ah, teacher. Please don't be angry, I will tell you. Go ahead, I promise not to be upset. He responded softly, his gaze lingering on Luo Qingxue's lips once more. The teacher's mouth is red, it makes me want to. Luo Qingxue, growing impatient, thought to herself. Was it after Xia Chen finished speaking, he lowered his head, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Luo Qingxue stood frozen in place, a faint blush adorning her otherwise pale face. The tranquil night was enveloped in silence, as a gentle breeze tousled the boy's bangs, brushing against the girl's flushed cheeks, leaving only the rhythmic sound of their heartbeats in the air. The rosy hue on Luo Qingxue's cheeks gradually transformed into a smile as she murmured softly, "Little rascal." Moments later, Luo Qingxue rose to her feet, assisting the swaying Xia Chen back to the bedroom. Sit here for a moment. I will fetch a warm towel to help you wash your face, she instructed. Oh, he replied. After giving her instructions, Luo Qingxue headed to the bathroom to retrieve a warm towel for Xia Chen. However, upon her return, she discovered that he had already succumbed to slumber on the bed. How did you fall asleep in such a short time? She sighed, yet she remained beside Xia Chen, gently wiping his face. After putting away the towel, Luo Qingxue meticulously observed Xia Chen's features. Though he could be mischievous at times, upon closer inspection, there was an undeniable charm about him. When he was quiet and obedient, he appeared utterly adorable. She couldn't help but feel an urge to bite him playfully. After indulging in this moment for a while, as Luo Qingxue prepared to rise and leave, Xia Chen suddenly broke into a silly grin, mumbling in his sleep, "Hee hee. Luo sister, I like you." The garbled words reached Luo Qingxue's ears with crystal clarity, causing a smile to grace her face. Oh, has the title changed? She mused. Yet, the way he called her Luo sister sounded rather delightful. Gazing at the slumbering Xia Chen, she chuckled softly, saying, "Your drunken confession holds no weight. Perhaps it would be best to wait until you are sober to express your feelings." She then stood up and placed a gentle kiss on Xia Chen's forehead. "This is a reward for your compliment about my beauty." The night passed uneventfully. When Xia Chen finally opened his eyes the next morning, he was sprawled awkwardly across the bed, utterly disheveled. At that moment, he was caught in a haze of semi-consciousness, aware only that he had slept exceptionally well and that he urgently needed to relieve himself. As he groggily rose to go to the bathroom, he clutched his pillow with reluctance, his hair resembling a bird's nest. This amusing sight was witnessed by Luo Qingxue, who was enjoying breakfast in the living room. "Where are you headed?" she inquired. "To the bathroom," he replied. "Then why are you holding your pillow?" she asked. "Huh," Xia Chen responded, perplexed. It was only after he glanced down at the pillow in his arms that realization dawned on him. "Oh, I forgot to put it down." With that, he turned and trudged back to the bedroom, still clutching the pillow. Luo Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you still half asleep? You look rather foolish." After using the bathroom and splashing cold water on his face, Xia Chen finally felt fully awake and joined Luo Qingxue at the dining table for breakfast. After taking a bite of a custard bun, he suddenly asked, "By the way, teacher, what time did we come back last night? I can't seem to remember." "About 8 o'clock. You were drunk, so of course, you don't recall," she replied. "Oh," Xia Chen nodded slowly. Then suddenly his eyes widened in realization. "Darn, I found myself inebriated, wondering if I might have committed some indiscreet act. That teacher, did I behave oddly last night?" Xia Chen, filled with trepidation, inquired. Luo Qingxue took a sip of milk and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing of significance." Just as Xia Chen exhaled in relief, cup in hand, Luo Qingxue added coldly, "Except that you mentioned wanting to kiss me last night." Chapter 66. A request for a kiss. Xia Chen nearly choked on his milk upon hearing this. After a few coughs, he disregarded the milk staining the corner of his mouth and hurriedly protested. Teacher, please allow me to explain. I was drunk last night. I was merely rambling. I certainly did not harbor such audacious thoughts. Listening to Xia Chen's frantic explanation, Luo Qingxue set down her cup and regarded him with a frigid gaze. Think carefully before you respond. I detest falsehoods. You claim it was mere nonsense. Yet I have already been kissed. Xia Chen swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming pressure that made him break into a sweat. This needed careful consideration. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Actually, Luo Qingxue's piercing stare compelled Xia Chen to stammer, her tone a warning against hasty responses. Under her formidable presence, Xia Chen felt perspiration trickling down his back. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and dispelled his anxiety. I am a man. A genuine one. What is there to fear? At worst, it's just death. Summoning his courage, he faced Professor Luo's imposing demeanor. Locking eyes with her as he earnestly confessed, I indeed have a slight desire to kiss you, teacher. His declaration was filled with conviction. Yet as soon as he uttered the words, he felt deflated, unable to meet her gaze. He thought to himself, oh my heavens, I just expressed a desire to kiss Professor Luo in broad daylight. Surely, I must have overindulged in red beans, longing for her. Should he now be composing a farewell note? Luo Qingxue remained silent, her expression still cold as she held her cup, seemingly unchanged. Yet, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and her eyes fluttered shut. Although she had urged Xia Chen to speak the truth, hearing his admission made her heart race. In truth, I harbor a slight inclination as well. After a prolonged moment, Luo Qingxue managed to regain her composure and continued. This request is not entirely unacceptable. Xia Chen's head snapped up, his phone slipping from his grasp in excitement. Am I dreaming? Did I mishear? Is it truly permissible? Just as he teetered on the brink of fainting from exhilaration, Luo Qingxue's voice brought him back to reality. However, my standards are quite high. You must satisfy me completely first. Xia Chen, having calmed from his overwhelming elation, adopted a serious demeanor. I will strive to meet your expectations. Although he was unaware of the specifics of her requirements, he believed that pleasing her could only lead to positive outcomes. By the way, you were rather muddled last night. Calling me Sister Luo, Luo Qingxue interjected suddenly, to which Xia Chen sheepishly replied, that was truly just me talking in my sleep. Xia Chen smiled apologetically as he responded. He addressed Luo Qingxue as sister because in his dreams, she had playfully insisted he call her that. Indeed, he found the charming Professor Luo quite endearing. Alas, that was merely a dream. In reality, Professor Luo remained rather aloof. As Xia Chen pondered this, Luo Qingxue suddenly remarked, however, I think it sounds rather pleasant when you call me sister. Ah. Xia Chen's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Could it be that dreams were indeed real? Yet, she continued, but for everyday interactions, it would be best if you called me teacher to avoid any misunderstandings. Oh, Xia Chen nodded, realizing that dreams and reality were indeed quite distinct. After finishing his breakfast in a few bites, he took the initiative to tidy up the dining area. However, upon entering the kitchen, he was taken aback. It was a complete mess, and the once gleaming white stainless steel pot had turned black. Had the kitchen endured a world war? Luo Qingxue noticed Xia Chen's reaction and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, well, I attempted to learn a few dishes yesterday, but I didn't succeed, hence the chaos in the kitchen. It's fine, I'll handle the cleaning, Xia Chen assured her. As he tidied up, Luo Qingxue quickly finished her breakfast and joined in the cleaning efforts. She couldn't bear to let him do it all alone. Once the kitchen was in order, Xia Chen turned to Luo Qingxue and asked, Teacher, do you have some free time today? Speak, she replied. I would like you to accompany me to see my sister. I have a matter to discuss with her. Can't you go alone? What need do I have to accompany you? While Luo Qingxue would certainly follow Xia Chen if he were meeting someone else, she felt it unnecessary to join him in visiting his biological sister. Seeing her reluctance, Xia Chen chuckled and explained, well, I may have played a prank on my sister the other day, and I fear she might want to kill me. She's a bit deranged, and I'm somewhat frightened. Luo Qingxue shot Xia Chen a speechless glance. You truly are a brother and sister who care for one another. All right, I will accompany you, but you must teach me how to cook. Deal. With Professor Luo by his side, Xia Chen felt emboldened and promptly called his sister. Xia, you sure? Sister, I admit my fault from last time. I invite you to a fruit stand to enjoy your favorite durian. Great. I adore durian. I want my little Qin Shun to indulge in it as well. The tone from the other end of the line was tinged with a twisted affection that sent chills down Xia Chen's spine. After confirming the meeting place, he hastily ended the call. Thank goodness for Professor Luo's protection. Otherwise, meeting Xia Yushi would have required military-grade protective gear. In the afternoon, Xia Yushi had already devised plans for revenge against Xia Chen. However, upon seeing that Luo Qingxue had accompanied him, she suppressed her anger and attempted to regain her composure. How infuriating. This guy is hiding behind Professor Luo, driving me mad. Hee sister, I'm sorry. I'll treat you to durian as an apology. Heh. Xia Yushi coldly chuckled twice, rolling her eyes at Xia Chen. He then turned to Luo Qingxue and spoke respectfully. Professor Luo, my brother is quite cunning. If he misbehaves, feel free to discipline him. I find Xia Chen to be quite agreeable and obedient. Xia Yushi was taken aback, her mouth agape. Really? Professor Luo is actually defending Xia Chen. Hadn't their mother mentioned that Professor Luo had a rather aloof demeanor? How had her younger brother managed to charm her so? Observing his sister's astonishment, Xia Chen felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Huh. You think you can sow discord between me and Professor Luo? Sister, you are still too naive. The bond one share with Professor Luo cannot be so easily severed by your mere words. Rising to his feet, he inquired, I shall fetch some fruit. Professor, what would you like? I also enjoy durian. Just buy one, she replied. Xia Yushi, still reeling from the shock, had missed their exchange entirely. She was aware of her brother's handsome appearance, but a woman like Professor Luo should not be so easily swayed. What had transpired between them privately? Surely they hadn't even decided on names for their future children. Chapter 67. Life is just like this. Xia Chen returned from the fruit vendor with a durian and sat beside Luo Qingxue. Xia Yushi looked at the durian, which had only been scored, and expressed her dissatisfaction. Why didn't you let the vendor cut it open for us? You didn't specify. And since I don't eat this, I thought just scoring it would suffice. The pungent aroma of durian was particularly overwhelming for Xia Chen. Whenever Xia Yushi indulged in it, he would make sure she ate it outside. Never mind, I'll ask the vendor to cut it open. As she reached to hand the durian to the vendor, Luo Qingxue interjected, allow me, there's no need to pass it back and forth. With that, she effortlessly pried the durian open with her bare hands, leaving both of them speechless. All done, she stated nonchalantly, taking a small bite as if it were a trivial matter. Wow, is she capable of that? For the first time, Xia Chen recognized Luo Qingxue's formidable strength. He felt fortunate not to have angered her, or else he might have found himself in dire straits. Xia Yushi shared in the astonishment. Professor Luo is simply incredible. Can my brother handle her? What a pity. If he were more submissive, it would surely be quite enjoyable. As the two girls savored the durian, Xia Chen could hardly bear the overwhelming scent. He quickly voiced the reason for his visit to Xia Yushi. Sister, could you help me promote my website at your university? Just post it on the confession wall or forum. That would suffice. Xia Yushi was the undeniable belle of the medical university, and with her endorsement, word would spread rapidly. Xia Chen's goal was to popularize Mi Liao within this university town, forming a community. All right, but you still owe me for that bean juice incident, she replied. Understood. I'll get you a crazy Thursday meal. That should suffice. 2 portions. Fine, fine, he nodded repeatedly, eager to escape the overwhelming durian aroma. As the time of parting approached, Xia Yushi observed that Luo Qingxue also had a fondness for durian, and thus decided to share half of her fruit with her. At this moment, Xia Chen felt an overwhelming despair. The entire room would soon be permeated with the pungent aroma of durian. Upon returning indoors, he attempted to retreat to the bedroom in hopes of evading the odorous fruit, yet before he could take a step, he was halted by Luo Qingxue's voice. Why are you so eager to return to your room? Aren't you supposed to teach me how to cook? It's only a little past 2 in the afternoon. I'll teach you later tonight. I'm feeling rather fatigued and wish to take a nap. You slept for such an extended period yesterday, and you're still tired? Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. While Xia Chen pondered how to respond, Luo Qingxue continued, come here and answer a few questions for me. I followed an online tutorial yesterday, yet I ended up making a mess. Please tell me what I did wrong. Reluctantly, Xia Chen braved the durian's foul smell and settled beside Luo Qingxue to assist her. She presented him with the tutorial she had followed and detailed her cooking process. Holding his nose, Xia Chen explained where she had erred, while also revealing that many online tutorials tend to complicate matters unnecessarily. Cooking need not be such a convoluted affair. Is that so? Furthermore, some of those online guides are pure nonsense, and the presentation images are heavily edited. Who realistically prepares dishes that look as exquisite as those crafted by state banquet chefs? Oh, but why are you holding your nose? Luo Qingxue inquired, her expression puzzled. Nothing. Just a slight itch, Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. He could not confess that he found the durian intolerably odorous, for that would surely dampen her enthusiasm for her beloved fruit. However, Luo Qingxue quickly caught on. You find durian to be smelly, don't you? Xia Chen hesitated before conceding with a slight nod. With a playful glint in her eye, Luo Qingxue offered a small piece of durian to his lips. Try it. Durian is quite delectable. Once you taste it, you won't find it smelly anymore. Previously, Lin Xian thought durian was foul as well, but after trying a bite under my encouragement, she fell in love with it and now keeps a stash at home. Yet, as Xia Chen beheld the durian she presented, he recoiled as though confronted with poison, shaking his head vigorously and leaning back. You go ahead and eat it, just half a piece. I won't compete with you for it. Just give it a try. The flavor is delightful. Xia Chen continued to shake his head, thinking to himself, it smells this terrible, I can't even imagine eating it without being sick. Were it anyone else resisting so strongly, Luo Qingxue would have ceased her persuasion, leaving them to their preferences. However, Xia Chen's refusal led her to perceive a lack of faith in her culinary abilities, especially since he had willingly sampled spicy dishes at her behest. Yesterday, you encouraged me to try spicy crayfish, and I did. Why won't you trust me to try this? Are you afraid I'll lead you astray? Luo Qingxue's gaze bore into him, her tone growing colder. Yet, Xia Chen persisted in covering his mouth, shaking his head while attempting to clarify. No, teacher. I simply find durian to be odorous. It's a bit hard for me to accept. Observing Xia Chen's steadfast refusal, Luo Qingxue realized that intimidation was futile and decided to employ a more enticing approach. Holding up a small piece of durian, she proposed, if you eat this durian, I shall let you play with my feet. Really? Xia Chen swiftly withdrew his hand, unperturbed by the unpleasant odor. Indeed, just as Luo Qingxue finished her sentence, Xia Chen took a bite of the durian from her hand. Initially, his expression was one of sheer agony, but it soon transformed into one of delight. It actually tastes quite good. Luo Qingxue shot him a disapproving glance. I kindly offered you something to eat, and yet it seems I'm attempting to harm you instead. Hee, it's primarily because I'm unaccustomed to the smell of durian, Xia Chen replied with a grin. He then leaned closer to Luo Qingxue, cautiously inquiring. So, teacher, about what you just mentioned. Luo Qingxue rolled her eyes in response. She then lifted her feet, gently shaking off her slippers onto the floor, and placed her delicate, rosy feet directly on Xia Chen's lap. In that moment, Xia Chen felt a surge of joy and gratitude, almost brought to tears. Teacher, you are truly wonderful. Luo Qingxue, munching on the durian, replied coolly. A teacher wouldn't indulge you in foot play. Huh. Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adjusted his words. Sister Luo is truly wonderful. A subtle smile graced Luo Qingxue's lips, even amidst her indifferent tone. Are you still interested in playing? If not, I shall retract my offer. Absolutely. Xia Chen tenderly kneaded Luo Qingxue's petite foot, while occasionally savoring the durian she offered him. Ah, life is indeed so simple. Chapter 68. Thunder God, I was wrong. Please do not strike me. Press a little higher. Oh, do not touch the soles of my feet. I am ticklish and might kick you away. I will be cautious. After finishing the durian, Luo Qingxue reclined in her chair, allowing Xia Chen to massage her feet. This was a reward for him. Yet she too relished the gentle sensation of his touch. It was soothing and brought her a sense of security. They had initially planned to discuss dinner, with Xia Chen intending to teach Luo Qingxue how to cook. However, plans often change unexpectedly. In the evening, Luo Qingxue received a last-minute notice from the school requiring her presence, so the cooking lesson would have to be postponed. I'm out of time. I'll head to the school cafeteria for dinner. Will you order takeout, or what? Luo Qingxue stood up and approached the door, inquiring of Xia Chen before leaving. I'll accompany you to the school. It's more convenient than ordering takeout, and we can return together. Sounds good. The two set off for the school, where the cafeteria still had a scattering of students. After all, it wasn't a holiday, and some students who lived far from home chose to stay. While dining, Xia Chen casually asked, Teacher, why do I get the impression that you seem quite busy? University professors shouldn't have to work overtime during the holidays, right? The school is undergoing renovations, so there's quite a bit to handle. I see. Luo Qingxue, feeling rushed, ate a little before heading to the school conference room. After dinner, with nothing much to do, Xia Chen decided to visit the Legend Dormitory's dim-witted club, knowing there would likely be someone inside. As expected, upon reaching the door, he heard the cacophony of voices within. However, after knocking for a while, it was Liu Yongbing who finally cursed and came to open the door. Once inside, Xia Chen scanned the room and noticed Chen Jiming lazily sprawled on the bed. Damn it, this foolish game, I'm done playing. Liu Yongbing, in a fit of rage, exited the game abruptly. Are you two still at school? Xia Chen inquired, as he settled into Yang Wei's chair. Sun Yang is around as well, but he has likely gone for a spa treatment and won't be returning. What happened to Chen Jiming? Xia Chen glanced at the motionless figure on the bed. He has been rejected by his goddess and has since fallen into a deep depression. Are you sure it's depression and not just preparing for takeoff? Xia Chen's remark jolted Chen Jiming upright. I'll take off your dam. He then sank back down, heartbroken. I'm so distraught that I have no spirit left for takeoff. Xia Chen responded. Ah, I see. You are deflated, unable to rise. After being mocked by Xia Chen several times, Chen Jiming retorted angrily. You wretched creature. At least I have conversed with my goddess for quite some time. Have you? Humph, and you're proud of being a sycophant? Xia Chen scrutinized Chen Jiming with disdain. What I possess is called deep affection. You, on the other hand, haven't even exchanged a few words with another girl yet you look down on me? Huh. Oh yes. Since you're a fool who helped me distribute flyers last time, I shall refrain from criticizing you. If only Chen Jiming knew that Xia Chen was not only living with Professor Luo daily, but had also spent an afternoon massaging her feet. He would surely have been infuriated beyond measure. The mere thought of the foot massage brought a smile to Xia Chen's face. A sight that was abruptly witnessed by Yang Wei, who entered the room. What are you doing here? And why do you look like a complete fool? Cough. Xia Chen cleared his throat and regained his composure. It's nothing, just recalling something joyful. After placing his luggage down, Yang Wei suddenly remembered something and asked Xia Chen, "Oh right, why have I been receiving friend requests from unfamiliar girls lately? They are particularly enthusiastic, immediately inviting me out on dates. Do you have any idea what is going on?" Not a clue. Not a clue. Xia Chen waved his hand dismissively, turning to gaze out the window, feigning indifference. Yang Wei, undeterred, chuckled proudly and queried the others. Could it be that my status as a tall, rich, and handsome individual can no longer be concealed? In an instant, the other three cast him identical incredulous glances. Fool. Don't dismiss it. Some of them are genuinely quite beautiful. They send me their stunning photos right away, and now I can't decide whom to choose. As Yang Wei spoke, he showcased the images to the group, and Xia Chen nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, you actually have a selection. Xia Chen decided against revealing the truth to Yang Wei, allowing the fool to bask in his delusion until he discovered the reality for himself. The group intended to play a game together when suddenly, a deafening thunderstorm erupted outside, and an unexpected torrential downpour commenced. Perhaps lightning struck the school's transformer, as the dormitory was plunged into darkness. Just when it seemed that all activities were at a standstill, Yang Wei pulled a deck of cards from his pocket. Let's play Do Di Zhu. With nothing else to occupy their time, the four gathered around, using a lamp to illuminate their game. Damn it, Chen Jiming, how can you play like this? Who separates a straight to discard? This is called strategy, do you understand? Behold my bomb. Chen Jiming confidently tossed out 4 cards, believing victory was assured. I hardly have any cards left. Lao Yang, just admit defeat. Yang Wei, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and threw down 2 cards onto the table. King Bomb. Xia Chen suddenly exclaimed, what the heck? Lao Chen, how come your ID and a copy are here? Chen Jiming was taken aback. After engaging in this neurotic game in the dormitory for a while, Luo Qingxue sent Xia Chen a message asking him to fetch her, as she had forgotten her umbrella. Upon receiving the message, Xia Chen immediately abandoned his hand of cards, disregarding the imminent victory of Emile, grabbed the umbrella, and left the dormitory. As he stepped outside, the sound of pouring rain drowned out nearly all other noises. Occasional thunderclaps in the sky made him stop and shudder. Xia Chen had been afraid of thunder as a child, though now grown. He no longer hid under the covers trembling, yet the booming sound still instilled a sense of dread within him. He couldn't quite comprehend why, but it was a primal fear, akin to the fear of darkness that some experience. Perhaps he had perished from a lightning strike in a past life. Xia Chen patted his chest, attempting to reassure himself. What am I afraid of? I haven't done anything wrong. The thunder god won't strike me. Boom. I was mistaken. While trying to console himself, he apprehensively made his way to the teaching building where the meeting was held. When he arrived, he found that all the other teachers had already left, leaving only Luo Qingxue waiting at the entrance for him. Observing Xia Chen's anxious approach, Luo Qingxue wondered what was troubling him when suddenly another thunderclap erupted. Boom! Xia Chen froze in place like a startled hamster, too frightened to move. After a moment, he finally took a step forward, while Luo Qingxue watched the scene unfold. This little fellow is afraid of thunder? Chapter 69. An embrace from Professor Luo. Once Xia Chen regained his composure after the thunder, he looked up to see Luo Qingxue awaiting him. He quickly attempted to calm his nerves, silently repeating to himself, "Stay composed, stay composed. It would be utterly embarrassing if Professor Luo saw me afraid of thunder." He approached Luo Qingxue and said, "Apologies for my tardiness, Professor." However, she did not respond. Instead, she tilted her head slightly and regarded him with her bright, expressive eyes. "What is the matter?" Xia Chen asked, puzzled. "Are you afraid of thunder?" Luo Qingxue inquired, her gaze fixed on him. "Who said that?" Xia Chen firmly denied it, maintaining a light-hearted tone. "I'm a grown man. How could I possibly fear thunder?" Yet the very next moment, a thunderous roar caused Xia Chen's body to instinctively shudder. When he regained his senses, he noticed that Luo Qingxue was still looking at him, a hint of a smile playing at her lips, accompanied by a curious expression. My shiver just now was due to a cool breeze. It wasn't because of the thunder." Xia Chen offered an awkward smile as he explained. Luo Qingxue slightly pursed her lips. Although she refrained from exposing him verbally, she couldn't help but mutter internally, clearly afraid of the thunder, yet still so stubborn. "Teacher, let us return quickly. The rain appears to be intensifying," Xia Chen urged. In truth, he felt the thunder growing louder and yearned to seek the comfort of indoors. Indeed, Luo Qingxue nodded, leaning beside him as they shared an umbrella and made their way to the parking lot. As night had fallen and the rain poured heavily, the streetlights offered little illumination, casting everything into a cloak of darkness. The thunder rumbled again, accompanied by sudden flashes of lightning, causing Xia Chen to flinch and momentarily halt, which Luo Qingxue found rather amusing. After a laborious trek to the car, Xia Chen deemed himself unfit to drive and settled into the passenger seat. Once the door was closed, Luo Qingxue hesitated to start the engine, leaving the interior shrouded in darkness. Xia Chen remained motionless in the passenger seat, his phone forgotten. Even neglecting to fasten his seatbelt, his gaze fixated on the inky sky outside. This is just like the movie 2012. Surely, I am not destined for doom. Xia Chen silently lamented, his thoughts drifting back to several years prior when his sister, Xia Yueshi, had dragged him to watch apocalyptic films, scaring him so much that he had hidden behind the sofa. He believed his fear of thunder was significantly influenced by her. How fortunate he was to have such a sister. At that moment, aside from the relentless patter of raindrops against the window, an eerie silence enveloped the car. Luo Qingxue, who intended to start the vehicle, suddenly conjured a mischievous idea upon witnessing Xia Chen's intense anxiety, reminiscent of a frightened mouse. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, prompting her to mimic the sound of thunder. Boom! The sudden roar startled Xia Chen so much that he genuinely believed he was facing divine retribution, leaping from his seat and colliding with the roof of the car, his cries echoing in disarray. "Ah! Ouch!" Luo Qingxue had not anticipated such a vigorous reaction from him. Seeing him clutching his head and moaning softly, she quickly wrapped her arms around him, gently stroking his hair. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have frightened you," she said soothingly, holding him close. For reasons unknown. Once in Luo Qingxue's embrace, Xia Chen felt the pain in his head dissipate. Even the subsequent real thunder failed to evoke his instinctual fear. He fell into a profound tranquility. Or perhaps, he had not yet registered the moment, completely immersed in the comfort of her presence, rendering everything else insignificant. All that remained in his heart was a singular sensation, so soft, so fragrant, so comforting. Even if struck by lightning now, it would be worth it. Minutes later, another flash of lightning illuminated the night, restoring Xia Chen's clarity. He promptly extricated himself from Luo Qingxue's embrace and straightened up in his seat. Calm down, calm down. One must not falter." With his eyes closed, Xia Chen silently chanted within his heart, striving to regain his composure and suppress the turmoil within him. Yet, in Luo Qingxue's eyes, Xia Chen appeared as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in fear, which left her with a twinge of guilt. This little one is so terrified of thunder. I have gone too far in my attempts to frighten him. As Xia Chen continued his inner mantra, he suddenly felt something resting upon his head. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Luo Qingxue was gently stroking his hair with her palm, her voice imbued with a tender reassurance. "Do not be afraid, little one. Your sister is here." Such a gentle tone was unfamiliar to Xia Chen. He had never imagined that the aloof Professor Luo could possess such a nurturing side. The moment Luo Qingxue's hand made contact with his head, Xia Chen felt his mind empty, his gaze becoming serene. Her touch seemed to possess a magical quality, akin to that of Nangong Wenya, capable of rendering anyone foolishly entranced. Time slipped away unnoticed until Xia Chen abruptly shook his head, prompting Luo Qingxue to withdraw her hand. "Teacher, let us return. It is quite late," he suggested. "Are you no longer afraid?" Luo Qingxue inquired softly. "Not afraid." Xia Chen fervently shook his head, hastily fastening his seatbelt, a deep sigh escaping his lips. He felt utterly humiliated that night. "No, I will overcome this lingering dread. What is there to fear from mere thunder? Tonight, I shall retreat to my bed and watch horror films." Xia Chen vowed resolutely to himself. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Xia Chen immediately headed for a shower before preparing to enter his bedroom. Luo Qingxue observed him with lingering concern. "Are you truly unafraid?" "Not afraid. I shall retire now." "Teacher, and you should rest early as well," he declared with conviction, stepping towards his room. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, causing Xia Chen to shudder before finally entering his bedroom. Watching him close the door, Luo Qingxue couldn't help but murmur to herself, "He is clearly terrified. Yet he insists on maintaining his bravado, even interrupting my words." With that, she raised the hand that had just caressed Xia Chen's head, pouting in dissatisfaction. She had intended to offer comfort, saying, "If you are afraid, I could hold you through the night." But since he declined, she let it go. Chapter 70. It is time for a proper punishment. Once in his bedroom, Xia Chen nestled under the covers to watch horror films. His initial intention was to bolster his courage, but before long, he found himself consumed by paranoia. The storm outside, with its flashes of lightning and torrential rain, only heightened the atmosphere. What was that sound? Goodness, could there be something sinister lurking in my room? The wardrobe creaked, and he decided he could no longer bear to watch. Regret washed over him. He should never have chosen a stormy night to indulge in horror films. Even though he had stopped watching, his body remained tense, rendering sleep impossible. Had he known better, he would have chosen not to watch at all, longing instead for Professor Luo's gentle embrace. Not that, but rather her comforting presence. Throughout the night, Xia Chen remained on edge, unable to find solace in slumber. The following day, Su Chen again spent his time in a drowsy slumber. Luo Qingxue, aware that Su Chen had likely been frightened and had not slept well the previous night, refrained from waking him, letting out a sigh of exasperation. Alas, it was the last day of the holiday, and still, she had been unable to persuade the little rascal to teach her how to cook. With classes resuming the next day, she would have to wait until the following weekend. Observing Su Chen curled up in bed, utterly motionless, Luo Qingxue pouted in mild dissatisfaction. He could be so obstinate. Next time there was thunder, she would simply hold this little creature close to ensure he didn't endure another restless night. After a languorous day passed, university students were again faced with the grueling early morning classes. Perhaps due to a week of leisure, most students were rather spirited, and the classroom was devoid of its usual lethargy. Particularly, Yang Wei, who, since Su Chen had inadvertently shared his contact information as his own, fancied himself a beloved figure, adored by all. Thankfully, this fellow did not possess Chen Jiming's audacity to flirt with every girl he encountered. Otherwise, he would surely be labeled as a fervent goblin. "Oh, old Chen, don't be too disheartened. Although Huang Jiejia may not fancy you, perhaps there are other girls who would be interested. Allow me, your emotional guru, to impart wisdom on how to pursue more beautiful women," Yang Wei boasted while attempting to console Chen Jiming. Su Chen, overhearing this, was unable to suppress a look of incredulity. Before he could interject, Ma Hongwei countered, "Oh please, university isn't solely about romance. Look at that couple in the front row. They were inseparable before the break, and now, after class, they don't even exchange a word. They might have split up." The gossip-savvy Li Ming quickly retorted, "Don't speak without knowledge. I saw them dining together this morning. Their silence is likely just a result of fatigue." Having heard both sides, Xia Chen cast a glance and smiled lightly, revealing the underlying truth. They merely find themselves awkward after the holiday. How long has it been? How can they already be awkward? I was referring to a verb. Eh? Observing the bewildered expressions around him, Xia Chen helplessly waved his hand. Ah, you lot are hopeless, unable to comprehend anything. At that moment, Yang Wei suddenly pulled Xia Chen closer and whispered, "How are things progressing with Professor Luo? Do you need me to teach you how to pursue her? Do I need your so-called guidance? So what stage are you two at? Guess. Guess your damn child? Keep guessing." Xia Chen chose not to respond further, contemplating, what concern is it of these idle fellows regarding my pursuit of Professor Luo? Once I succeed, and I am embracing her daily, they will naturally come to know. Xia Chen was lost in his daydreams when the dreadful sound of the class bell jolted him back to reality. To make matters worse, during the break, Luo Qingxue unexpectedly returned with a set of papers. A surprise test was to be conducted, with exam scores contributing to the overall grade. Cheating was strictly prohibited, and those caught would face severe disciplinary action according to university regulations. Luo Qingxue's cold voice rang like a warning bell, causing the previously relaxed atmosphere of the classroom to dissipate into a profound silence. The individuals who typically slacked off during class now bore expressions of anguish, bracing themselves for inevitable doom. Xia Chen, initially composed, regarded the English exam as a mere trifle, unworthy of concern. However, as time elapsed, his smile gradually faded. The questions appeared familiar to him, reminiscent of those discussed by Luo Qingxue the previous month. Yet he found himself utterly unable to recall the solutions. This was disastrous. Having dozed off frequently last month, he had all but forgotten the material. Recently, his thoughts had been consumed by website creation and Professor Luo, leaving little room for academic retention. But then a wave of clarity washed over him. Why should he panic? Given his rapport with Professor Luo, he was certain she would ensure his passing grade, as long as he filled the paper. With that thought, the pressure dissipated, and he began to write. Unable to comprehend the short passages, he resorted to wild guesses. Having forgotten how to spell certain words, he improvised with random combinations. After all, the lexicon of the world is not vast, and with enough haphazard readers, new words could emerge. Once the examination concluded, most students engaged in anxious discussions, fretting over their chances of passing, particularly under the stringent eye of Luo Qingxue. Yet Xia Chen remained remarkably unperturbed, as if the entire affair were inconsequential. Upon returning to his room that evening, after a day of classes, he tossed his bag aside, eager to collapse onto his bed. Just as he approached the bedroom door, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. "Stop!" Turning around, Xia Chen beheld Luo Qingxue, her countenance stern, arms crossed, her chest rising and falling with suppressed ire. In her hand, she brandished an exam paper, her gaze fixed intently on him, her frosty demeanor resonating authority without the need for raised voices. "What is the matter?" Xia Chen, oblivious to the unfolding situation, sensed instinctively that he had landed himself in trouble. Luo Qingxue entered barefoot, having discarded her shoes without a second thought. "Professor, you should wear slippers. You might catch a chill." "Silence." She shot back, and Xia Chen promptly fell mute. She took her seat at the table, slamming the paper down, revealing a glaring score of 58, unmistakably his handwriting. "Explain yourself. What were you doing in class? Every question and passage on this paper was covered in my lectures. Why did you fail?" Xia Chen, after a moment of silence, flashed a playful grin, revealing his pearly whites. "Hey, teacher. Stop jesting and be serious." He instantly adopted a more solemn demeanor. "I have a poor memory and forgot what you taught. How did you manage to get into university with such a poor memory?" Luo Qingxue retorted coldly, dismantling his excuse effortlessly. As she graded the papers and tallied the scores, she noted that the majority of the class had passed, while Xia Chen had not. Her frustration was palpable. This was not merely due to his inattentiveness. It was particularly vexing considering that Xia Chen's mother was a professor in the language department at Yenjing University, fluent in 4 languages. Yet her son could not even pass a basic university English exam. If this were to get out, Luo Qingxue would be utterly embarrassed. Her performance as a teacher has been dismal. Xia Chen sensed Luo Qingxue's anger and quickly admitted his fault. "Teacher, I was wrong. Whatever punishment you deem appropriate, I shall accept." Indeed, it was time for a proper reprimand. He had been excessively lenient towards her lately. Chapter 71. The Temptation of Fried Rice Henceforth. On days when there are no classes, Report to my office during the day and return home to the study in the evening. I will require you to memorize a certain number of words and notes daily. Luo Qingxue issued an unequivocal command to Xia Chen. Yes, Xia Chen replied earnestly, which alleviated some of Luo Qingxue's ire. That's more like it. Stop with the incessant grinning. If you fail the next test, I will show your sister the video of you foolishly laughing while clutching a pillow, along with the notes where you called her mentally unstable. Don't expect me to shield you. Listening to Luo Qingxue's stern warning, Xia Chen's heart sank. He had no choice but to study now. What a ruthless woman. Professor Luo would undoubtedly be a character akin to a ruthless master in a martial arts drama. Every situation has its duality. On the brighter side, Xia Chen could now freely visit Professor Luo's office. What about dinner, teacher? Xia Chen inquired softly. Forget it. Bring your notes and textbooks to the study. Luo Qingxue shot him a cold glare before striding barefoot into the study. She was so infuriated that she had lost her appetite entirely. Seated in the study, Luo Qingxue sighed in frustration. One must not be overly indulgent with children. I must have spoiled this little rascal recently. It's time to be more serious. Before long, Xia Chen entered the study with his notes and textbooks. Luo Qingxue perused his notes and discovered that he had only taken diligent notes during the initial classes. The later entries were either incomprehensible or completely blank, which made her bite her lip in exasperation. She then produced her teaching materials and placed them before Xia Chen. First, copy your notes and complete them, ensuring your handwriting is legible. The latter parts resemble Martian script. Who could possibly understand them? Understood, Xia Chen replied, picking up his pen with utmost seriousness, refraining from any further comments. Luo Qingxue now resembled the stern, aloof teacher she had been when tutoring Xia Chen in high school. No, even more formidable. Last year, she would not have glared at him so intensely. However, Xia Chen was no longer as fearful as before. He understood that Professor Luo had a kind and gentle heart, and her current ferocity was a consequence of his own misbehavior. The room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of Xia Chen's pen scratching across the paper. Luo Qingxue did nothing but watch over him. After an hour of writing, Xia Chen's hand grew weary, yet more than half of his notes remained unwritten. He felt as though he had returned to the torturous days of high school revision. Teacher, may I take a short break? First, memorize the notes you have written. It's a good opportunity for your hands to rest. Can't I rest my whole body for a moment? Absolutely not. Then may I use the restroom? Hold it. Xia Chen found himself at a loss for words and could only continue transcribing notes. Luo Qingxue had witnessed the entire charade he had played on Wei Dongyang and his older sister, and now she harbored suspicions of his deceit. It was only after he could no longer hold it that she permitted him a brief respite to go to the restroom. He toiled through the evening, diligently completing the overdue notes until darkness enveloped the room, at which point Luo Qingxue finally allowed him to step away. Upon his return to the study, he was both famished and fatigued, feeling utterly drained as if he had been wrung dry. Luo Qingxue, meanwhile, scrutinized Xia Chen's test papers once more, occasionally exhaling in annoyance. Teacher, what would you like for dinner? He inquired. You may choose for yourself. I shall not eat, she replied coldly, barely glancing in his direction. Her appetite extinguished by her irritation. Recognizing her mood, Xia Chen reluctantly exited the study and made his way to the living room. Initially, he had intended to order takeout for convenience, but after perusing the options for an extended period, he found himself indecisive. Raising his gaze, he caught sight of Luo Qingxue, diligently writing in the study. It was evident that Professor Luo, despite her current disposition, had a fondness for food. Surely, she could not be entirely devoid of hunger. Perhaps her anger was the culprit. What if I prepare something delicious to apologize to Professor Luo and help soothe her temper? He pondered, as he could think of no other way to appease her. Beyond her love for food, she seemed to possess few other interests. As he contemplated what to make, Xia Chen opened the refrigerator, only to be met with a starkly bare interior, just eggs and cold rice, devoid of even a single tomato. How could I have forgotten? I haven't eaten at home for several days, and the spoiled vegetables were discarded by Professor Luo this morning. He pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling a twinge of headache. If he ventured out to procure ingredients now, Professor Luo would likely starve before he returned. Ordering takeout was out of the question, as she disdained overly seasoned dishes, and bringing takeout as an apology would lack sincerity. Perhaps fried rice will suffice. Even if Professor Luo does not partake, I can still enjoy it myself. If I don't eat, I might perish from hunger. Xia Chen retrieved the cold rice and eggs, preparing a serving of egg-fried rice. To prevent it from being overly monotonous, he sprinkled a few scallions on top for added fragrance. Once completed, he sampled a bite. The flavor was acceptable, but he wondered if Professor Luo might consider such a humble dish beneath her, given her affluent background from the capital. Nevertheless, he decided to take the plunge. Stealthily, he approached the study and settled himself beside Luo Qingxue, who was intently annotating his incorrect answers from the day's test. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils, prompting her to swallow involuntarily. Turning her head, she beheld Xia Chen holding a small bowl of fried rice, his expression earnest as he implored, "Teacher, would you care for a taste? You might become quite hungry otherwise." Luo Qingxue gazed at the fragrant dish, her delicate lips parting slightly, and her right hand, clutching a red pen, began to loosen. Yet in the next moment, as if resolved to uphold a certain principle, she turned her head away, her grip on the pen tightening once more as she coldly responded, "I will not eat." It was essential not to forgive this young rascal too easily, otherwise, he might continue to disregard her in the future. This time, she was determined to impart a lesson he would not soon forget. In her heart, Luo Qingxue silently mused. Xia Chen, observing her demeanor, was not surprised and continued to persuade her, "Teacher, I was wrong. I will pay close attention in class from now on." Luo Qingxue bit her lip in silence, clutching her red pen tighter. Xia Chen pressed on, "Regardless, you must eat dinner. Teacher, health is the foundation of all endeavors. If you allow yourself to go hungry, how can you supervise me?" Still, Luo Qingxue remained reticent, her hands clenched, her eyes shut tight. What to do? She was truly famished and desperately longed for food. This little rascal had intentionally made the fried rice so fragrant. How could she possibly resist? Yet, to eat would mean forgiving him, and if she let her anger dissipate so easily, would he ever learn from his mistakes? As Luo Qingxue grappled with her turmoil, Xia Chen, believing she genuinely did not wish to eat, stood to leave. The moment Luo Qingxue heard the commotion, she turned sharply. Noticing Xia Chen walking away with the fried rice, a look of reluctance etched on his face. He really is leaving? She thought, frowning. Fine. Let him go. I want to forgive him. He needs to learn a lesson. I'm not so easily appeased. Pouting, she turned away, her irritation flaring anew. Just as Xia Chen reached the door to the study, a sound broke the silence. A gurgle escaped from Luo Qingxue, who remained motionless, her face visibly reddening. Chapter 72. The proud and cold professor who won't admit hunger. The sound of her stomach growling was unmistakably clear, and Xia Chen heard it distinctly. Observing her flushed cheeks and unmoving posture, still clutching her pen, Xia Chen found himself at a loss. Did Professor Luo truly not wish to partake in dinner? Perhaps it was best to leave. Despite his efforts to persuade her, her silence suggested she was not hungry, and he did not want to irritate her further. Just as Xia Chen turned to depart, he heard Luo Qingxue's crisp, cool voice call out, "Stop." He turned back, confusion etched across his face. With a faint blush, her lips slightly pursed and biting her lower lip, she seemed to want to say something, yet held herself back. How infuriating. He had purposely brought food to tempt her, leaving her even hungrier. Now that her stomach audibly protested, how could he think of leaving? It was utterly exasperating. Luo Qingxue's anger escalated, squeezing her red pen until the casing shattered. Just as her frustration reached its peak, the enticing aroma of the fried rice wafted into her nostrils. "Hey, teacher, why not have dinner first? Once you've eaten, you'll have the strength to punish me," Xia Chen said with a playful smile, observing her struggle. Although she had called out for him to stop, her silence revealed her hunger and reluctance to voice it. Xia Chen easily discerned her thoughts, but was surprised by her pride. Despite her evident hunger, she refused to speak up. Faced with the tantalizing fried rice's repeated allure, Luo Qingxue could no longer restrain herself and opened her mouth. Yet, just before reaching for the spoon, she withdrew her hand and declared to Xia Chen, "I haven't forgiven you. You brought this to me of your own accord." Xia Chen nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, "I understand. I will pay close attention in class from now on." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue finally ceased her insistence. However, she did not reach for a spoon. Instead, she picked up a red pen from her desk and said to Xia Chen, "You feed me." "Ah, what's wrong? I've fed you countless times. Yet you refuse to let me feed you even once. I still need to assist you with your annotations." Luo Qingxue looked at Xia Chen with dissatisfaction. "Of course, I will," Xia Chen replied cheerfully, nodding vigorously as he picked up the spoon and began to feed Luo Qingxue. As she ate, she continued to help him with his annotations, occasionally providing detailed explanations. Especially this question, how many times have I covered this grammar point in class? This is essential knowledge for the English CET 4 and CET 6 exams, and you still wrote it incorrectly. I will remember this time. I absolutely won't make a mistake next time. Xia Chen assured her while feeding her another spoonful, gently reminding, Teacher, please eat slowly. Be careful not to choke. I won't. Just feed me. Usually, Luo Qingxue ate in a rather elegant manner, with her mouth opening only slightly, and if anything, she tended to eat quickly. However, this evening, she seemed particularly hungry, opening her mouth wide and biting down on the entire spoon. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Xia Chen would never have believed that Luo Qingxue could fit most of the spoon in her mouth. After ensuring Luo Qingxue was well fed, Xia Chen could clearly sense that her anger had dissipated significantly. Her tone while explaining the problems lacked the icy demeanor it had earlier in the evening. It seems that using food to appease Professor Luo was indeed the right approach. The following day, Xia Chen was once again occupied with classes and had no time to visit Luo Qingxue's office. During the last elective class, as the content was not significant, Xia Chen was engaged in discussion with Wei Dongyang. Boss, the campus esports section you asked me to work on is completed. It just hasn't been updated on the website yet. Would you like to take a look? I'll pass. Just ensure it aligns with my previous instructions. There are also collaborations with a few shops on campus coming up, so you should do some advertising for them. Nothing too conspicuous. Just place it in some obscure corners of the website. Xia Chen agreed to assist Chen Shuai and the others with their advertising, but he did not specify where the effects would be displayed. He certainly wouldn't clutter his website for a mere verbal promise. All right, but boss, I've recently brought 3 new people on board to help. How about we all go out for a meal together? They should meet you as well. Wei Dongyang's suggestion had crossed Xia Chen's mind the previous day, but due to his chaotic exam preparations, he had to rush home every evening to study. So he could only postpone it. Let's discuss this over the weekend. I've been quite busy these days and have no time. What could keep you so busy, boss? Wei Dongyang thought to himself, considering that he was the one doing all the work, even recruiting new people. What a busybody. Let us not pry into the boss's affairs. I have important matters to discuss with the financier. Oh, as soon as the class bell rang, Xia Chen swiftly exited the classroom, leaving Yang Wei and the others struggling to catch up. Why are you running so fast, Xia? It's the last class. Yang Wei panted as he spoke. However, Xia Chen did not slow his pace and continued towards the entrepreneurial street within the campus. I have something to attend to. What do you need me for? Didn't you organize a contest on that website of yours, the one with the Fearless Pact? Just by participating, you can earn milk tea vouchers, and the top 3 receive additional redeemable coupons. If you want them, just join in. We're short a person, but aren't there's 6 of you in the dormitory? How could you be lacking? Chen Jiming, the sycophant, had been taken away by Huang Jiejia, and Sun Yang no longer played games. Hence, they were indeed short a member. Yang Wei was anxious to gather 5 participants and was urgently seeking Xia Chen. We'll discuss it tomorrow. I need to return and study tonight, Xia Chen declared, quickening his pace to leave. Yang Wei stood there, dumbfounded, watching Xia Chen's retreating figure. Is this guy really going back to study? Has the sun risen in the west? After Xia Chen departed, he promptly rushed to the fruit shop, purchased a durian, and then returned home. He knew that Luo Qingxue had a fondness for durians, and by indulging her this evening, she would surely be appeased. Moreover, the durian's flavor was indeed delightful, and he could enjoy it as well. It is a truth universally acknowledged that human nature is capricious. Chapter 73. Professor Luo's personal tutoring. That evening, Luo Qingxue supervised Xia Chen's studies in the study. She instructed him to memorize vocabulary while she savored a few slices of durian, also feeding him a few bites. Xia Chen, accustomed to this routine, opened his mouth expectantly for her to place the fruit there. He mused that had he studied like this during his college entrance exam preparations, he would surely have excelled at Tsinghua or Peking University. However, after a few slices of durian, Xia Chen found his mouth open but was no longer met with the fruit from Professor Luo. That's enough. Overindulgence in durian can lead to heatiness. We already shared half of one the other day, Luo Qingxue remarked as she stored the remaining half away. Seeing this, Xia Chen said nothing and continued to memorize his words. Why are you mumbling your vocabulary? Luo Qingxue suddenly inquired. I'm reciting silently in my mind. During high school, When the entire class recited vocabulary together, Xia Chen would speak aloud, but he felt it was odd to do so alone. No, you must recite aloud, otherwise. Who knows where your mind might wander? My pronunciation isn't standard, it sounds a bit off. That's all the more reason to vocalize it. I'll correct you. Under Luo Qingxue's insistence, Xia Chen reluctantly began to recite aloud. Change, modification, alteration. Sudden occurrence, explosion. To eliminate, to manage, to resolve. After one round of recitation, he grew impatient. Since the college entrance exam, he found it difficult to concentrate on his studies. His thoughts were consumed by earning money and Professor Luo. Teacher, I've memorized it. Memorized it? Luo Qingxue scrutinized him. Yes, I have. Seeing Xia Chen's confidence, Luo Qingxue promptly took his vocabulary list. All right, let me quiz you. Xia Chen's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated a quiz. What does this mean? How do you spell it? Observing Xia Chen's hesitance and silence, Luo Qingxue tossed the vocabulary list back onto the table and glared at him. You're utterly clueless. Is this what you call memorizing? Having just memorized the words. Xia Chen found himself at a loss as he encountered the fierce gaze of Luo Qingxue. Immediately, he picked up the vocabulary list and began to recite it once more. Beside him, Luo Qingxue silently monitored him, inwardly grumbling. Last year, I didn't even supervise him intentionally. Yet this little rascal managed to score nearly full marks in several English exams. How is it that now, upon entering university, he lacks the enthusiasm to memorize even a single word? I must adopt a more serious demeanor to instill a modicum of fear in him. Otherwise, he will continue to treat me with frivolity. Xia Chen spent another 2 to 3 hours in the study reciting words. And only after Luo Qingxue conducted 3 rounds of checks did he finally pass. At last, it was over. Tomorrow, we shall tackle another 500 words. Fortunately, you don't have many classes, so come to my office during the day to study. Xia Chen replied weakly, feeling parched from the relentless memorization. After finishing his shower, Xia Chen emerged to find Luo Qingxue had already returned to the bedroom to rest. After such an extensive review, he felt a bit hungry. However, the house was nearly empty of food. Upon opening the refrigerator, he discovered only half of the durian that Luo Qingxue had recently placed inside. What the heck? Better to face the heat than to go to bed hungry. Xia Chen took out the durian but felt a twinge of concern. So he called Xia Yushi for reassurance. Sister, is it all right to eat an entire durian in one night without getting a sore throat? Not at all. I often eat one by myself, she replied. That's good then. But wait, didn't you say durians are like poop? How come you're eating it now? Xia Yushi retorted with annoyance. I had never tried it before, but now I realize it's quite delicious. On the other end, Xia Yushi couldn't help but scoff. Huh, I see you're merely following Professor Luo's orders. If she tells you to eat it, you comply, but if I suggest it, you act as if I'm trying to poison you. Xia Chen quickly shot back. I genuinely fear you might poison me. But Professor Luo would never harm me. She surely cares for me far more than you do, dear sister. Xia Yushi let out some sarcastic remarks to vent her frustrations. Xia Chen, accustomed to her antics, simply hung up the phone. After finishing the durian entirely, he climbed into bed and fell asleep. However, repercussions arrived the next day. Upon waking, Xia Chen felt a twinge of pain in his mouth, but he dismissed it. He spent the day in Luo Qingxue's office, revising and memorizing vocabulary. Yet by evening, blisters had formed, and the pain rendered him nearly speechless. It hurts so much. My sister must have misled me. How could I not have gotten a sore throat? Xia Chen covered his mouth, groaning in agony in the study. At that moment, a voice echoed from the living room. Where's the durian I put in the refrigerator? Why is it gone? Hearing this, Xia Chen was about to confess that he had eaten it, but in his excitement, he opened his mouth too wide, causing a surge of pain that nearly made him cry out. Luo Qingxue intended to ask Xia Chen further, but upon entering the room and witnessing his pained expression, she immediately understood the situation. Did I not warn you that overeating would lead to a sore throat? Why on earth did you finish it all? Luo Qingxue gazed helplessly at Xia Chen, resembling a mother who, witnessing her son's disobedience, felt a blend of anger and exasperation. I was a bit hungry last night. Xia Chen spoke cautiously, wincing as he opened his mouth, which was painfully sore. Initially somewhat irritated, Luo Qingxue's heart softened upon seeing Xia Chen's distress. She hurriedly approached him, crouching down to gently inquire, How are you? Is it very painful? A little. It's manageable if I don't open my mouth, he replied. Please open your mouth slightly. Let me take a look. Upon his compliance, Luo Qingxue observed the blisters in his mouth, confirming that he was indeed in considerable pain. This little fellow had been reciting vocabulary with her all day. It seemed he had already been suffering then. Feeling a wave of guilt wash over her, Luo Qingxue declared, "Let us skip the vocabulary tonight. You need to rest. I'll order takeout." "Teacher, just order for yourself. I want to eat," Xia Chen insisted. "You must eat. You've told me before that you'll starve otherwise," she countered. Xia Chen opened his mouth slightly. "I can't eat like this," though his stomach grumbled with hunger. The condition of his mouth rendered him unable to consume anything, fearing the pain of chewing. Luo Qingxue pondered, at a loss for an immediate solution. Her silence stretching for a moment. "What if I chew it for you and feed you?" Xia Chen stared wide-eyed at Luo Qingxue, as if questioning the sincerity of her proposition. It was already late into the night, and he hesitated to respond, but Luo Qingxue quickly dismissed her impulsive thought. While she had always regarded Xia Chen as a child, the notion of chewing food for him felt excessively indulgent. What was to be done? Luo Qingxue, having lived independently, found herself utterly unprepared to care for someone else, especially with Xia Chen's current predicament. Perhaps she could search online for remedies. As she scoured the internet for solutions to his mouth sores, the results became increasingly absurd. According to various sources, Xia Chen might even be at risk for oral cancer and required extensive medical treatment. As someone unversed in medicine, Luo Qingxue found these claims to be rather dubious. Surely, if a finger were to get a small cut, one wouldn't resort to amputating the entire arm. Yet she had no medical acquaintances to consult. Just then, it dawned on her that Xia Chen's sister, Xia Yushi, was studying medicine. Perhaps she could reach out to her. "What is your sister's WeChat ID? Send it to me." Xia Chen jolted at the suggestion, shaking his head vigorously. "No way. I'm already in this miserable state. I can't let her know my secret." Luo Qingxue sighed deeply. "I need to ask your sister what to do about your mouth sores. Isn't she studying medicine?" Xia Chen continued to vehemently shake his head, refusing to divulge the information. The thought of his sister discovering his mouth ulcers was unbearable. Even if she didn't mock him outright, she would undoubtedly find amusement in his plight. Observing Xia Chen's gestures of resistance, Luo Qingxue furrowed her brows in helplessness. "You were once afraid of me, and now you fear your sister. I find it rather amusing how intimidated you are by women." Xia Chen wished to respond, yet the pain in his mouth rendered him unable to articulate clearly. His tongue, hesitant to touch the ulcerated area, made his speech slurred, leaving Luo Qingxue unable to comprehend his words. "Type your thoughts to me. I cannot grasp what you're saying," she urged. "Oh." Xia Chen promptly retrieved his mobile phone to type. "My current fiery discomfort is entirely due to my sister." Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow, glancing at him pointedly. "You indulged yourself, resulting in this discomfort, yet you blame your sister?" Upon hearing this, Xia Chen was infuriated, ready to accuse his elder sister. But in his excitement, he inadvertently bit his tongue, causing a wave of pain to wash over him. Luo Qingxue felt a pang of sympathy just from witnessing his plight. She gently caressed Xia Chen's cheek. "Do not become agitated. Simply communicate with me through text." Touched by Luo Qingxue's tender consolation, Xia Chen felt tears welling in his eyes as he hurriedly typed. "Teacher, you are truly kind, unlike my sister, who only seeks to harm me." Seeing the redness around Xia Chen's eyes, Luo Qingxue's heart ached further. All right, no more tears." Fortunately, Xia Yushi was not present. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly award Xia Chen an Oscar for his performance. Regaining his composure, Xia Chen clarified through his phone. "Last night, I asked my sister if it was all right to eat a durian alone. She assured me it was fine, which prompted me to indulge." After reading his message, Luo Qingxue sighed in exasperation. "But the durian you purchased yesterday was enormous. When I fed you, you consumed quite a bit, and you finished the remainder by yourself. Of course, you would feel discomfort." After saying this, Luo Qingxue released her hold on Xia Chen's face and picked up her phone. "Please provide me with your sister's contact information. I shall inquire with her. She would not wish you any harm." This time, Xia Chen did not hesitate, sharing Xia Yushi's contact details. Luo Qingxue then stood. "I shall ask how to alleviate your discomfort. You focus on your studies here." Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly typed a question. "Teacher, didn't you say we wouldn't review vocabulary tonight?" "Indeed, your mouth is not conducive to speaking, so we shall forego vocabulary. However, you may review your notes. Ensure you study them well, for I will be checking shortly." Must I absolutely study? He queried. Absolutely. Your mouth hurts, but your eyes are perfectly fine. If you do not review tonight, you will forget everything I covered with you yesterday. Please study diligently. Luo Qingxue spoke with a seriousness that left no room for negotiation. Reluctantly, Xia Chen retrieved his notes. He had thought that after Luo Qingxue's earlier display of concern, he might be able to rest that evening. Yet he found himself inexorably bound to the fate of reviewing. Such is the clarity of reward and punishment. After Luo Qingxue departed the study, she consulted Xia Chen for remedies to alleviate Xia Chen's discomfort. Recognizing the sincerity of her inquiry, Xia Chen refrained from jesting and earnestly shared her advice. Luo Professor, simply purchase ready-made rock sugar and snow pear syrup from the supermarket. Then boil it in water for Xia Chen to drink. While the effects may not be as potent as freshly made, it will still be beneficial. Understood, I shall proceed. Luo Qingxue replied. Luo Qingxue picked up her phone and drove to the supermarket. Yet she could not find the pear syrup that Xia Chen had mentioned. Instead, she stumbled upon numerous bottles of rock sugar pear beverage. This beverage was undoubtedly not what she sought. Bringing it home would serve no purpose. With no other option, Luo Qingxue decided to inquire further. If all else failed, she could simply purchase some pears for Xia Chen to nibble on. After all, a bit of heat in the body is not an illness. He could endure it. Xia Chen's nonchalant reply indicated she took the matter lightly. Contemplating the message, Luo Qingxue shook her head, feeling it was not a viable solution. The pears were hard, and given that the little one had ulcers in his mouth, consuming them would surely cause him to wail in pain. What if I attempt to make rock sugar pear for him myself? The thought crossed Luo Qingxue's mind. Though she hesitated, she was acutely aware of her culinary skills, which were quite dismal. However, faced with no alternatives, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. I shall be careful and meticulous, following the tutorial step by step. Surely, I cannot fail again. Luo Qingxue searched online for a recipe and began gathering the necessary ingredients for making rock sugar pear. The recipe called for ordinary pears and rock sugar. But upon reaching the shelf, she discovered several varieties of pears and an array of rock sugars, each differing in color and type. After much deliberation, she was uncertain which to choose. Ultimately, she decided to purchase the most expensive options, reasoning that they could not possibly be inferior. She selected the finest Tianshan pears and caramelized rock sugar, and to prevent any waste from her potential mishaps, she bought a large bag. Upon her entry, Xia Chen, who was studying in the study, peeked out at the commotion. Luo Qingxue, holding a bulging bag in one hand, gently admonished him as though he were a child. You continue your studies. I shall prepare rock sugar pear for you. Xia Chen retreated, but a foreboding feeling lingered in his mind. Can what Professor Luo concocts truly be consumed? Once in the kitchen, Luo Qingxue tied on an apron and arranged all the necessary items. Regardless of her culinary prowess, she aimed for a professional appearance. She began by washing the pears and then cutting them into pieces. However, her initial cuts yielded uneven sizes, and noticing that the tutorial suggested perfectly cubed pieces, she discarded them all and took another pear. This time, she was determined to adhere to the tutorial precisely. It couldn't possibly turn out poorly again. After wasting 3 or 4 rather pricey Tianshan pears, Luo Qingxue finally managed to cut a small bowl of pear cubes. Following the recipe, she added the rock sugar and water, set a timer, and began a gentle simmer. To avoid any missteps, Luo Qingxue remained in the kitchen, occasionally checking on the progress. Even as beads of sweat formed on her brow from the heat, she merely dabbed at them with a paper towel. An hour later, she poured out the finished rock sugar pear, only to find that its appearance was vastly different from that depicted in the tutorial. The tutorial's product resembled the clear, pristine beverages sold in supermarkets, while hers was a deep, charred color, suggesting something had gone awry. Why is this so? I followed the tutorial step by step. After all, Luo Qingxue was on the verge of losing confidence. Was her culinary skill truly so abysmal? She took a gentle sip, finding it sweet and the flavor somewhat acceptable. The dark color, could it be attributed to the caramelized rock sugar she had used? Contemplating this, she resolved to serve it to Xia Chen first. If he deemed it unpalatable, she would make it anew. Upon entering the study, she happened upon Xia Chen, who was engrossed in a conversation on his phone. Did I not instruct you to review? Why are you on your phone again? Luo Qingxue feigned anger, her brows furrowing adorably. Xia Chen, still somewhat tongue-tied, stumbled over his words before hastily shifting to typing on his phone. Wei Dongyang needed to discuss something with me regarding the website. I truly did study diligently. You must believe me. For Xia Chen, the pursuit of wealth was paramount. He could momentarily disregard his discomfort. Besides, he still owed Professor Luo money. Teacher, if this event goes well, I'll be able to repay you soon for the money I borrowed last month. Xia Chen typed for Luo Qingxue to see. After reading this, she settled beside him. You needn't rush to repay. I'm not in need of funds. Your mouth is still sore. You should rest properly. In truth, even if Xia Chen never repaid the debt, Luo Qingxue would not mind. It was merely an opportunity for him to hone his skills. She placed the bowl of rock sugar pear in front of him. Drink this. It will alleviate the fire in your mouth. As Xia Chen gazed at the bowl containing the dark, murky liquid with a few red-stained pear chunks floating within, his eyes widened instinctively. Is this truly drinkable? I recall that rock sugar pear is supposed to be clear and colorless. Is this not poison? He mused internally, bombarding himself with questions. Luo Qingxue, noticing his apprehension, offered reassurance. I used caramelized rock sugar, which darkens with prolonged boiling. I've tasted it. It's sweet. With that, she held out a spoon to his lips. Xia Chen hesitated but eventually opened his mouth and took a sip. To be honest, it was indeed sweet, yet overly so, even possessing a hint of bitterness, far from delightful. If he were compelled to compliment it, he could acknowledge that the pear chunks were cut quite neatly. How is it? If it's not good, I can always make another batch. There's no need to force it down, Luo Qingxue gently probed, retracting the spoon. Xia Chen opened his mouth, ready to express his true feelings. However, upon noticing the beads of sweat on Luo Qingxue's forehead and her damp neck, he suppressed his thoughts. Professor Luo had toiled in the kitchen for so long to prepare this rock sugar pear for him. It would be insensitive to critique her efforts. After a moment of contemplation, he chose silence. He refused to offer insincere praise, as it would seem disingenuous and counterproductive. After a brief hesitation, he reached out. Seizing the bowl from Luo Qingxue's hands and downing the entirety of the dark, crimson liquid in one go. Seeing his actions, Luo Qingxue beamed with joy, believing her concoction to be a resounding success. At this moment, Xia Chen had become irreplaceable in her heart. The instant Xia Chen finished his drink, the sweetness caused him to convulse slightly, his fingers bending uncontrollably, resembling a zombie. However, he quickly regained his composure. Yet, upon witnessing Xia Chen's reaction, Luo Qingxue's previously smiling face fell in an instant. Noticing this, Xia Chen hurriedly remarked, Teacher, your candied pear is actually quite good. Then why did you react so strongly just now? Luo Qingxue replied, pouting, almost in a sulk. Isn't such a reaction indicative of it being quite unpalatable? It was merely a bit hot. I was burned, Xia Chen chuckled as he explained. His words rekindled a glimmer of hope in Luo Qingxue. So, what I cooked this time is genuinely delicious. At that moment, she resembled a disheartened little girl in need of encouragement. Yet, she was astute enough to discern any falsehoods, making it challenging for Xia Chen to placate her. Well, you added a tad too much rock sugar, resulting in excessive sweetness, and the caramelized sugar, when simmered for too long, turned slightly bitter. But overall, teacher, your cooking is still commendable, especially the way you cut the pear pieces. They are aesthetically pleasing. Xia Chen emphasized the latter part. However, Luo Qingxue's expression remained unchanged, still despondent. If it's a bit bitter, how can it be delicious? Isn't that contradictory? As Xia Chen's mind raced, a spark of inspiration struck, and he said, because after drinking the candied pear you made, I can still speak normally. That does seem to make sense, she replied. Hearing this, the disappointment on Luo Qingxue's face gradually faded, and her mood began to lift. However, she understood that solely relying on herself would not lead to culinary mastery. She would need to wait for Xia Chen to teach her. In the subsequent days, Xia Chen's diet became rather bland. As excessive heat was no trivial matter, it could indeed be quite debilitating. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue attended to him while urging him to review his studies. By the weekend, noticing that Xia Chen's condition had improved, she wished to have him teach her how to cook. Yet, when Xia Chen informed her that he had matters to attend to outside, she reluctantly acquiesced and remained alone in the room. Seated quietly in the study with a book in hand, she found herself unable to focus on a single word. Having long been accustomed to solitude, she gazed at the empty room, her heart beginning to yearn for Xia Chen's return. When would this little fellow come back? Chapter 76. Sparkling this weekend, Xia Chen, too, had to venture out. Following the conclusion of the holiday, his schedule had become quite hectic, and the past few days spent reviewing with Luo Qingxue had only compounded his responsibilities. He first met with Wei Dongyang and shared lunch with two newly recruited employees. The male, Gu Hao, was a dormitory mate of Wei Dongyang and was primarily tasked with managing website code and design alongside him, essentially serving as Wei Dongyang's assistant. The other female, Xu Qingxue, donned a pair of oversized glasses, exuding an aura of a studious and reserved academic. Her primary responsibility was operations, particularly the campus esports event that Xia Chen was recently promoting, which was organized by Xu Qingxue. For individuals arrived at a restaurant, where Xia Chen took the menu and began to place their orders. As he recited dishes such as Buddha jumps over the wall, braised shark fin, and soup-filled yellow croaker, Wei Dongyang and the others were visibly excited. They could hardly believe that their boss, on his first occasion treating them to a meal, had chosen such exquisite dishes. Xu Qingxue could not suppress her admiration. Many of the dishes Xia Chen mentioned were unfamiliar to them, having only heard of them online. After he had ordered a selection of over a dozen rather expensive delicacies, he returned the menu to the waiter. And this sashimi salmon. Let us omit the dishes I mentioned and instead have one of everything else. The waiter was taken aback. Xu Qingxue and Wei Dongyang exchanged glances, speechless. Yet Wei Dongyang thought to himself that this was the Xia Chen he knew. Nevertheless, none of them voiced any complaints, with so many dishes ordered. It certainly added up to a considerable sum. During their meal, Xia Chen and Xu Qingxue took the opportunity to discuss how they had been promoting his venture. As the results had been promising, he had initially prepared for 20 teams, hoping to achieve at least 10, but was pleasantly surprised to find that registrations had exceeded expectations. Boss, while promoting offline, I also invested a bit online to advertise through short videos. Xia Chen was intrigued. Short video advertising is yielding such impressive results? Previously, he had attempted short video promotions but had seen little success despite investing in traffic, and he had decided not to pursue that avenue further, focusing instead on promoting his website within Jingzhou City. Noticing Xia Chen's curiosity, Xu Qingxue earnestly explained, "It actually depends on the short video account. My account has previously undergone some special promotions, allowing my videos to be automatically pushed to nearby university students." Xia Chen nodded slowly, intrigued. "What have you promoted with your short video account in the past?" Xu Qingxue felt a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Wei Dongyang, seated beside Xia Chen, leaned in and whispered, Xu Qingxue was recently ensnared by a pyramid scheme. It was her counselor who reported it to the police and rescued her. By the time she was freed, she was already close to the management level of that organization. Goodness, Xia Chen thought, realizing that true strength lies in resilience. Xu Qingxue, who appeared demure, was indeed quite remarkable. Clearing her throat to ease the awkwardness, Xu Qingxue continued, "Boss, if you wish to further promote the website and attract investment, you should leverage the upcoming campus esports event with live broadcasts of the competition." "Sure," Xia Chen replied without hesitation, recognizing the value of having such a talented promoter on his side. However, Xu Qingxue adjusted her glasses and added, "But, boss, conducting live broadcasts for traffic promotion will require substantial funding." Xia Chen's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that this was indeed her intention. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing any further concerns and directly handed Xu Qingxue 5,000 for traffic expenses. "You should create a new short video account for daily use. This existing account will serve as our official account." "Understood. I will ensure effective promotion for you, boss." Witnessing Xia Chen's prompt generosity left Wei Dongyang perplexed. He wondered why the disparity in treatment among employees was so stark. "Boss, why did you agree to Xu Qingxue's funding request so readily?" Wei Dongyang inquired in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen meaningfully patted Wei Dongyang's shoulder. "Ah, she is assisting us with publicity. This funding is essential. The funds you are seeking can be postponed. Unfortunately, we are in the initial stages and funds are tight." "Very well then." In truth, Xia Chen was tightly holding on to his funds for two reasons. The amount was indeed limited, and he harbored a certain wariness. Human nature is often susceptible to greed. He occasionally contemplated utilizing the money borrowed from Luo Qingxue for personal purchases. If he were to indiscriminately dispense funds, it would likely foster a sense of dependency among Wei Dongyang and the others, prompting them to frequently request this and that from him. He was not a philanthropist, after all. As for his prompt agreement with Xu Qingxue, one must consider that a person thriving in a pyramid scheme would certainly possess a keen understanding and evaluation of finances. After lunch, Xia Chen advised the trio, "The weather is beginning to turn cooler. Remember to keep warm." For a moment, the three felt a surge of gratitude. Their boss was exceedingly compassionate. However, the reality was that Xia Chen feared they might catch a cold, which would hinder their productivity. As Xia Chen walked back to the community, he perused the participating teams in the campus esports competition on his phone. The skill levels varied significantly. There were participants like Chen Jiming, who merely filled in, and others capable of achieving the mythical empowerment rank. Xia Chen harbored a desire to join in the fun, but as the organizer, his participation could easily be misconstrued. Upon reaching the community entrance, a familiar figure outside the convenience store caught Xia Chen's attention. The individual was clad in a fluffy white onesie, the hood adorned with bare ears, and their feet were snug in gray-white, thick slippers. The onesie had a short bare tail, and they were carrying an assortment of snacks, placing them on the counter as if preparing for a long winter, an adorably comical sight. "Is that Professor Luo?" Xia Chen thought, intrigued as he approached. To his surprise, the charming polar bear was indeed Professor Luo. "Professor, why are you out in your pajamas?" Xia Chen asked, standing before Luo Qingxue. "I was hungry, so I came to buy some food," Luo Qingxue replied expressionlessly, extending her small hand from the fluffy sleeves to pack her purchases into a plastic bag. "Why didn't you just order takeout?" "I didn't know what to order," Luo Qingxue said blandly, her gaze fixed elsewhere, appearing somewhat displeased, like a sulking little bear. Although Xia Chen was puzzled, he now understood how to cheer up Professor Luo. "Professor, how about I prepare your favorite meal when we return?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingxue, who had been looking down, suddenly turned to him. Her big eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if to ask, "Really?" Daily craving for feeding, the little author can barely afford meals now, noted the narrative. "Okay," Luo Qingxue replied with an impassive expression, and the joyful look that had graced her face moments before vanished in an instant. After paying no heed to Xia Chen, she clutched a large bag filled with assorted items and, wearing fluffy slippers, made her way towards the rented apartment. Observing Luo Qingxue, who appeared unusually taciturn and somewhat frail today, Xia Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Teacher, what's the matter?" he inquired. "Nothing much," she replied tersely. Xia Chen was at a loss for words. He sensed that Luo Qingxue was upset, albeit in a manner distinct from her usual anger, which seemed muted. Her tone was cold, suggesting a reluctance to engage with him, yet she responded each time he posed a question. If she truly wished to ignore him, there would be no need for her to speak at all. The intricacies of a woman's heart are as elusive as needles in the ocean. Unable to decipher her feelings, Xia Chen silently followed her back inside. Upon entering, he noticed the thermos on the table and the torn packaging of a heating pad, and suddenly realization dawned upon him. "Of course, I completely forgot. It's mid-month, and Professor Luo has relatives visiting. How foolish of me." As he came to this conclusion, he turned to see Luo Qingxue opening a package of instant noodles and preparing to brew them in the thermos. "Teacher, why are you eating instant noodles?" he exclaimed, swiftly snatching the noodles from her grasp. "Huh?" Luo Qingxue, donning a hat adorned with bare ears, stared blankly at the suddenly vanished noodle cup. Looking rather like a beleaguered bear. Regaining her composure, she pouted, casting a displeased glance at Xia Chen. "What are you doing?" "Teacher, you're not feeling well. How can you eat instant noodles?" "I simply want to eat instant noodles," Luo Qingxue protested, her lips forming a pout as she indignantly extended her small hand. Resembling a bear deprived of its food, attempting to reclaim the noodles, Xia Chen resolutely refused to yield, blocking her advances while coaxing her. "Teacher, please refrain from eating instant noodles. I'll prepare something you desire. Just tell me." "No, I want instant noodles," Luo Qingxue insisted, her cheeks puffed in defiance. When her attempts to retrieve the noodles proved futile, she stood up, reaching out in an effort to grasp them. However, feeling somewhat lethargic, her movements were sluggish, allowing Xia Chen to evade her grasp with ease. In an unexpected turn, Luo Qingxue inadvertently seized Xia Chen's arm, pulling him off his chair and sending him tumbling to the floor in a rather undignified manner. Concerned, she exclaimed, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, really," Xia Chen replied, rolling over and returning to his seat. He marveled at Professor Luo's strength. How could that scoundrel Kai Yuhang withstand a full-force slap from her? One would need a hide as tough as a tank to endure such a blow. Reflecting on this, Xia Chen still guarded the instant noodles, unwilling to relent. Seeing his obstinacy, Luo Qingxue turned her head away, huffing in irritation. With her arms crossed over her chest, she pouted, slightly bending forward. Clad in a loose-fitting polar bear onesie, she seemed to shrink in stature, resembling a sulking little girl. Teacher, please don't be unreasonable. I'll cook whatever you wish. You cannot eat instant noodles. They lack any nutritional value. Xia Chen continued to coax her gently. After a brief silence, Luo Qingxue, still turning her head, said softly, "There is nothing at home. By the time you purchased the ingredients and returned to cook, I would have starved." Xia Chen also felt the same. No matter how swiftly he moved, it would take at least an hour from departure to completion. As he pondered this, Luo Qingxue turned her head and extended a hand. "Return it to me. I bought this." Xia Chen considered for a moment. It wouldn't do to let Professor Luo remain hungry, and instant noodles alone were rather monotonous. Thus, he devised a compromise. "Professor, I shall prepare instant noodles for you. It will be ready shortly." With that, Xia Chen took the noodles to the kitchen, also retrieving an egg from the refrigerator. Watching Xia Chen's retreating figure, Luo Qingxue pouted and murmured, "I'm not a child. I don't need you to coax me." "Humph. You claim I am being unreasonable, yet it is you who has taken from me." After entering the kitchen, Xia Chen boiled water while calling Yang Wei. "Hello. Who is this?" "Your father. Quickly, go to the nearest supermarket and bring 2 tomatoes to my apartment." "No way." Yang Wei flatly refused, feeling taken advantage of. He certainly wouldn't be fetching groceries. "I'll give you 30. Dad, I'm on my way." A true man must be flexible. "You have 15 minutes to deliver them, or there will be no payment." "What? Are you joking?" 50. Guaranteed completion of the task. 15 minutes later, breathless, Yang Wei knocked on the door, holding 2 tomatoes. Upon hearing the doorbell, Luo Qingxue stared blankly at the entrance, instinctively thinking Xia Chen had returned and was about to open the door. However, the next moment, Xia Chen dashed past her. That little rascal is home? Who is that?" Xia Chen opened the door, took the tomatoes from Yang Wei, and said, "I've sent you the money. You may leave." He then closed the door. "Who is it?" Luo Qingxue asked, puzzled. "A delivery person," Xia Chen replied casually as he was about to return to the kitchen. He turned back to see Luo Qingxue tearing open a packet of jerky, ready to eat. Xia Chen quickly ran over and snatched it from her hands, exclaiming, "You cannot eat this." Still dazed from the earlier doorbell incident, Luo Qingxue found herself empty-handed, staring blankly for a moment. Once she regained her senses, Xia Chen, preventing her from pilfering more, took away an entire plastic bag of snacks. "You cannot have any of these." Before leaving, Xia Chen noticed a piece of jerky in her right hand, so he stretched his neck and bit it away, consuming it himself. Watching Xia Chen take all the food away, Luo Qingxue grew anxious, wanting to stand up and reclaim her share. But suddenly, a pain in her stomach forced her to clutch her abdomen and sit back down, her voice turning pitiful. "Please don't take everything. I'm hungry." "Professor, just wait 1 more minute. The noodles will be ready soon." Luo Qingxue lay dejectedly on the table, her long, dark hair cascading naturally on either side of her hat, gazing longingly at the busy Xia Chen in the kitchen, resembling a famished bear awaiting nourishment. "I'm so hungry. This little creature actually took all the food away, leaving not a single morsel for me." After a prolonged minute, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing Luo Qingxue, who had been lethargic, to open her eyes wide. Soon, a steaming bowl of instant noodles was gently placed before her. Following this, Xia Chen, with his head resting on the table, mimicked her, blinking his eyes curiously at her. "Teacher, your instant noodles are ready." Chapter 78. Can I hold you after drinking this? The two of them leaned over the table, separated by the bowl of noodles, gazing intently at each other. Xia Chen found Professor Luo particularly intriguing today. It seemed her thoughts had become sluggish, her reactions delayed. After a moment of blankly staring at each other, Luo Qingxue, drawn by the enticing scent, lifted her head. Xia Chen sat up, picked up the noodles and fork, and lovingly fed Luo Qingxue. Having grown slightly lightheaded from hunger, Luo Qingxue eagerly leaned forward, opening her mouth to take a bite of the noodles. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with her hand and let out a muffled sound. "What's wrong? Is it not tasty?" Xia Chen, concerned that his cooking might have gone awry, took a bite himself. "It's quite good." At that moment, Luo Qingxue removed her hand from her mouth and softly remarked, "It's hot. Let me cool it for you." Xia Chen picked up the fork again and gently blew on the noodles before bringing it to her lips. Luo Qingxue ate rapidly, making it difficult for Xia Chen to keep up with her feeding. "Teacher, eat slowly. There's still plenty left." Eating too fast isn't good for your stomach, Xia Chen advised, offering another bite. However, this time, she did not eagerly open her mouth. What is the matter? Xia Chen inquired, puzzled. Luo Qingxue gazed at the noodles in Xia Chen's hand, and after a moment of silence, she quietly confessed, "Am I really clumsy? I always mess things up in the kitchen." Xia Chen had transformed a simple bowl of instant noodles into a delightful dish of tomato and egg noodles, complete with a fried egg and garnished with scallions, visually appetizing. Before today, Luo Qingxue had never imagined instant noodles could be so fragrant and appealing. Yet, just a few days prior, she had ruined a simple dish of candied pear soup for Xia Chen. In comparison, she felt quite inept. Not at all. Everyone has their strengths. You became a university professor at such a young age and are a remarkable teacher. How could you be clumsy? Xia Chen shook his head in reassurance, continuing to feed her. Nevertheless, Luo Qingxue's head drooped, and the bare ears on her hat seemed to droop as well. But teaching and learning don't require much manual skill. Whenever it comes to something that needs a bit more finesse, I always mess it up. Seeing Professor Luo's dejected demeanor, Xia Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Psychology suggests that when a person feels uncomfortable and helpless, they are most susceptible to melancholy and overthinking. That is simply because no one has taught you. After I teach you, you will surely excel. But when you are free, I am busy, and when I am free, you are occupied. When will you ever have the time to teach me? Luo Qingxue felt this was a paradox without a solution. There will always be time for that. Today, dear teacher, you should take a good rest. Will you be going out this afternoon? Luo Qingxue suddenly lifted her head, her expression neutral as she inquired of Xia Chen. I have nothing pressing, so I will not be going out. Even if there were something, I would have to claim otherwise. Oh, after finishing her meal, Luo Qingxue's demeanor improved considerably. Xia Chen sliced some ginger and added it to a pot with brown sugar to brew tea, then went to the bedroom to keep Luo Qingxue company. She was seated on the bed, with a laptop before her, watching an anime with her legs crossed. Teacher, are you still watching Pokemon? Xia Chen asked in surprise, as he had always assumed that during her downtime, Luo Qingxue preferred to engage with academic material. Is that so strange? I have been watching it since childhood. Luo Qingxue had cherished various animes since she was very young. While she had once been captivated by the more intense stories, her interests had now shifted to the endearing. Not at all. I was merely curious. Xia Chen sat beside her, joining in the viewing of Pokemon. He recalled watching it on television in his youth. Though the episodes were often shown out of sequence, leading to much confusion as Ash would alternate between Charizard and Charmander. He had naively thought that Charizard had devolved, only to later learn that the broadcasting station had scrambled the order of the episodes. Now, revisiting it in proper sequence is quite enjoyable. Luo Qingxue had only recently begun watching, and the episode showcased Ash's attempt to capture Pikachu. However, Pikachu was resistant, defiantly bouncing the Pokeball back with its tail. This proud demeanor reminded Xia Chen of Professor Luo from earlier. Both exhibited a similar adorable stubbornness. Luo Qingxue remained intently focused on the screen. After a while, however, she winced in discomfort, clutching her stomach. Having lived alone for quite some time, she had indulged in many stomach-irritating delicacies and now suffered greatly during her visits to relatives. Observing her distress, Xia Chen promptly rose and fetched a warm towel from the bathroom. After receiving it, Luo Qingxue pressed the towel against her abdomen, finding some relief. To enhance the towel's warmth, Xia Chen had added a touch of cool water to the hot water, resulting in his hands becoming reddened from the heat. Have you burned your hands? No, it's just a bit hot. It will be fine soon. Xia Chen brushed it off, but Luo Qingxue felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, she was at a loss for how to assist, as she had no knowledge of first aid. Teacher, let us continue watching the anime. It might help distract you from the pain. As the show progressed, it soon reached the moment when Ash rescued Pikachu, and the two became companions. Now, the plot felt somewhat cliché, even a bit awkward, and Xia Chen found it increasingly hard to watch. Nonetheless, Luo Qingxue was entirely absorbed by Pikachu, and as she observed Ash cradling the adorable, damp creature, she couldn't help but bite her lip. Oh, how I wish I could hold that little fellow. Since returning from the last holiday, I haven't had a proper cuddle. Suddenly, she turned her head, gazing intently at Xia Chen. Xia Chen trembled under her stare. What was Professor Luo intending? Just then, the alarm clock rang. Teacher, the ginger tea is ready. I'll bring it to you. Xia Chen promptly went to the kitchen and poured a cup of hot ginger tea for Luo Qingxue. She took a slight sip, only to furrow her brow. Disinclined to continue. While she could tolerate mild spiciness, the taste of ginger was both pungent and spicy, making it difficult to swallow. Xia Chen discerned her thoughts. He understood that the flavor of ginger was indeed unpleasant, yet he insisted that Luo Qingxue drink it. Teacher, bear with it for just a moment. It's only 1 cup. And then it'll be over. Then I will drink it. But you must let me hold you for a while, Luo Qingxue stated flatly. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Xia Chen. Chapter 79. So appealing? Xia Chen pondered whether he had misheard. After finishing the ginger tea, he was to embrace Professor Luo? Wasn't that a reward? No, he dismissed the idea. Noticing Xia Chen's prolonged silence, Luo Qingxue lowered her head again. Her eyes fixed on the cup of brown sugar ginger tea, seemingly deliberating whether to drink it. Yet, her gaze subtly rose, stealing glances at Xia Chen. No. Of course, that is permissible, Xia Chen quickly refuted. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue immediately lifted her head, seized the cup, and drained the ginger tea in 1 gulp, swiftly covering her mouth and returning the empty cup to Xia Chen. The entire sequence took less than 3 seconds, leaving Xia Chen momentarily stunned. All right, I've finished. Now come here and hold me, Luo Qingxue stated in a nonchalant manner, her expression unchanged. This left Xia Chen at a loss. How could she say such a thing with such calmness and indifference? After a brief moment of daze, Xia Chen set down the cup and, feeling somewhat anxious, climbed onto the bed, sitting in front of Luo Qingxue. Truth be told, he found it peculiar that he was the one feeling nervous. This should be a moment of honor and excitement, yet it was not their first encounter of this nature. Nonetheless, Xia Chen's body betrayed him, tensing uncontrollably. The moment Luo Qingxue extended her arms to embrace him, his face flushed slightly. Especially with the soft sensations from behind, Xia Chen momentarily forgot to breathe. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue felt immensely satisfied. This little fellow is truly comfortable to hold, so soft and warm. I wish I could hold him forever. The two sat together, continuing to watch Pokemon. Luo Qingxue placed 1 hand atop Xia Chen's head, gently stroking his hair. She relished this feeling, as touching Xia Chen's head brought her a sense of reassurance. Soon, Psyduck made its appearance. Its silly demeanor made Xia Chen chuckle. It was truly impressive how the artist could capture such a naturally foolish expression. Yet, Psyduck was undeniably adorable. Watching the scene where Xiaoxia embraced Psyduck in the animation, Luo Qingxue involuntarily tightened her grip around Xia Chen. Teacher, I can hardly breathe, Xia Chen moaned in discomfort. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue hurriedly released him, allowing Xia Chen to catch his breath. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away, thinking you were Psyduck. As Xia Chen gasped for breath, he silently criticized. Why does this sound like an insult to my intelligence? Teacher, perhaps we should just sit normally. Xia Chen felt hesitant about being embraced by Luo Qingxue again. He feared being squeezed into unconsciousness and was also concerned about losing control. Only a eunuch could remain as tranquil as still water in the presence of such a stunning beauty. Oh, let us sit together and watch, he conceded. Luo Qingxue shifted slightly to create some space for Xia Chen. Having consumed the ginger tea and being held for so long, Xia Chen felt warm, and Luo Qingxue's complexion had noticeably improved. After a moment of watching, Xia Chen's interest waned, and his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Luo Qingxue, only to find her eyes meeting his. Why aren't you watching the animation? Why are you looking at me? Because you are more captivating than the animation, Xia Chen replied without hesitation. Luo Qingxue paused, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face. How can this little fellow compliment me so directly, without a trace of embarrassment? What makes me captivating? She inquired softly, tilting her head. Everything about you is beautiful, teacher. A subtle blush graced Luo Qingxue's cheeks before it quickly faded, replaced by a slight smile. Your flattery is becoming more eloquent. If you can praise, do so more. You seem quite bored, Luo Qingxue remarked, glancing back at Xia Chen with an indifferent expression. No, I'm not bored at all while accompanying you, teacher. Xia Chen's words belied the truth. Luo Qingxue recognized that he lacked the inclination to watch the animation, and simply sitting idle was indeed tiresome. A moment later, Xia Chen felt an unexpected weight on his thigh. Glancing down, he discovered that, at some point, Luo Qingxue had turned sideways and placed her foot on his lap. Upon noticing his gaze, she playfully wiggled her small foot. To ward off the chill, she wore a pair of white cartoon-patterned cotton socks, and her slightly moving toes appeared quite adorable. Is Professor Luo trying to alleviate my boredom by offering her foot? Xia Chen wondered, looking up at Luo Qingxue, who remained focused on the computer screen, seemingly oblivious. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen extended his hand. The temptation was too great to resist. These socks feel a bit warm. I might start sweating. Oh, Luo Qingxue responded as Xia Chen swiftly removed her little cotton socks and set them aside. Indeed, bare feet felt much more comfortable. He pondered what it might be like to touch Professor Luo's feet if she wore stockings, but alas, she seemed not to wear them. Having cared for Luo Qingxue throughout the weekend, after enduring the most challenging initial days, her complexion returned to normal, and she resumed her usual aloof demeanor at school. That evening, Xia Chen sat at his computer, watching the campus esports competition he had organized. Coincidentally, the first match featured Yang Wei and his team battling against the rowdy group from the neighboring dormitory. Not long into the match, Xia Chen couldn't help but stifle a laugh. In the realm of competition, there exists no strategy or technique. Only the relentless rhythm of footsteps and the unwavering click of a mouse, driven solely by the primal instincts of combat inherent in every individual. Ah, the poetic old Yang, devouring flashbangs as if they were candy. Such a mischievous little creature. His joyous laughter drew the attention of Luo Qingxue. What are you laughing at? Why so cheerful? Luo Qingxue inquired, standing at the doorway, puzzled. I couldn't help but watch my friends competing, he replied. Indeed, it was hard to stifle laughter. Even Xia Chen felt the urge to join in, for the match was utterly unadulterated in its essence. The serious commentator that Su Qingqing had brought in struggled to contain his mirth on several occasions. Luo Qingxue stepped closer to observe for a while, though her unfamiliarity with gaming left her somewhat bewildered. Do you often play this game? Why aren't you participating alongside your friends? This tournament is organized by me. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to compete. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue nodded thoughtfully and then casually asked, so, what is this game like? It seems quite popular. She felt it necessary to understand Xia Chen's interests. Otherwise, their weekends together would be spent in silence, devoid of stimulating conversation. Noticing her curiosity, Xia Chen promptly launched the game and offered her a brief introduction. This is a shooting game, and there is a tutorial. I'll just demonstrate it for you. After Luo Qingxue nodded, she suddenly pointed at Xia Chen's in-game nickname. What does this string of characters mean? Hot pot flavor chicken. As he spoke, Luo Qingxue quickly recognized the absurdity, realizing she had fallen into a trap, and glared at Xia Chen in indignation. Unjustly accused. Teacher, my name is actually Spicy Chicken Flavored Snack. Chapter 80. Punishment. Luo Qingxue shot Xia Chen a piercing look, and no matter how he explained, there lingered an air of suspicion that he had ensnared her in jest. Continue, but you must change that game nickname afterward. All right. The moniker had originally been devised by Xia Chen to trick his teammates, as it was easily mispronounced, leading to some rather juvenile antics. Now that Professor Luo demanded a change, he had no choice but to comply. Following the tutorial, Xia Chen demonstrated the game for Luo Qingxue. It's actually quite simple. It's just a shooting game. Indeed, it appeared uncomplicated, yet she wondered why so many people were drawn to it. Why do so many of you play? She casually asked, recalling how Lin Xin often indulged in the game at the office. Perhaps it's a herd mentality. When those around you engage in an activity, even those who initially showed no interest tend to join in. After sharing this insight, Xia Chen turned to Luo Qingxue. Playing with a group can be quite enjoyable. Teacher, you should seek out more recreational activities. Constant study and work can be utterly exhausting. To be honest, Xia Chen felt that Luo Qingxue smiled far too infrequently. Her demeanor was often serious. A touch of levity would do her well. Nodding in agreement, Luo Qingxue pondered that perhaps in her spare time, she could engage in some gaming, allowing her to accompany Xia Chen when he felt bored at home. It wouldn't he do for him to always entertain himself by massaging her feet? After all, teacher, if you wish to learn, I can ask my sister to teach you. Tomorrow, I'll be busy with the campus tournament preparations, but afterward, I'll show you how to play. All right. Luo Qingxue remained unfazed by the situation, fully aware that even if Xia Chen was untroubled, the schedule for Tuesday's classes was packed with little room for leisure. This presented a perfect opportunity for her to familiarize herself, as it was her first encounter with video games in her life. Since this was not a formal esports competition, the campus tournament progressed swiftly. Teams like Yang Wei's were eliminated after just one loss, and by Wednesday, preparations for the finals were already underway. After completing his morning classes, Xia Chen met with Luo Qingxue and others in the afternoon at the library to discuss the arrangements for the live broadcast of the finals that evening. Such an impressive viewership could not be jeopardized by subpar broadcast quality. While Xia Chen was engrossed in conversation with Luo Qingxue, he suddenly noticed an attractive girl nearby. He had a vague recollection of her, seemingly someone who had appeared on the campus beauty list, though her name escaped him. After all, no one could compare to his Professor Luo in beauty. "Senior, who is this?" he inquired. Luo Qingxue, momentarily taken aback, quickly introduced. "This is the live commentator for the tournament, my roommate Lu Yao." "Oh, so you were the one who cracked up during the broadcast the other day," Xia Chen remarked. Hearing this, Lu Yao assumed he was about to reprimand her and hastily replied, "Boss, I promise I will hold back my laughter next time." No. Xia Chen waved his hands dismissively. "The broadcast doesn't need to be overly serious. Just keep it lighthearted. As long as you don't lose control. It's perfectly understandable to laugh, especially given how abstract the first day's matches were. I was laughing so hard at home that day. It's impressive you managed to hold it together." He then took a moment to assess Lu Yao again, and an idea struck him. "Senior, would you be willing to appear on the live broadcast?" "Appear?" She hesitated, leading Xia Chen to think she was reluctant, and he contemplated dropping the subject. "If you feel uncomfortable, then never mind." "Not at all, boss. I don't feel uncomfortable." "Then what's the matter?" Lu Yao paused thoughtfully before earnestly stating, "Boss, if I'm to appear on camera, I need to prepare properly, which will require considerable time and effort, as well as some decorations, which entails a fair amount of funding." Xia Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips at that. "Ah, the money seeker. How about this, senior? You can become the full-time commentator for our company, and I'll offer you a fixed salary." "Company? We have a company?" Lu Yao stared at him in astonishment. "Of course. You are now a signed commentator with a major, emphasizing, company. It's much better than living paycheck to paycheck." "That does sound reasonable," Lu Yao nodded. "So, boss, what about the funds for my appearance?" Xia Chen clicked his tongue and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, you've only just joined. Your salary will be paid next month." "That makes sense." The trio then discussed the details for the evening's broadcast. Ultimately, Luo Qingxue suddenly suggested, "Boss, why don't you rent a place for our work? It's not practical to keep meeting in the library every time we need to discuss something." Lu Yao concurred. "It's inconvenient for me to commentate from the dorm as well." In fact, Wei Dongyang had long discussed this matter with Xia Chen. He previously mentioned that every time they whispered in the library, it felt as if they were engaging in clandestine activities, creating an air of secrecy. Xia Chen had brushed it off at the time since it was just Wei Dongyang, but now that more people were involved, it was indeed time to rent a space for a studio. "I will look for a place and let you know once it's secured," he promised before leaving. Lu Yao watched Xia Chen's silhouette as he descended the stairs and murmured softly, "Qingxue, do you think Xia Chen is reliable? He's just a freshman and rather frugal. But at least he has the means to start a business. Otherwise, do you think someone studying finance like you would find a good job?" She replied, "Sigh, that's true. You were almost lured into a pyramid scheme. Don't bring up that dark history again." As Xia Chen was about to exit the library, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure by the exit. Professor Luo? The recognizable duckbill cap and white short-sleeve shirt made him instantly recognize her. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Xia Chen approached and sat beside Luo Qingxue. She did not turn around, but took a sip of the milk tea on the table and said coolly, "Someone promised to accompany me today, yet, as evening approaches, I still haven't seen them. I thought they had gone missing, so I came to look for them." Upon hearing this, Xia Chen chuckled. "Well, it's never too late to keep the teacher company." Luo Qingxue glanced at him, her expression unchanged, while inwardly she muttered, "I had to remind him to say he would accompany me. He is not attentive enough. He should be punished." Sensing her silence, Xia Chen guessed she might be a bit upset and suggested, "Teacher, the weather isn't is hot now. How about we visit some attractions in Jingzhou this weekend?" Luo Qingxue felt that Xia Chen was merely making empty promises. However, upon reflection, she realized he likely wouldn't deceive her, so she nodded. If he changes his mind this weekend, he'll have to face the consequences. But a punishment is still in order for today. That's also a weekend plan. And you mentioned accompanying me for morning runs, yet you've only done it once," she continued. "I've just been a bit tired these past few days." Xia Chen grinned, saying, "I promise to accompany you for morning runs every day from now on." Luo Qingxue shot him a glance. "You've said that countless times. And you still have 500 words to memorize with me today." "What? Really?" Upon hearing he had to memorize more words, Xia Chen's face contorted in despair. Why, teacher? I passed the test yesterday, and my score was quite good. Last night, under Luo Qingxue's supervision, Xia Chen had taken another test and scored 93, with only a few points deducted from the essay. Last night's test was a special assessment just for you. Although you passed, your regular tests have been failing. Considering your previous distractions and dozing off last month, your average score has dropped to 60. If you fail again in future exams, you will flunk the course. Luo Qingxue stated sternly, leaving no room for negotiation. Xia Chen could only listen, feeling utterly disheartened. Professor Luo could not possibly extend a modicum of leniency towards me. Considering the amicable relationship I share with her, could she? This seems rather stringent, does it not? By the way, dear teacher, why are you clad in a short-sleeved shirt and a cap? Is it not chilly? The temperature variation between day and night has been quite pronounced lately. Since October commenced, the climate in Jingzhou has rapidly declined. While the afternoons remain warm, the evenings necessitate a jacket. I had just returned from a jog on the playground. Otherwise, I would have invited you to join me. However, noticing your engagement with others, I refrained from doing so. As for jogging, I think I am not overweight and thus do not require exercise. Recalling my last run with Luo Qingxue left me utterly exhausted. I have little desire to repeat that ordeal. Hearing this, Luo Qingxue turned her gaze towards him, scrutinizing him briefly before coldly uttering 2 words, "Skinny monkey." With that, she rose and departed from the library. Xia Chen stood in a daze for a moment before realizing, wait, am I being looked down upon? I do possess some muscle. After all, yet, upon lifting his slender arm and observing it, he could not help but feel disheartened. It seemed indeed time to engage in some activity, lest he become a mere sloth. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Xia Chen, under Luo Qingxue's supervision, completed memorizing 500 vocabulary words. Before retiring for the night, he set an alarm, resolved to rise early for a morning jog the following day. However, when the alarm rang the next morning, he promptly silenced it. Luo Qingxue, seated beside his bed, gently prodded him. Did you not say you would rise early to exercise today? Are you not getting up? I have physical education class in the afternoon. If I exercise during class, let me sleep a little longer. I will definitely wake up early tomorrow for my jog. Xia Chen mumbled sleepily, turning over to continue slumbering. Luo Qingxue regarded his lazy demeanor with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. You certainly have a plethora of excuses. I shall see if you truly exercise during PE class this afternoon. After indulging in a prolonged morning nap and casually ordering takeout for lunch, Xia Chen ambled leisurely to school, preparing for his physical education class. The absence of an early 8 a.m. class and the need to be roused by Professor Luo was quite delightful. In his eyes, Professor Luo was flawless, save for her disapproval of his penchant for sleeping in. He had always believed there was no fault in relishing a good sleep. After all, life is fundamentally about eating and sleeping. Strolling to the playground, the class assembled and, after practicing a few rounds of Tai Chi, commenced free activities. Sun Yang and several other boys took a ball to the basketball court, while Xia Chen habitually gravitated towards the shade of a tree beside the track, dusting off the ground before sitting down. This had been his ritual for many years, since middle school, during free periods in physical education. He would seek a cool spot to sit and engage in idle chatter. As for his earlier intentions of exercising, they had long since faded from his mind. Hey, Lao Xia, why haven't you been visiting our dorm lately? I haven't seen you gaming either. Are you spending all your time with Professor Luo? Yang Wei remarked with a mischievous grin. Mind your own business. My relationship with Professor Luo is entirely innocent. I haven't been gaming because I've been preoccupied with competition preparations. Speaking of competitions, Yang Wei felt a pang of injustice. Why do we only receive participation awards? His frustration was palpable, as he too had been earnest in the competition. This sentiment was echoed by Ma Hongwei, who remarked, indeed, there are only 20 teams in total. You 19 still have the audacity to seek additional prizes? Xia Chen, unable to suppress his laughter, proceeded to share the recorded response with Yang Wei and the others. As they watched, the individuals involved also succumbed to laughter, engaging in playful banter. Ha ha ha, I told you, Lao Yang. Why were you always sporting a bald head during the competition? Turns out you were continually blinded by your own flashbang. And you shouldn't be so quick to judge. You spend all day hiding in the back. It seems there's a beauty over there. A sudden remark caught their attention. In an instant, Yang Wei and the others became animated, as if they had caught a whiff of treasure. Where? It appeared that a lovely lady was approaching them. Xia Chen squinted at the girl in the distance, and due to the glaring sunlight, he could not see clearly until she drew nearer, only to realize that it was Professor Luo. Before he could ponder why Luo Qingxue was at the playground at this hour, she had already reached him. Is this what you call exercising? She questioned Xia Chen with an impassive expression. Xia Chen was about to shift the blame onto Yang Wei and the others, but when he turned to look, the 4 or 5 individuals who had been sitting beside him had vanished without a trace. What the heck? Where did they go? After glancing around, he spotted Yang Wei and the others hiding behind a distant tree, grinning and giving him a thumbs up. What do you care about others? I'm asking you, Luo Qingxue said coldly. Xia Chen swallowed hard and smiled at Luo Qingxue. Teacher, would you believe me if I said I was just exercising? Do I look like a fool to you? Facing her icy retort, Xia Chen realized that further excuses were futile and fell silent, awaiting his punishment. The next moment, a badminton racket was thrust into his hands. Come on, let's play, and you'll start morning runs with me tomorrow. Sure, Xia Chen replied, taking the racket and promptly following Luo Qingxue to the badminton court. Badminton, a sport enjoyed by both young and old alike, attracted a considerable number of players. The two made their way to the innermost court, where they finally found an empty space. Initially, Luo Qingxue assumed Xia Chen, being a homebody, would not be adept at badminton, so she played lightly, fearing to undermine his confidence. However, she soon discovered that Xia Chen was quite proficient, able to consistently return her shots. In contrast, Xia Chen noted that Luo Qingxue's movements seemed somewhat sluggish, a stark contrast to her usual poised demeanor, prompting him to inquire. Teacher, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should take a break? Not at all. Luo Qingxue immediately rebuffed him, her voice sharp. Having always strived for excellence in whatever she undertook, she felt insulted by Xia Chen's suggestion, igniting her competitive spirit. How dare this little brat look down on me? I must show him my true capabilities. Chapter 82. Disrobing. Xia Chen was still pondering why his previous statement had provoked Luo Qingxue's ire when he heard her insistence to play seriously. Focus. Keep playing. Oh, he replied. As Xia Chen replied, the shuttlecock soared toward him, contrasting sharply with the languid arc it had described moments earlier. This time, the shuttlecock struck with a crisp crack, akin to a cannonball hurtling through the air. Xia Chen instinctively sidestepped, neglecting to grab his racket. Fortunately, it was merely a badminton shuttle. Had it been something else, he might have found himself in a rather precarious situation. Why are you dodging? Aren't we playing? Luo Qingxue inquired, perplexed. Nothing, I was just distracted. It's my serve, Xia Chen casually explained, focusing intently on the game. Now that Luo Qingxue was playing earnestly, any lapse in his concentration could result in him failing to return her shots. However, this level of intensity also left him feeling quite fatigued. As they played on, beads of sweat began to form on Luo Qingxue's brow, dampening the shoulders of her white short-sleeved shirt, rendering it somewhat translucent. Standing opposite her, Xia Chen, panting, inadvertently let his gaze wander, momentarily losing focus. That white strap. Don't dawdle. I'm serving. Luo Qingxue's cool voice jolted him back to reality. With a sharp thwack, she executed a high lob. Xia Chen, already wearied, tilted his head back, fixated on the shuttlecock's trajectory, moving laterally with unwavering concentration, completely oblivious to the fact that he had strayed beyond the court's boundaries. Just as he was about to raise his racket to intercept the shuttle, he was unexpectedly collided with by a robust male student rushing in, sending him sprawling in disarray. Ouch! What the? Xia Chen, slender in build, was knocked off balance, his vision darkening as he fell. In a reflexive attempt to brace himself, he inadvertently twisted his wrist. Are you all right, classmate? Xia Chen. Amidst the haze and faint throbbing in his head, he heard 2 voices before feeling himself scooped up and cradled in a warm, fragrant embrace. In the infirmary, Xia Chen sat on the bed, his right hand wrapped in a bandage. Luo Qingxue stood beside him, inquiring of the doctor, Is this sufficient? Rest assured, Professor Luo. Yes, fine. It's merely a sprained wrist with a bit of abrasion, the nurse assured, alleviating Luo Qingxue's concerns after several reassurances. Is there anything I should be cautious about? Xia Chen asked. Initially, I thought there was no need for a bandage, but since Professor Luo insisted, I wrapped it. Just avoid getting the wound wet, came the response. Understood. After allowing Xia Chen a moment to recuperate, Luo Qingxue asked, Are you still feeling dizzy? If not, we can head back. Yes. Xia Chen got up, thanked the doctor, and exited with Luo Qingxue. The doctor, seated in his chair, observed their departing figures, a smile of amusement creeping onto his face. I never imagined Professor Luo would be with such a young man. If word gets out, there will be many broken hearts. On the return journey, Xia Chen sat in the passenger seat, lifting his bandaged right hand to inspect it. Suddenly, she turned to Luo Qingxue and asked, "Teacher, my right hand is injured. May I refrain from memorizing vocabulary tonight?" Luo Qingxue, who was about to drive, felt her initial concern dissipate instantly. She rolled her eyes at Xia Chen and remarked, "Why do you find it so excruciating to memorize vocabulary? Your mother is a professor, you know." "Teacher, one cannot generalize like that. The offspring of two professors could very well be fools." "Are you a fool then?" "Not exactly. But I truly lack the aptitude for foreign languages. You have an abundance of fallacies." Luo Qingxue, unable to counter Xia Chen's argument, shot her another glance before driving home. "In the matter of memorizing vocabulary, continue once your hand has healed. You are the best, teacher." "Humph. You only praise me when I let you off the hook. Can't you offer a compliment on ordinary days?" Due to Xia Chen's injury, she could not prepare dinner, so the two dined outside before returning home. Luo Qingxue was the first to take a shower. Once she finished, she opened the bathroom door and called for Xia Chen to enter. "I'm done. You may come in now." "Oh." However, after waiting for a while, Xia Chen still did not enter, leaving Luo Qingxue puzzled as she stood at the door and called out again, "What are you doing? Why aren't you coming in?" "Teacher, you haven't exited yet. I'll wait for you to finish before I go into wash up." Xia Chen believed that until her relationship with Professor Luo progressed further, such intimate tasks should be kept at a distance. Yet, Luo Qingxue sighed and pouted. "With your hand injured, how can you wash alone?" "I'll be careful. I just want tea wet the wound." "Come in. I'll help you wash." "Oh no? Huh." Xia Chen was so startled that her phone nearly slipped from her grasp, and she hastily secured it with her legs to prevent the screen from shattering. Luo Qingxue, disliking delays, remarked blandly upon seeing Xia Chen's astonished expression, "What is so surprising? It's not like it's the first time." "What?" Xia Chen instinctively covered her private parts with both hands. "No way. Am I, a pure little virgin, really going to be seen naked? How will I face others afterwards?" "Wait a minute. It seems there's nothing particularly scandalous about being seen by Professor Luo. Last month, when you drank tequila and passed out, it was I who helped you wash up. Who do you think changed your clothes?" "Oh, that time. I can't believe I was seen so early. Quickly. The water is going to get cold." Luo Qingxue urged impatiently. "What is there to be shy about? Do you think I'm coveting your youthful body?" Chapter 83. Professor Luo's little secret. Xia Chen, nursing her injured hand, entered the bathroom. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Luo Qingxue requested that she remove her upper clothing. Although they were alone, Xia Chen felt a tinge of nervousness and her cheeks flushed at the thought of undressing in front of a girl. It reminded her of the last time she had done so, at 3 or 4 years old, when her mother had assisted her in bathing. What a peculiar sensation. After removing her top, Xia Chen found herself lost in thought until she realized that Luo Qingxue was standing there with a towel, staring intently at her. Instinctively, she crossed her arms and took a step back. As Luo Qingxue observed Xia Chen's movements, she regained her composure and suddenly cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, "You lack even a semblance of muscle. What is there to conceal?" For reasons unknown, Xia Chen felt a pang of disdain directed at him. "Tch. It's merely a trivial matter of muscle. With a bit of exercise, I could easily acquire some," he retorted internally. Luo Qingxue gently wiped Xia Chen's back with a warm towel before returning it to the hot water to rinse and wring it out, then directly handed the towel back to him. "You can manage the front. I will only assist with wringing the towel." "Understood." After being scrutinized by Luo Qingxue for a moment, Xia Chen found his initial nervousness dissipating. He meticulously washed his upper body before donning his shirt again. Upon receiving the towel, Luo Qingxue did not immediately wash it but continued to observe Xia Chen, then suddenly inquired, "I recall you being less slender when you entered high school last year. Am I mistaken?" Reflecting carefully, she compared his current appearance and realized he had indeed lost a noticeable amount of weight. Actually, I lost quite a bit during the summer after the college entrance examination," he admitted. "Why? You were never overweight to begin with. What prompted you to lose weight?" Luo Qingxue raised her delicate brows, clearly perplexed. Confronted with her question, Xia Chen felt a touch of embarrassment and chuckled. "Honestly, it wasn't a deliberate attempt to lose weight. My schedule was quite irregular during the summer, and I often skipped breakfast, which led to my weight loss. To be precise, throughout the entire summer, he had not consumed a single breakfast, staying up late into the night and rising only close to noon the following day. After a summer of gaming to the point of nausea, he found himself lacking interest in video games as school resumed. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue shot him an exasperated glare and rose to wash the towel in the sink. No wonder your mother insists on me keeping a close watch on you. Would you have continued this way if I hadn't been vigilant? Well, that is not necessarily true, he replied with a hint of defiance. Do you truly believe that? Luo Qingxue scoffed, dismissively. She then handed him the wrung-out warm towel. Remove your pants and wash them. I will wait for you outside. Call me once you're done and dressed. Understood. As Xia Chen stared at the closed bathroom door, he glanced at the warm towel in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Is this what it feels like to be treated like a son by Professor Luo? This is not what I envisioned at all." Couples shouldn't resemble a parent-child dynamic unless they are indulging in role play. That might be a tad unsettling. Later that evening, Xia Chen lay in bed, silently observing his injured right hand. Suddenly, he resolutely sat up, having made a firm decision. No, I am a man, a true man. How can I allow Professor Luo to dote on me like a child? I must adopt a more assertive stance. I must engage in rigorous training and abandon this lethargy. With this vow, Xia Chen set 10 alarms for himself to ensure he would rise early the next day. The following day, after all 10 alarms had sounded, Xia Chen remained ensconced in slumber. His excuse for lingering in bed was the rain outside. Since morning runs were out of the question, he decided to continue sleeping. Yet, the weather on this Saturday remained persistently dreary and overcast, devoid of any sunshine. Xia Chen struggled to wake up early, intending to fulfill the promise of accompanying Luo Qingxue for a weekend outing, only to find the plan thwarted. "Teacher, it's raining outside. We can always discuss going out another time. There will be plenty of opportunities," Luo Qingxue remarked softly from her study, her mood unperturbed. In truth, she was indifferent about the outing. As long as Xia Chen was by her side, it mattered little where they were. "Well, since it's the weekend, how about I teach you how to cook?" Xia Chen suddenly proposed. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue turned to him, a hint of complaint in her tone. "Oh, so you remembered that after all? Anything I promised to the teacher, I will surely remember," Xia Chen declared earnestly. However, Luo Qingxue was not the naive college student easily deceived. She retorted, "Why do I have the feeling that this is something you just thought of? You never mentioned it before." I've been a bit busy these past few days, and with my hand injured. I simply didn't have the time to teach you," he replied, his words smooth and plentiful. Luo Qingxue shot him an exasperated look and then continued. "Since you're going to the supermarket for ingredients, why not swing by the school and grab the lesson plans from my drawer? All right, just be careful on the way. Remember to take an umbrella. Your hand isn't fully healed yet, so don't get wet in the rain." After obtaining the office key, Xia Chen drove to the school. The autumn rains drizzled over Jingzhou City, rendering the campus somewhat desolate. Xia Chen parked and entered Luo Qingxue's office, intending to unlock the door, only to discover it was already ajar. Could it be that the counselor forgot to close it last night? Xia Chen surmised it was Lin Xin who had left the door open, for Professor Luo was far too meticulous to overlook such details. He retrieved the lesson plans from the drawer as instructed, but while preparing to leave, his hand inadvertently brushed against the mouse on the desk, causing the desktop computer screen to flicker to life. The teacher's computer wasn't shut down? Xia Chen exclaimed, his attention immediately drawn to a hidden video player in the taskbar. In an instant, two figures materialized in his mind, the benevolent Professor Luo and the mischievous Xia Yushi. The kind Professor Luo admonished, "You can't watch this. It's a secret of mine." And that would be inappropriate. Meanwhile, the wicked Xia Yushi urged, "Come on, brother. This is a rare chance to uncover Professor Luo's secret. You could use this to gain leverage over her." After a brief internal struggle, the devious Xia Yushi triumphed, compelling Xia Chen to relent. Just a quick glance. The professor won't find out. He cautiously moved the mouse and clicked on the video player, only to be met with a scene that made even the seasoned Xia Chen blush deeply. No way. Professor Luo enjoys this kind of thing. Just then, the office door swung open unexpectedly, startling Xia Chen into hastily shutting off the video. Looking up, he was taken aback to find his counselor, Lin Xin, standing there. "Hey, what are you doing here?" "Due to a prior engagement, I must post a single update today. Tomorrow we'll see 3 updates." Chapter 84. A lecherous individual? I'm just going to fetch a plate for Professor Luo, Xia Chen replied in a flustered manner, attempting to maintain his composure and feigning ignorance. Well, Teacher Lin, I'll be on my way. Just as he took a step forward, he was halted by Lin Xian's voice. Wait a moment. Lin Xian squinted at Xia Chen and the open laptop on Luo Qingxue's desk, a mischievous smile gradually forming on her lips. You were peeking at Professor Luo's computer, weren't you? How could that be? I would never do such a thing, Xia Chen awkwardly chuckled, but his expression betrayed him completely. Oh, don't be so nervous. I want to tell Professor Luo. You see, I've sneaked a look at her computer several times myself. Xia Chen found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. His counselor seemed to be even less serious than he was. After Lin Xian spoke, she suddenly glanced around cautiously and then whispered to Xia Chen, last time we went out for lobster, Luo Jia was there. And I couldn't share that secret with you. Do you want to hear it now? Cough. Xia Chen suddenly cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Counselor, I believe it's best to leave such matters alone. It wouldn't be appropriate. Lin Xian was taken aback by Xia Chen's unexpected seriousness and quickly withdrew her thoughts. If you're not interested, then fine. Just as Xia Chen was about to exit the office, he abruptly closed the door again and approached Lin Xian. Hey, Teacher Lin, I suddenly feel that I know too little about Professor Luo. I'd like to hear more. Lin Xian instantly revised her earlier opinion of Xia Chen. After a moment of consideration, she quietly said, though Luo Jia appears aloof on the surface, she is actually quite a playful girl at heart. Really? Is Professor Luo truly as frivolous as you say? It almost sounds like you're describing yourself, Xia Chen replied with a disdainful glance at Lin Xian, finding her assertion hard to believe. I'm not making things up. Besides, Luo Jia is already 27. It's only natural for her to have such thoughts. I even know she enjoys watching those videos featuring younger boys. You know that. Surely you didn't share that with Professor Luo? Xia Chen asked, astonished. Caught off guard by the inquiry, Lin Xian felt a bit embarrassed and coughed. Not at all. I asked her for it. But wait, shouldn't Professor Luo deny it? Xia Chen mused, thinking that based on his understanding of her character, she would typically feign ignorance in such situations. Because I saw it with my own eyes. She insisted that I keep it to myself before she would share it with me. It seems that an interest in such things knows no gender. Without lingering any longer, Xia Chen grabbed the plate and headed to the supermarket before returning home. Why were you gone for so long? Luo Qingxue asked, emerging from the kitchen upon hearing the door open. The supermarket was quite crowded, so I was delayed a bit, Xia Chen casually lied, fearing that if Professor Luo discovered he had peered at her computer, he might meet a dire fate. Oh, it's just about noon. Why don't you teach me how to prepare lunch? I might take a while to get started. Luo Qingxue, not suspecting anything amiss, tied on an apron and prepared to begin cooking. The bandage on Xia Chen's hand would not be removed until tomorrow, allowing him to focus entirely on teaching Luo Qingxue today. While instructing her on how to wash ingredients, Xia Chen noticed that she was quite meticulous, even more so than himself. However, when it came to chopping vegetables, he could hardly bear to watch. With the knife in her right hand and the vegetable held down by her left, she would release her grip just as she was about to cut. This could not possibly yield satisfactory results. Reflecting on the last time she had chopped pear slices, Xia Chen shuddered at the thought of how many snow pears she must have wasted to produce such neatly cut pieces. Teacher, cutting vegetables is not done this way. Your left hand must press down on the ingredients the entire time. Otherwise, the knife will surely slip, he advised. Oh, Luo Qingxue replied, placing her left hand firmly on the vegetable, but her fingers lay flat, nearly causing Xia Chen to laugh. You'll cut yourself like that. I'll guide you through it, he said, realizing that mere words would not suffice. Yet, Luo Qingxue declined, insisting, no need, just tell me, and I'll follow your instructions. She felt that if she couldn't even manage to listen to Xia Chen while he taught her, she would truly be of no use. After all, it was just cutting vegetables, not requiring such hands-on assistance. It's difficult to convey everything just through words, he replied. It's fine, I can understand you. Just speak, she reiterated firmly. Xia Chen was taken aback by her stubbornness and, for the first time, adopted a serious tone. Teacher, at times like this, please don't be obstinate. Shouldn't you listen to what I'm teaching you? Luo Qingxue was momentarily stunned, having never seen Xia Chen so earnest and assertive before. What has gotten into this little guy? Isn't he usually afraid of me? In the next moment, Xia Chen leaned closer, grasping both of her small hands in his. The sudden shift left Luo Qingxue unprepared, causing her to forget to breathe and stiffen with tension. Why is he leaning in so close? I didn't consent to this. Xia Chen's mind was entirely consumed with teaching her how to chop vegetables, unperturbed by anything else. When cutting, teacher, bend your hands like this over the ingredients, using your knuckles to brace against the knife's edge. This way, you won't cut yourself. As he spoke earnestly, he demonstrated with her hands. Xia Chen was determined to ensure that Luo Qingxue did not falter again in the kitchen, for another failure would shatter her confidence. His commitment to teaching was unwavering. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue's thoughts were spiraling, her attention solely on Xia Chen. He sounds so close. What if he suddenly picks me up or kisses me? Moreover, his serious demeanor was surprisingly charming, his voice carrying a magnetic quality. The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck, igniting a heat within her. Unbidden, her mind began to conjure up some rather inappropriate images. Cutting vegetables like this is actually quite simple. Teacher, why don't you give it a try? Xia Chen released her hands and stepped aside. She murmured in response, yet remained frozen in place, her mind still in a daze. It wasn't until Xia Chen called out again, "Teacher?" that she jolted back to reality. "Oh." Luo Qingxue, startled, responded with a soft acknowledgement, gradually regaining her composure, her cheeks flushing with an embarrassed crimson hue. What was I even thinking? All of this chaos in my mind is due to that rascal Lin Xin. Chapter 85. Everything will be available. I didn't quite catch that. Would you mind teaching me once more? Luo Qingxue said, her face still aglow. Xia Chen looked on, perplexed. How could Professor Luo forget such a simple process? And why was she blushing? Despite his numerous questions, Xia Chen patiently reiterated the instructions. This time, Luo Qingxue focused intently on learning how to cook, diligently absorbing the details of frying, seasoning, and adding ingredients without losing her concentration. Under Xia Chen's guidance, she successfully prepared 3 dishes and a soup. She mused to herself, glancing at the meal laid out before her, uncertain if she could replicate such deliciousness on her own. With more practice, I'll be fine. The dishes I taught you today are quite simple. If you wish to learn more in the future, I'll gladly assist. Indeed. Oh, by the way, were you perhaps distracted when you first started learning? You seemed quite flustered, Xia Chen inquired, recalling her reaction in the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue pressed her lips together, responding coolly, "It's nothing. I was merely preoccupied with lesson preparations." In truth, she had nearly completed her lesson plans for the semester, with only minor adjustments remaining. Yet, she felt compelled to feign busyness. Believing she genuinely had matters to attend to, Xia Chen refrained from disturbing her, settling onto the sofa to search for suitable rental spaces nearby for a studio. However, the prices for commercial properties in the vicinity were exorbitantly high, with monthly rents exceeding tens of thousands, far beyond Xia Chen's means. After scouring the internet for hours, he found nothing appropriate, either outrageously expensive or too distant from the school. "What are you looking at? You've been at it for over 2 hours, Luo Qingxue asked, having taken a seat beside him without his noticing. Xia Chen jumped. "Teacher, when did you come out? Aren't you busy preparing lessons?" "I just stepped out." "The lesson planning is complete," Luo Qingxue replied coolly, though inwardly she lamented. "We had originally planned to go out this weekend, but now that it's raining, no one has come to keep me company." After nodding in acknowledgement, Xia Chen suddenly remembered he could inquire about the studio rental with Professor Luo. "Teacher, do you know if there are any affordable rentals nearby? I'm looking to rent a space for my studio. Why not rent an available classroom within the school? The expansion is nearly finished, and there are several empty classrooms." Xia Chen sat up straight, astonished. "Really? We can rent classrooms at school?" "Yes. I saw listings on the school's bidding website." "Our school has a bidding website?" "Indeed, but it's not commonly known." Luo Qingxue sent the website link to Xia Chen, and upon inspection, he discovered that there were indeed vacant classrooms available for rent at a relatively modest price. This seemed ideal, conveniently located within the school premises. After reaching a decision, Xia Chen noted that it was nearly evening and suggested they head to the supermarket together. "Teacher, shall we go to the supermarket together? You can pick up something you'd like to eat," he proposed. Luo Qingxue did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned to gaze out of the window. Noticing the persistent rain, she shook her head and replied, "You can go alone. I don't wish to step outside." "Why not? You're driving, so the rain shouldn't be a concern," Xia Chen countered, puzzled by her reluctance. In response to his inquiry, Luo Qingxue stood up and, with a calm demeanor, stated, I simply dislike rainy days. You go by yourself. As he watched Luo Qingxue silently retreat to her study, Xia Chen felt a surge of confusion and a pang of unease. It seemed that Professor Luo was reminded of something unpleasant. Unsure of how to console her, he resigned himself to leaving alone. Upon returning, he prepared a feast of Luo Qingxue's favorite dishes, hoping to lift her spirits, while deliberately avoiding mention of the dreary weather. However, after a weekend had passed, the weather showed no signs of improvement. It was either overcast or drizzling. Not only Luo Qingxue, but Xia Chen himself began to feel exasperated. Why does it rain intermittently without end? He grumbled as he moved a table, only to be suddenly splashed by a raindrop. Wei Dongyang, who was nearby arranging chairs, remarked with a sense of resignation, "Boss, you'll get used to it. The weather in Mingzhou is always like this. Once this rain subsides, it'll plunge into a sharp drop in temperature, and then we'll freeze. It's just like Mingzhou City, where the year is divided only between summer and winter, either scorching hot or bitterly cold. Those few pleasant days are either windy or rainy," Xia Chen lamented. "By your reasoning, this applies to most cities nationwide," Wei Dongyang replied. "Forget it. Let us just keep moving," Xia Chen said, and he and Wei Dongyang continued transporting items into their studio. Before long, Su Qingqing and Lu Yao arrived to assist with carrying smaller items, while Gu Hao remained in the fifth-floor studio to clean. Xia Chen had initially planned to hire a moving company, but upon learning the exorbitant fees they charged for such a small task, he decided to handle it himself. After 2 or 3 hours of labor, they had completed only half of the work, yet no one complained of fatigue. This place would soon become their entrepreneurial base. Seizing the opportunity to rest while the rain fell outside, Su Qingqing curiously inquired, "Boss, how did you manage to rent a classroom at the school? It's in the new teaching building, and neither the teachers nor students have arrived yet." Xia Chen smirked mischievously, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. "Shoo, it's a commercial secret, no prying." Su Qingqing sighed in response, but shifted her inquiry to another topic. "Boss, our website has garnered a considerable number of users. Following last week's competition, we've seen a surge in active users. How is the conversion rate looking?" Her question was quite professional, essentially inquiring whether Xia Chen was making a profit. Before, Xia Chen could only make excuses and boast, but now there is no need for that. "Yesterday, a representative from a driving school contacted me, seeking to discuss a long-term advertising partnership, and we have scheduled a meeting for next week." Xia Chen promptly shared the preliminary terms he had negotiated with Hanyang Driving School, with Su Qingqing and the others. Upon reviewing the details, everyone became excited. Truly, this is not mere empty promises. It is a tangible glimpse into future development, naturally stirring their enthusiasm. Of course it is genuine, which is why we must all strive diligently. Success will surely follow. By the way, boss, who is that mysterious benefactor of yours? Why do you seem to be in constant discussions with them? Lu Yao suddenly inquired. As a woman, she was particularly attuned to gossip. Generally, investors do not interfere much. They merely want to see profits. However, Xia Chen often disappeared, claiming to be occupied with matters concerning this enigmatic patron, leading to speculation of ulterior motives. Yet, Xia Chen was too clever to divulge any useful information. You need not concern yourselves with that. When the time comes for you to know, you shall know. After a brief period of rest and idle chatter, they intended to wait for the rain outside to cease before moving the last few pieces of equipment from the courier station. However, the rain showed no signs of abating. Rather, it seemed to intensify. "Never mind. If we delay any longer, it will soon be dark. Wei Dongyang and I will retrieve the remaining boxes. The others can tidy up the room." Xia Chen was unwilling to wait any longer. He did not wish to postpone until tomorrow, as he needed to accompany Professor Luo on an outing if it cleared up. Yet, the remaining items were large recording studio equipment, making it difficult to carry while holding an umbrella. "Are you really afraid of getting wet? You can always take a shower afterward." Xia Chen's remark prompted Wei Dongyang to agree, and he followed Xia Chen downstairs, braving the rain toward the courier station. Meanwhile, in the office, Lin Xian returned to find Luo Qingxue still seated there, her expression one of surprise and confusion. "Sister Luo, why are you still here? It's Friday, and you have no classes. Shouldn't you have gone home?" "I am waiting for someone," Luo Qingxue replied, gazing out the window with an impassive demeanor. "Waiting for someone?" Lin Xian paused in realization. It must be Xia Chen. Wow, our usually aloof Professor Luo is actually waiting for a man. While Lin Xian reveled in this delightful thought, Luo Qingxue stared at the increasingly dense raindrops outside, her mood far from cheerful. Her unpleasant memories also unfolded in this dreary weather. Even after so long, every rainy day brought a rush of recollections, as if they had occurred just yesterday. It has been so long, perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. Luo Qingxue silently reassured herself, but then her thoughts turned to Xia Chen with concern. Where could that young man be? Did he not say he was moving equipment and cleaning the studio? Surely he hasn't finished yet? Luo Qingxue sent Xia Chen a message, but he did not reply, which only heightened her anxiety. Meanwhile, Xia Chen and Wei Dongyang, braving the rain, arrived at the station and retrieved the last 6 or 7 packages, both large and small. Wei Dongyang stacked the 5 smaller boxes together and lifted them, saying, "I'll take my leave first. I'll return later to help you move this backdrop." "No need. I should be able to manage on my own. It's not heavy," Xia Chen replied. "Take care then. I'm off." After Wei Dongyang departed, Xia Chen gazed at the large, square box, lost in contemplation. Regardless of whether he carried it horizontally or vertically, it proved inconvenient. He considered calling Yang Wei for assistance, only to discover that his dorm mate had gone out to dine and socialize, without even taking an umbrella, leaving Xia Chen uncertain of how to return alone. Never mind. I'll just carry it however I can. I can always take a break in between, he thought. Xia Chen lifted the box and stepped into the rain. The box was so large that he could not run, only able to walk slowly. After a short distance, his arms grew sore, compelling him to set the box down for a rest. He then switched his grip and continued on, placing the box down again whenever his arms grew fatigued. Xia Chen began to regret not waiting for Wei Dongyang. Moving alone was quite troublesome. Although the box was not heavy, its size required him to fully extend his arms to lift it, which was exhausting. After repeating this cycle for half the journey, Xia Chen set the box down once more, shaking his arms to relieve the strain. His shirt was completely soaked, and he could no longer distinguish between the rainwater and his sweat. As he caught his breath, Xia Chen suddenly noticed that the rain seemed to have stopped. Yet the sound of gentle raindrops continued to linger in his ears. It dawned on him that someone was holding an umbrella over him, prompting him to express his gratitude. "Thank you." However, when he turned to the side, the familiar, serene face startled him. "Teacher, what brings you here? I thought you disliked going out on rainy days," he exclaimed. "I noticed you hadn't arrived, and when my messages went unanswered, I decided to come find you." Luo Qingxue replied calmly, one hand holding the umbrella while the other produced a tissue to wipe the rain from Xia Chen's face. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xia Chen chuckled. "Perhaps I didn't hear the bell because of the rain." Observing Xia Chen, soaked to the skin, Luo Qingxue felt a pang of concern, her brows furrowing slightly. "Why didn't you let someone help you carry it? The weather is turning cooler, and getting drenched makes one susceptible to catching a cold, you know? It's fine. I can just take a hot shower when I get back," Xia Chen said, scratching the back of his head with a smile. He then lifted the box again. "Teacher, please wait a moment. I'll carry this and then walk back with you." "I'll hold the umbrella for you," she insisted. "No need. I'm already soaked through. It doesn't matter now. It's better to get a bit less wet," Xia Chen replied. Still, Luo Qingxue persisted in holding the umbrella for him. The two made their way towards the new district of the school. However, it soon became evident to Luo Qingxue that Xia Chen was struggling to carry such a large box alone. Just as Xia Chen felt his arms nearing their limit, the umbrella above him suddenly closed. "Teacher, why did you close the umbrella? You'll get wet too." Xia Chen was taken aback, filled with astonishment and confusion. Under his gaze, he observed Luo Qingxue hanging the closed umbrella on her wrist, while both hands supported the other side of the box. "Let us move it together. If we get wet, we can just take a shower when we get back." Xia Chen wished to say more, but seeing that the white blouse of Luo Qingxue had already been soaked by the rain, he felt it futile to continue. His heart brimmed with gratitude. "Teacher, you look stunning." Why the sudden compliment?" Luo Qingxue looked at Xia Chen with curiosity. "You said it, urging me not to say thank you, but to compliment you more." "That's true." Luo Qingxue's lips curved slightly, "but I haven't seen you compliment me often. Simply saying I'm beautiful feels a bit dismissive. Can't you phrase it differently? Be more specific about what makes me beautiful." Xia Chen paused for a moment, and then remarked, "Teacher, you look quite lovely with your hair wet. It gives off the essence of a lotus emerging from the water." Luo Qingxue nodded in acknowledgement. "You articulate well. Feel free to share more. I enjoy listening." Chapter 87. Professor Luo is more important. As Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue moved the box containing the backdrop downstairs, they coincidentally ran into Wei Dongyang and Su Qingqing, who were ascending. Xia Chen promptly handed the box to them and departed with Luo Qingxue. Su Qingqing watched as Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue shared an umbrella. Her curiosity piqued. Why is the boss with Professor Luo? Isn't she renowned for her aloofness in our finance department? The boss mentioned that Professor Luo is his sister. Wei Dongyang replied, still harboring no doubts about the sibling relationship between Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue. They're siblings? But it feels rather peculiar. Su Qingqing couldn't pinpoint what fell off, yet her intuition suggested that something was amiss, creating an odd sensation. As Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue drove back, both were thoroughly drenched. They hadn't felt the chill while outside in the rain, but upon entering the house, a shiver swept over them. Luo Qingxue, seated in the passenger seat, wrapped her arms around herself, unable to suppress a shiver. Who was going to shower first? Luo Qingxue inquired of Xia Chen. However, she received no response. Turning to look, she found Xia Chen lost in thought, staring intently at her. The white blouse she wore had clung to her form, revealing her perfectly sculpted figure, her fair skin becoming almost translucent. Are you looking at the chair? Uh-huh. What color is the chair? White and large. As soon as Xia Chen uttered those words, he quickly regained his senses, realizing he had stepped into a trap. The chair in the room was undeniably dark brown. What on earth was he thinking? When he glanced up, he caught Luo Qingxue giving him an annoyed look. Pervert. Xia Chen feigned nonchalance and replied, Teacher, you should shower first. I'll boil some hot water and prepare noodles later. Yet, as he turned away, he couldn't resist stealing another glance, which Luo Qingxue caught. You little lecher, is playing with my foot not enough? You're still staring at my chest. 20 minutes later, Luo Qingxue emerged from her hot shower, clad in an adorable polar bear onesie. Instantly, her appearance became more charming, yet her flawless figure was obscured. Xia Chen gazed at her, feeling an inexplicable sense of regret for not having admired her longer. After completing his personal grooming, Xia Chen prepared 2 bowls of minced meat noodles. Aware of Professor Luo's hearty appetite, he generously added extra noodles and meat to her portion. As he watched Luo Qingxue, donning a hat and engrossed in her meal, he momentarily forgot to pick up his own chopsticks. Noticing his gaze, Luo Qingxue slurped a noodle into her mouth and looked up, asking, Why are you staring at me? I just find it endearing how focused you are while eating, he replied. When they first cohabited, Luo Qingxue had dined slowly, exuding an air of elegance with her modest portions. However, after her initial taste of Xia Chen's culinary skills, her appetite had flourished. Although she still ate at a leisurely pace, she consistently finished everything he prepared. Now, after living together for some time, Xia Chen observed that Luo Qingxue had transformed into a dedicated eater, her small mouth working tirelessly like a little groundhog, all while wearing her polar bear hat, making her appear even more delightful. What is so cute about eating? Luo Qingxue questioned, though she didn't seem to mind, as long as Xia Chen enjoyed it. After dinner, they retreated to the study, where Xia Chen accompanied Luo Qingxue in playing video games. He was pleasantly surprised to discover her innate talent for gaming. Despite only a week's experience, she was already performing remarkably well, often ranking first or second in matches. This was a stark contrast to Yang Wei and his friends, who lacked such skill. Teacher, why haven't I seen you play with my sister? Xia Chen inquired suddenly. He had asked Xia Yusher to help Luo Qingxue learn the ropes, yet it seemed she hadn't played with anyone else at home. She's too inexperienced. It's not fun to play with her, Luo Qingxue replied, eliciting a laugh from Xia Chen. Ha! Did you hear that, big sister? It's not just me saying it. Even Professor Luo thinks you're lacking, he chuckled. Though Xia Chen himself didn't play games, he sat beside Luo Qingxue to offer guidance. However, his judgments were sometimes flawed. The thought processes of novices often differed from his own, much like his inability to comprehend how Yang Wei frequently managed to blind himself with flashbangs. Consequently, Luo Qingxue, following his advice, found herself eliminated several times, ultimately leading to a loss in that match. Frustrated, she turned to Xia Chen with a fierce glare. Teacher, this can't be my fault. Who stands in an open field to shoot? She exclaimed. Xia Chen immediately deflected the blame, insisting it had nothing to do with him. However, Luo Qingxue was unconvinced and asked, Where's your computer? In my room, he replied. Bring it here. I want to see if you can truly back up your words with skill. All right. With Professor Luo's request, Xia Chen felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess. Without hesitation, he fetched his laptop and logged into his gaming account. Yet, just as they were about to begin, a player with the username Little Bear Gummy suddenly invited Xia Chen. Who could that be? Luo Qingxue inquired lightly, furrowing her brow as she cast a sharp glance at Xia Chen, her eyes harboring a glint of menace. This is my sister. My sister. Xia, you sure? Xia Chen hastily clarified, fearing that a moment's delay could lead to dire consequences. The oppressive aura emitted by Professor Luo during her anger still held an undeniable sway over him. Isn't your sister's gaming nickname something like Brave Nyonyo? She has numerous accounts, but she plays as Little Bear Gummy the most. To assuage Luo Qingxue's suspicions, Xia Chen accepted Xia Yushure's invitation and joined her team. No sooner had he entered than he heard Xia Yushure's incessant chatter. Quick, help me rank up. Professor Luo looks down on me. You must help me reach gold tonight, or I won't let you sleep. Xia Chen had just set up his computer and hadn't even had the chance to don his headphones, feeling a wave of embarrassment for his sister. Why aren't you speaking? What's wrong? Is your microphone broken? Noticing Xia Chen's silence, Xia Yushure bombarded him with questions. At that moment, Luo Qingxue spoke coolly. Xia Chen shouldn't stay up late, and you should avoid it too. It's detrimental to your health. As a medical student, you ought to know better than I. In an instant, Xia Yushure's tone shifted. So Professor Luo is also here. I was just joking with my brother. You all enjoy yourselves. I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave now. With that, Xia Yushure's gaming account went offline. Even through the internet connection, Xia Chen could sense his sister's embarrassment. Sure enough, the next moment, Xia Yushure sent him a barrage of questions. You jerk. How could you not tell me you were on speakerphone with Professor Luo beside you? How was I supposed to have the chance? You barged in demanding that I help you rank up. Couldn't you just refuse my invitation? I couldn't. I needed to prove to Professor Luo that this Little Bear Gummy is you, otherwise she might misunderstand. So you're willing to throw me under the bus for that? I'm your sister, after all. Who is more important? Professor Luo is more important. Chapter 88. Date strategy, then I must be your second priority, right? No. Second priority is money. You. Xia Yushure nearly fainted from rage. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. After you finish with Professor Luo, find some time to help me rank up my account. Got it. You go play by yourself. Xia Chen set aside his phone and entered Luo Qingxue's game team. Are you done chatting with your sister? Is she not joining? She went asleep. Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow, skeptical yet somewhat considerate, knowing that Xia Chen's sister was indeed his blood relative. Why does your sister have several gaming accounts? Shouldn't a medical student be quite busy? How does she find so much time to play games? She created so many accounts to deceive and trick others. Each gaming account for Xia Yushure possesses a distinct persona. When playing as Little Bear Gummy, she presents herself as a sweet-voiced younger sister, while as Brave Nyonyo, she embodies a cheerful and sunny girl. There's another account whose name Xia Chen could hardly recall, but it portrays a cool and aloof goddess. In the summer months, Xia Yushure engages in various deceptions, targeting naive individuals like Chen Jiming. She does not seek monetary gain. Rather, she finds amusement in deceiving such inexperienced souls, which borders on the perverse. Professor Luo, on the other hand, maintains an aloof demeanor, devoid of any malicious intent. Xia Chen accompanied Luo Qingxue in playing games for a while. During their gameplay, Xia Chen noticed that Luo Qingxue placed significant importance on winning or losing. Her brow furrowed deeply whenever defeat loomed. Teacher, it's just a game. There's no need to be overly concerned about the outcome, Xia Chen remarked. I understand, but losing brings unhappiness. Throughout my life, I have seldom tasted defeat, she replied. Luo Qingxue's character was inherently competitive. She would never yield in a contest she could win. However, it appeared she was on the verge of losing this particular match. With the score standing at 6-12, Luo Qingxue realized that her opponent only needed to secure one more round to claim victory, prompting a resigned sigh from her. At that moment, Xia Chen suddenly straightened in his chair and casually declared, if you want to win, it's quite simple. Watch me. Initially, he intended to play as an ordinary participant alongside everyone else. Yet, now that Professor Luo desired victory, he could no longer conceal his near-professional prowess. As Xia Chen almost effortlessly dominated his opponent, a look of surprise flickered across Luo Qingxue's face. So, you were just playing casually all along? Just keeping a low profile? He replied. Seeing Xia Chen's triumphant grin, Luo Qingxue struggled to suppress a smile, albeit casting him an exasperated glance. After a brief period of play, Luo Qingxue decided to take a break. Don't end up playing on your phone until dawn. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, we agreed to go out, she reminded him. I promise not to stay up late, he assured her. However, once inside his bedroom, Xia Chen immediately contacted his older sister. Sis, I'm done. Where are you? Xia Yushe quickly responded. What's up? Are you looking to rank up? No, I want to ask you something else. Xia Yushe, the other party is offline. You may leave her a message. Xia Chen. 6 After some effort, and after ordering a late-night snack for Xia Yushe, she resumed their conversation. Why not ask about your most important Professor Luo instead? You turn to me, she internally grumbled, still somewhat displeased. Indeed, once a brother finds a girlfriend, the sister becomes an afterthought. This matter could not be directed to Professor Luo. What he needed to inquire about was the date he had planned with her the following day. Upon reading this message, Xia Yushe shot up from her bed, startling her 3 roommates. Discussing this makes me wide awake, she exclaimed. Xia Chen, exasperated, finally broached the main topic. I plan to go out with Professor Luo tomorrow. It's essentially a date. I wanted to ask you if I should prepare some sort of ceremonial gesture for confessing my feelings to her. What? You're only confessing to Professor Luo now? I thought you two had already decided on names for your future children. Not so fast. The last time I accidentally confessed to Professor Luo while intoxicated, she did not agree. Upon glancing at the poem, Xia Yushe felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. If the initial rejection occurred, the likelihood of success thereafter appeared bleak. Xia Chen responded, it wasn't a rejection. Professor Luo merely remarked that her standards were quite elevated, after which she said nothing further. Xia Yushe replied, then what are you afraid of? Professor Luo's words imply that your drunken confession does not count. She expects a sincere declaration of your feelings. Is that truly the case? How do you know this so well? Xia Chen inquired. Absolutely. Therefore, there is no need for you to prepare anything elaborate. Just spend a joyful day with Professor Luo, and seize the moment to confess when she is in high spirits. Things aren't as straightforward as you make them out to be. You should listen to my plans for tomorrow and suggest improvements where necessary, he suggested. Very well, she acquiesced. The two engaged in a fervent discussion on the bed, reminiscent of high-ranking commanders strategizing a military operation. To be precise, it was a plan for a date. Meanwhile, in a bedroom across the living room, the glow of Luo Qingxue's phone screen remained unceasing. I have a question for you. You always boast of being a love expert. What gift would surely delight a man? Luo Qingxue queried. What's up? Is it Xia Chen's birthday? Lin Xian asked. Not exactly. Tomorrow, I am going out with him, and I worry he might encounter something unpleasant. Oh, that's simple. You don't need to prepare anything. Just your presence will suffice. What do you mean? Luo Qingxue inquired, puzzled. Just dress beautifully tomorrow, and he will undoubtedly be pleased. If he does seem unhappy, a gentle kiss will surely lift his spirits, Lin Xian advised. Under the same roof, both individuals were wide awake, each pondering how best to prepare for the upcoming date, yet finding each other's suggestions unreliable. Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue lay on their beds, staring at the ceiling, both voicing the same question. What exactly should they prepare? Chapter 89. Sister Luo. Throughout the night, Xia Chen hardly slept. He had engaged in a lengthy discussion with Xia Yushe, but had arrived at no viable conclusion. After some time of solitary contemplation, he finally succumbed to exhaustion and drifted off. However, as dawn broke with a gentle light, Xia Chen awoke, feeling remarkably alert. When one is particularly invested in a matter, external reminders become unnecessary. One's body and mind awaken as if by an internal alarm. Deciding against further slumber, he rose to wash his face and prepare breakfast for his teacher. Uncharacteristically, he had risen early that day, but upon stepping outside his room, he was taken aback to find Luo Qingxue already awake, having prepared toasted sandwiches and warm milk, which she set upon the table. As he observed her closely, he noticed faint dark circles under her eyes. Professor, did you not sleep well last night? He inquired softly as he took a seat beside her. Luo Qingxue nodded, silently continuing her meal. In truth, she had not merely slept poorly. She had not slept at all, still undecided about which outfit to wear for the day. She wished to appear lovely, yet what constituted a beautiful appearance remained a mystery to her. There exists no fixed criterion. What if I find it appealing? Yet this little fellow does not. Might it affect his mood for today's outing? Could it lead him to feel despondent? Might he even contemplate dire thoughts after today? The more Luo Qingxue pondered, the more exaggerated and absurd her thoughts became, her mind teeming with peculiar possibilities. Yet, her expression remained serene, devoid of any visible emotion. To Xia Chen, she merely appeared a bit fatigued from a restless night, hence her silence. "Please tidy the plates while I change my clothes. You should prepare as well," she instructed. "All right," he replied. Luo Qingxue rose and walked towards the bedroom, closing the door behind her without a sound. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Xia Chen changed into his attire. His outfit mirrored his usual style, a white shirt paired with casual trousers, and he combed his tousled hair, presenting a sunlit and relaxed demeanor. This ensemble was the sole consensus reached after more than 3 hours of discussion with Xia Chen the previous night. Dressing in a more casual manner was deemed essential. Overly formal attire could impose an invisible pressure on their date. Once attired, Xia Chen returned to the living room to await Professor Luo. The sun, just beginning to rise, slowly emerged from the distant horizon, casting a gentle glow upon the sky, as if unveiling the prelude to today's journey. The room was steeped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional soft sound of Luo Qingxue rummaging through her wardrobe. Time slipped by, minute by minute, until a crisp sound of the door opening jolted the drowsy Xia Chen awake. As he turned toward the noise, the sunlight streaming in through the window was somewhat blinding, prompting him to squint instinctively. At that moment, a striking figure gracefully approached him, gradually blocking much of the sunlight. First, his gaze was drawn to a pair of delicate, rosy feet, which appeared even more fair and lovely under the morning sun. Next, he beheld a white dress, its ethereal fabric softening the rays while allowing a few beams to filter through, draping gently over the sheer hem, imbuing it with an almost sacred aura. In the next instant, the blinding sunlight before Xia Chen was largely obscured by the figure, his eyes widening in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, yet words eluded him. The dress featured a fitted bodice, adorned with a black ribbon accentuating her slender waist, enhancing her delicate form while highlighting her ample bosom. Her fair, slender arms emerged from the sleeves of a translucent white sunshade, appearing almost ethereal, while her lustrous, dark hair cascaded behind her like a waterfall. Before him stood Luo Qingxue, pure and beautiful, resembling a charming and benevolent neighbor. Yet, her cool, exquisite features, complemented by a luxurious brown handbag in her hand, imparted a sense of maturity and allure. "Is this attire appropriate? Does it look good?" Luo Qingxue inquired softly. Receiving no immediate response, Xia Chen remained entranced until she prompted him again. It looks wonderful. Teacher, you look particularly stunning in this outfit." Upon receiving Xia Chen's response, as well as noticing the dazed expression he wore moments ago, Luo Qingxue felt her anxious heart finally settle. A satisfied smile graced her lips. "Today, we are not headed to school. We are going out for some leisure. Please refrain from calling me teacher," Luo Qingxue said to Xia Chen. "Not teacher. Then what shall I call you? Sister?" Luo Qingxue's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied. "Address me however you deem appropriate." After saying this, she changed her shoes and opened the door. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chen chuckled and hurriedly followed. "Sister, wait for me. I'll drive." Once inside the car, Xia Chen smiled at Luo Qingxue and remarked, "Well, teacher, I find it more natural to call you that. Suddenly switching to sister feels somewhat unfamiliar. Yet, I enjoy hearing you call me sister. Then perhaps I could call you Luo sister? That works. Luo sister," Xia Chen softly uttered. Luo Qingxue turned her head in confusion, responding with curiosity. Their eyes met, and in the next moment, they shared a subtle laugh. Luo Qingxue realized she had become somewhat silly, while Xia Chen felt a certain innocence when with Professor Luo. Perhaps this is how couples behave. "Teacher, how about we visit Mirror Lake today?" "Sure." Xia Chen started the vehicle, heading towards Mirror Lake. The most renowned attraction in Jingzhou is Mirror Lake. Located in the old town, where the water is crystal clear and mirrors the surroundings, hence its name. Surrounding the lake are numerous ancient architectural sites, and most importantly, it boasts an array of delectable food. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at Mirror Lake, parked the car, and entered the scenic area together. As it was the weekend and a rare sunny day, many people were out and about. Luo Qingxue carried a small handbag, walking on the inner side while Xia Chen stood protectively beside her. Despite this, the couple drew many gazes as they passed. Passers-by were captivated by Luo Qingxue's stunning beauty. In the past, Luo Qingxue would have wanted to leave such crowded places quickly, as she disliked being the center of attention. However, now she felt indifferent. As long as Xia Chen was by her side, she was content. As they strolled past a candy painting stall, Xia Chen paused and asked, "Teacher, would you like to try some candy paintings?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxue pouted and responded with a dissatisfied, Xia Chen, momentarily taken aback, quickly corrected himself, "Luo sister, do you wish to have some candy paintings?" Only then did Luo Qingxue beam with satisfaction. "Yes, I would." Chapter 90. Hungry, seeking support. Candy paintings are best enjoyed occasionally. They are quite sweet, and after a few bites, they become overwhelming. After taking a bite, Luo Qingxue handed the remaining half to Xia Chen. As they wandered and explored, Xia Chen would buy tasty treats to share with Luo Qingxue. However, upon spotting a snack stall, Luo Qingxue would purchase items directly, discarding those that didn't appeal to her and sharing the delicious ones with Xia Chen, not allowing him a chance to inquire. At times, Xia Chen found himself genuinely curious. How could Professor Luo indulge in such delightful foods yet maintain such an admirable figure, being slender where needed and pleasantly plump where appropriate? Like her elder sister, Xia Yushi, who also relished food yet remained remarkably slender, they strolled through the ancient city, surrounded by numerous costume shops and jewelry boutiques. Many university couples adorned in hanfu were leisurely wandering about. Observing this, Xia Chen thought that Professor Luo would undoubtedly look splendid in hanfu, and thus inquired, "Sister Luo, shall we try on some hanfu?" To his surprise, Luo Qingxue decisively declined, stating, "No, hanfu is too cumbersome and inconvenient." She preferred attire that was either relaxed or tailored. Recalling how she used to wear exceedingly thin pajamas when alone at home, the multitude of fabrics associated with hanfu seemed bothersome to her. Not wishing to press the matter further, Xia Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. He believed that Professor Luo would have looked far more captivating than those girls. Sensing his disheartenment, Luo Qingxue paused by a costume shop and suggested, "But I could try on a qipao. Come, accompany me to have a look." Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's spirits soared as he followed Luo Qingxue into the store. The items and garments in this ancient costume shop were rather pricey, yet the materials were exquisite, with both qipaos and hanfu crafted from pure silk. As Xia Chen gazed at the array of garments, he found it hard to envision what Professor Luo would look like in them. One thing was certain, she would look stunning in anything. While he was lost in thought, Luo Qingxue casually remarked, "You choose." I choose." Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, you choose. These qipaos are quite similar. Whichever you find appealing. I will try it on." In that instant, Xia Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. Professor Luo was allowing him to assist her in selecting an outfit. Did this imply she would wear it for him to see? What an honor! With fervor, he focused on the various qipaos hanging on the rack, determined to find the most suitable one for her. However, after much deliberation, he found himself torn between three options, one adorned with blue and white porcelain patterns, another in a vintage teal style, and the last, a long black version. Noticing his indecision, Luo Qingxue suggested, "If you can't decide, you can try them on first." All right. She chose the vintage qipao and headed to the fitting room while Xia Chen waited outside. Moments later, the fitting room door creaked open slightly, and Luo Qingxue peeked out, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. "Xia Chen, please come in." Oh. Rising with curiosity, Xia Chen entered the fitting room, closing the door behind him, and soon, his face mirrored her blush. Before him stood Luo Qingxue in the vintage teal qipao, the fabric hugging her form closely, accentuating her figure in an alluring manner. The dress clung to her curves, with a daring high slit that extended to the upper thigh, revealing a glimpse of her black undergarment. At that moment, Luo Qingxue was an irresistible temptation in Xia Chen's eyes. "Perhaps, this is a bit too tight?" he stammered, feeling flustered. Luo Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke softly. Internally, she was vehemently opposed to wearing the qipao, yet she still sought Xia Chen's opinion. "Oh." Xia Chen, feeling stiff, nodded awkwardly and prepared to leave, saying, "Then, teacher, I will step out first. Please change back into your own clothes." Just as he turned to exit, he was suddenly halted. Turning back, he saw Luo Qingxue, her face aflame, turning away in embarrassment. "I can't undo the buttons at my waist. Could you assist me?" In that moment, Xia Chen found himself holding his breath. The instant his hands brushed against Luo Qingxue's body, he felt his blood boil. "Stay calm. Stay calm. Think of something else," he chanted inwardly while he worked to unfasten the buttons. Once he had done so, He hurriedly made his exit from the fitting room and rushed to the restroom to compose himself. Upon his return, Luo Qingxue had already changed back into her own attire. The moment their eyes met, both felt a rush of embarrassment. However, Luo Qingxue quickly regained her usual composure and, with a serene expression, inquired, "Are there any other outfits you find appealing? I shall try them on." Prompted by her question, Xia Chen snapped back to reality and retrieved a qipao adorned with a blue and white porcelain pattern from above. "I think this one is quite lovely as well. All right, I will give it a try." As anticipated, the blue and white porcelain qipao fit Luo Qingxue perfectly, accentuating her figure while adding an air of noble elegance. Later, Luo Qingxue tried on a long black qipao. However, this attire stripped away her alluring charm, and combined with her cool demeanor, she resembled a stern teacher. Each dress possessed its unique appeal, leaving Xia Chen at a loss for a decision. Moreover, with each priced over 2,000, purchasing both was an excessive burden for him. Ultimately, he resolved to buy the blue and white porcelain qipao for Professor Luo. The other garment made her appear too austere. Xia Chen believed that given her already serious disposition, beauty should take precedence. Additionally, Luo Qingxue seemed to favor the blue and white design, having already worn it. "Lu Jie, I shall choose this one for you. What about the black one?" she asked. It's a bit too pricey," Xia Chen replied shyly, but then he resolutely added, "However, I will receive my first sponsorship next week, so from now on, whatever you desire, Lu Jie, I will be able to afford." Luo Qingxue shot him a glance, but said nothing, instead making her way to the counter. "I will take both." After a moment's hesitation, she added the vintage qipao to her purchases and picked up a black men's hanfu. "I want this one as well, along with this black men's hanfu." While Xia Chen was selecting clothes for her, she was also picking outfits for him. She thought he would look adorable dressed in the black hanfu, resembling a little lord. She also purchased some exquisite accessories and a round fan to complement the qipao, proceeding to the checkout. "Very well, the total comes to 10,999. Without hesitation, Luo Qingxue made the payment. Beside her, Xia Chen was utterly mesmerized, his gaze fixed upon Luo Qingxue, his eyes brimming with unspoken desires, a wealthy benefactor, hunger, a plea for support. Chapter 91. A gift from the Lady Luo Jie. "Don't you find that vintage qipao a tad too snug? Why did you purchase it?" After leaving the costume shop, Xia Chen inquired. "I bought it as a keepsake. Who knows, perhaps one day I might slim down enough to wear it," Luo Qingxue replied. "Ah," Xia Chen exclaimed, instantly animated. "I think you look splendid just the way you are. There's no need to lose weight." Luo Qingxue regarded Xia Chen's fervent reaction with bemusement. "I never mentioned losing weight. Why are you so agitated?" I'm merely concerned for your health, Luo Jie. Weight loss can be quite detrimental," he stammered. "Really?" Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow, skeptical of his concern. Indeed, as they emerged from the alleys of the ancient town, the two made their way to the lakeside. Xia Chen captured several photographs of Luo Qingxue and even used a selfie stick for a joint picture. By noon, they entered a barbecue restaurant where Xia Chen had made a reservation the previous evening. They sat by the window on the second floor, enjoying their meal while admiring the scenic view outside. The process of barbecuing was rather leisurely. After placing a piece of beef on the grill, Xia Chen occasionally glanced at Luo Qingxue, who sat opposite him. It seemed that in the culinary realm, Luo Qingxue lacked any inherent talent. Even such a simple task as barbecuing left her flustered. She would alternate between tongs and a fork, her eyes fixated on the grill, fearing that the meat might burn. At times, when the tongs couldn't grasp a piece of meat, she nearly leaped up in frustration. Xia Chen could hardly contain his laughter and said, "Luo Jie, allow me to handle the grilling. You can simply enjoy your meal." "No, barbecuing is easy. I can surely manage," Luo Qingxue insisted, feeling slightly belittled. Recognizing her stubbornness, Xia Chen opted for a different approach. "Let me take over. You look so elegant and beautiful in that qipao. How could a lady like you be tasked with such menial work?" Her lips pursed slightly. Luo Qingxue smiled and retorted, "If I am the lady, then who are you?" Puffing out his chest, Xia Chen replied earnestly, "I am, of course, your most devoted servant." Luo Qingxue couldn't help but burst into laughter, having anticipated him to declare himself her husband, but instead receiving such a response. "Then I shall trouble you, Xia Chen," she said playfully, offering her skewer of meat to him. "It is my duty." He accepted the skewer and began grilling with utmost seriousness. Despite the grill being small, he worked adeptly. occasionally stealing glances at the poised Luo Qingxue. Professor Luo, adorned in her qipao, exuded an undeniable charm. As he flipped the meat, he glanced over again, only to meet Luo Qingxue's eyes, causing him to avert his gaze in embarrassment. After a short while, he dared another look, but once again, Luo Qingxue caught him, making him shy away from any further glances. "Why have you stopped looking at me?" she inquired. As Luo Qingxue gazed at the grilled meat, she inquired of Xia Chen, "Aren't you supposed to be supervising my grilling?" Although Xia Chen often stole glances at Luo Qingxue when they were at home, he believed that Professor Luo's disposition did not favor being watched in secret, and thus, whenever their eyes met, he instinctively averted his gaze. "Not at all. I am merely watching you," he replied. "What are you watching me for?" Xia Chen asked, momentarily puzzled. Luo Qingxue, however, replied nonchalantly, "What's wrong? You've been sneaking glances at me, so I'm merely observing my little Qinzi. It's nothing, nothing at all. If my lady wishes to watch, then by all means," Xia Chen said with a cheerful smile. He then placed the grilled meat onto Luo Qingxue's plate, saying, "Madam, the meat is ready." "Why have you given me all the grilled meat? Aren't you leaving any for yourself?" she questioned. "I'll serve you first, and then I can grill more for myself," Xia Chen responded, taking fresh meat and placing it on the grill to continue cooking. He thought that since Luo Qingxue ate quickly, he would give her the first batch and share the second. If she consumed the first batch too swiftly, he could always offer her the entirety of the second. Luo Qingxue picked up her knife and fork, cutting a piece and placing it in her mouth. The outer layer was crisp while the inside remained tender, and it was absolutely delicious. This little fellow's culinary skills are quite impressive. In the future, being with him means I shall never worry about good food, she mused. After taking a bite of the grilled meat, Luo Qingxue looked up and met Xia Chen's gaze, a smile curving her lips. "Does this little fellow enjoy watching me so much?" After a moment of shared looks, Luo Qingxue suddenly opened her mouth slightly, cutting a piece of grilled meat, and held it to Xia Chen's lips. "Open up, little Qinzi." Huh. The unexpected turn of events caught Xia Chen off guard. Although he had been fed by Professor Luo several times before, they had always been alone. Now, surrounded by many people in the barbecue restaurant, he felt his cheeks flush. Yet, Luo Qingxue seemed wholly unconcerned, still holding the fork with the grilled meat aloft. "Come on, little Qinzi, you worked so hard grilling for me. This is a reward from your lady. Quickly now." With a radiant smile urging him on, Xia Chen, his face slightly flushed, took a bite. Strangely enough, even though it was the same meat he had grilled, the piece that Professor Luo offered seemed to taste even better. Soon, Xia Chen grew accustomed to being fed by Luo Qingxue, alternating between grilling and eating the morsels she presented to him. Their charming interaction caught the attention of a nearby couple, with the boyfriend watching Luo Qingxue feed Xia Chen, prompting a pang of envy as he turned to his girlfriend. To his dismay, his girlfriend shattered his fantasy with a single reply, "Don't even think about it." "Why not?" he asked. He grilling for his girlfriend. "And you still expect me to grill for you?" Xia Chen had a modest appetite and quickly felt satisfied. Seizing the moment while Luo Qingxue was focused on her meal, he sent a message to Xia Yushe. "Sister, have you finished what I asked you to do? Don't worry, it's done. You'll see it when you return." "Thank you, sister." Ecstatic at Xia Yushe's completion of the task, Xia Chen set his phone down. "Who are you chatting with?" Luo Qingxue suddenly inquired. "There is nothing significant to mention, except that my package has arrived." Chapter 92. Punishment. "You shall prepare delectable meals for me for a lifetime after lunch." The two wandered through the ancient city once more. Upon reaching the end, they boarded a small wooden boat and slowly glided along the stream that meanders through the city towards the exit. Dressed in a qipao, Luo Qingxue sat gracefully at the bow of the boat, gently fanning herself with a round fan, reminiscent of the enchanting Jiangnan ladies of the Republic era, becoming the most exquisite sight upon the waters. As they passed under an arched bridge, Luo Qingxue instinctively lowered her head slightly, catching sight of the pensive Xia Chen. Lost in thought, "What occupies your mind? Why do you seem so entranced by the river?" Luo Qingxue asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. At the onset of their date, she too had felt nervous, yet now, as they were nearing the end of their outing, Xia Chen appeared even more anxious and unsettled. Startled by Luo Qingxue's inquiry, Xia Chen flinched, betraying a touch of embarrassment before quickly forcing a smile. "I was contemplating a collaboration with the driving school. I'll be visiting next week, so I got a bit carried away in thought." Xia Chen was aware that Luo Qingxue disliked deceit. Yet he felt compelled to withhold the truth from Professor Luo for the time being. Seemingly in good spirits, Luo Qingxue did not suspect a thing. She gently patted Xia Chen on the head, reassuring him, "There's no need to feel overly anxious. If your venture into website entrepreneurship fails this time, it's merely an opportunity for experience. But if I've borrowed so much from you, wouldn't that be a waste?" Xia Chen protested. "It's nothing. Consider it as gaining experience." In that moment, Xia Chen was so moved that words eluded him. "You are truly kind, sister." Before he could fully express his gratitude, Luo Qingxue's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "However, should I discover that you have lied to me, I will not let it slide easily. Rest assured, I will not deceive you." On the journey home, Xia Chen remained at the wheel, while Luo Qingxue, seated in the passenger seat, began to feel drowsy and soon succumbed to slumber. Having not slept the previous night and having walked extensively that day, she was utterly fatigued. As Xia Chen drove, he remained unaware, his mind rehearsing the plans he had for when they returned home. It was only upon parking the car that he noticed Luo Qingxue had fallen asleep beside him. He gently nudged her. "Professor, we have arrived home. Let us ascend the stairs and rest." After calling her name several times, Luo Qingxue's beautiful lashes fluttered, as if she were battling against drowsiness before slowly opening her eyes. "Have we reached home?" "Yes," he replied, in a state of dazed confusion. Luo Qingxue stared blankly at the handsome young man before her, offering no further response. "Professor, let us head upstairs to rest." "All right." It is often said that girls who have just awakened are the easiest to deceive, and Xia Chen found this adage to hold true for Professor Luo as well. Upon returning upstairs, Luo Qingxue settled onto the sofa, gazing vacantly, doing nothing, her eyes occasionally fluttering closed, only to snap open shortly thereafter, as if engaged in a struggle against the clutches of slumber. Observing her, Xia Chen remarked, "Professor, if you are tired, you may continue to sleep." Listening to this, Luo Qingxue slowly shook her head and said softly, "I cannot sleep now. If I do, I will struggle to slumber tonight, and my biological clock will be thrown off." Upon hearing Luo Qingxue's response, Xia Chen could not help but admire Professor Luo's self-discipline. If it were him, utterly exhausted, he would surely collapse into sleep without a second thought, disregarding any concerns about his biological clock. Observing Luo Qingxue battling her fatigue, an idea suddenly struck Xia Chen, prompting him to dash back to his room. Seated on the sofa, Luo Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, not yet comprehending the situation when a cute plush Psyduck was placed before her. Xia Chen peeked from behind the Psyduck pillow, grinning as he said, "Teacher, why not rest with this? It might be more comfortable." Where did you get this pillow?" Luo Qingxue inquired, puzzled, as she had no recollection of Xia Chen purchasing a pillow that day. "I specifically bought it for you, teacher," he replied. "For me?" Luo Qingxue reached out to accept the soft pillow. She still felt quite drowsy, her reactions seeming a bit sluggish, akin to a smartphone in power-saving mode. As she squeezed the soft Psyduck, she suddenly noticed a necklace around its neck, which was attached to a small card. "What is this?" Xia Chen, seeing Luo Qingxue discover the card, became so nervous that he held his breath, his palms sweating profusely. Just as Luo Qingxue was about to pick up the tag, Xia Chen abruptly called out to her, "Teacher, mm." Luo Qingxue looked at the anxious Xia Chen, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. Xia Chen's palms were clammy with sweat. He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. He wished to regain his composure, yet found it impossible. "Teacher, how have I been performing lately?" This unexpected question left Luo Qingxue momentarily speechless. "Quite well. Why do you ask all of a sudden?" "Because." Xia Chen faltered, unsure of what to say, a sense of disappointment creeping into his heart. It seemed that Professor Luo had forgotten their last conversation, perhaps still viewing him merely as a student. Luo Qingxue observed Xia Chen, who was nervously looking down, a hint of dejection in his demeanor. Suddenly, she understood, and her awareness sharpened. She flipped over the card hanging from the Psyduck's neck. Upon seeing the familiar cursive script inscribing 6 words, a beautiful and joyful smile blossomed on her face. She set the card down, pretending not to have seen it, and asked the still anxious Xia Chen, "Because of what?" Xia Chen lifted his gaze to meet Luo Qingxue's ambiguous expression, his mouth slightly agape, his face flushing. "Because of what? You know I dislike procrastination." "Because I like you, teacher," Xia Chen blurted out, his face ablaze, unable to meet Luo Qingxue's gaze any longer under the weight of his anxious heart. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment, enveloping the world in silence. Suddenly, a melodious, bell-like laughter shattered the stillness. Luo Qingxue's laughter rang out, her sweet voice infused with delight. She spoke to the still aloof and anxious Xia Chen. I am relatively pleased with your recent performance. But there remains a slight gap before I can be entirely satisfied. Xia Chen lifted his gaze to meet Luo Qingxue's, asking, what is it? At that moment, his heart was a tumult of excitement, tension, and unease. He was uncertain whether Professor Luo intended to reject him or to convey that he still had a chance. As he was lost in these thoughts, Luo Qingxue released the Psyduck she had been holding and placed it on the sofa. She then swiftly extended her arm, pulling Xia Chen before her. Since your return, you have called me teacher instead of sister. Xia Chen's face flushed crimson. I forgot in my nervousness. Observing his reddened cheeks, Luo Qingxue leaned closer to his ear with a playful smile. As a punishment, you must prepare delicious meals for me for a lifetime. In the next instant, she gently pressed a kiss on his cheek. Simultaneously, the card around Psyduck's neck flipped over, revealing the 6 words, Teacher, I like you. With this reward, Xia Chen felt all his fatigue vanish. He prepared a feast of Luo Qingxue's favorite dishes for dinner and, during the meal, cheerfully leaned closer to her. Hey, teacher, can I sleep with you tonight? No, Luo Qingxue decisively declined. Xia Chen's playful expression fell instantly. You still call me wrong. Do you expect to make requests? Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow, casting him a disdainful glance. I really can't get used to it. I've called you teacher for so long. Then you should call me that more often until it becomes second nature, Luo Qingxue suggested. At school, you shall call me teacher, and outside of school, you may call me sister. However, this left Xia Chen feeling somewhat perplexed. What if I end up calling you sister by mistake? He feared that, once accustomed to calling Luo Qingxue sister, he might inadvertently call her that at school, leading to misunderstandings. Luo Qingxue smirked. That depends on you. Rewards for correct address. And penalties for mistakes. Can't there be a title that works in all situations? If you come up with something suitable, I would certainly agree. Xia Chen, upon hearing this, leaned in excitedly. Really? Indeed. Wife. Get lost. After the confession, Xia Chen noticed that their lives had not significantly changed. Luo Qingxue remained her indifferent and stern self at school, while Xia Chen continued as usual. Perhaps they had already resembled genuine couples in essence. However, Luo Qingxue seemed to be even more insistent on overseeing Xia Chen's studies. During Monday's class, she required him to move to the front row to attend her lecture. In her words, their relationship should not be an excuse for laziness. Learning remained paramount. Xia Chen reluctantly acquiesced, thinking that once he passed the CET-4, he would be free. On Tuesday, Xia Chen took a day off, inviting Su Qingqing to negotiate a long-term contract with the Hanyang driving school, securing a fund of 200,000, a milestone in his financial journey. Although Luo Qingxue was unconcerned about lending him 100,000, he still returned it that evening, honoring their initial agreement to repay. It was not until Wednesday that Xia Chen finally found the time to rest. During Professor Luo Rong's class, he laid his head on the desk to take a break. Observing Xia Chen's languid demeanor, Yang Wei couldn't help but inquire, Old Xia, what have you been up to lately? We hardly see you anymore, and you don't even play games. You look utterly exhausted. Could it be a sign of kidney deficiency? How dare you say that? Xia Chen shot Yang Wei a glare. A man can endure many shortcomings, but a deficiency in one's vitality is an affront he cannot tolerate. However, if there were remedies for such a condition, that would be a different matter altogether. After yawning, Xia Chen replied softly, I am swamped with responsibilities, unlike you, who idles your days away. Huh? Swamped with responsibilities, you say? I can guess without hesitation that you've offloaded all your website management tasks onto someone else. Yang Wei, well aware of Xia Chen's character, saw through him. He was nothing but a cunning charlatan, albeit with an air of restrained charm. You understand nothing. As the boss, I am strategizing and making decisions. Those trivial matters are beneath me. With that, Xia Chen rested his head on the desk, declaring, I'll take a short nap. Call me when Professor Luo arrives. After a leisurely day, by evening, Xia Chen returned home alongside Luo Qingxue. With renewed energy, he was about to jokingly request a hug from Professor Luo. Sister, may I have a hug? But what greeted him was the cold, stern visage of Luo Qingxue. Do not approach me, stand straight. Yes. Xia Chen promptly straightened up, not daring to move. He pondered what he might have done today to incur Professor Luo's ire. He hadn't sought her out at all during the day. She had been busy teaching other classes. Surely she wouldn't take out her frustration on him over other students, would she? It seemed implausible. Professor Luo was not one to act irrationally. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck his mind. No way. She hasn't discovered that I peeked at her computer that day, has she? With that thought, a chill ran down his spine, and he frantically considered how to seek her forgiveness. Why were you sleeping during class again? Luo Qingxue's voice was icy. In an instant, a wave of tension washed over Xia Chen, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Huh? Sleeping? Were you not asleep in Professor Luo's class today? He noticed you. Oh, it was just sleeping. That's a relief. Xia Chen exhaled deeply, his face reflecting a sense of relief at the misunderstanding. But this only served to infuriate Luo Qingxue further. What do you mean, that's a relief? Do you not realize that Professor Luo now holds a very poor impression of you? He went to speak with your counselor today and warned that if it happens again, you may lose your qualification for the final exam. That is not what I meant by being unconcerned. Xia Chen hastily explained, internally grumbling. How unfair. I wasn't even snoring today. Why am I still getting singled out? Then why were you sleeping in class? Well, I've been quite exhausted these past few days. I even had contract negotiations yesterday. Xia Chen gently rubbed the back of his head, smiling as he explained, the content of these specialized courses is largely ineffectual. The theoretical knowledge imparted by the finance department, while not entirely without merit, is of minimal utility. This sentiment was echoed not only by Xia Chen, a freshman, but also by Su Qingqing, who wholeheartedly concurred. However, Luo Qingxue was not inclined to entertain his justification. Let me ask you, the mathematics and sciences you studied in high school, will they be of any use in the future? Not at all. Yet you still devoted yourself to them diligently. Why is it that now, in university, I have to remind you to pay attention in class? Are you attending these lectures for my benefit? Xia Chen lowered his head in silence, pondering why her words sounded so familiar. Observing his subdued demeanor, Professor Luo paused her admonitions and said, "Come to the study. I will help you review your notes on macroeconomics and classic problems." Sister, you know economics as well? He asked, surprised. I am your instructor, after all. There's little I cannot grasp. Hurry over. And starting tonight, you must be in bed by 10 o'clock. No more dozing off in class. Understood, Xia Chen replied obediently. Glancing at the stern Professor Luo, Xia Chen mused. Why does it feel like Professor Luo is becoming more like a mother, not even allowing late nights? Chapter 94. Aunt Luo Qingxue sighed in resignation as she observed Xia Chen's lackluster study efforts. She had encountered numerous university students like him, those who had worked diligently in high school only to indulge themselves upon entering college. They either languished in their dorms, engrossed in video games, or busied themselves with romantic pursuits, showing little interest in their studies. The reason was simple. In high school, the looming pressure of the college entrance examination provided a clear goal, but once in university, the absence of a definitive aim naturally diminished their motivation to learn. With Xia Chen's aspirations of managing a website and starting a business, it was no wonder that his focus on academics waned. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Luo Qingxue's mind. Since this young man lacked direction, she would provide him with one. Xia Chen, you must study diligently before the midterm exams. Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Chen turned to her, inquiring, Sister, did you just call me Xia Chen? Yes, Xia Chen. Is there a problem? No, he quickly denied, a grin spreading across his face. I quite like you calling me that. By the way, what were you about to say? This endearment had slipped from Luo Qingxue's lips unconsciously. Previously, she had always referred to him by name, but now that they were closer, it felt somewhat inappropriate to continue doing so. Using a diminutive form, Xia Chen, seemed fitting, given their age difference. I was saying, if you perform well in your midterms, there will be a reward, she continued. At this, Xia Chen's lethargy vanished, replaced by an eager excitement. What reward? He exclaimed. I cannot divulge that just yet. Just focus on your studies, and I assure you, it will be something you cherish. All right, I promise to pass all my subjects in the midterms. A mere examination shall not pose a challenge to me. With a newfound goal, Xia Chen was instantly invigorated, dedicating most of his energy to his studies without needing further encouragement from Luo Qingxue. As Yang Wei and others observed the focused Summer Chen in class, they couldn't help but think he must have taken some strange medication. Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue was diligently preparing for her midterm English examination, often spending entire days in her office. While Lin Xin would usually chatter away to alleviate the monotony, she was away on a business trip for the past few days, leaving Luo Qingxue alone. Should I invite this little fellow to my office for a study session? Suddenly, the notion of summoning Xia Chen crossed her mind. After all, he could provide her with some company. However, after a moment's contemplation, she dismissed the idea. Never mind. As soon as he arrives, his attention will undoubtedly shift to me, and he won't be able to focus on his studies. The thought of Xia Chen's habitual gaze upon her, coupled with his incessant desire to be close, caused a smile to involuntarily grace Luo Qingxue's lips. Little lecher. Just as she propped her head on her hand, chuckling to herself, the phone rang abruptly, disrupting her daydreams. Ugh. Luo Qingxue frowned in displeasure and reluctantly reached for her phone, instinctively assuming it to be a telemarketer and preparing to hang up. Yet, upon noticing the contact labeled Aunt, she hesitated momentarily before answering. As soon as she placed the phone to her ear, a cheerful, chirpy voice akin to that of a lark greeted her. Little Luo, have you missed me? Aunt, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Luo Qingxue inquired, perplexed. On the other end, a voice filled with playful indignation responded. What's wrong with me calling you? Is that not allowed? Not that. I'm just curious why you decided to call out of the blue. I missed you. And by the way, you should call me Little Aunt. Luo Qingxue sighed internally. Her aunt, Luo Han, was merely a year older than her, and during their childhood, they had been more like sisters. However, as time passed, Luo Qingxue grew increasingly reserved, while Luo Han remained her lively and mischievous self, often playfully teasing Luo Qingxue. If Xia Chen were to describe it, he might even say it was a tad peculiar. Luo Qingxue had also been influenced somewhat by Luo Han's exuberance, often harboring odd thoughts, though she managed to keep them to herself. Aunt, we are both adults now. You are nearly 30, so perhaps we should abandon these quirky nicknames. Upon hearing this, Luo Han seemed to be struck by a bolt of inspiration, her excitement palpable. What do you mean? What do you mean? I will forever be 18. Thank you very much. And what's so strange about Little Aunt? Luo Qingxue could only let out a resigned sigh. Fine, do as you wish. But what brings you to call me? I'll put that aside for now. First, guess where I am? At the school gate. Ah, how did you know? With that question, Luo Qingxue had a good idea. Her aunt had played this trick since childhood. However, you are mistaken. I am already inside your school. What? A long, drawn-out note of confusion escaped Luo Qingxue's lips, a habit she had unconsciously picked up from Xia Chen, who often expressed his bewilderment in a similar manner. How did you get in? Outsiders are not allowed on campus. Uncertain, I simply told the doorman I was here to see you, and he opened the door, perhaps due to the fact that I was driving a Bentley. But let us not dwell on that. Where is your office? It is located at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor of the Shanxing building. In a short while, Luo Han found Luo Qingxue's office and joyfully rushed over to embrace her, only to be met with Luo Qingxue's outstretched hand, blocking the gesture. Perhaps it is best to forego such displays of affection. We are adults after all. It would be rather undignified to indulge in such behavior. Seeing this, Luo Han reluctantly relented and took a seat, surveying Luo Qingxue's office. Little Luo, why is your office so small? Considering you are a professor with a doctorate, this treatment seems rather meager. The school is undergoing expansion and renovation. I will be moving to a new office next semester, Luo Qingxue briefly explained, before posing a question to Luo Han as she worked. You haven't mentioned why you came to Jingzhou alone. Is the company no longer busy? The company's chaos is of no concern to me. Their petty disputes are utterly exhausting. Let them squabble amongst themselves, Luo Han replied impatiently, clearly frustrated. What happened? Is that woman causing trouble again? Luo Qingxue paused her work to pour a glass of water for Luo Han. Don't even mention her. Just the sight of that vixen makes me nauseous. Luo Han frowned and gulped down the water, continuing in exasperation. I truly cannot fathom it. There are so many beautiful women in the world, yet my brother insists on that enchantress. After saying this, Luo Han tossed aside the paper cup and waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. I'm here to enjoy your company. No sooner had she spoken than her expression shifted from anger to curiosity, a rapid transformation indeed. Hey, little Luo, I heard you have a boyfriend. Is that true? Luo Qingxue furrowed her brow at this. How long have you been in Jingzhou? Not even an hour, and you already know? It's true. I was just guessing. Luo Han exclaimed, standing in excitement and startling Luo Qingxue. Who is he? What is his name? Is he handsome? Is he a young boy or a muscular man? Faced with Luo Han's barrage of questions, Luo Qingxue pondered how to evade the inquiries. She was hesitant for her peculiar aunt to meet Xia Chen, fearing Luo Han might conjure some odd notions upon discovering the truth. Just as Luo Qingxue was contemplating how to deflect, her phone, resting on the desk, rang with a voice call notification. Incoming voice call request from the little one. The little author is back for more, seeking free gifts. Chapter 95, Professor Luo's Combat Power Source. Luo Qingxue quickly snatched her phone away, but Luo Han had already seen the screen clearly. Wow, what an intimate contact name. Luo Han's face lit up with eager anticipation. Little Luo, answer the phone quickly. He must be waiting anxiously. Don't say anything. Luo Qingxue warned, holding the phone. Why not? I fear you might frighten him. Very well then. With Luo Han's assurance, Luo Qingxue finally answered the call. Even so, she held the phone to her ear. Leaning slightly back, fearful that Luo Han might eavesdrop on the voice of Xia Chen. Teacher, are you busy? Why is it taking so long to answer the call? No. Do you need something from me? Luo Qingxue responded coldly. She wished to hasten the conversation, as she could hardly prevent Luo Han from leaning in to listen. Oh, come on, Xiao Luo, let me listen. I want to say a word. On the other end, Xia Chen caught a hint of commotion and inquired, Teacher, what is that noise? Nothing, just hurry up and say what you need. I'm still busy. Oh, I was just wondering what you'd like for dinner tonight. I'm feeling a bit tired from studying and thought I might take a stroll through the supermarket. Just as Xia Chen finished speaking, before Luo Qingxue could respond, Luo Han chimed in, just make whatever. Your teacher Luo will surely enjoy it. My what? Xia Chen was bewildered. What is going on? Meanwhile, Luo Qingxue was thrown into disarray by Luo Han's sudden interjection, glaring angrily at her. Aunt. Hee, I want to say a word. You two carry on, Luo Han chuckled. Returning to her seat, yet Xia Chen remained utterly perplexed. What does aunt mean? Luo Qingxue found herself at a loss with her little aunt. Feeling annoyed but unable to express her irritation, as there was no malice in her intent. I can't explain it all right now, just come to my office directly. We'll go out for dinner tonight, no need to cook. Oh, after hanging up, Luo Qingxue sighed in resignation, saved her document, and shut down her computer, as she had lost the motivation to continue working for the day. Xiao Luo, why don't you let your little boyfriend cook instead of going out to eat? I'm quite curious to taste his culinary skills. Because his cooking isn't that great, Luo Qingxue lied. As for the reason, she wasn't sure. She simply didn't want Luo Han to know that Xia Chen was quite an accomplished cook. But he still offers to cook? Because he is practicing. Luo Qingxue casually replied, then stood up, urging Luo Han to leave. Let us go. We can wait for Xia Chen downstairs and go eat together. The two made their way downstairs just as Xia Chen arrived. Upon seeing Luo Han, dressed elegantly beside Luo Qingxue, he had a fair guess that she was the little aunt mentioned by Professor Luo. However, this aunt seemed rather youthful. Xia Chen hesitated until Luo Qingxue introduced her. This is my aunt, Luo Han. Oh. Xia Chen nodded in surprise. Hello, aunt. Luo Han regarded Xia Chen with a playful smile. Hello, Xia Chen. From now on, you can just call me little aunt. Before Luo Han could elaborate further, Luo Qingxue cleared her throat. It's getting late. Let us head out for dinner. All right, then let us take my car. I parked it right here. Luo Han walked over to her Bentley, opened the door, and climbed inside. Xia Chen's eyes widened slightly. He had been curious about which high-ranking official at the school owned this luxury vehicle worth over 6 million, only to discover it belonged to Professor Luo's little aunt. This revelation piqued his curiosity even more about the nature of Professor Luo's family. Could it be a family of remarkable stature? After a moment of astonishment, Xia Chen settled into the rear seat of the car. Living in the bustling metropolis of Mingzhu City, a luxury vehicle hardly elicited a tremor of anxiety in him. As the trio departed, numerous passers-by on the sidewalks paused to gaze. Those who had previously debated whether Master Xia's status was merely boastful, such as Lu Yuding, now found themselves utterly speechless. Lu Yuding exclaimed, Did I just imagine that? Xia Chen is actually riding in a Bentley? Huang Jie added, It must be true. I think I saw it too. Meanwhile, on the opposite sidewalk, Wei Dongyang, Su Qingqing, and others were on their way to dine and witness the spectacle as well. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled upon seeing the Bentley drive away. Wow, the boss is actually taking a Bentley out for business. What a show of prestige. Wei Dongyang felt that the grand vision Xia Chen had painted for him seemed all the more tangible. It appeared the boss simply preferred to keep a low profile. However, Su Qingqing pouted, seemingly harboring a multitude of grievances. But the boss is quite frugal. Last week, when I accompanied him to negotiate a contract with the driving school, He refused to drive his own Audi, claiming the fuel costs were exorbitant and insisted on taking the subway. The three soon found themselves at a popular restaurant for dinner, a place Xia Chen and Luo Qingxue frequented. Once seated, Luo Han was not in a hurry to eat. Rather, she bombarded Xia Chen with questions. How old are you this year? How did you manage to catch up with our little Luo? And Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, holding his chopsticks, uncertain of how to respond. He felt as though he were being treated like a child, which was rather uncomfortable. After all, he was an adult and an entrepreneur. Being perceived as a mere kid felt belittling. Not to mention, he sensed that Luo Han bore a hint of resemblance to Xia Yuesher, which made her seem somewhat unconventional. I just turned 18, Xia Chen replied nonchalantly. Yet before he could finish, Luo Han's excitement was palpable. So young. No wonder you're so adorable. I could practically be your sister. Suddenly, a shattering sound interrupted Luo Han's words. Xia Chen turned to see that the wine glass in Luo Qingxue's hand had been crushed, leaving it cracked. Chapter 96. The temper of a ferocious spirit is inherited. Witnessing this scene, both Xia Chen and Luo Han were taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Realizing the atmosphere had grown awkward, Luo Qingxue regained her composure and calmly suggested, "Let's eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold." Okay, Xia Chen stuttered, his hands trembling involuntarily as he held his chopsticks. He imagined that this was precisely the state Lu Bang had been in during the Hongmen banquet. Teacher, let me get you a new glass. This one is broken." To alleviate his instinctive fear, Xia Chen stood up, took the cracked wine glass from Luo Qingxue's hand, and approached a server to request a replacement. "Hey, how did this glass get cracked?" the server asked, bewildered upon seeing the glass. I accidentally dropped it. "So I'm just here to exchange it," Xia Chen replied. "Dropped it? Then how come it didn't shatter completely?" Though the waiter appeared puzzled, he nonetheless provided Xia Chen with a new glass. At the dining table, Luo Han quietly inquired of Luo Qingxue, "Little Luo, you aren't upset, are you?" "Not at all." "Then what about just now?" "My hand cramped. I merely exerted a bit too much force." As Luo Qingxue spoke, she continuously picked at the edamame with her chopsticks, seemingly attempting to mask her embarrassment. Luo Han refrained from further questioning, merely pursing her lips, secretly musing, that was not merely a bit of force. She nearly crushed that glass. Then, she found it rather amusing. However, given little Luo's strong possessiveness, Xia Chen must surely be enjoying himself. Upon Xia Chen's return with the new glass, Luo Han no longer reacted with the same astonishment as before, engaging in a more typical conversation. Yet, her inquiries were somewhat excessive, and her speech particularly rapid, chattering incessantly, leaving Xia Chen feeling overwhelmed. "So, you are Professor Zhang's son? I always assumed Professor Zhang's son would be around my age and already married." Luo Han's face was a picture of astonishment upon realizing that Xia Chen was the son of Luo Qingxue's former mentor. After all, Xia Chen's mother was already in her 50s, although she still appeared to be a woman in her 30s. "My mother had me rather late in life. She is now semi-retired." Xia Chen harbored serious doubts that he and his sister were anything more than accidental products of their parents' affection, for otherwise, how could they be raised in such a laissez-faire manner? Indeed, since Professor Zhang's semi-retirement and his absence from the capital, little Luo had seldom returned, leaving Luo Han feeling exceedingly bored. With a slight sigh, Luo Han remarked, "The pace of life in the capital is so fast. I find it quite pleasant here. No need to return. Indeed, I too wish to linger a few more days here. You should take me around Jingzhou." Just as Luo Han finished speaking, Luo Qingxue unexpectedly countered, "Perhaps not. You are the young lady of our family and cannot simply roam about idly." "Oh dear. Little Luo, you actually disdain me. You weren't like this before." "I do not disdain you. I speak the truth. If you leave like this, what will happen to matters at the company? Then I shall not concern myself with it. Do you think that is feasible?" "Oh, you simply disdain me." Regardless of whether Luo Qingxue's words were truthful, Luo Han could discern from her tone and phrasing that there was indeed disdain. "Are you afraid I might steal Xia Chen away?" At this revelation, Xia Chen nearly choked on his food, gasping for breath as he desperately patted his chest to recover. Luo Qingxue offered him a glass of water and addressed Luo Han in a calm tone. "That is not the case. Then why do you express such disdain and suggest I leave?" "I fear you might corrupt Xia Chen. He is still a naive young lad." Uft. Xia Chen was once again taken aback by their exchange, spitting out water in surprise. He thought to himself that he hardly seemed so innocent. After their lively dinner, Luo Han still wished to return with the two. She insisted she could sleep on the floor or the sofa, but Luo Qingxue adamantly disagreed. Why not? Can't I sleep on the sofa? It is not feasible. I still need to assist Xia Chen with her revision, as her midterm examinations are approaching, and I fear my presence may distract her. In the end, Luo Han, feeling helpless, opted to stay alone at a hotel. Upon returning to their rented accommodation, Luo Qingxue briefly helped Xia Chen with her studies, but soon found herself lacking energy. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, she felt a bit dizzy. Teacher, are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to pour you a cup of warm water? Xia Chen inquired, to which Luo Qingxue frowned and cast him a questioning glance, as if to challenge whether he had addressed her incorrectly. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Chen hurriedly corrected himself. Sister. Only then did Luo Qingxue nod in satisfaction. This little fellow still calls me sister, which sounds pleasing. Others may refer to me as teacher, but only this child has the privilege to call me sister. Please pour a cup of warm water for me. I've had a bit too much to drink. All right. Xia Chen promptly went to the kitchen, poured a cup of warm water for Luo Qingxue, and tasted it himself to ensure it was at a suitable temperature before handing it to her. Sister, does your family own a business? During their earlier dinner, Luo Han had discussed various topics, leading Xia Chen to speculate. Luo Qingxue took a sip of the warm water and replied nonchalantly, You could say that. It was my great-grandfather's generation that started the enterprise, and it has grown quite substantial now. She paused for a moment, then gazed out the window toward the sales office of their current residential complex. Hengluo Real Estate is the main source of our family's income. What? Xia Chen exclaimed, nearly crying out in astonishment. It is widely known that Hengluo is the largest real estate company in the country, with its presence felt in nearly every region. You needn't overthink it. No matter how large the company is, it has little to do with me. I am merely a university professor, Luo Qingxue clarified, bringing Xia Chen back from his surprise. Moreover, I do not fancy being overly ostentatious. I prefer to lead a rather ordinary life. Xia Chen genuinely wanted to point out that her ensemble, adorned with Chanel luxury and driving an Audi with a Beijing license plate, hardly qualified as low-key. After a brief pause, Xia Chen recalled Luo Han and continued. Is Aunt in a high position at Hengluo Group? She seems somewhat unreliable. Do not judge her by her lackadaisical demeanor. When she is serious, she can be quite fierce, and her subordinates fear her tremendously. Xia Chen nodded slowly in understanding, then suddenly broke into a grin, leaning closer to Luo Qingxue. Hey, when Aunt gets fierce, who is more intimidating, her or you when you are angry? What did you just say? Chapter 97. A face to be swollen. I was wrong. Upon seeing Luo Qingxue's rising anger, Xia Chen swiftly lowered his head in apology. Where did you err? I shouldn't have said you were fierce. So, you imply that I am indeed fierce? Luo Qingxue was visibly irked. How dare you claim I am fierce? I have been so kind to this little fellow. At this moment, Xia Chen, with his head down, silently muttered to himself, Aren't you just getting angry now? And yet you don't want me to call you fierce. However, the fierce Professor Luo looked quite appealing. Even if he were to face a few reprimands, he would not mind. After sulking for a while, Luo Qingxue came to realize that she did indeed seem rather fierce at that moment, and perhaps she could not entirely blame Xia Chen for his remark. However, after some contemplation, Luo Qingxue let out a discontented hum. This little rascal cannot claim that I am fierce. He still deserves a punishment. Yet, after much deliberation, Luo Qingxue could not devise an appropriate form of retribution for Xia Chen. A harsh punishment would tug at her heartstrings, while a lenient one would feel akin to rewarding him. Never mind, I shall take a bath and retire for the night, as I must return to work tomorrow. Oh, Xia Chen stood up with a cheeky grin, thinking that Professor Luo still cared for him, unwilling to impose a penalty. Little did he know, Luo Qingxue had already etched his mischievous behavior into her memory. This little imp has angered me for the third time. Should he dare to provoke me again, I shall ensure he receives a proper admonition. On Friday, Xia Chen had only physical education class, leaving him with ample free time. Originally, Luo Qingxue would accompany him for a game of badminton, but this week she was preoccupied with preparations for the midterm examinations and could not make it. Hey, old Xia, who was that stunning lady driving the Bentley yesterday? Yang Wei suddenly appeared beside Xia Chen, brandishing a photo and inquiring eagerly. I don't know her, Xia Chen replied without even glancing. It was evident that Yang Wei was referring to Luo Han. Today's university students are indeed idle, indulging in all manner of gossip. No way. You were seen getting into the car. Now this news has spread to several neighboring schools. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen was dumbfounded. What? I merely sat in a car, and now it's known across the nearby schools? You should check me, Liao. It's still your website. Aren't you aware? Prompted by Yang Wei's words, Xia Chen hastily looked it up, and his shock was palpable. The photo of him entering the Bentley had already been featured prominently on the homepage, and the comments section had reached a staggering 999. To be fair, the person who took the candid shot had done a commendable job, capturing him quite handsomely. However, the rumors circulating had become increasingly absurd, necessitating a clarification, as he still wished to maintain a semblance of respectability. Wait a moment, I need to make a call. Xia Chen immediately dialed Wei Dongyang. Delete that discussion thread about me on the website, and do it thoroughly. Huh, why should I delete it? Upon Wei Dongyang's inquiry, Su Qingxue's voice chimed in. Exactly. Why would the boss want it removed? Look how handsome you are in that photo. When you make it onto the Forbes list, you should use this picture. I even have a title in mind. The youngest Forbes billionaire of the century. Xia Chen was left exasperated, caught between laughter and tears. Don't be absurd. That Bentley is not mine. Quickly delete the post. I'm practically penniless. How could I afford such a luxury? Huh. Isn't it your family's? No. If it were, I would have arrived in a Bentley the last time we negotiated a contract, and I could have secured more funding. True. Delete it, and no further discussions about me. I still value my privacy. Oh. After hanging up, Xia Chen sighed in exasperation. He had boasted quite a bit. But there should be a limit. Should his lies unravel, it would not bode well. Yang Wei, having overheard the entire conversation, asked, so the Bentley truly isn't yours? Of course not. I've shown you everything about my family. We live in a dilapidated place. So you really don't know that enchanting lady in the Bentley? I do not. Yang Wei let out a sigh, and after a moment of silence, suddenly recalled something. Oh right. Wasn't there a group of girls who added me as a friend? What happened? Weren't you quite pleased about it? This was all the doing of Xia Chen, who was fully aware of the situation. Pleased my foot. I don't know which imbecile misrepresented my contact information as yours. Those girls were seeking you out. Not only did I end up feeling foolish for nothing, but I also got berated by a few of them. I don't know. Xia Chen repeatedly gestured that he was unaware. The two of them sat beneath the shade of a tree, their conversation audible yet not overly loud, attracting the attention of several bystanders. Originally intending to strike up a conversation, Lu Yuting returned to the volleyball court to continue playing. Upon her return, Tao Susu inquired, Hey, why are you back so soon? Didn't you go to apologize to Xia Chen? Xia Chen himself claimed he was just boasting, that he wasn't a wealthy second generation, and that the Bentley wasn't his family's. But what does that have to do with your apology? Tao Susu sometimes genuinely felt that Lu Yuting's way of thinking was quite unconventional. Since that's the case, I have no intention of interacting with him in the future, so whether or not I apologize is inconsequential. Lu Yuting nonchalantly remarked, asserting that in the future, she would seek a partner who was genuinely affluent. Real wealth was what mattered, and boasting was of no utility. As it was Friday, many students chose to go out and enjoy themselves after class instead of returning to the dorms. Xia Chen originally intended to wait for Luo Qingxue in her office to leave together. However, Luo Qingxue informed him not to bother. I'm also preparing to pack up and leave. Just go wait for me at my aunt's place. Oh, is my aunt visiting the school again? She has been eagerly waiting for me to finish work. You should head there first. She should be parked near the central corridor of the school. Luo Qingxue, being a bit lazy, figured since Luo Han was around, they could let her be their chauffeur, eliminating the need for Xia Chen to drive. Oh, Xia Chen put away his phone and changed direction towards the central corridor. On his way, he happened to encounter Lu Yuting and Tao Susu. Tao Susu greeted him with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Yuting scoffed disdainfully, looking at Xia Chen with an expression of utter incredulity. What a lunatic! He continued on his way without further ado. As the class representative, Tao Susu found the antagonism between the two quite exasperating, especially since their conflict seemed rather absurd in nature. Yuting, why don't you at least greet him properly? Why act so dismissively? What is there to greet a man who only boasts? I suspect Xia Chen might just be speaking nonsense. Be careful not to get caught out. I believe wealthy individuals often downplay their riches. How could that be? Why would the wealthy hide their wealth? Just as Lu Yuting was about to retort further, her gaze was suddenly drawn to Xia Chen seemingly heading towards a luxurious black car not far away. The sight became increasingly familiar, and the sting of the last encounter with Xia Chen washed over her, causing her to instinctively touch her face. No way. Amidst the astonished gazes surrounding him, Xia Chen approached the license plate of the Bentley, effortlessly opening the door and taking his seat within, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. Tao Susu, observing Lu Yuding's stunned expression, could not help but remark, "What did I tell you? Consider yourself slapped in the face." Lu Yuding offered no response, merely feeling a slight sting on her cheeks. Chapter 98. Professor Luo's childhood. Once inside the vehicle, Luo Han, seated in the driver's seat, radiated the exuberance of a schoolchild returning home after a day of lessons. Buckling her seatbelt, she swiftly turned to engage Xia Chen in conversation. "What did you do after returning home last night? What time did you go to bed? Did you take any safety precautions?" And Xia Chen, overwhelmed by her barrage of questions, struggled to determine where to begin. After gathering his thoughts, he explained to Luo Han, "Professor Luo and I each slept in separate rooms. We did not share a bed." "Huh? You haven't even shared a bed yet?" she exclaimed. "No. Why not?" Luo Han asked, puzzled. "From what I know of Xiao Luo, she must have completely accepted and grown fond of you by now." Xia Chen found himself at a loss for words. He had no insight into Luo Qingxue's thoughts, but he felt that sharing a bed at this stage was rather inappropriate. After a moment's contemplation, he casually replied, "Perhaps it's because Professor Luo can be a bit fierce. I'm still a little intimidated by her." However, as soon as he uttered those words, he regretted it. Would his small aunt, upon hearing this, inform the professor? Was he therefore doomed? To his surprise, Luo Han did not find it odd. Instead, she wholeheartedly agreed. "That's true. Xiao Luo has always had quite the fierce disposition." "Is that so? Was the teacher fierce as a child as well?" "Indeed. Hasn't she shared her school experiences with you?" "Not at all." Xia Chen shook his head, and in that moment, he finally grasped the sentiment of those who revel in gossip. Luo Han, known for her loquaciousness, seized the opportunity to divulge every detail without reservation. "You should have seen her in kindergarten. Xiao Luo was exceptionally fierce, even snatching snacks from other children on multiple occasions, which led to her changing kindergartens." "Really? That sounds a bit outrageous." "It is true. She even stole from me." It appeared that Professor Luo had a penchant for food from a young age. Subsequently, Luo Han recounted various amusing anecdotes from Luo Qingxue's childhood. When she first entered elementary school, a boy called her a tomboy, and she retaliated by swelling his face with a punch. It cost our family quite a sum to settle that matter. Additionally, any toys or dolls gifted to Luo Qingxue by relatives seldom lasted beyond a week, either dismantled or broken, demonstrating a destructive prowess akin to that of a juvenile Godzilla. Oh, and there's another story. When Xiao Luo was 10, she was playing at home and accidentally bumped into a wooden chair, injuring herself in the process. In her fury, she lifted the chair and smashed it. "My goodness!" Xia Chen couldn't help but exclaim. According to Luo Han's account, Professor Luo had evidently tempered her temperament over the years. Otherwise, her wrath could have easily dismantled the entire household. The two individuals were engrossed in a lively conversation, oblivious to the arrival of Luo Qingxue. It was only upon hearing the sound of the door opening that they hurriedly ceased their chatter. Both Xia Chen and Luo Han instinctively flinched in surprise, prompting a furrowed brow from Luo Qingxue as she inquired, "What were you discussing?" The two were rendered momentarily speechless. Caught off guard, Luo Qingxue, observing their stammering, grew increasingly suspicious. Suddenly, they both spoke simultaneously. Luo Han stated, "We were discussing what to eat tonight." Xia Chen added, "We were talking about a boy in overalls playing basketball on the playground." Luo Qingxue raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Fortunately, Xia Chen quickly adjusted his response, affirming, Yes, we were indeed discussing food." Luo Qingxue cast a sidelong glance at the grinning Xia Chen and then at the awkward Luo Han, convinced that the two were concealing something from her. While Luo Han remained silent, Luo Qingxue felt powerless against her. However, she had plenty of ways to extract information from Xia Chen. "Let us first head to the supermarket to procure some food and prepare dinner," proposed Luo Han, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Initially, Luo Qingxue was reluctant for Luo Han to discover Xia Chen's culinary skills, but rejecting the suggestion might lead to an even more uncomfortable situation, so she acquiesced. The trio meandered through the supermarket, and Luo Han filled an entire shopping cart with items. In comparison, Xia Chen noted that Professor Luo did not seem to purchase many items in her daily life. Indeed, a person's character is significantly influenced by their environment. Xia Chen bought very little, while Luo Qingxue selected a durian, specifically opting for a flatter one. Upon returning home, Xia Chen prepared an elaborate meal. At first, Luo Han was a bit skeptical about the taste, as Luo Qingxue had informed her that Xia Chen's cooking was not exemplary. However, after tasting a bite, she immediately praised delicious. "I had no idea you could cook so well, Xia Chen. Your skills surpass even our housekeepers. Why don't you come back to Beijing with me and work as our chef?" Xia Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied with a smile, "Well, Annie, I still have school to attend, so that won't be possible." Luo Qingxue chimed in, "Isn't our housekeeper's cooking quite satisfactory? You needn't exaggerate." This was a candid remark. Aunt Wang, the housekeeper in their Beijing home, was indeed a culinary expert, and Luo Qingxue's discerning palate had been greatly influenced by her. Nonetheless, Luo Han continued to commend Xia Chen, "But it truly is delicious. Each dish has its unique flair. No wonder you managed to win over our little foodie, Luo." Ahem. Luo Qingxue cleared her throat, cautioning, "Mind your wording." Luo Han, upon hearing this, quickly corrected herself with a chuckle, "Hee. What I meant is that Xia Chen's cooking is delightful. You shall enjoy it in the future." Observing this exchange, Xia Chen found himself questioning the nature of their relationship. Who exactly was the aunt here? Surely, an aunt should not fear her niece. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, during their childhood, Luo Qingxue often bullied Luo Han and never referred to her as aunt, instead calling her little crybaby. It was only as they grew older that Luo Qingxue began to address Luo Han as little aunt. After dinner, Xia Chen sliced the durian to serve as a dessert. Once finished, he prepared to discard the durian skin, only to be halted by Luo Qingxue's voice. "Don't throw that away. I have a use for it." "Huh? What use could it possibly have? Do not concern yourself with it. Simply place it on the table, for I shall find it useful." Xia Chen complied honestly, feeling a sense of confusion mingled with an inexplicable fear within his heart.